if you get punched in the face, it's your fault.
Anyway, the Christians, thank you. I'm glad you smiled. The Christians also underground.
You know where it gets weird is that your kids are almost that age, but
Christians can't charge
when they're like 7 or 8, because the girls mature way faster. So an 8-year-old, 9-year-old girl is physically bigger, stronger. When they start trying to bully the boys,
tiny Jewish minority,
I'm like, just fucking
Jews suddenly become the only source of capital for Christian businesses.
just fucking suck.
So, and the Jews are charging interest to Christians for mainly small money lending purposes, but sometimes very big projects. And the interest rates were high. We're talking about interest rates between 30 and 50%. Really significant. The worst credit cards today are like maybe 29%. It was a very heavy boat, but that was the nature of the economy at the time. So Jews actually had a really natural economic opportunity that lasted about until the 15th century, when the Italians said, this is ridiculous, there's so much money to be made here, and they just found a way around church law, and then the Italian banking house essentially reduced Jewish money lending significantly, although it still persists really up until the 21st century. Here's a picture of a medieval money lender.
It's a good lesson for you, man. I'll tell you what. It's also a good lesson for her. It's like, she would have kept bullying everybody. The thing was, when it was funny how I'm talking instantly went from, whatever to like,
to borrow money. You can see his guy's hand out.
And I was like, everybody's like, oh, man.
Purse here is empty. It's these little shapes here, and it is empty. And he can't even afford it.
You know what I mean?
Come on. No profit with this guy's clothes, right? Like the other person out there. And the Jew here has all this bag of money and the coins over here. And this is actually a primitive personal computer, right? It's an abacus. Then it's so funny. You obviously know this. When I showed this picture to an 18-year-old,
12-year-old girl, like Kevin Durant tits, man. I was like, bud, you gotta fucking... You gotta hit her once, dude.
So this was like a very typical picture for a lot of the Middle Ages.
He was so scared.
Jews were heavily involved in money lending, and they had a captive target base. They had a captive economic flow because nobody else was allowed to do this by church law.
I mean, he would tell me
the advantages
there was always
huge,
words like we were a funny family, you know what I mean?
But first of all, it's very profitable, right? 30 to 50% interest without breaking your back, literally, without going out into the fields and digging up turnips. You're just managing money. It's a highly intellectual discipline that just involves, the demand for numeracy and literacy. You have to be able to count, multiply, solve. You have to be able to write down records. Use those intellectual skills instead of your physical abilities. And it's a great way to make money. It allows the Jews to live in urban settings and even keep bankers out, right? They say, okay, you can come borrow money from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. and that's it. Then I'm going to shul, and we don't have to work on Shabbos. Exactly. The bank is closed on Saturday. So it's got all these advantages. It is also highly portable. Not only because we're talking about liquid assets that can be, sewn into the ends of their garments from country to country, but the Jews was later developed essentially an Arabic device of the flying money to check, and they'll be able to, essentially develop a network where, you can make a deposit in Paris and take a withdrawal of that money in London because Jews have international connections with other members of the tribe elsewhere. And of course, it gives you time for Talmudic study. So although this was, as we shall see, by far not the only way that Jews made money, this was like certainly the pillar of the Jewish economic structure, heavily dependent on money lending as a great economic opportunity. The disadvantages, however, are also significant. This is not a no-brainer. For example, customers simply don't repay your loan. So then you've got to go shop to the king, and you've got to get the king out there, and get the police and things like that. And it can be done. It will also be done. But it's kind of like, how do you get people to pay their taxes? If a person doesn't want to pay his taxes, he can go 1 year, 2 years, who knows how many years. Taxes, but people can go years and years without paying taxes. When they get caught, then it's awful. But and they will get caught, but this is one of the risks of money lending as an activity. You also risk popular resentment because You know,
you hear these people talk about
everybody
later in
loves
therapy, like, why are you
the
like
pawn
that?
shop dealer.
It's because when I
When
was
you
young,
need fast
my dad
cash.
said something.
But when you
And
have
it's not
to
even like you were
give up
being.
your engagement ring
No,
and your mother's good silver and things like that to get that cash, you're happy when you get it, but once that cash is spent, then you have a lot of resentment against the pawn shop dealer. And this is something that was certainly a factor of Jewish reality at that time. Add to that the fact that you could you could actually run up a tab in a Jewish drinking establishment, as we'll see later. And so you can actually say, put it on the tab, and that tab gathers interest. And then, when the harvest time comes, you have to pay back what you've been drinking all year. You say, my God, what happened to all that money? Did I really drink all that beer? Was that all the fun? And so popular resentment is understandable. And from time to time, there will be catastrophic violence. Such as we mentioned earlier, if the Jews lend money to the king and the king feels that the debt load is too much to bear, then the Jews can be simply expelled. Or if the debt load to larger population is too heavy, then there will be a popular uprising that could be massively devastating to the Jewish community. All of these things happened several times throughout the Middle Ages. So we're going back to English Jewry now. English Jewry, tiny minority of the population, one of the larger towns that we're going to be looking at briefly today is the city of York, which at the time had a massive Jewish population of 150. So we're talking about small pockets of Jews in sparsely populated England. But they've been there probably from the 8th century, if not earlier. We know that they're active there around the time of the Crusades, which is about 100 years before Aaron of Lincoln's activity. In fact, this picture is from one of the Church Chronicles of the period that shows English Jews here being beaten by some sort of a Christian fellow, maybe a policeman. You can see they're Jews because they're wearing the two tablets of the law. Actually, this is probably a little bit later than the period I'm describing because it was probably 1215 when these were mandated, but Jews were often forced to wear various types of badges. It was not always, in fact, the Star of David as a Jewish badge is really only 20th century. It isn't earlier, before they were either forced to wear something like this or a coin, like a round circle, which alluded to their activity as usurers, which is kind of a derogatory term for moneylenders. Jews are active around the Crusades in England, but basically they're minding their own business, steadily plodding along, primarily active as moneylenders during this time.
You've been there a month now.
Figure that we're focused on, the one that we know most about, is this Aaron of Lincoln. And he made his money primarily through mortgages, through advancing money against property, which is also speaks to the question of Jews owning property. He actually owned a phenomenal amount of property, not because he wanted the land, but because there was security against the capital that he had loaned out. So he has these tremendous holdings. He also made his money by loaning to capital to buy armor for their various in France and elsewhere. And they also engaged in crop speculation, particularly on the corn harvest. Investing in farmers, saying that, okay, here's some money so you can buy seed and you can keep your land going during the winter months. Right after harvest, though, you've got to pay me back. So he's diversified with a lot of different things. As I mentioned at the beginning of this lecture, he's phenomenally wealthy, primarily for his land holdings. Check out some of the buildings that he's responsible for. So he paid for St. Albans Cathedral. It's astounding that his financing, he didn't build it just as an altruistic gesture to Christians in England. He loaned the money to make it possible to build this building. And so he held title on the land and on the building during his lifetime. There's another massive, the Lincoln Cathedral. These are huge projects that often took over a century to build. These are not small public works projects like a sewer or a bridge. These are massive structures. Peterborough Cathedral, also beautiful Gothic sculptures. And he built 9 historic abbey, which are like monasteries kind of thing. a tremendous amount of holdings. And in fact, this is not entirely confirmed. There are many who dispute this, but there's this building known as the Norman House, which for many centuries was associated with a Jewish moneylender. It was called the Jew's House, and some believe that it was actually Aaron of Lincoln's own home, although later historians have disputed that fact. But it's interesting that it is ironically the oldest standing stone building in use in England. It was probably the home of a Jewish moneylender, if not Aaron of Lincoln himself. So through the kind of economic structure that I described, the serving samurai was able to amass phenomenal amount of wealth in a single lifetime in the 12th century. But of course, it would come to a disastrous end. And it worked out basically like this. King Henry II was deeply indebted to Aaron of Lincoln, primarily because he had some military campaigns going on in France. They were not going particularly well. He ended up seizing. Aaron did, die with all his wealth intact, but as soon as he died, Henry II seized all of his estate and made it part of the crown's property. The actual liquid assets, the cash, he put in a boat, a massive boat, and he sailed it across the channel to deliver to his colleague in France, who was his proxy in a war, and sank in the channel. So he lost all the liquid assets, but he retained title to all of those buildings, as well as over 430 smaller land holdings by noblemen. So that meant right away that he instantly became the creditor to 430 noblemen in England. And we have to realize that the way that the system of nobility worked in much of Europe, but particularly in England, is there was always a competition between the nobility and the king, and the fact that suddenly they owed money to the king dynamically changed the power relationship of the monarchy to the nobility for centuries. Ironically, however, the king was not able to profit from much of those holdings because he could not charge interest to the nobility. Since he was also Christian and he was bound by the law of Gratian, he could only take payments on the capital and not on the principal and not on the interest at all. And it took well into the 13th century for Henry II and his heirs to actually deal with this amount of debt. Here's an older picture of Henry II. Here's actually his official seal from that time. So, Aaron of Lincoln, immediately after his death, his wealth is seized, and the entire Jewish community is actually put at some risk. And sadly, this is most powerfully expressed in a massacre that occurred in the year 1190, which is roughly 4 years after Aaron died. The debts, of course, were carried over by Aaron's agent, that is, those debts that were not seized by Henry II, that is July. But a debtor to Aaron of Lincoln marched on one of the executors of Aaron's estate, and the entire Jewish community took refuge in the Castle Keep in York. This is it here. Can you pop this up there, Mr. Rodriguez? This is the Castle Keep, kind of like the stronghold of the castle in York. It's still standing today. That is the actual structure there. And so the Jews of York, the entire community, retreated to the castle there, seeking safety from this debtor to the late Aaron of Lincoln. Nevertheless, the castle was stormed, and all 150 Jews were massacred in the ensuing melee. So this is like one of those examples of Aaron's tremendous success as a moneylender. Later, unfortunately, had really negative repercussions for the entire Jewish community. We can see, ironically, this pattern. Not ironically, we can see this pattern of great accumulation of wealth in the Jewish community, followed by popular resentment, and then sometimes disastrous violence against Jews occurring over and over again. The Jews then slowly rebuild, and then popular resentment builds again, and you have another outburst of violence against the Jews. And this will pertain really up until the modern period, the 18th century, when we begin to see dramatic changes in the nature of society that make it less likely. But that's getting ahead of ourselves. And so the last thing is that this was just sort of like a sign of the times. By 1290, 100 years later, all the Jews were expelled from England. That was a kindness. Rather than having them all killed by debtors, it was more expedient to simply expel them from the country. And this is the phenomenon we see also in continental Europe as well. Debt load gets too high, Jews get expelled, then later they would be invited back. They would not be invited back when Shakespeare wrote Shylock, but they would be invited back or allowed back under Cromwell, as we shall discuss in another lecture perhaps. Now, I don't want to leave you thinking that all Jews were moneylenders. That's not at all true. It would be fair to say that money lending, that kind of commercial activity, was perhaps represented perhaps the plurality of Jewish economic activities. Like there's a really significant element in the Jewish economic structure, perhaps more than anything else. But there's so many other things that Jews were doing as well. Not farming so much, but to look at some of the various activities, the needle trade, very highly associated with Jews. Again, these are people who live in urban environments, and they're not attached to land, so it's very easy for them to ply various trades that then, people, villagers, can come into the villages to take advantage of. So that's why you have so many Jews with the last name like Schneider, which is Yiddish for tailor, or Schuster, which is for shoemaker. All of these various urban
but I have a hat too that I didn't wear. That's
very much
so
associated
when I really
with
want to go incognito, but still know that
working with fine metals, precious metals.
Just in time for a hot summer, I dig it,
Goldstein,
camo.
these kinds of names, all
Can't go wrong with camo, buddy.
No, hey,
especially when they have the right marker, like gold marker, Stein
not even
marker,
fashionably, just
silver
because
marker,
it's,
things
you're
like
in
that.
Texas.
Those are all related to Jews
They were
who
came
made
out
their
here
living
just
primarily working
it's a
with
Texan
precious metals and
tuxedo,
crafts.
right?
That kind of thing.
Like like out here,
Music.
it's
Ironically,
fashion,
Jews
but
are
in Texas,
deeply
it's
involved in
not fashion.
folk
It's
music.
a way of life.
In particular, klezmer music. It was popular, so you can see the caption. This is my good friend Aaron Kula, who's a genius right here in South Florida. He runs the Klezmer Company Orchestra. I really recommend you check out his YouTube site. All of you out there out there,
Tiger made the
because
fucking
it's
team,
amazing
number 2 team in the nation.
And
Here's the thing. I shot a show on Thursday, right? And Tiger tried out on Wednesday. He was a 3-day tryout, and they're like, we'll let some people know right away, and then others will let know the following week. So I didn't know. So Tiger tried on Wednesday, balled out, and then Thursday I'm shooting a show, right? An hour-long MMA breakdown show. An hour. Chin, the cord came out. And just, we lost
so
all the footage.
When I get put on
All the footage. After an hour of fucking dropping hot fucking takes, dude.
At any rate, I can't
come
wait
in here, work my ass off.
I finished my morning for my father having promotion trouble, and
I have to do it again.
To Aaron Kula because he is absolutely fantastic.
Oh
But
my
think
God.
about it now. Why
I
would
had
you
him like,
create
I'm gonna
musicians?
fire
Again,
Chin in Texas,
if
even
you're
though I
on a
just moved
farm
him, we'll
and you have
figure
to
it
wake up
out.
before dawn and
Then I
milk the
get a
cows and work the
text.
fields and
Then I
stuff
get
like
a
that.
text.
And then, when it starts, you want to go walk 10 miles
Lucky
to a
day,
farm where
buddy.
you can rehearse.
Nothing can mess this up. I was gonna fire you, but you're
with the other members of your band.
Wow.
If you live
So,
in an urban
okay, so that's
environment
good. So
and you're working in some
you got
kind
that
of trade during the day,
but
it's
also,
also hard. But, you can get together, you're close by,
did Chin
lamplight,
feel bad?
and you can
Did he
have
moan?
music.
I want to
So,
know.
He didn't give a shit. He was
excelled
Chin,
in
you know what
folk
you
music
do?
in
My track
particular,
record. Come on,
going
one
from
time in
place to
10 years
place,
ago.
playing at Christian celebrations more than Jewish
When did he
really.
say my
And
track
developing in
record right
particular
away,
a
or did he
19th
wait?
century style known as klezmer.
Gotta know.
That is a
I
Yiddish term
simmered
based
for
on
about
the
5
Hebrew word
minutes in anger.
klezmer,
I was like, Chin,
instruments
you
of
serious
song.
right now, dude?
Instruments of music.
He goes, I know, I'm sorry, man. I go,
And finally,
dude,
you can see a
are you
klezmer
kidding me? He goes,
musician over here.
See, that's
Finally,
too soon to
Jews
say
were
that.
very
I'm pissed off
active in
now, Chin.
innkeeping as
It's
well.
too soon to say that, Chin. Give it an hour and a half, and then be like, yo, I really am sorry. I hope my track record speaks for itself. That would have been, I
In
disagree.
many cases,
I
Jews
disagree.
were
He's been around
granted
too
by
long.
the crown the
You know, and he's like,
exclusive
yo,
right
chill.
to
Right? It's like,
manufacture
come on, man.
and
But that's what I'm
to
saying.
distribute
With
alcohol,
my track
which is called
record, you're going to treat me like that? So
and
you
that
think it's
meant
okay for me to do
that,
that? Yeah.
You could
I think
grind
Gary's
in,
spot on,
which
and
was
also,
similar
Chin knows
to
me well. I
it
fly
was
off the
also
handles.
essentially a
Like Sour
bar
Patch Kid.
where people,
I'm not like Sour Patch Kid. Like, I'm sorry, baby.
Here's the real thing.
So Jewish
You must have
innkeepers
been
very, very
really, you
common,
must have really
particularly
thought
in
you were
Eastern
on fire.
Europe,
What was the
where
tape that
they
you were like, I'm never
proliferated
gonna,
after the 16th
that
century.
was the
honestly, all 60 minutes.
Very much associated
episode.
with building a volume.
All
What
60
is the
was
last profession? I've missed one really big one.
Well, you know what?
fucking Liver
Thank you
King.
so much.
John
This is-
Jones.
You know what the worst
How
part
does
is?
that
It has
joke go?
nothing to do with how good that episode is.
the,
It has to do with this is the real
Oh
issue.
yeah, here's how it goes. So
Doing
the
it
first
again,
Jewish president
it's
calls
not
up his
even
mom.
going to be.
And says, "Ma,
Doing
how
it
you
again.
doing?" She says,
is that thing.
"Oh,
And
no,
while
it's
you're
hot
doing
here in
action's
Boca.
hot. But while the passion's
It's
hot,
not dawn.
but
It's
while you're
getting
doing
hard
it
to get
again,
everyone together." And
you,
the
in
president
your
says,
head,
"Ma, listen,
in your head,
we
you're going like
finally
this.
solved
Scott,
the Middle East situation.
John,
We
I
have
was
a
missing
peace
points.
deal.
I was missing
I
points.
want
I
to
made
come to the
earlier.
Rose Garden for
I'm
the
not
signing
that into
of
it. I've already done it. I was like,
She says,
and
"Oh, what
if
day
I
is
do
it?"
love
It
it,
says
you just
Tuesday.
said,
"Oh,
you
it's
said it.
Tuesday. That's
You
what
didn't say the
I
same.
need
You
with
just
the
look over
girls.
at shit.
Ma, it's
Yeah.
really important to
There
me.
you go. They said,
I'll
I
send
don't
a
even
plane
believe this
down.
taking
U.S. one will
I
pick you up."
believed it 2
She
hours
says,
ago when I
"Oh,
was
all
filming.
right, fine."
But yeah,
She
so
hangs up
The
with her
fans
son.
were
She picks up
expecting
the
La
lunch bell
Lava, and they got
Sarah?
but it's okay though.
You know,
They'll
my
understand, and they
He
probably
just
won't
called
go
me.
the
You know, my
difference.
son, the brother of my
Because
son, the
sometimes
doctor.
I'm like, after congratulations, I'm
I
like,
didn't
that's
tell
the
her, right.
worst podcast I ever
Anyways,
did. And
Jewish
sometimes my wife is like in the room and she's
very,
watching
very
and she's like, dude,
common activity.
that is
It was
not.
way
So
back
maybe it was
during the
good, maybe
Talmudic
it's bad.
period.
You never know. You never
We
know.
see it in
Yeah, you
Arabic
can't
world.
listen to your wife though. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Christian
trying to
world
listen
as
to
well.
a podcast.
And again, it makes sense in an urban environment. It is an intellectual activity. It requires that heavy literacy, numeracy, as we discussed earlier. And
How do you do it out of the kitchen?
Jews are
Am I
really
right?
gravitated to this particular type of profession in very big numbers.
Yeah,
Okay,
there
so
we go.
finally, let's discuss the legacy of Aaron of Lincoln. So most of what we know about Aaron,
I'm just not that
we have a
sexist,
few more
you know?
details that I haven't delved into. A little bit about his family life, son, and so on.
Alright, so,
But
okay, so this one
almost
happened.
all of it is associated specifically
I don't
with
know if
his
anybody's know this, but I
incredibly
have to go on.
successful economic acumen.
You don't say.
On the one hand,
Go ahead,
it's
Brady,
tremendous
go ahead.
blessing that allowed the Jews to live
Hey, Chris.
relatively comfortable economic life
No, I
for
feel
much
like
of
it's
their
a here, but
700
even
years.
then, I
But
gotta
on the
be
other
honest,
hand,
I haven't
it was
looked at
like sitting on
Eric
top
since
of a powder
2015.
keg.
Here we go.
Because
Anyway,
at
I have
any
no
moment,
idea. Anyways,
particularly if the Jews misstep by making too many loans and over-leveraging themselves vis-a-vis the king, or if the pressure on local populations increases, and that might increase, by the way, as a result of the king increasing the tax rate on the Jews, which has an impact then on their interest rates for their debtors, they can end in disasters. We see with the immediate period after Aaron's demise, the riots and massacre in York, and later the eventual expulsion of the Jews.
Another rich kid, but he had zero.
Thank you very much once again
Why they
for
allow
your
a
weekly
microphone
attention
in
and
front of
endurance.
him?
Please applaud now, because otherwise I will attach a big. Okay, that's great. Thank you, Joseph. I appreciate it. Thank you very much for coming. God willing, I'll see you next week.
Ready to get rid of chin because
during
that
as well. So let me say one of the things I'm most excited about is
episode with
come this
Jesse
summer,
on
I've got
fire,
heading up to
the shop is dropping hot takes for 5,000
Grade
views.
7 J campus.
Come on, people. It was his goal.
Action is,
Where he talked about
if you're in New York or in Brooklyn, please drop me a line and let me know you're happy to come. And if you'd like to see these kinds of lectures happening in Brooklyn, I've got a few comments like that. I appreciate those. Just send me a quick mail. Thank you very much. Have a good week.
because Brian Callen wasn't there. Now I would honestly be pissed too, but if Chip does that, like on accident, doesn't record, just go live. But the shop's too afraid to go live. And he's too afraid to look at those comments or anything. But I mean, so they shot that whole thing, then you had to redo it with Jesse. I bet you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for coming. Why don't we get started on the story? I'm 2 minutes late, so I will speak a little fast. We're looking at the life of Rabbi Bar Yochai, a very famous 2nd century thinker, rabbi, highly influential, whose life began, or whose leadership began in the wake of the Hadrian persecutions of the 130s, which is an extremely difficult time for Jews, and it was through leadership of people like Rabbi Bar Yochai that we managed to emerge once again and establish a firm intellectual, spiritual, ultimately economic, and social foundation for our civilization. So the joke goes like this. And this is when I actually heard when I was doing my doctoral research in Kiev, and at the time, it was in the late 90s, it was in the late 80s, the Soviet Union was falling apart, and it was really chaotic. There were all kinds of crazy things going on at the time. And one of the problems that they had was widespread alcoholism. People were drinking whiskey and vodka, and especially this terrible moonshine they called samahon, which means self-cooking or cooked at home. And it was dangerous. It was potentially poisonous. People would die of wood alcohol poisoning if they didn't know how to make this drink properly. So Gorbachev at the time launched a massive anti-alcohol campaign that was across the entire Soviet Union, and was trying to get people to diminish their intake of spirits. That part is true. Now the joke goes like this. Gorbachev takes a junket of journalists out to Siberia to promote his anti-alcohol campaign. And they fly an Aeroflot jet all the way out to Novosibirsk somewhere. They land and go to a huge factory, and all the journalists are following the president around. And he goes into the factory floor, he goes into the conveyor belt there, and he walks up to a typical Soviet citizen. He says to him, Ivan, do you think a person could have 3 drinks of whiskey and go to work in the morning? And Ivan says, no, Mr. President, yes, I think he could. He says, Ivan, do you think a person could have 10 shots of vodka and go to work in the morning? He says, no, Mikhail Sergeyevich. Yes, I think it's possible. And then he says, Ivan, do you think a person could drink 3/4 of a bottle of samahon and still go to work in the morning? He says, you see, I'm working. So, to a certain degree, that's what this story is about, too. That the Jews go through so much persecution century after century, and yet nevertheless, you see we're working, you see we're still continuing on. And that's going to be the topic for today. If you know one story about Rabbi Shimon Yochai, it is most likely this story from the Talmud. It's in Tractate Shabbat, page 33. We're going to actually refer to it in a couple of occasions, but I'll just choose the middle part of the story right here. Basically, what happens is, recall where we are in terms of history, right? We spoke about it for the last 2 years. The Bar Kokhba revolt, approximately 132, very, very successful in the initial period, perhaps 3 years. Jerusalem is liberated from the Romans. They're making their own coins. They're trying to, revive Jewish life and so on, but the Romans bring in battalions from all over, including as far away as England, and they crush the rebellion, and then they follow it up with some horrific persecutions that we will return to a little later, because Rabbi Akiva, Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai's teacher, was caught up in those terrible days. And the context of this particular passage is that after the revolution, which is not mentioned explicitly here, but it's clear that's what's going on, Rabbi Shimon is a warrant is put out for his arrest and for his execution. And so he tries to hide at first with his son Elazar, who is also in trouble. He tries to hide in the Beit Midrash, in the study hall, and his wife is bringing him food every day. But he says, you know what, this is too dangerous for her. If they question her, then perhaps they'll torture her, God forbid. So he says to his son, we have to go off and have to hide in a cave. So let me find this one passage here.
Okay for a second.
Okay.
Fuck you. Fuck you. You know what's funny?
I
Soup sounds great to me, but I know.
They went and they hid in a cave. You can imagine something like the cave we looked at the last 2 weeks, the cave of Babanta, for example. It's Rakesh Nisa, Ivralahu, Charuva, a miracle occurred, and a carrot tree grew up just outside the opening of the cave, and a well of water opened up. And so they would use this for their sustenance. They would go into the cave, and because they were there for an indefinite period of time with only one change of clothes, they would take off all of their clothes and bury themselves in sand all day, and they would study Torah. It's a pretty bizarre story. Here he is with his son. He's in this cave, buried up. Imagine to the neck in sand. Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. Buried up to the neck in sand, studying Torah. And when they had to pray, there's the 3 times daily prayers, they would come out, they'd put on their clothes, they would done them, and then maybe they'd have a snack of a carob or 2, and then back into the sun. They'll have them shopping in the you hang it a little deeply, and they did this because they didn't want their clothes to wear out. They stayed in that cave for 12 years, learning Torah, just the 2 of them the whole time. After Eliyahu, finally, Elijah the prophet, who in Jewish tradition is always kind of like showing up at key events and times, the Seder table, where he partakes of milk and cookies. No, wait, that's somebody else. He usually has a glass of wine, and it was a joke for some of you out in Latvia. So Eliyahu comes, and he says, he stood at the opening of the cave. Who will tell the son of Yochai, that's our protagonist, that the Caesar has died and the decree is over? So we're assuming sometime 12 years perhaps after the death of Hadrian, something like that, or 12 years after the decrees. It's not entirely clear what the chronology is. But now listen to what happens afterwards. So they came out. After 12 years living in the cave center, they come out. They saw Jews farming. Saw people out there going about their farming business. Amar, Shimon ben Yochai says, they abandon the eternal life and they engage in temporal life. That's a criticism. What does he mean by that? They should be studying Torah full time, like us in the cave. So we'll get a miracle, we'll get a character, things like that. So, and I'm emphasizing this because it's an element of Rabbi Shimon bar Yochai's persona that penetrates his life and also really penetrates, in my humble opinion, a certain sort of trend, a sort of strata in Jewish society, even to the present day. We'll see it even in contemporary Israel, maybe suburbs of Jerusalem, places like Lakewood and Brooklyn. And it says here, so what happens is, even worse, any place they cast their eyes, meaning Rabbi Rothschild would look at something, Yad Nisra. Immediately, whatever they looked at was burned up. I mean, you can take it on a literal level, which the Talmud is saying that their holiness, studying the Torah, has given them such superpowers that when they looked askance at a field of wheat or something like that, then the wheat would go up in flames. So guess what happened at that point? So a divine voice rang out and said to them, what are you guys doing? Are you trying to destroy my world? What are you guys doing? Are you trying to destroy my world? Meaning, this is an outright challenge here. I don't want you to come out of the cave and start burning everybody's fields up. Back into the cave with you guys. And so the 2 of them, Rabbi Shimon ben Yochai and his son, get thrown back in the cave. They get stuck back in there for another 12 years. But they stop that. They say, Amar Mishpat Rishon began in Yudbeis Kodesh. Even the most wicked people sent to hell are only there for 12 months. So we really can't stay here for 12 years. Certainly, God is a real compromise. So they, okay, you can go out. And when they come out, then they have a slightly different attitude. And we'll return to this story later, both in its prelude and in its epilogue. The point of this story, though, is that you see Rabbi Shimon bar Yochai engaged in incredibly deep contemplative prayer and study, which will lend to his reputation as the premier Kabbalist, at least since the days of Moses in traditional thought. He is without doubt the greatest of the mystics. And you also see his, his initial intolerance of anything but that pure Torah ideology, which then, of course, he himself has to go through a transformation to say, all right, there is a place for these other things in life. We haven't actually got to that denouement yet, but we shall shortly. But that's in fact the most famous story about Rabbi Shimon's bar. So let's look a little bit more at his life. As I mentioned earlier, it's best to understand his life within the context, historically at any rate, of the Hadrianic persecutions. The Emperor Hadrian shown here to the left. And we won't go over the reasons for this again because we discussed it in previous classes, but it was a period of tremendous persecution for Jews and especially for Jewish leadership. You will recall that Bar Kokhba was well supported by the Pharisaic leadership, by the Perushim, the rabbinic leaders of the time, most notably by Akiva ben Yosef, the greatest of them, who according to the Talmud had 24,000 students, who all died mysteriously in this period during the Hadrianic persecution. Some historians would say they were killed by the Romans. The Talmud itself gives a few other reasons for the plague and so on. But at any rate, Rabbi Akiva was spared temporarily in order to endure a show trial and a horrific punishment in order to deter other would-be Jewish rebels. The story goes that while Akiva was jailed, his students, Rabbi Shimon, came to him to the jail and wanted to learn more Torah from him. And Akiva said to him, Shimon, what do you want? You think how much trouble I am in you studying Torah? Don't you know that what's going to happen to me is that I'm going to be killed probably tomorrow? Why are you still trying to study Torah? Shimon says, you have to teach me.
I want to ask, is he Jewish, man?
Get
me out of this bitch.
If you want to hang yourself, you should find a taller tree. Meaning, in his humility, if you really want to be in trouble for this, find someone who's a greater rabbi than I. Shimon, in his insistence, says, if you don't allow me to hear your word to Torah, I will go tell my father Yochai about this, and you'll get even in worse trouble. So you see, just by one little passage, there are other passages elsewhere that corroborate this. Shimon and his father Yochai had something of a generational gap, that Yochai was more in favor of the traditional Pharisaic idea of accommodation with the Romans, or at least that strategic or tactical retreat to say, look, you leave us alone, we'll leave you alone. Whereas Akiva was more of a rebel, and Shimon sided with the rebel. So Shimon was threatening to go to Yochai and inform on Akiva, which was more of a simply an empty threat than anything else, because nothing worse can happen to Akiva at this point. Finally, Akiva says to him,
you're a white person, you fall over the Mexican,
which doesn't translate very well into English, but I'll try anyway. He says,
a white woman, you fall over the Asian man.
Than the cat wishes to suckle, the mother wishes to milk.
The point is
that the baby cow wants the milk, but more importantly and more intensely, the mother wants to give the milk. In other words, Shimon, you want to learn Torah, you have no idea how much I want to teach you Torah, but still I can't because it's just going to get you in worse trouble.
I didn't register that.
Akiva, of course, died a horrible death the next day. His flesh is raked with irons until he expires. It's recorded, and we read it every year in the Ela Ezra section of the Maksho during Yom Kippur, where we look at the 10 martyrs of the state who are all rabbis who died during these Hadrianic persecutions. And Akiva was the greatest among them.
Just make Sean Hayes be an actual woman, not even a trans.
The Shema at the moment of his expiration.
That'd be like if Tom Cruise played Anne Frank.
Take my money. But this is kind of like the intellectual background that Shimon Bar Yochai comes from. The Talmud cites Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai with incredible frequency, and his teachings, which are sometimes recorded simply as Rabbi Shimon, sometimes with the acronym Rashbi for Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, are considered extremely authoritative because they represent the tradition of Akiva ben Yosef. So he's considered one of the greatest rabbis because he embodies the teachings of Akiva.
Here's this woman, in her 50s, going, Also,
No,
another
he absolutely
role
did. This
taken
is at the
away
end of his
from
life. He was saying, please, one more teaching, please one. He was definitely
women
the
in their
Talmud
50s, as if
Mufas
there's a
of
lot of
Rabbi
work
Akiva,
for them.
one of the
Played by a
five
man,
that the
so,
Talmud says
I mean, there's
survived
that.
the Hadrianic
Yeah.
persecution.
So no,
So
I
this
get. I
out
mean,
of
look, comedies
24,000
and comedies,
students,
so you
again,
can't
that's a
really.
number that Talmud
Comedies
uses.
can do whatever they want.
It's hard to understand.
I just don't get
If
why
that's
they make
meant
another
literally or if
running
that's
man. Because
metaphorically,
they
they
did
got a
Arnold,
massive number of students, but only
8
5
years ago they did Arnold
survived,
Colin
which
Farrell
was
in 8.
considered
No, I
the
don't know. I
greatest
don't
among
think it's Total Recall. But that was an
Okay.
Arnold remake.
So,
Total Recall was.
now,
it's
he
fucking
had,
stupid.
how he get in trouble in the beginning is illustrative of his ideology as well. Again, his persona. I don't like to say personality. Because how can you say personality about such giants?
They
They
took all of the
only
tone
have
out of
a
that movie. That
tiny
was the
grasp
tone
of what
is
they
just
must have been
Sharon,
like.
dude, in the
But you
original
can see in
Sharon stone.
literary evidence what exactly he would have felt
I
about
don't know
some of
why
these larger things. So this is
that wasn't
probably something that occurred,
No. What I'm saying is, I don't
you
know
know,
why.
in the
That wasn't a
context of
great
the
movie.
Bar
I
Kokhba
don't think that
Revolution.
movie did. I don't know if it was
Shortly
that big of a hit. That's when
thereafter,
Arnold was kind of going down, I think.
I'll just read you
No,
what it says.
I
So,
love that.
3 rabbis are sitting and talking.
They need.
They
I
are
wonder if they're gonna redo Commando.
Rabbi Yehuda, Rabbi Yossi, and Rabbi Shimon. So these 3 rabbis are sitting and talking.
But they will.
But Yassi,
They're not
Yehuda,
leaving
and Ger,
out the whole
Kabbalah.
thing,
And there's
no.
another rabbi there whose name was,
Predator.
no, he's just a rabbi. There's another person there whose name was Yehuda ben
His
Ger.
show's kind of.
Pasak Rabbi Yehuda v'omer. So Rabbi Yehuda says,
Oh, I didn't see
Come on,
Yeah.
Na'im Maseh and Shoku Moshe. How wonderful are the achievements of the acts
It's the
of
only
this
accent I
people.
have.
Rashi
Yeah, I just
explains
thought I
Umar
was going to
Zovis
hit you as a
means
weird
the
movie,
Romans.
so.
We
Yeah, I
love
was
those
watching that
Romans.
because
They are great.
episode
Why?
3 or 4 of Squid Game.
Tikkun
That shit fucks.
Shvakim,
Oh,
they set
Bought out. I
up
felt way off on
malls,
that show.
Yeah, you know what?
marketplaces.
Look,
Tikkun
it's
Gesharm,
another
they
one.
built
It's another one
bridges.
show on Netflix. But
Tikkun
that's what they
Mercosals,
tell you. That's what they
built
tell you. How do you know?
bathhouses. I mean,
How do
they're
you know?
hugely invested in public works, which is true, by
What
the
I'm
way. The
saying
Romans
is,
were
nobody's talking about the same
incredible
way
builders.
Mike
You see
Brown
here a Roman
all-star
aqueduct. I mean, phenomenal.
Shop has
large
to
public
steal
achievements.
crystally is
The
big
road
and then
system
ruin the
in
podcast.
Europe is heavily dependent on the original Roman architecture, and of course, water transport, sewage, all of these big public works projects were typical of the Romans. So that was Rabbi Yehuda's opinion. I like those Romans because
But
I like
I
my
actually
aqueducts.
have to agree
Now, Rabbi
with
Yossi
Montez.
shuts up. Rabbi Yossi decided to say nothing.
Running Man
But
wasn't
remember, the
that
Jews
good.
are Gentiles, deep in fighting with the Romans at this
I
point.
was much more of a fan.
Rabbi Shimon, however, that's our protagonist. No, Rabbi Shimon Ramar,
Jumped out of the
he said, Kol ma shetiknu lo tiknu elud tzorchat. Everything they built was entirely selfish. They built it all for themselves. How so? Tiknu shvakim, the whole shebang zonos. They built marketplaces in order that they could have houses of ill repute. In order they could have places where they could find entertainment. They built bathhouses not to cleanse themselves, but just to chill, to hang out, like to go to the Schwitz. Yeshari, we told them nachas. They built bridges to collect tolls. And all of this stuff was purely self-motivated. So what ended up happening? You have 3 rabbis, right? The first one said, I love these Romans. The second one said nothing. Rabbi Shimon said, no, this is all purely self-interest. Halach for Yehuda ben Gerim. So Yehuda ben Gerim went to see what they ran, and he told people what they heard. Rashi says it's not like he was doing anything wicked. He was telling his father, he was telling students, he was telling people, saying, oh, I heard these 3 rabbis talking. But of course, that was a dangerous thing to do. Why? Because the story became known to the Romans. So then what the Romans did is, Yehuda praised them, they gave him a big promotion. The Yossi, who said nothing, they exiled him. And Rabbi Shimon, they put an APB out for him. And that's why he had to go into the cave, because he spoke his mind about the Romans, and he was rather critical. Now, that's one of the more difficult aspects of Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai's teachings is quite often, I don't say quite often, but often enough, there are some really strong anti-Gentile statements in his teaching. I'm not going to quote most of them. All you have to do is wander around YouTube and you will find all these passages, usually taken out of context. But he has some strong things to say, which are highly ethnocentric in nature. To quote one of the passages that is perhaps the least offensive, because it's placed within the sort of larger
than it is. If it's
mythic
actually
terms
harder
of the
to
Bible,
not
he
say
says,
something.
halakha le'olam
Like, you're
is an
actively
eternal law.
being.
Esav Songan Yaakov.
This is hard.
Esau hates Jacob.
You know what I'm saying?
Meaning,
Like,
this is just an essential condition
I understand that, but
the
getting
non-Jewish
everything
world
in there
that
is a
Jacob
whole
will be hated.
operation.
Just like Esau hated his brother
This
Jacob,
people probably bring
so
it.
too will
You know,
Jews
I
always be
understand.
hated by the
And he's like,
outside world.
fuck it, I'm out.
Again,
Just whatever they charge me.
These are difficult passages to understand on a philosophical level. I'm not going to entertain them because I'm not a rabbi. I'm just a professor of history.
Because
you can certainly, when you put it within the historical context, understand the kind of suffering that Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai personally went through, what he saw his teacher go through, and the kind of massacres that were part of the aftermath of the Bar Kokhba Revolution. You can certainly understand why he would have some strong feelings about the Romans and about non-Jewish society at the same time. So these things all come out of his relationship with the larger world. But that's subsumed within a far more central aspect of his personality, which is his dedication to Torah study. Let me provide for you another quote. This is from Pirkei Avot. And I actually had Mr. Rodriguez, who is multi-talented. Mr. Rodriguez, for those of you who are in Latvia watching right now, he's behind the camera there. And he's a chaplain in the U.S. military, candidate chaplain in the U.S. military. He's completed his master's degree in religious studies and a fiercely knowledgeable individual. So I asked him to find his quote, please. And here's what Rabbi Yaakov says. Now, I'm pretty sure this is Rabbi Shimon, another reading.
Has anyone ever said that like
Maybe
that?
that's why I couldn't find it. But I'll read it to you, and I'll have to look up exactly what's going on. So you found it even when I was mistaken. Amahalach Haderech Rishona Umaslik Mishnah Sova Omer. So someone's walking down the road and he's reviewing his learning, and he interrupts his learning and says, Ma No'et Elon
But what I'm saying is, you
How
learn how to
beautiful
be
is
frugal
this field?
because you understand how hard this process is and the value of money. That guy
The
does
Torah
not
considers as if
value
he
money.
should give up
He
his
doesn't
life.
understand money. Like,
So
he's
I mean,
kind
it's
of
a very strong
he got
passage.
famous when he was a
Very
baby.
central
Very
text,
local.
Pirkei Avot. And
If you
the
give somebody,
basic concept
like, if
of it
you
is
ask
that
somebody, here's
Torah
$1
study
million,
is so
I
incredibly
don't think
important
he didn't grow
that
up
we
rich.
should
I
not be
think he
distracted
just feels
from
entitled.
that study by
He's probably
anything
from
else
the
in the world.
hood. He came up
It's
with
written in
nothing.
hyperbolic
He
language.
says all this shit.
How we
It's like,
understand that
take
on
it
a
for
real
granted.
level,
Just
just
immature.
to a religious expert, I'm not one of those. But nevertheless, it gives you a sense of the monofocus that is characteristic of Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai and that sort of strata in Jewish thought.
That's not a lot of money.
The passage that Judas is referring to is when there are always rabbis in Israel, which, by the way, was the time where Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai studied with Rabbi Akiva in Bnei
But here's the thing
the modern day Bnei Brak is there
In
today.
North Hollywood.
And
what happens to people like
they're discussing the exodus from Egypt, and they're just talking and talking and talking. You know how rabbis are until finally the students come and they say, Rabbi, you gotta stop talking because the dawn is breaking and it's time to say the morning prayers. So Judas' observation is that, yeah, there is this kind of tropism where when you get involved in Torah, you just want to immerse yourself in it completely. It's overwhelming. It takes over everything, even the natural body functions of sleep. I mean, the rabbi and his son were sleeping in a cave in sand up to their necks. And yet, the real world is food and says, you gotta go out, you have to like, pray the atmosphere and so on. And in fact, when he comes out of the cave, at the end of the lecture, they oftentimes
Where your spending increases, your income rises. It's gradual and often unconscious. Dude, tendency to spend more on non-essential items, experiences like cool cars and trucks. What the fuck?
Mirror when we're there. Dude, hey, sweetie, we got the lifestyle creep. Lifestyle creep, VLC, good name for the episode.
I think it would have been difficult going there. But yeah, I think we are going to misunderstood most of these properties. And there's no question that, I mean, what you're asking is really a fantastic discussion. We could open up about the modalities of learning. To quote a non-Jewish source, for example, in one of the Platonic dialogues, can't remember who says it, but someone says to Socrates, isn't it great that we invented writing? It's such a memory aid. And Socrates says you got it all wrong. Writing has destroyed memory, because once you know you can write it down, and relying on paper and relying on text, you don't have memory anymore. Before writing, that's when everything was stored in your mind. And the oral Torah, which is primarily in the case of Mishnah and later Talmud, the vast majority was memorized. It was just, and you had people who were professional memorizers who would call the time, who would come out and would actually repeat massive sections of text. And scholars who might not be able to memorize themselves would hire them and keep them around.
There's Tupac in there with
What did
another
Rabbi
dude.
Rothschild say about that certain kind of loaf of bread? I mean, it's memorized and would cough it up like Wikipedia. So they definitely, the idea of them learning in the cave by memory was not at all weird. That's another story.
Okay.
Well, I have a story to illustrate this. But just one, and it gives you a sense of how we've changed even in a few short generations. One of my study partners when I lived in Toronto told me that his father was Europe. He was not a rabbi, not extremely learned, but a regular
Besides Brendan Shaw,
they used to like to travel at the end of the Sabbath to a neighboring town. But it was outside of the Sabbath boundary. You only allowed to travel a certain distance at a time by foot on the Sabbath. So what they would do, and you couldn't carry anything, they did not have an heirloom around the area. So my study partner told me that his father remembered as a young man walking with his friends out to that Sabbath boundary on a Saturday afternoon and waiting for the Sabbath to end, so they couldn't walk further, and they weren't allowed to carry any books with them, so they would repeat an entire tractate of Talmud. They would review it mentally. And we're talking now about something that takes, 250 pages to translate to English, and with a few young men, they're able to recreate the entire Talmud. And that's only, let's say, in the first couple decades of the 20th century. So you can imagine how our culture today, with our smartphones that have the entire Talmud on there in a second, how our memory is really deteriorated. Really interesting digression. Let's get back to the text stuff. Okay. Despite his antipathy to Rome, as we discussed earlier, he became recognized among the remnants of the Jews living in Israel as a leadership figure, and he was actually appointed by him to specifically go to Rome at one point and to plead the case of the Jews and to try and avert any further decrees being passed against them. We don't know a lot about the details of that message to Rome, but it seems to be widely supported throughout the text. What is kind of fascinating about that particular trip to Rome is that he is associated with perhaps the first miracle in his life, and I'm omitting the vast majority of them, but the legends that are associated with this particular trip are fascinating. Again, given the way rabbinic literature is structured, sometimes it's difficult to understand which legends are justly attributed to Shimon Bar Yochai and which legends may have been written about another rabbi and pasted onto Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai. But nevertheless, the fact that there are such legends circulating about it gives you a sense of how he was regarded. Specifically, the story was that the Jews had no idea how they were going to get the emperor of Rome to rescind a particular decree. So Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai employed a type of a demon, a shade, which then went and possessed the daughter of the emperor. Like a dibba kind of thing, where this demon somehow made her mentally ill, and they were very worried about it. So Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai shows up, and as the legend goes, he offers to kill the young woman, and of course he performs an exorcism, which then removes the demon. The emperor is so grateful, he says, "You can have anything in my storehouse, treasure." And so Rabbi Shimon goes and he finds that particular decree that is, intending some deal for the Jewish people. He says, "This is what I'd like to take." And the emperor says, "That's easy." And so Rabbi Shimon takes it and rips it up. Again, this particular legend may not be justly associated with Rabbi Shimon, but it points to a much larger trend in his life, and that is miracle working. We'll return to that in a moment. There's also a lot of beautiful stories about Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai. I don't want you to leave with this impression that he was like incredibly intolerant and completely focused on Torah study, disdainful of others, and so on, because that's not an accurate portrayal. Another story associated with him is there was a couple that had difficulty bearing children, and after 10 years of attempting to have children, they decided that they would get a divorce.
Everyone's like, oh, he's an ex-conner.
Body of Jewish law
There will never be another
so
conner.
they went to Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, and they said, it's just not working, and so we want to have a divorce, and we'd like you to, write to get and make sure that everything's done appropriately. And Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai apparently could see that they actually cared for each other very much, and he wanted to find some other ways for them to achieve their objectives. So he said, well, listen, how about this? When you got married, you made a big party, so when you get divorced, you should also make a big party. You should also have a celebration of your life together, and now you're going separate ways. So they had a big party, and they invited all their friends, and it was a wonderful time. That night, they were feeling so good about each other.
About this, and by the way, Casey has called me out on this. He's like,
and so they decided not to get divorced afterwards. It's a beautiful story. Maybe it should be a strategy for other couples who unfortunately are not able to have children. But you get a sense of Rabbi Shimon sensitivity and association with miracles.
Just off the ESPN.
They're saying right there, YouTube channel. So that's
some of the miracles are
check that.
really
YouTube, you can find views. I'm super small. I don't think they're views. I don't think
they're discussion of his cleansing of the city of Tiberias, in which the city filled with unmarked graves, which represent a problem, particularly for Jews who are Kohanim.
Topiary is so much bigger than Max Holloway, Justin Gaethje, so it might be that, and then Charles Oliveira is beloved by Americans and Brazil. But one day versus 1 year. Yeah, I'm not buying that.
So Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, the
I'm not saying
legend
it's
goes,
100%. Also, what got more attention? UFC 300. This random car,
from driveways, things like that, and have the bodies move and purify the entire town. So that's what they live there. And there's one version of that story that actually says all those who are buried alive and all those who are arisen should be entombed. And the guy who informed on him back in the story I told you earlier, he ended up dying and actually buried in a proper cemetery. But the idea of association with miracles is very profound throughout the text. Now we have to get to one of the more complex and difficult aspects of his life,
in a different country, maybe, or
and that is his association with this book, the Zohar. The truth be told, many
maybe your wife ordered from his
lectures that you might find on the internet about Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai would probably start with this point, identifying Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai as the author of the Zohar. This is a very problematic statement that already came into question
again, that's all Justin Gaethje, UFC 300.
So let me just kind of outline a little bit of the debate. And the truth is, we're going to omit most of the discussion because it properly belongs in the 13th century, not in the 2nd century. Basically, what is the Zohar? It is a huge Aramaic language commentary on the Torah, which is deeply Kabbalistic in nature. It is one of the most central texts of Jewish mysticism, a massive, rambling text, very difficult to understand, clearly made up of many, many different levels
compared
of
internationally, just
most
so
likely
much more
authors
massive
who are
and relevant
contributing
than
to this massive work that has been extensively studied, particularly by Gershon Sholem in the 20th century, breaking it down into its different parts.
Here,
it has
Justin
been
Gaethje, I'd be pretty hardcore.
always associated with Rabbi Shimon Bar
So
Yochai
it's not like the
since
people
it
in Brazil and
was
Spain are
first
tuning in to
released to
Justin
the
Gaethje
public
fights, so
world
it could be that.
in the late
And we can watch
13th
now, I'll
century
edit this
by
out.
a rabbi named Moshe de Leon.
Topiary has
He
the exact same
claims that he
tattoos as
discovered
Jennifer's.
this book And it had been hidden
This
for
was
so
fun.
many
This was the
centuries,
best.
studied privately by Kabbalists, handed it down from
And then
one Kabbalist
the
to
fact
a
that it's
student,
1 second.
that student
Oh
later
my
to history and so
God.
on, until finally in the 13th
That's the
century,
best
because of
knockout I've
material
ever seen.
circumstances, it had to be
I
made
could send you
public,
screenshots
and the
of the
Zohar
YouTube
was released
to
to the
your
larger
email
world.
to
And it became an amazingly
I'm sure
popular
it does.
work, the subject of many learned commentaries,
There you go.
and earned a place of tremendous authority within the mystical tradition. The problem is, there's a lot of internal literary evidence to indicate that Moshe Leon did not discover the Zohar. He may have actually authored it, or he may have
The
edited
only
it.
argument would be is the Max always just engages
had
the
a
full
lot of
fight,
evidence
which
points
went
to
3
it,
rounds,
maybe
and the
a
knockout was the last second.
Of 13th
This
century
video is
Kabbalah,
this is 5
not
minutes long.
2nd
Because
century
remember, it
Kabbalah.
happened in the first
And
round.
the attribution to Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai is the kind of thing that, at least in the classical world, was very commonly done. People would write books, and then they would put someone else's name
I know a
on it.
lot of bots.
Unlike, as I like to say today, where
That's why I'm
people,
going.
people
Maybe it is. Maybe
take
it
other
is that
people's
big.
books and put their own name on it, right? It's the opposite of what we like to do
That's
today.
all that makes
But at any rate,
It's
adding
incredible.
Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai's name to the author line was a way of promoting this particular work. And the evidence is really quite, it's not inconsiderable. It has to be looked at. Like, as Rabbi Joseph Telushkin put it in one of his books, if you look at, for example, the language that's used in the Zohar, there are words that show up there that are totally inappropriate for 2nd century work. He says it's like reading an ancient work and suddenly finding the word Oldsmobile show up in the middle of it. Like, the word Oldsmobile does not belong in the 2nd century. It doesn't make sense otherwise. And they're like passages which are clearly echoing things which were written 1,000 years later, that are repeated in the Zohar, and a lot of like the archaeology of the background of the Zohar really belongs to the later date. Now, that's not at all to diminish the tremendous spiritual power of the Zohar. And by the way, there are many proponents who expend tremendous energy defending the traditional view of the Zohar as being authored by Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai. This is not a closed debate. Although the bulk of the scholarly world leans toward the 13th century authorship, and the bulk of the traditional Orthodox world leans toward the 2nd century authorship, that's not at all to diminish the value of the Zohar. I can tell you, I asked my own Rebbe once, the late Rabbi Rothschild of blessed memory. I once asked him, what do you make of this whole Zohar controversy? Is it written in the 13th century or the 2nd century? Did Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai write it, or is it somehow invalid? And Rabbi Rothschild said to me, it doesn't matter if it was written in the 13th century, because it's all true. He said it's all powerful and relevant, and where it exactly comes from is not important. Not quoting him exactly. I also asked him, by the way, because there is a ban on studying Kabbalah before you're 40 years old. And I was maybe 25 years old, and I have this little book, beautiful book called Chokli Israel, which is a great, it breaks the weekly parsha up into 7 days, and each day you study a little bit of Torah, a little bit of Tanakh, a little bit of Mishnah, a little bit of Talmud, a little bit of Musar, a little bit of Halacha, and at the end, a little bit of Zohar. And I said to Rabbi Malevsky, I'm not 40 years old. Am I allowed to read this paragraph of Zohar? And he said, sure, Hillel, go ahead, you can read it. And I said, yeah, how come? He says, because you're not going to understand any of it. So, anyway,
It's Monday, July
the bottom line
7th.
for our purposes
It
today
is a
is that
beautiful July
I
7th.
can't
It's
give a
Big
lecture
J
on
Shop
Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai without mentioning the association with the Zohar. But I can't mention the association of Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai with the Zohar without mentioning that it is a subject of huge controversy and could well be the creation of the 13th century and not the 2nd.
Happy birthday to Mr. J
God willing,
Shop.
we'll move
Sure,
on
guys,
to
don't
the series.
smile
We
in
should do a
the
lecture
house.
sometime on Moshe Leon and try to understand
It finally
more
stopped
about
raining
him
here in
and the
Austin.
Zohar and
Dude,
the
that was
controversy, but
crazy.
that's not for today's
Never
discussion.
seen anything like it. I've
The
been some
death of Rabbi
rainstorms in
Shimon Bar
Denver.
Yochai is widely celebrated today,
Listen, when really
particularly
bad when I was
in the city
touring
of
in
Meron.
Baltimore,
The
I've
mystical
never seen
classics
anything
describe his death
like the
in
rain
very,
we
very
got
powerful
for
terms,
4 or 5
in which
days
he
there
was,
ever.
he was
Obviously, there was the
surrounded
flooding.
by all of his students, and he
Just
gives
tragic.
like kind of the last
Tragic
testimony. He says,
devastation.
now I'm
All
going
girls
to teach
camp
you
right
my
down the river.
most secret
My first
holy
reaction was, I was like,
teachings.
what?
And he goes up into
But
a
it was like
pillar
2
of fire
a.m., 3
that lasts for a
a.m.,
while
and a 30-minute
while the students
notice.
are trying to absorb the
And then
oil
it
that's
was
somehow
just
emanating
like
from the
27
fire,
feet.
and then at the end of
Just
it,
took
he's
over
gone.
everything.
His body
So yeah,
disappears and
missing
so on.
kiddos. I
And so,
can't
in
imagine.
commemoration of
I
that
would keep
death,
the podcast off.
traditionally on the date Lag BaOmer, although I understand there's some controversy about that particular day, Mr. Rodriguez tells me,
Absolutely
but I haven't done the
insane.
research
It's
yet.
good now. It's gonna be good all week.
On
But
that
it's
day,
crazy.
in the city of Meron, which is
Crazy.
associated with his death, where his
How's your July 4th?
burial is,
It's cool.
they
Jim was
have
supposed to
a
come.
bonfire. And that's why on Lag BaOmer,
So I
this
haven't invited
particular
Brian,
holiday,
right? I want to keep the
they're
riff out there.
celebrated through these
Jim was supposed
fires,
to come to the block
and
party
it's a
that my
very
neighborhood
Kabbalistic
had. And then
kind of
text me the
ritual
day
that's
before.
celebrated
It was like,
around.
hey,
There's another thing that
I
you do
feel
on
so
Lag
bad. Can we
BaOmer,
name 5 friends?
which is
I was like,
associated very much
no,
with
dude.
Rosh Hashanah and the Kabbalah.
That's
is
kind
that
of my like.
3-year-old boys get their
So
first
just to give you like a heads up, like, I
so-called
know you're not
upshare.
gonna. I'm just like your way of
The
making it
Bible
say
says
no.
that a man is
But
like
I wanted
a
to go,
tree in
but I had no
the
choice
field,
because people
and
get people in
just
town.
like the Torah says that
No, I knew what was
trees
going on.
should
I was
not
like,
have their
we
fruit
know. Yeah, you don't know each other.
consumed during the first 3
I'm telling
years
you,
of
man,
their
that's
growth.
July 4th. I
So
love
too the hair should
Really?
grow long, but on
Hands
the
down.
3rd year, for
Nice.
lots
That
of
was
interesting
fantastic.
Kabbalistic reasons,
Just
that's when
fantastic. 'Cause my kiddos being
on Lag
born
BaOmer
in
specifically, you have this
you know,
haircut. It's more common with Hasidim than it is with Lithuanians. I was kind of having fun, so I put a picture here. My son's first haircut, Alexander, is the typical Lithuanian haircut. Kind of a typical Lithuanian expression too. Like everybody's done, you're not sure what you do. The guy in the back there with the dark beard, he's got that holding my son. And then because I was kind of putting together, this one is probably not going to go in. Here's what my son, this is Alexander, this is what he looks like now. And that's in Israel. And he's a pretty good looking guy. He looks a little bit like this guy.
So
James B. Let's go back. There's Alexander. There's James B. I don't know. I think so, right? There's something like that I marked out for. Anyways, let us return finally to the last part of the story that we discussed, which, by the way, is Tractate Shabbat, page 33b. So you recall what happened is, they're in the cave for 12 years, presume they're studying Kabbalah, and they're, meditating and going and traveling the world through their spiritual journeys, things like that, while remaining physically in the cave. They come out, whatever they see burns up because they're so holy, and they can't understand why people would engage in regular mundane activities when they have this tremendous learning that they can be doing instead. Then God says, I don't like this, get back in the cave. They spend another year in the cave, and then they come out. So what happens when they come out the second time? Rabbi Rothschild says to his son, "B'nai dai olam ani v'ata." So not for the world, just you and me. Meaning, we can't help it. People are still going to be involved in the field, plowing, and all these kind of business things. But as long as you and I are studying Torah with this level of intensity, that's enough for the universe. Just the two of us studying with intensity. This is kind of like a movement in his literary persona from the intolerance and after they possibly doing that and saying, well, okay, it's unfortunate, they're going to do that, and we're going to do our thing. But listen to this third level. What happens is they're out there and they kind of have this attitude that, we're the elite, we're the intellectual leaders, and we're going to be engaged in the Torah. And what these are states are regular Jews, they're much lower than us. Finally, what happens is, they saw a certain old man who was carrying 2 bundles of myrtle. By the way, when it says Nahum Saba, certain old man, there's a Talmudic tradition that says that's Eliyahu HaNavi, Elijah the prophet. Again, in disguise,
whenever they use an
old man, they don't know it's Elijah the prophet, but they see an old man carrying 2 bundles of myrtle. Barahi,
That just
Barahi,
like lost 13
running,
million bets
it's
after
Friday
Series
afternoon,
loss.
it's going to be
Yeah, but he
Shabbos.
gives out mattresses.
So, Amru,
when
they
win, I
said
think
to
the
him,
World Series or maybe
I
it's the
didn't
playoffs.
know.
But anybody that's
What
on
are you
mattress, he
carrying those
refunds
for?
them if they win.
Amru, the Chavod Shabbos.
Holy cow,
Carrying
every
these
year.
in honor of the Sabbath.
Yeah, right.
Right,
Yeah, you just bought a
so
mattress, so you should win the mattress, Mike.
So what are you carrying two for? You only need
So
one.
this dude, his house is not far
He
from
says that
Chad
the Chad
He
Keneged Zachor,
puts
the
on
Chad
like a
Keneged
straight
Zachor. No, it says
up Disney
in the Torah, there's two passages in which the Ten Commandments occur. In one passage it says, remember the Sabbath day. In the other passage it says, guard the Sabbath day. So therefore I have two bunches of myrtle. One is in memory of that passage, remember. One is in memory of that passage, guard. Just like we typically have two loaves of bread or mochi, things like that. There are other reasons too. So then Rabbi Shimon says, Amalei Lefrei, son, Kaze Kama Chavivin Mitzvah Shel Yisrael. Look how much the Jewish people love the commandments. So much so that Friday afternoon, this guy's running like a crazy man, carrying two bunches of myrtles, and that's heavy, wood-like things, in order to observe these two dual aspects of the Sabbath, a tiny little detail. And at that point, Yasid Dategu, at that point, his mind was calm. In other words, he came to the realization, in my humble opinion, that even though these people are not going to be able to study Torah on the same level as my Sinai in the cave. Nevertheless, they're putting their own heart and soul into the observance of the commandments, and their simple Jewish identity is incredibly invaluable. And so he was able to integrate that within his worldview. So to bring this to a conclusion, to try to look at his legacy, the kind of type that we imagine Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai to be is some type that has really echoed throughout Jewish history. It's a kind of an intellectual ideal that you see in figures like the Vilna Gaon, deeply, completely dedicated to Torah study, to the exclusion of so many others. And they're like these spiritual giants who may have had a sharp tongue and may have had a lack of tolerance sometimes or at least on an apparent level, they might have had a lack of tolerance for the less learned. But ultimately, they are there to devote themselves entirely to the will of God, and it is a kind of a spiritual ideal, one of many that populate the Jewish pantheon of great ones. Okay, with that, I want to thank you very much for your attention and your endurance, and God willing, I'll see you next week. We're going to talk about Eldad the Danite. Okay. Thank you for the applause. I'll bulk it up for the internet. I'll put some more applause.
Well, I hope you enjoyed that lecture. Had a lot of fun doing the lecture. I especially liked the little part where I included, examples of my son's current photograph and James Dean's photograph. But at any rate, I had a really good response to last week's call to action at the end of the Babata video saying, please add to the goodness of the internet by writing something positive or at least something constructive on the videos. This has been working so well, I'd like to try another call to action. If you found this video useful, or even if you found it really terrible, share it with your friends. Put it on your Facebook channel and say, you've got to check out this video because this guy has no idea what I'm talking about. Or whatever, this is useful, I really liked it, and impress your friends with your sophistication and ability to learn high-level academic Jewish history. I think that would help.
Not much, buddy. I am back from Brad. Shout out to Brad. Shout out to yep. And very quickly, if you're in the Austin area, we're doing Act Off, finding the best and worst actor among the best comics in Austin.
That's about it.
Sunset Strip,
Thanks for watching.
Come out this Wednesday.
What are they doing? They got an act?
Yeah, they're getting prompt to do. Yeah, they're getting prompt.
You guys just looking for people to film it?
Yeah.
Oh, that'd be cool.
Yeah, that'd be great. And
That'd be cool. How was your fourth, pal?
it was good, buddy. I was on a plane.
Flying on the phone.
I was flying on the fourth. It's not crowded though. Most people are not.
No, I know, but you're not doing anything with the fourth. You're flying.
Landed home with my kids. Had a good dinner with my kids.
Tonight's lecture is going to be about
good.
one of
and then
Israel's
fireworks
greatest military leaders,
I don't
famous Shimon Bar Kokhba, who led a
I had the best.
courageous and heroic and ultimately successful, albeit on a temporary level, attempt to drive the Romans out of Israel and retake Jerusalem.
I know, I was in the
This rebellion occurred probably around the year 132 of the Common Era. We have some questions about the specific dating, but it's certainly about 60 years after the destruction of the temple, 70 odd years after the destruction of the temple, and he actually succeeded in driving out the massive Roman army, which was incomprehensibly powerful, and the Romans, in order to push the Jews back, had to invest a phenomenal amount of men, perhaps as many as
it was raining, so I
250,000
figured we
troops
couldn't get fireworks, and the rain stopped.
this
And one of the
strange
neighbors was like,
but
man, you're
persistent guerrilla force of Jews hiding out in the Judean hills. It's a rather amazing and heroic story, but it has a lot of twists and turns regarding his own personality, including the fact that many of the rabbis felt that he was actually a Messiah. They felt that he was the Messiah, the long-awaited Redeemer, none other than Rabbi Akiva, the great Rabbi Akiva, believed that Bar Kokhba was the Messiah. Ultimately, however, he himself was killed, and his venture failed, and the Romans were able to enforce even a harsher punishment on the Jews, and really reinforce the diaspora that had begun with the destruction of the temple in the first century. Anyways, that's the story that we're going to explore tonight. Part of our story revolves around this image, which is not so clear, I'm sorry, but I'll get a better one, I think, for next week. This is the Cave of Letters. It's a remote cave in one of the walls, sheer cliffs that are surrounding the Dead Sea. And in 1960, the Israeli general explored these caves and discovered a tremendous cache of documents, artifacts, utensils that were hidden there by the Bar Kokhba rebels in one of their last stands. So we'll have a case to look at the documents that were found there, the artifacts that were found there, and we'll give us a road as well.
How much fun is all the houses have different
let's get started with the material per se. So setting the tone for the uprising, we should recall that this occurred in the context of Emperor Hadrian's rule over Israel. Not to be confused with Herod, we spoke about last week. Hadrian's ruled from the year 117 to the year 138. And initially, his approach to the Jews and to Israel was seen to have been somewhat conciliatory. In fact, there are several legends recorded in the Talmud in which he considered rebuilding the temple, which is an amazing thing. The temple, we should remember, was not only a center of religious significance for the Jews, it was their ultimate national center as well. It was kind of like the White House, the Congress, capital, everything was Washington, D.C. for the Jews. And to have lost the temple meant that the very sense of national self was destroyed. So a concession by allowing them to rebuild the temple would have really meant that they felt that Judea had been pacified and that the Jews could regain some sense of their identity and then they move on. Let us recall what we discussed last week, that the Roman strategy of government was one of divide and dividing and ruling, where they did not like to invest massive amounts of troops and administrators to directly administer territory. They much preferred to sort of co-opt
Welcome.
their elites and allow them to run their own government, kind of in a Quisling fashion, if you think of World War II with countries like Norway and so on. They wanted them to run their own affairs. They just said, you pay us tribute and you give us the proper obeisances and we will be very happy to let you run the country. So that may have been the reasoning behind the legend surrounding his openness initially to rebuild the temple. I'm going to read you a passage here from the Midrash, and we should understand that, the rabbis who recorded the Midrash are not trying to record historical data as we understand it today. They're primarily trying to convey religious messages, which they will couch within the context of the historical realities of their time, but they will not necessarily they won't feel hard bound to be completely accurate in every detail, because that's not the message that they're trying to convey. It's kind of like If you think about the hermeneutics of the ancient text, it's like the difference between a prescription and a love poem. A prescription has to be totally and completely exact. What drug, what dose, how long, all those things are really important, disaster can happen. A love poem, on the other hand, can employ hyperbole, it can employ, similes, metaphors, all kinds of things. Can you imagine if your doctor said, give him something sort of like Xanax, right? You can't do that. It has to be exactly Xanax or whatever it is. So these Midrashic texts also are trying to convey the information like a love poem, as it were. We can't read them like prescriptions because that's not the way they were written. Okay, so here we go. In the days of Rabbi Rothschild and Hananiah, the Roman government, that's under Hadrian, decreed that the temple should be rebuilt. Papas and Lucianus, these are two important rabbis, set up tables from Akko to Antioch and provided for the Olim from the Galut, meaning they set up these tables. Principally, it seems to allow people to start exchanging their local currencies for Israeli shekels, so that they could, because the term table in Midrashic Hebrew means money changers.
Israel, I don't know.
And the Samaritans had a very different The Kutim said to the emperor, be it known now unto the king that if this city be builded and the walls finished, I love this translation, they will not pay tribute, impost, or toll. Said he, the emperor, to them, to the Samaritans, what is to be done, seeing what I've already issued a decree? Said they to him, send to them and say, either change the site of the temple, or enlarge it by 5 cubits, or diminish it by 5 cubits. Then they will of themselves abandon the venture. Meaning that the story in this Midrash is that the Samaritans, who wanted to ruin the possibility of rebuilding the temple, they said to the emperor, Hadrian, you can't let them have the temple. He says, what can I do? I already said I would let them have the temple. So they said to him, you know what? You do this. Tell him you can have the temple, but you have to put it someplace else. Like, the embassy can be in Tel Aviv. It can't be in Jerusalem, for example. That was a joke, so 1938. It was not a joke, but it was like a quip. Can I keep the clips? Maybe the last the will say if I have a clip or two. Okay, the other thing is, or say to them, you can have your temple, but it should be a little bit roomier. Enlarge it by 5 cubits, which is the equivalent of about 9 feet or so. Or shrink it by 5 cubits. Now, why would the Jews say, sure, let's do it? Because the temple has to be exact, right? The measurements are the size, the map, exactly the way it is. And so by telling them, you can have the temple, but it has to be a little bit bigger, they won't be able to accept it. And so what will happen, this is the plan of the Kutim, they are Jewish, by the way, and we'll see exactly how Jewish and what context, but they ruined the plot. The Jews would have to refuse, and ultimately Hadrian got his way. A throng of Israel had congregated in the Vale of Beth Rimon when the letters of the emperor arrived. The people began to weep. Then a spirit of revolt began to sweep through the assembly. Some said, let us stand forth and calm the people. This phrase would, of course, be one of the Pharisees from last week. They said, let Rabbi Rothschild come forth, for he is a great scholar of the Torah. So then Rabbi Rothschild arose and expounded this parable. It's a good parable. I'm going to use it on my kids. Once a lion ate of his prey, and he got a bone stuck in his throat. Said the lion, if anyone can get the bone out of my throat, he will get a reward. There came an Egyptian heron who stuck his beak into the lion's throat and pulled out the bone. Said the heron, give me my reward. Said the lion, off with you. Go and boast that you entered the lion's mouth and got out of their safety. So it is with the Jews, and so we ought to be satisfied that even though we got entangled with the Romans, we got disentangled without coming to harm. And so the parable of the story is that even though, and some elements of this may be exactly conform to reality. That maybe they didn't have this policy, he thought it might work, and then because of the internal conflict, specifically with the Samaritans, who were significant force in Israel at the time, he was coming to a bad end, so he decided to change his mind, and Rabbi Rothschild and Francia representing the Pharisees, said, you know what, fine, we will do it over the temple as long as we can do it over the Romans as well. And that was, of course, sort of the attitude of the savior in a non-revolting fashion. So you saw that there was a chorus of voices saying we should fight against the Romans for the chutzpah of asking us to change our temple. Okay, so let's just go a little further and try to figure out who are these Samaritans. I'm sure you've heard the term the Good Samaritan. Everybody knows the meaning of that term.
But I'm still.
What is a Good Samaritan?
Well, everybody does that. Everybody's like, save my money.
Not my guys now.
No. I got a great guy.
Oh, give me the modern terminology. What do we mean by it today?
And I thought it was great. At the end of the day, it is what it is.
Royally fucked.
They're really nice. Okay, why does that person have to be a Samaritan?
I just bought a mattress. I don't know how much have you paid for your mattresses. That's how much is mattresses.
I don't know. We buy. You don't spend too much.
Basically,
We've got some mattresses that weren't that
I'm
expensive.
sure a lot of my viewers
Casper
will
and
know
those
this
kind of
correctly.
mattresses.
But what happens is there's a disciple who talks to Jesus, or may have been actually an opponent of him, he says to Jesus, you know, how am I supposed to love my neighbor as myself? I mean, come on, am I supposed to really do all these things? I don't see anybody doing those things, right? So Jesus says, let me give you a parable. He says, there's a guy who's like nuts, and he's like lying on the side of the road.
That's fucking
This beautiful kind of
Yeah,
like,
I'm starting to remember.
everybody sleeps there because that's the best sleep I've had. Because
guy lying on the side of the road.
I use those.
Yo, Frosty, how you living, pimp? What's good, son? Frosty, what the fuck, dog? I did want to talk with you. There he is. How you living, baby? Frosty. WTF, dog?
him,
That's
and then
$1,000
passes
shit.
by.
That's good.
You know, walking across the street. Then along comes a Levite, a Levi, sees them, doesn't want to deal with them, it's messy, the guy's bleeding him, he's stuck to the street. And along comes a Samaritan, and he helps them nevertheless. He bandages them up, he takes them to a hotel, he tells the innkeeper whatever it costs, I'll pay it, I'll come back in a little while to check on the whole thing. And that is the Good Samaritan. But the point that we have to understand in the story is that the Samaritans and the Jews hated each other bitterly. The Samaritans were a group of people who had converted to Judaism under duress. And their whole story is described in Tanakh, that they were afraid that if they didn't convert to Judaism, they would be devoured by lions. And so their conversion to Judaism was sort of suspect for a good 400 years. And a good part of the Talmud, Tractate Brachot in particular, goes back and forth. Do we consider them Jews or not Jews? If we're Testament and Minion, if we're eating and the waiter is one of the Samaritans, and the waiter being included in Zimon, for the exercise, going back and forth deciding, are they Jews or are they not Jews? And as a result, not surprisingly, the Samaritans did not like the traditional rabbinic Jews in return. Ultimately, they divided very sharply, where the Samaritans set up a temple-like cult on Har Gerizim, on Mount Gerizim, which is, I believe, near Nablus. It's a mountain up near Nablus, and they even to this day, by the way, Samaritans they still sacrifice on certain holidays, goats and things like that, because it's sort of like the ancient temple cult, but it is a Samaritan version. And so at that point, the rabbi said, that's it. At that point, we're not considering them Jews, they're off. And they had a tremendous fight with each other throughout the entire time. Another example of how they used to fight is the rabbis, when they would announce the new moon, they would signal to far-off communities that the new moon had been declared, so people would know when it's Rosh Chodesh, when it's Pesach, when it's all these holidays. And they would do it by lighting signal fires on mountaintops. and from far away you would see the fires. You would light a fire and go on until the Samaritans started waiting and lighting fires on their own, on the wrong days. So it messed up the whole system, and we had to go to a printed calendar, and synagogues made a lot of money as a result because they could print catalog. But anyway, so the story, Jesus' story, is only understandable in the context of the fight between the Jews and the Samaritans. It's like saying all the people who should have helped this Jewish guy on the road, they refused to, and of all people, Dafka, it's a Samaritan who helps him. It's like saying, you're let's say you're stuck in a really bad neighborhood, and all of the inner city population, rich people are walking by, let's say white, middle class Americans are walking by, leaving alone, and then an inner city resident who is dirt poor walks up and takes care of you. It's like Dafka, it's the Samaritan who helps him. Did I make that a little too long? Okay, thank you, Jude. All right, so anyways, there's three basic groups of Jews who are vying for authority in Israel at this point, and they have different relationships vis-a-vis Rome. The Pharisees we spoke about. The Pharisees are trying to practice this, like Yochanan ben Zakkai that we discussed the other day. They're trying to practice a sort of tactical retreat. They're trying to stay disentangled, disengaged from Rome. You leave us alone, they'll leave you alone, and they're trying to just stay out of Rome's way and manage their own Torah affairs in closed disciple circles. The Christians are being horribly persecuted, and they're being persecuted both by the Romans in a very physical and fatal way, and they're also being persecuted to agree by the Pharisees by being excluded from the Jewish body politic. Again, remember that when I use the term Christian in the 2nd century, we're talking about a mixed population of Jews who adopt Christianity as a faith system, and their version of Christianity, Jewish Christianity, if you want to call it that, is basically all the mitzvahs plus belief in Jesus. And you also have a growing population, especially outside of Israel, of Gentiles who adopt Christianity, and they are practicing no mitzvot, but believing in Jesus. So it's a mixed population. It doesn't make sense. Well, these are Gentiles, meaning they're like Romans, Greeks, from Asia Minor, all these places, and they leave essentially paganism to become Christians, but they feel no reason to go through Judaism to get to Christianity. They go straight to Christianity, and therefore they don't pick up keeping kosher, keeping Shabbat, things like that. And there's internal struggles within the Christian world, but definitely they are united against the Romans and united against the Jews as well. I mean, they were going to. And then finally, you have these Samaritans who are trying to have some kind of engagement with the Romans and trying to portray the Jews as we saw in that story with Abraham. And there's a lot of conflict as a result. There's certainly a real effect of our cultural revolution, but I didn't use too much of this particular. So we have basically two major accounts, non-Jewish accounts of the Bar Kokhba revolution. I'll show you some depictions of the historians there. But there's a broad agreement on the major causes of the war. We know that civil society was breaking apart in the 3rd decade and the 2nd decade of the 2nd century. That there was a tremendous amount of hooliganism, there was a tremendous amount of banditry, quite a bit of it actually perpetrated by Jews. We have Jewish bandits on the road throughout Israel, and the Romans are not particularly exercising much control. They're not trying to establish a Rechtsstaat, society governed by law. They're basically letting it become lawless as long as it doesn't affect the governing authorities. There's some amazing stories of these bandits who are kind of from in a way. They're kind of like pious in a way. Like the comic describes one man who was being led off to execution. And as he is being carried away to being executed, he shouts, "Tell the widow of Shimon that I murdered him on the way to the city of God." I can't remember what city it was. But here he is. Why would he reveal that? Why would he say he's not being executed? And he's letting the widow of so-and-so know that he was the one who killed her husband.
flocks, and they're an
Yeah, good
outdoor
question.
dog.
Anyone want to offer?
And they're independent.
And we let Donnie out on the front lawn, and if he sees
what if
people
the
walking by,
body
just
was
sprint
never
towards them,
found?
which you can't
Right?
have.
So if the body
He's
was never
harmless, though.
found,
Barking
then
doesn't
she would be
Well,
in a
those
Luna.
German
She would
Shepherds,
not
if
be
you get the
allowed
right
to
one,
remarry.
nothing better. But they're serious dogs.
Well, if she were to remarry, right, against the rabbinic approval, so by going and shouting, "I killed him,"
95
that
pounds.
meant that she was no longer an
fucking
Abuna,
big.
she was
Yeah,
a
they're
widow,
big.
and therefore could
The girls,
remarry.
they squeeze
So,
their asshole.
Then the rabbis got into a big tumult. Oh my gosh, do we accept the testimony of a guy who's being let off that is executed? I mean, how reliable is that for testimony? They concluded in the woman's favor, saying that yes, the fact that he admitted to killing this guy, we would accept it in order to render her able to marry another man. But that you get a sense of the kind of confused period of time. Here's a person who has no problem murdering another Jew, but he's about to execute. He wants to definitely save this other woman from being kind of we also, so the local governing authorities began to really crack down heavily. And particularly one individual named Timaeus Rufus, or Rufus Turnus, as he's known in the Talmud, begins to impose some really severe measures on the Jewish population, outlawing a lot of basic Jewish practices. There's some debate about which specific ones, the observance of the Sabbath, circumcision, and so on. But there are a lot of stories of brutality from this one Turnus Rufus that certainly escalated the conflict. Now, Dio Cassius, or Cassius Dio, shown here, the Roman historian from the late 1st century, early 2nd century, or late 1st, 2nd century, early 3rd century, who wrote that the flashpoint for the revolt was specifically Hadrian's destruction of Jerusalem and its renaming as Aela Capitolina, meaning that was totally the opposite of his earlier policy of perhaps rebuilding the temple, and most historians follow Cassius Dio in their line of thinking. However, Eusebius, shown here, who is a church historian and the other major non-Jewish source on this period, he says that actually the temple was raised, or the Aela Capitolina was renamed, Jerusalem was raised further after the revolt as kind of a punishment for Bar Kokhba rebellion. So historians at this point do not know exactly what was the flashpoint that caused it. One thing we do know is that Hadrian had just left Israel. He was on this kind of grand tour of the Middle East, and he left Israel, and that's obviously when the Zealots felt, okay, this is the time that we can finally rise up against the Romans. Dio Cassius says that the Jews had a unique strategy for obtaining weapons. They had a certain amount of gun control, as it were, in the ancient world. It wasn't possible for just anybody to just produce weapons. It made a lot of noise, the banging, the clanging, they had to get the raw materials and so on. And the Romans kept a tight control over the weapons that were circulating. So according to Cassius Dio, the Jews were forced to produce weapons for the Romans in their own forges and so on. And the Jews would intentionally make poor quality swords. They would have a defective one every 2 or 3 swords. And they would hand these over to the Romans, and the Romans would say, "What is this garbage?" And they say, "Theft." And they would probably not say theft, but they would give the swords back and say, "Give us better quality swords." And according to Cassius Dio, that's how the Jews were able to accumulate a large amount of metal and a large amount of very defective swords, but they were able to arm themselves. We don't have much evidence for this particular legend, but it's an interesting one. What we do have evidence of, however, is approximately 125 tunnels found today that they were used by Bar Kokhba and his rebels. Their strategy was to build these underground tunnels throughout, particularly Judea, but also stretching forward into Galilee. They built these and they hid in them, and they used them, when the Romans were approached, they would go up and they would have these guerrilla attacks on the Romans, and eventually they would seize town one at a time, fortify them. The Romans, unfortunately, had the contrary strategy, which when they finally came in to take care of the rebellion, they besieged these towns terribly, and they have some tremendous massacres as a result. But the underground tunnels were one of the major features of the Bar Kokhba rebellion, and many of them are really quite ingenious and extensive in nature. One that I'll show you at the end of this lecture was actually 300 meters in length. inside a very remote cliffside, and it had 3 separate chambers.
I'm pretty sure
all
his
kinds of
brother,
things.
his job,
Now,
other than being a
the
rich kid,
star
like
of
job,
the
and
rebellion
their
literally
father
was Shimon
is like,
bar
isn't he Brendan?
Kokhba.
Like,
His name was probably Koseva, which is probably a family name. Koseva,
Whenever
we're not exactly sure. But he was known as Bar Kokhba. The word Kochav in Hebrew means star. And so there was this homiletic sort of appreciation of his name, the son of a star, because there was a passage in the Bible that refers to a star that will emerge from Jacob, meaning the Messiah. Mashiach will come from the line of Jacob, and he will, create this political unity of the Jews. He will be a brilliant military leader, and he will restore sovereignty to the Jews in Israel. And actually, that's what Bar Kokhba was able to achieve in his short life. However, his ultimate betrayal of the cause, for various reasons, led to great disillusionment among the rabbis, and they referred to him in a rather derogatory fashion later as Bar Koziba. Hazav in Hebrew means a lie. So what was once son of a star became son of a lie, because it was all for naught. But at any rate, as a military leader, he was exceptionally aggressive and demanding. We have quite a few documents written in his name, letters commanding his officers to move to this place, move to that place, and so on. But he was extremely abrupt and even cruel to his underlings. He would frequently refer to their punishment if they failed to follow his orders. He was insisting that his underlings are betraying the people if they do not follow his orders exactly, precisely to the letter, and he was constantly threatening them with different things. He also had an even aggressive style vis-a-vis God, and this is something that the rabbis took him to task for, perhaps post facto, but apparently when it came to praying for their victories, he said to God, don't help, but don't interfere either. And he said, God, stay out of it, and I will take care of it myself. A tremendous chutzpah, but you get a sense of the kind of personality of the man. At the same time, again, it's a confusing period. It's like the bandits that we spoke about earlier. We have evidence that while they were in hiding, they were specifically sending requests out for the Avamim, for the Lubav and Etrog, for the Sukkot holiday. Apparently they were extremely expensive in the Dead Sea, and they had to import them from Yerushalayim or something. But they're also very attached to traditional religious Judaism, rabbinic Judaism at the same time. There's no question that in terms of his personal character, his midos, he would not be elected chief rabbi of the year. But on the other hand, in terms of his military leadership and his brilliance as a strategist, it was unparalleled. And ultimately, he was successful in driving out the Romans. Now, it was in this context that we should understand his nomination as the Messiah. Because there's a lot written about what exactly is the Messiah in the Jewish tradition. But as fundament, the Mashiach is believed to be, and there's a discussion of two Mashiachs, two of them, one following another. But basically, Mashiach is a human being, in Jewish tradition, a total human being, not the Son of God, obviously, who will lead a military victory and bring all the Jews back to the land of Israel and establish a level of security for the Jews in the Holy Land. And so everything that Bar Kokhba was doing was in fact leading to these goals. And when he finally conquered Jerusalem, it seems that the messianic predictions were all coming true in the person of this one Bar Kokhba. According to Maimonides, who wrote the best synopsis of Jewish philosophy on what Mashiach is, or who Mashiach will be, he wrote that Bar Kokhba could have been Mashiach, but he sinned, and as a result, he was killed for his sins. His sins may have been doing things like the very chutzpahdik attitude to God, and things like that. Akiva, the great rabbi of his time, was a follower of Bar Kokhba. Some would argue that he lobbied for him actively throughout the Jewish diaspora, but he certainly argued forcefully that Bar Kokhba was the
You know, I like food.
He was
Yeah,
not.
if I ever steered
There
you
was
wrong,
multiple
if I ever
voices,
steered you
however,
wrong,
on the Pharisees.
they got a
And as
crazy
I think I
person.
mentioned in the book,
And they got a crazy flat iron.
Rabbi Rothschild said to
I don't know. It's
Akiva,
about 40 minutes. But
Akiva,
from you,
grass will grow
yeah,
from
it's,
your
you know what it is
cheeks
when you're 12 minutes away from the airport.
the
So when you're at the
Messiah,
airport, you go
meaning
there.
that you're going to be dead
And going
buried,
off
and
time,
you'll be
This is
fertilizing the
15 miles
grass.
away.
You can't rely
So,
on
it's not
Bar
too bad.
Kokhba to
No.
be Mashiach.
I
So
need
it's not
you to
one
drive.
unanimous voice among the rabbis, but Rabbi Akiva was primus inter pares. He was one of the greatest of them, so his voice was extremely important. This is, by the way, a document from some of the Bar Kokhba papers or papyri that have
It's just so heavy though.
found itself
It's
to
not
be
that.
today.
You little bitch, it is.
So here's a map showing where the revolt centered. It did eventually spread to the north, but it was essentially in the area of Yehuda. That's around Jerusalem to the east,
It's not that.
around the Dead Sea. The revolt started when Israel left town about the year 132. As I mentioned, the strategy of Bar Kokhba was to go town by town, village by village,
Bring up that tri-tip.
drive
Just go
out
there.
whatever Roman troops were there,
Pictures of you
easily
doing
take
justice.
over the entire location, probably had a lot of
He's got this
sympathizers
tri-tip that's
among local
perfectly
population,
barbecued, right? Like
dig
they
these
smoke
tunnels
and
and
all that.
fortify
Then he
and get
goes,
ready
you
for
want
the
this? And
Romans to
he dips
counter
in there,
them.
and I was like,
And ultimately,
you.
going in this fashion, town by town, village by village, they were able to conquer the entire area, including Jerusalem, which is really quite an amazing achievement. Here is one of the many coins that was minted by Kokhba. What they used to do is very soft, malleable metals. They would heat up Roman coins until they were kind of soft, and then they would simply stamp over the emperor's face with whatever new symbols they wanted to import. And also, I'm looking at some of these symbols here. I don't recognize this structure here. The Mishkan, or I would say actually the later, the Beit HaMikdash. This is the Holy of Holies, right? Which is created by Aaron in a kind of a neo-classical style, and Greek style columns and like that. So what does it mean that Bar Kokhba is putting this on his coinage? What are his values? Very clearly, very national, religious. Let's get back to Jerusalem. Let's get our temple sacrifice going. That was a really important this little item up here, I'm going to figure out what that is. I'll give that a line. It's still being upgraded. I'll give you a hint. It's twinkles. Star, right. Well, include that. Bar Kokhba, right? So the star on top of the temple, the Bar Kokhba, his star is Zion there. Now this is, I believe, this is supposed to be some kind of blue rock. I'm not positive about that. Maybe confusing it with another point. But again, also a religious symbol. The coinage, Mr. Rodriguez was trying to figure out the Phoenician Hebrew. These are actually old-style Hebrew letters, and they say things like Shimon, or Shimon Bar Kokhba, you know, for the freedom of Jerusalem. I haven't been able to actually decipher these myself, but I read about them in other books. So you have to take my word for it.
Student at Stanford dropped out her last year.
This is like the high point of the victory was the conquest of Jerusalem,
and she was
which
talking
she
about how
held for possibly 3
she
years.
has
But the Romans
regenerative olive oil, not canola oil, regenerative
and they
olive oil
brought
from this
in
farm.
troops from
Then
all
you go to the
over.
website and
The
for
Romans
a
had
quarter
taken
of
a terrible
or less,
beating, so much so that in his report to the Senate, the Emperor Hadrian admitted a key phrase. Normally, when they communicate with each other, the Emperor writes, you know, greetings to you, senators, I and my army are well. He omitted the and my army part, because they were really taking a beating in Judea, which was, you know, can you imagine from a Roman perspective, we just can't deal with these Jews. I mean, every few generations, they're rebelling. And who are they? These tiny little people. The Roman Empire extends from Scotland all the way out basically to Afghanistan, all around the Mediterranean basin. And they just can't deal with these Jews keep on fighting back. So he sends in 14 legions. How big is a legion? I looked it up. They vary in size, but the minimum size is about 1,000 troops. And a lot of these troops would have secondary troops attached to them, kind of like squires. So when you figure out what 14 legions mean, it's approximately, 10,000 troops. 140 to 225,000 troops were brought into Israel to quell the
It's just heavy.
rebellion.
That's
We
why-
have
that's why I keep saying that.
inscriptions left by these Roman battalions and legions all over Israel when they were talking about conquering Julia. Full court press against them. He even brought generals from Britain all the way across the Mediterranean to deal with the Jewish problem. It was definitely a major military effort by the Romans. You can compare it perhaps to, let's say, the Warsaw Ghetto Rebellion, which is also a doomed effort. There's no way that the Jews hiding in a Warsaw Ghetto would be able to fight off the bulk of the Nazi army, but nevertheless, they made a very heroic attempt of it and sent a signal to the rest of the world. It's a very comparable kind of comparison in terms of the size of forces. So the war lasted for about 3 years. We have coinage that survives that says, Bar Kokhba, Jerusalem, year 1, Bar Kokhba, Jerusalem, year 2, and a third that may be read year 3, and then the coinage disappears. So we're thinking that the war lasted approximately 3 years. At least Jerusalem was held for approximately 3 years, but ultimately it could not be sustained. The last stand was in Beitar, which has become a symbol for Jews throughout the centuries. Beitar was one of the last holdouts of the Bar Kokhba rebels, and he had a very enthusiastic level of support from the local population. The Talmud says, "Oh, did we lose this image? Go come back." Okay. The Talmud says that in Beitar there were 300 school children who, if they heard the Romans were approaching, would take their styluses, their pens, and they would run out of school to poke the Romans' eyes out. Just as an illustration, the Talmud kind of saying just how deep the support was for the Bar Kokhba revolution in this town, which is, by the way, is located in a place called, I forgot the Kfar al-Hitil, I think I'll have to look it up, I'll make a little thing on the internet. These are, by the way, some of the ruins of Beitar in modern Israel. The Romans, however, besieged the city of Beitar, and they simply waited out the Jews. They made sure to seal off any tunnels that may have been dug under their fortifications, and they did not engage the forces for a long time, and they basically starved them until they were forced to try and make a break for it and to open up the siege, at which point the Romans, who had, of course, been well fed throughout the months and even years of the siege, they simply massacred the fighters at Beitar. The Talmudic descriptions of the carnage are, incredibly hyperbolic. Like, for example, they said that the Romans rode with their horses into blood up to their necks. So it's hard to imagine what that would be like. They said that the fields around Beitar were fertilized with Jewish blood for 3 years afterwards. All kinds of these extensive stories trying to describe how horrible the suffering was. Beitar eventually fell. One of the ironies of Jewish history on the 9th of Av, which is kind of like the day in which so many tragedies that happened to the Jews, the destruction of the temples, actually the destruction of the Warsaw Ghetto, the expulsion from Spain happens to be like a bad day for Jews.
Tim is apologizing for elaborating
sort of like national Jewish bad luck day.
One of the things he said when he did it at a podcast,
and Beitar
and he was
fell
playing
on
with
that
his
day.
dog,
The
whatever,
Romans in an act of cruelty
they said,
would
"Hey, you
not
want to run
allow
start with
other
the
Jews to come
And he
and
said,
to retrieve the
and
bodies,
they
and they
said,
insisted
what's the
on
story? He
allowing
goes, "Paige, yeah, shot a
leaving
bad
them
guy,
there
and he shot back,
to
and that was
rot
it, or whatever."
the August sun
Then what
without burial.
people
This
don't
lasted for
understand is,
approximately a week,
after
until finally
that, people
the
would always
Romans
say, "You want to run
deciding
start
that
with the feet."
the revolution
Fox
really
and
was
stuff like
at
that.
an end.
And he would always
They
correct you.
finally allowed
when
the
it
Jews
runs
to come and collect
Yeah,
the
so I'll tell you
bodies
what,
of the
the
dead
military
and to
sport
bring them to
lies.
burial. At which point the rabbis
you better show me the law.
instituted
Then
a
there's the
blessing
self-cross,
in the
and
liturgy,
forgive me,
which we read always
I
to
think
remember
you and I should
the Bar
do this
Kokhba
about
rebellion
So Tim's a friend of mine.
the
Hold on, but let's stay
burial
on track
of the
with one
martyrs
thing
at
that he's in
Baytime.
trouble
The
for.
blessing reads
Okay,
as
so
follows.
LeBron started with a V
Blessed are you,
device.
Hashem, our God, King of the universe, the Almighty, our Father, our King, our Sovereign, our Creator, our
especially for
Redeemer,
actions
our Maker, our Holy
involving
One. Holy
participation
One
in
of Jacob,
combat with
our
the
Shepherd,
enemy
the
of the
Shepherd of
United
Israel,
States.
the
So
King
this
who is
signifies
good
that the
and who
individual
does
performed
good
acts
for
of
all.
valor,
For every
demonstrating courage
single
and
day he
bravery
did
under
good,
fire.
he
The
does
V
good, and
device
he
is
will do
attached
good to
to
us.
the Bronze
He
Star
is
Medal to
bountiful with
limit the
us.
skinship
He is
from the Bronze
bountiful.
Star Wars.
So let me
He
give
was
you the.
bountiful
Can I
with
give
us.
it to
He
you?
is bountiful with us, and he will forever be bountiful with us, with grace and
The
with
Bronze
kindness and with
Star is
mercy,
kind of
with
like
relief,
so. A
salvation,
lot of people
success,
get Bronze
blessing, health,
Stars.
consolation,
Even lawyers get
sustenance,
Bronze
support,
Stars in the military.
mercy,
From what I
life,
understand,
peace,
it's
and all
almost like
good.
some. I've
And
heard
all
special
the
forces
things may
guys
he
say it's
never
almost like a
deprive
participation
us.
medal.
And we'll
You know,
recognize
you
where
get
that
for good
comes from, but
conduct
there
as
is a
well.
Hebrew, you probably get it
So
right away.
V is when you have demonstrated
Exactly.
valor in
It's the
combat.
fourth
It's a
blessing
combat
invention.
medal.
The one that ends in
One
Ali
thing you'll see
Pennsylvania.
is
So the
that
grace
they'll
after
look at
meals
like
is
the guy and they go, how
specifically,
many
this one
combat
paragraph
medals do you
was
have?
instituted
Okay.
by the rabbis
So a V
in
device,
memory
sometimes you can be
of
awarded a
the
silver
massacre
star.
at
Look this up,
Baytar
I
and
think.
the ultimate
And
burial of
it'll
the
be
body.
demoted
We actually have a lot
as
of passages like
as
that in
a
the liturgy where the
silver
liturgy will
Bronze Star
not
with a V device.
specifically
When
refer
you get
to a
an
historical
award for
event,
valor, you have to have
but
two
it's supposed to
corroborating
evoke the kind of
witnesses,
feelings
expert
that
witnesses who were there
the
and saw
authors
it.
wanted.
Okay?
Another example, for
So
example,
the
would be
thing about these
the
special forces, Terry,
Haramatic prayer that we read on
he
Shabbat,
said about 8
which
years
is in
ago on
memory of the
a
massacres
podcast,
of
he said that.
1096 in
And then
Iran.
we should say that he was introduced as somebody
Rabbi
with a V
Akiva
device, I guess,
through
and he
all
did
of
correct
this,
the record
but
several times. So
24,000 of his
it was a
students
time he
famously
said he's
did
got
not.
to take responsibility
So
for it,
there's
which he has.
a lot of
Because at the
discussion
end of
among
the day, if you
historians.
said it, you said it.
You know, as I'm sure you're
My
familiar with
thing
the
with this
legend
is,
that
let's go back to Tim's
24,000 of Akiva's students died over one summer.
Over the years, I made
And
public statements
as a
and gave
result,
interviews in which I
we have
unintentionally
the period known
misstated
as
aspects of my
Sphira.
military service.
Well,
Most
we
notably,
call
I
it
implied
Sphira
directly or
because
indirectly
it
that I had been
coincides
awarded
with
the
a
Bronze
part
Star
of
with valor.
counting the Omer.
That is not true, and there's no excuse for it. I never received that honor, and I deeply
which is
regret ever
basically
suggesting
usually,
otherwise. That kind of
you know,
recognition is
it's
sacred.
between
It represents
Passover
extraordinary
and
courage
the
under
holiday
fire,
of
acts
Shavuot,
of risk
and
across
in that
lives.
time
To those
there's
who
roughly
truly
a
earned it,
month
to their families,
of
brothers, and
semi-mourning.
I offer my sincere and
In
direct
the
apology.
morning, you know, no
When I said
haircuts,
disrespect,
no
your
listening to
service, I
music,
take full
things
ownership
like
of that.
that. No
I was
buying
young when
new
I stepped
clothes,
into the public
and it's
eye,
supposed
and
to be
I
in
was
memory of Rabbi Akiva's
prepared for the scrutiny or pressure
24,000
that came
students
with it.
who
That does
died
not
during
solve
that time.
I should have known
Now, the
better.
tradition does
Integrity is
not
not
state that they
situational, and I
died
feel
in the
the
Bar
whole
Kokhba
stand by
rebellion,
represent.
but given
The military
Akiva's
and veteran communities,
support of Bar
especially those who
Kokhba,
served in
it's not
combat
the
or
reason
lost
that his
people
students
love.
would also
I am
support
deeply
them.
sorry. I know that
And
I'm
the
leading you
timing
down.
in the summer is
You had every
exactly
right to
right.
expect more
Some
from me
historians
than I
have
can.
opined
This
that
apology
those
is not the
24,000
end.
students died in
I
battle
really feel trust to us.
with the Romans
This is what
and not
accountability
from a
operates
plague.
towards
The term
service to
plague that Salmon uses
misrepresented
is kind of
myself.
like a
I will no
euphemism
longer
for the
speak about
Romans.
my
They
service in a way
actually
that elevates
may
me
have
beyond my
died
action.
in
Again, from
combat.
now on,
But
my
that
words will be
remains
truth,
speculative.
respect. I
What
understand
is
that
not
words alone
speculative,
don't heal
however,
the
is
sword
how
of
the
the
Romans
cross.
dealt
Only
with
time and
the
action.
last elements
Thank you for those
of
who helped me,
Kokhba's
help me
supporters,
accountable.
including
So
Rabbi
I'll do my
Akiva.
best to honor
At
that
which point we
accountability
have
from this point.
what's known
Now,
as
let me
the
say this before
Adrianic
you go.
persecution.
So what's going to happen
Hadrian came
is
back
the
with a
government and the
vengeance
military are
and
going to look
specifically
into Tim's
ordered
actual
10 great
accomplishments.
rabbis killed in
This is what's going
extremely
to happen,
public
especially
and
this regime
demonstrative
stuff
fashion.
like that.
The most
They're gonna
infamous of
look
those
into
deaths,
it
of course, was reserved for
And
Rabbi
they'll
Akiva,
reveal
whose
some of it.
flesh
Hopefully
was
they talk
raped
about
from his body with iron combs.
And what's going to happen is you're going to find out
Translator
that
whose
he's
head
not
was
Superman.
removed from his body and dragged about the streets
And
of
he's still
Jerusalem by a
bad.
pig.
So
So there are
you're
all these
looking
examples
to
which
take
we
down
read actually
Superman.
in the
And
liturgy.
you're going to find out you're
Kayla
actually finding
Ezra will read
Batman,
this
which is
on
still
the
pretty
holiday of
funny.
Yom Kippur.
That's
We'll
what's
go
going to
through the
happen.
story
And I
of the
think that what
so-called
would be good for
Sarah
us and
Reuben
prudent for you and I
Malchus, the 10 martyrs of the
is to
faith,
not comment
which were
on any get
those
involved in
martyrs
this
lost their
military
lives in
stuff.
the
I
immediate
talked about
aftermath
all
of
died
the
a
sale
hill
of
for
Bar
Kennedy.
Kokhba
Me too. I love that when it
So we
comes
see
to
that these events directly affected the liturgical life
I
of
have
the
to
Jew,
just find out
even
what a
through
fucking
the present day.
Z is. I don't know that
Now,
lingo.
the last element that I'm really fascinated about the whole Bar story is one of the discoveries of the materials left behind by the rebels. It's in this thing called the Cave of Letters, which is an extremely inaccessible spot near the Dead Sea. Even less accessible than Qumran, where the Dead Sea Scrolls were found. It's in a clear space where you have to walk across these extremely dangerous little narrow paths with a 600-foot drop 6 inches away, and you have to make this climb on a 50-foot ladder, which of course is not present back
I've
then.
never seen that guy today. I'm telling you, when
With
cameras
2
are on,
entrances and a massive
I
network
have
of tunnels
personally
that
seen
house
my
entire
my
families.
own ears.
The kind of materials that were found in these
So
caves
far out of
indicates
his way.
that women and
People,
children
you'll never
lived
hear
with
about
the rebels.
especially people who are at
entire
risk of doing
families
self-harm.
who knows how many, maybe a few hundred people
Tim's
living
done-
in these
Tim
caves
has-
for years.
I mean,
They had
he
stocked
doesn't
up
want me
on
to do
water,
this.
which
He
only
doesn't want me to
got
do
from
this. He
about
doesn't want me to
10
do
miles
this. He
away
doesn't want me
to
to do
no
this.
water
But
otherwise.
I have to just at
And they
least
had
speak on this. I'm not going to say this.
ritual
Speak on
influence,
this.
and they had also
Whatever he said,
religious
he's going to
life
be held
going on
accountable to.
inside these
There are a lot of these
caves
guys,
as they're
these Delta
hiding
guys,
from the
this guy
Romans.
Tucker, whatever, Brett Tucker,
What I
he's
found
an H squadron guy.
amazing,
I'm not
I'd not
fucking
heard
getting
about
involved in that.
before,
These
was
motherfuckers, the British
very
are alive.
in the
They
entrance
went
to
through
that
that. They're
table of
only
letters
I am
was
stepping out of that. I'm not going to defend Tim on that.
here,
I'm not going to do any of that. All I'm
discovered
going
in
to say is this.
1960 by the
From what the
Israeli
things that I have
archaeological
seen
team
with
led
his
by General
generosity
Yadin,
and what
which
he's done
contained
for
the
people
personal
who are really at
correspondence
risk
of
of
a woman
taking their own
named
life.
Babata.
I have not only
In
I've
this
not
personal
only lent my
correspondence, we have
very
all kinds of the
lean
letters describing
hand at that,
a
whether it was
custody battle,
and seeing
had
things
over
that
one of her
suicidal. I'll
sons,
do whatever I
her
can.
marriage
I'm not in a
contract,
position to talk
legal
about this.
affairs that she was
It's a
involved in.
sacred subject,
Absolutely
but I
fascinating
have
materials.
seen that man
These are
go out
documents
of
that
his
were
way,
extremely important
including
to her,
get in his truck
so she
and drive
buried them
places for a very long
before she was
time.
ultimately
To
killed
take care of something.
by the Romans.
Nobody
She
knows
was
about it.
found.
Nobody just did
So
with the floods.
2,000 years later.
Listen,
So
listen.
the
At
change
the
of
end of the
topic
day,
for
we're all
next week
complicated as human
is
beings.
I'd like to find out everything we
I've
can
known
about
Tim
this
as a
woman,
civilian and
Babata,
what I've seen.
and try to understand what
If you think you're taking
learn
down
from
a
this
bad
another
about
guy.
the life of women
and they're going to do their
century
investigation. I hope they reveal
But
what they
let
find.
me get back to Bar Kokhba
Find out.
and to bring it to a conclusion.
I would be careful
They
about
go
Kokhba's
for
legacy
Superman.
is
You're the probably
profound
Batman. It's still
and
impressive.
I just think
Tim's a
profound
3M
in
friend.
that
About
this was
3
the
of them.
last
Tim's a
major
3M friend.
military
I could
attempt
call
by the Jews to regain their land in ancient times,
I
and
don't
it
let
would
my
be
kids
a
take
long
money.
1,800 years before they ever dreamed of doing this again in a real fashion. It was a heroic rebellion, it was a successful rebellion,
Your life and
and
mine.
ended, however badly, in a very bloody massacre at Baytown, all of which we remember very profoundly in our liturgical tradition. Perhaps the saddest element for the Jew was the dashing of the messianic hope that Bar Kokhba represented. But anyway, thank you very
My
much for
experience
your
with Tim as a
attention and
civilian
your
is
endurance.
nothing but
Next week
he's
we'll talk
one of
about
my favorite
Babata, and I
people
hope
on
you
the
have a great
planet. He's got to be held accountable. He will be for this. I'm not going to step into that. You know, we all make mistakes, and we all and this is his mistake to correct. This is his thing to deal with. I'll let the veteran community and the special forces
You're not going to get away with anything. They're going to do it. They're going to do it. And then you move on. I'm telling you, this isn't the guy to aim for and create videos and throw hate at. Listen, the internet's running so much shit all the time. They go after good people. I'm telling you on this one, folks. There couldn't be a worse guy to try to tear down. He's going to be held responsible for this. You wish you had a friend like Tim Kennedy.
So let's take a little break.
I love how Tim Kennedy comes forward, admits that he lied. By the way, it's not like he willingly came forward. The jig was up. The jig had been up on Tim Kennedy for a while, and he finally just had to admit it. He got caught. He got busted. He comes forward, admits that he lies. And Shaw and Callan are still defending him. And they're still kind of defending the lies.
Okay, so
I
would like
God, if Shaw said that,
to formally welcome you to the fall 2014 season of lectures in Jewish history. I'm going to actually do a few things differently this year. As you know, we have a new greeter, Mr. Nick Balcony, who is very pleased. We're very happy to be here. We had a grueling interview process to try and find someone to replace Aliza. And I forgot to mention, Mr. Balcony, you have to ask really difficult questions. He's the only person who's allowed to ask hard questions. Because Aliza was the only person as well. So I could always tell Aliza, sorry, I'll ask you that later. And of course, I would find something else to say later. I've decided before I put these videos online, I might actually edit them because thank God we're getting over 12,000 views a month, which is really it's amazing. amazing. And the Latvians are still with us. Actually, 3 days ago, I noticed that I had more people watching from Finland than I did from the United States, which is really bizarre. It happened to be like at about 5 in the morning or 4 in the morning when I woke up and I happened to check the statistics, so before most of America woke up. But nevertheless, these lectures really are getting quite a global audience, and because of that, I better make the recorded version a little higher quality. And the other thing is we're starting at 8 o'clock now until the clock's changed. Hopefully that'll be easier for people. And I imagine we'll get a larger crowd that wants to get to the season a little more. Finally, I have to let you all know, I think many of you are already aware that unfortunately this is going to be my last season here in the Young Israel Bal Harbor because I will be taking a job in New York City.
Al Capone's a nice guy.
So that will be actually the last time I tried to fly in the winter time up to New York. I actually was a victim of racial profiling because they stopped me at the airport because it was very rare to see a Jew traveling forward.
They kind of had to talk about it, just like he had to come forward.
So this is going to be the final series. I'm going to try and really do a good job of it so that we can leave with a lot of success. So, without any further ado, let's get to tonight's material, which is going to be on Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, an extremely influential figure in the development of Jewish history, and one of the rare leaders that appears at perhaps the darkest moment in Jewish history, at least until the 20th century, takes some very controversial stands, not without opposition, at the highest levels of the Jewish establishment, and nevertheless, through his bold innovations and his decisive leadership, he is able to, in a period of about 15 years, revolutionize the very basis of Jewish identity and set us on a course that brings us even to the present day. We are very much today living in the shadow of Rabbi Yochanan's decisions, and so it's extremely important upon us to understand a little bit about who he was and what exactly did he do that made him such an important character in our national law. So, if you know anything about Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, chances are you know this famous quotation: "Tell me Yavna v'chachamaha." Give me Yavna and its sages. And this is a passage that occurs in Tractate Gittin of the Talmud, which I happen to have with me here from the Young Israel Library. And I won't read it to you in great detail because it is really about a page and a half of Talmud. But the version that's recorded in this text basically goes as follows. It's probably the year 68 of the Common Era. The Emperor Vespasian is surrounding Jerusalem and is about to destroy it. And in fact, within a short period of time, the holy city would be razed, the temple would be destroyed, and a whole host of terrible things would happen to Jerusalem. Anyway, Vespasian is outside. He is right now a general. There are other versions that tell this story a little differently. Basically, the version that is in Gittin goes like this. Rabbi Yochanan is inside the city, which is being defended by the Biryonim, who are a sect of zealots. These are Jews who are in rebellion against Rome and are trying to, in a very quixotic and somewhat incomprehensible manner, trying to free this tiny country from the incredible might and strength of the Roman Empire, which at this time covers the entire Mediterranean basin, which extends all the way out to Afghanistan. It is going to go over into the British Isles. So it's a massive empire, and the zealots believe that somehow they can overthrow them, like a few years earlier, the Hasmoneans had overthrown a much weaker Seleucid kingdom. At any rate, Yochanan ben Zakkai feels that this is an unrealistic approach to the Roman occupation, and it behooves the Jews to surrender and to negotiate a treaty of some sort, because otherwise they will be utterly destroyed. he approaches his nephew, who happens to be the leader of the Zealots, and says he wants to leave the city that's under siege, meet with Vespasian and negotiate. And his nephew says there's no way they're going to let you do that because, you know, my soldiers are very much against any kind of negotiation with the Romans. But Yochanan ben Zakkai pressures his nephew, and so they come up with this bizarre plan that he should fake his own death. To take a kind of a potion or something, and they make him seem like he is dead, put him in a coffin, and they're going to carry him out of the city walls to bury him. The Biryonim they've seen that trick before, and so they want to try and drive iron rods through his coffin, but they say, come on, you can't do this to Rabbi Yochanan. Okay, that's not appropriate, right? So then they say, well, what if we like shake him around a little bit? Rashi says maybe he'll cry out. No, that's not appropriate to the body either. You have to treat him with dignity and let him out. It's like he manages to get out of the city, and he approaches Vespasian. And as the story in the Talmud goes, says to him, well, he greets him as Emperor Vespasian. And Vespasian says, thank you very much, but I'm not an emperor, I'm a general. And Yochanan ben Zakkai says, no, you're actually an emperor because someone died in Rome and you're getting a promotion. And in fact, that's exactly what happens right there on the spot. And Vespasian learns and he's going to be the emperor, he has to go to Rome. He's amazed with this. By the way, there are other versions of the story, but then Literature will have a sequence of events a little differently, but the version of Keith is like that. And what happens is Vespasian says, wow, fantastic, you must be a very holy man. I will essentially give you 3 wishes. What do you want? And so these are the 3 wishes that Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai negotiated. The first one is, of course, the slide here. The city of Yavne, and its sages. And then secondly,
This poor guy.
the Shilchim, the Rabbi Gamliel, and give me the lineage
Don't stay 12 hours and
Gamliel.
don't wear the fucking sports bra.
He was the doctor who had been assigned as the Rebbe Shimon, and a doctor for Rabbi Sadek. Rabbi Sadek had been fasting for repentance and saved Jerusalem, and he had made himself ill as a result, and so he wanted to get a doctor to come in. It's amazing, you know, the entire city of Jerusalem, you can't find a doctor there. Obviously, we've changed the society dramatically since then. You know, maybe they had a lot of accountants and lawyers, but no doctors. Surprising.
I'm sorry, the show.
Here is, by the way, a bust of Vespasian to get a sense of what it looks like. All of those 3 requests were granted to Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, and essentially what he did was he repaired to this little city of Yavne, and he assembled a yeshiva there, the Keren B'Yavne, the vineyard of Yavne, and established a kind of a foothold, a piedmont for Rabbinic Judaism to continue. That's perhaps the most significant thing. However, there are a lot of really significant questions. First of all, what exactly was Yavne? What is he asking for Yavne? Yavne is a strange kind of place. It does not have a long tradition of Jewish scholarship. It doesn't even have a long history of Jewish settlement. Why is he asking for Yavne? So I'm going to talk about that in a second. But before I do that, I want to also point out the fact that we have a tremendous difficulty as historians working with Tannaitic literature. Tannaitic literature refers to texts that have been preserved for the following centuries from the era of the Tanaim, or the so-called teachers, which is roughly from about the year 200 before the Common Era to approximately the year 200, maybe 300 of the Common Era. About 500 years of literature. The most significant documents include some of the older Midrashic collections like Sifra and Sifri, of course the Mishnah, and many other older texts that have made their way into the Talmud like the Baraita. They contain a wealth of historical information. The problem is the way in which this material was transmitted and recorded make it rife with errors, and there are multiple versions of all kinds of stories with very big differences in salient details, including who said what to whom, for
He
example.
will eventually address that.
And this is because these were oral documents that were handed down from Rebbe to student, for many generations, and all kinds of errors crept in, which the rabbis were very aware of, and that's why the Talmud in particular goes through a refining process of trying to determine which Mishnah is correct, which Tosefta, which Baraisa is correct, and so on. Secondly, and perhaps more significantly even than the errors that the contradictions that are in the Tannaitic literature, is the fact that they weren't trying to write history. Not in any medieval or modern sense of the word. Meaning, the rabbis, when they're writing these kinds of texts, they are not trying to teach basic historical information. Why this happened on a historical level. They're trying to teach religious information. They're trying to teach what does God want us to take away from this moment. They're teaching us morals, lessons, interpretations of verses, all kinds of things. They're not specifically interested in preserving the historical record, as the great historians of the 19th century would put it, the way it actually happened. That wasn't so important to them. What was important to them was get across the message of the story. So as historians, 2,000 years later, trying to unpack these texts, we have a lot of great difficulty just trying to understand what exactly they mean. Let us take, for example, what we know about Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. I mean, what do we actually know about his life besides that key moment, Yavneh the Chachamim? So there's some interesting biographical material in Tractate Sukkah, which talks about his life. Let's grab it quickly here. And this I might read a little bit more detail because it's rather amazing.
How about how you are taking jobs?
So first of all, the Talmud says, Amru Allah Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. They say about Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai,
Yes, you did it too.
He never spoke casual speech, meaning every word of it was measured and was spoken for a reason. No schmoozing about the Marlins, no complaining about the Chazan, nothing like that. Below Halaf almost below Torah, below Tefillin. He never walked 4 cubits, about 6 feet, unless he had his Tefillin on, unless he was learning Torah. He's constantly involved in this. Below Kadmon Adam Beis Midrash, no one ever came before him to shul. He was always first in shul. Below Yashan Beis Midrash, he never slept in shul. Below James Kevo, below James Harai, not even a little dremel when the rabbi was giving the drasha. Nothing. That happens to be one of my hardest points to stay away. He had no problem staying away the whole time. Below here, hard-headed goes to Fanos. He never had any inappropriate thoughts in alleyways that were profane, which means like when he was in the bathroom where it's forbidden to think about Torah, he never thought about Torah there. Below here, Hadam Beis Midrash, he never let anyone alone. The Beis Midrash and went home. He was always the last guy to go home. And it goes on with these kinds of behaviors. Where did this come from? Well, it happens that she was one of the students of Rabbi Hillel. The great Hillel, the sage, we've spoken about him a couple of years ago. For those of you watching the internet, you can always go back on the index there. But check this out. This is kind of an interesting passage about him. Also on the same page. It says here, there were 80 students that studied under Hillel the Elder. 30 of these 80 were so great that the divine presence could rest on them. To Moshe Rabbeinu, like Moses, our teacher. And another 30 were so great that the sun would stand still for them, like it did for Joshua ben Nun during the conquest of Israel. And then for this part, Ezra and Benjamin, 20 were so strong. Like you and I, the same time. That goes to the Quran, Jonathan ben Uziel. The greatest of them was Jonathan ben Uziel, that later on the time will say that birds were flying overhead. And he was learning Torah, they were learning to a book, which the whole family went into the outdoor private school in Korea. He was like, context of those things. I'll edit that out. Context of the book. The lead child Hillel students was Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. So he was the least of them. I guess that 20 so-so, I'm not sure what to make of that. Anyways, what was the, I don't know what Rabbi Yochanan, just to get a sense of what was the least of Hillel's students.
And I say to her like this,
Shuvot, Mekiyah, Mikra, Mishnah, Gemara, Halakha, Chabadot,
Have you seen some of these teachers coming out?
he
Going
learned
to prison
every
for fucking
aspect of
the kids.
Torah, both the written and the
Where
oral
were these
Torah.
teachers when I was a kid?
He learned
They're like fucking hot, man. My teachers were fucking
hermeneutics,
warlocks.
the Kufos, the Gematrios. He learned astronomy and numerology. Sichas
I know those poor
Malachi
16-year-old boys, what are they going to
the
do?
language
that's
of
the
the
thing.
angels,
Maybe
the
it's maybe
Sichas
it's contracting
Shadim,
to them,
the
maybe it
language
isn't.
of the
Either way, it's illegal. Go to fucking
the
jail.
Sichas Dekalim, the language of the palm
The law's
trees.
the law.
Mishalosh Kotsin, the parables of the washerwomen, which is a fascinating thing, which Rashi explains like, this like Aesop's fables, kind of like stories that people would say. So he was obviously, he was well-rounded. These are things that not necessarily in the traditional Jewish canon, but he knew proverbs and he knew sayings, surely Davar Gadol was a great thing and a small thing. Davar Gadol, what is the great thing? Maaseh Merkava, mysticism, Kabbalah, the axioms. Davar Katan, what's the small thing? Habayos Abayev Rabba. The entire Talmud, the questions and answers of Abaye and Rabba. So this is Rabbi Yochanan and Zakkai, the least of Hillel students, and this is the scope of his learning. A fascinating kind of division. We have a serious problem, however, with this passage because we're not exactly sure when Hillel died. Perhaps it was in the last quarter of the first century before the Common Era. And we do know that Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai was active up until the year 85 CE, give or take 5 years. So that would mean that Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai would probably be in the neighborhood of 120 years old at the time that he had this encounter with Vespasian, which is like an incredibly old age, even in the context of biblical ages for this particular period of time. So some scholars have discounted the specifics of him actually studying at Hillel's feet. He may have been one of the base Hillel, or certainly was one of the base Hillel, the house of Hillel, one of the disciples, but he may not have necessarily had the direct contact with him. But at any rate, he certainly was an older man towards the end of his life when he met with Vespasian. We don't know a lot about his family life. We do know, however, that he had one son who predeceased him. And in this context, this would be, I think, my last citation from the Talmud for now, that describes how he was comforted at after the funeral of his son by his greatest student, Rabbi Elazar ben Arak. First, I should tell you, because we will have to come back to this earlier, there's a famous Mishnah which describes the 5 greatest students of Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. They talk about all their characteristics. This one, for example, is a sealed cistern that loses not a drop. He remembers everything. This one, Ashrei U'Yoladeto. His mother would be so proud of him. That's a beautiful phrase. I think that's one of the greatest things. His mother would be proud. And the last one, Rabbi Rothschild, he has a lave toe. It's a good heart. And Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai says, if you put all the sages of Israel in one side of the scale, and you put Elazar ben Arak on the other side, he would outweigh them all. Now, when he unfortunately lost his son, so his student came to console him. Here it is. And his students and others came to console him over the loss of his son. So one rabbi came forward and said, Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, may I console you? He said, sure. So he says, don't you know that Adam buried one of his sons and he was nevertheless consoled? And Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai says, I'm sitting here mourning and you want to add to me the service that Adam Arishon suffered? And then he just, get away from me. And then another rabbi comes and says essentially the same thing with another biblical figure, one after another. He's saying, look, you know, Pastor Meshuggah money, do I need more people? This is the kind of comfort I have. Until finally, Rabbi Elazar ben Arach comes to him and says, Rabbi Elazar, you know, you have consoled me, and then he gets up and he goes on with his life. But you get a sense of his sense of humor as well, that even in a dark moment, he can still say, you know, here I am warning my son, you're giving me more stories. We don't know much about his wife, about the rest of his family. Now, what we know about his major teachings in general is that he was, as I mentioned, a student of Hillel. He was a great populist, meaning he believed in the value of the Jewish masses. He did not, kowtow to the established authorities among the Jews, including the high priests and especially the Sadducees, with whom he had tremendous conflict, as I will explain shortly. And he emphasized elements of kindness as a new way to reach out to God in the absence of the temple. We will also return to that point towards the end of this class. He was a major proponent of Torah study as an activity. You may think of that as, well, you know, that's obvious, isn't it? We're talking about Judaism, but in fact, Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai really directed Judaism in that particular path, arguing that in the absence of the temple, in the absence of traditional sacrifices, the way that Jews can express their devotion to God is through study. And he said famous things like, do not take credit for your study because that is the purpose for which you were created. These kinds of things endeared him to the masses, but I think what I'd like to do now is turn to some of the political background of his life works. Maybe I'll pause for a couple of questions. We have no record of his debates with early Christians that I'm aware of. Occasionally, you will see certain rabbinical figures speak with so-called philosophers, philosophes, which may be an allusion to early Jewish Christians, but we don't have any record that I am aware of any sustained debate. Next week, actually, when we talk about Salome, we will talk about Jews and the early Christian movement. But again, it's important to recall that, you know, even in the immediate wake of the destruction, the year 70, Christianity was still such a tiny movement.
90%, all right.
You know,
3 years
we're not even sure how much intercourse they would have had with each other. Small groups of Jews who choose to follow Jesus, you know, they're still Jews, and it's just another kind of, and don't forget, this is a period we'll talk about next week of incredible messianism. There were several figures during this period who were claiming Messiah status. In fact, Jews were following them and fighting and dying for them against the Romans. Within just a short period of time, we have Bar Kokhba. That will be 2 weeks from now. Even Rabbi Akiva thought that he was Mashiach. So it's a period where Mashiach was a diamond dozen. A doctor, on the other hand, was very hard to find. But Mashiach easy. Well, what does that mean in the first century of Torah Jew?
That's crazy. Running Man is more of a classic movie than Sixth Day. Classic.
Well, you know, let me answer that question in a few slides, because I'm going to give you a sense of Jewish sectarianism, and we'll try to understand what that means to be Torah observant. What we understand by Torah observant today is largely a result of Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai's formulation of Torah study, which we could say, for example, is basically the Pharisaic ideal of having small disciple groups who are all committed specifically to tithing their produce and leading lives of Torah study as opposed to sacrificial activity. But we'll get back to that. Last question is Abraham. Probably, yeah. Zakkai, which means like pure or innocent.
Just suck my dick, dude. Your arm came.
No.
Oh, I interviewed him.
If Jacob Newsom's biography, he has a longer description of that. That's a nice name. I don't know anything about Zakkai today. Certainly don't know anything about it. That would be a really bad name. You guilty. But anyway, let's look at Israel in destruction. So we have to really put ourselves in the mindset of Jews at this really terrible time in Jewish history. Israel has been going through a tremendous amount of sectarian dispute. We'll go through several groups in a couple of slides. And ultimately, the Romans have decided enough with this. The Romans before were some radical elements who decided to deny the Romans the right to bring sacrificial offerings, which had long been afforded to them along with other non-Jewish nations who just celebrated the holiday of God. And when that was withdrawn from them, this was considered an act of great respect to the Romans to not allow them to bring sacrifices at certain times of the year. And it sparked the revolt because the Romans really had had enough of those fractured people who were
that's a magical TV. And there was another name change as well. So Huxtable, his name was originally, I think it was Clayton, to quote me on that, but it was not Heathcliff. Originally it was not Heathcliff. It changed to Heathcliff later on. So if you go back to some of the first episodes, you actually see the name
the numbers that we have from the classical sources may be as high as 600,000
wide receiver.
That's most likely an exaggeration because that population figure for which era is inflated, and it is the way of ancient sources kind of use numbers poetically. But there's no question that it was an overwhelming demographic loss. Now, when we look at the mood of the nation, you can look at one of the greatest historians of this period, Gedalia Alon, shown here, an Israeli scholar, originally from Poland, I believe, who died very young in the 1950s, I believe. And he wrote a very important book which was translated there and published by Harvard called Jews of Our Land. And he identified 6 basic attributes for a sense of national independence, all of which were basically missing at the time of the destruction. Specifically, one of the things that has a certain national independence is the existence of a state, and that was completely wiped out by the Romans. And the Romans actually put a tremendous amount of effort in trying to root out the entire memory of the Jewish state at this time. The region known as Judea was downgraded from a government to a section of another part of the kingdom that wasn't given individual status. The name Judea was wiped out and was replaced with the name Palestina, which was intended as an insult to the Jews, because it's named after the Philistines, the traditional biblical enemy of the Jews. So they renamed the land of the Philistines Palestina. And of course, today, the debate over names continues with that particular topic. So there's no statehood. Secondly, it's quite likely that as a result of the deportations and the wars, Jews no longer constitute the majority of the population of the land of Israel by the end of the 1st century. They did constitute a plurality, meaning they were most likely the largest minority of all the peoples in Israel, but they definitely did not have majority population anymore. The money is always essential, and you have to have a continuous population with a stable economy, which is in the ancient world essentially agrarian, and that was completely wiped out by the Romans with tremendously onerous tax burdens, which were not only difficult to bear in terms of their quantity, but also in terms of their quality. For example, the traditional makatzis shekel, the half shekel award, which was given to the temple in Jerusalem, the Romans had allowed the Jews to continue collecting it and sending it to the temple for the upkeep. And as a result of the Roman-Jewish wars, the Jews were ordered to send that money to Rome to the upkeep of the temple of Jupiter, which was, still a tax burden and an insult on top of it. Leadership. Now, this is especially interesting. Who were the leaders of the Jewish people at this time? We have traditional status groups such as the high priesthood, the leader of the Sanhedrin, which may have been the same people, meaning there are certain periods of Jewish history where the Kohen Gadol would be the head of the court, the Sanhedrin. The Sanhedrin at this point, by the way, seems to have been disappeared for a short period of time, and it is largely due to Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai's activity that it eventually finds its home in Yavne. But in the immediate aftermath of the war and the destruction of Jerusalem, the Sanhedrin is not functioning, the priesthood is not functioning. All that's left are the Pharisees. These are the so-called Perushim, those who separate, who were establishing these little disciple circles of Jews who would get together to study the oral law. And membership essentially meant taking an oath before a group of other Pharisees saying that you would promise to maintain the laws of the Torah, and in particular the tithing system, the Meiser system. And that would create a chaver status, meaning an associate status that would allow you to be among these kinds of charismatic groups, who had no official authority. They had no administration, they had no hierarchy. It was simply a group of Jews who were like-minded and organizing on their own without any official sanction. They had no tax base, they had no revenue source, and nevertheless, they were still emerging as the popular leadership of the Jewish people. This is primarily where Yochanan ben Zakkai comes out, because he is essentially a Pharisee. Control of the diaspora. There is a Jewish diaspora which predated by several hundred years the destruction of the first temple, and really for at least another 400 or 500 years, Israel would remain the center of the Jewish people. On a leadership level, where the rest of the Jewish world was look to Jerusalem, or at least to Israel. Jerusalem, of course, was emptied of Jews. It was declared Judeized by the Romans. No Jews were allowed to live in the environment of Jerusalem. But Israel as a whole would be considered the spiritual homeland of the Jews, and issues would come forth out of Jerusalem. Decisions would come forth from their key Torah, right from Zion. So this is still in effect, but again, there's no leadership to exercise that authority. And finally, statehood could still be existent, says Alon, if there is an active resistance to the occupation, but after the temple was destroyed, and especially 3 years later when Masada fell, that was it for the resistance. It was completely broken. It would amazingly rise up 5 decades later under the Bar Kokhba rebellion, with similarly disastrous results for the Jewish people. But at this point, the Jews were literally at their lowest point
Ain't no room up in this bitch now. Ain't no room up in this bitch. I was doing stuff like that. I'm a real trash
survive this kind of national assault and still emerge victorious on a spiritual and ultimately even today on a national level. So this is the context in which we have to see Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai's activity. Who were the various groups who were dancing around this question a couple of times? Who were the various groups that were active at this time? So you have the so-called Sadducees, the Sadduceans, who were associated primarily with the temple, and that was their locus of authority. They had a revenue flow because Jews were always bringing in their sacrifices and so on, and they had a level of significance because they controlled the ritual activity of Judaism, which centered around temple activity. Again, let me take us back a second. Just imagine for yourself, we live in an era where Jewish activity probably centers on a home more than anywhere else, and a close second would be the synagogue. We have a tremendous amount of rituals that are involved in the kitchen, in the bedroom, in the study, and then of course in the synagogue with all of its regular prayers and so on. But this is an era in which that was not true. Judaism was practiced in one place, in the temple. And you had all kinds of laws that you could observe on your own in your communities. And if you had a Beit Knesset, which means simply a house of gathering, you would get together perhaps to, to study texts if you were literate, which was probably not likely, to discuss prayers, which were then very new. The Anshe Knesset Gedolah had just begun really producing these things shortly before the Roman Jewish War, maybe 100 years earlier. Really, if you were a Jew, you thought of yourself as belonging to the great temple in Jerusalem and nowhere else. So when all that was removed, it's as if the horizon had disappeared, and the defining elements of your religion were totally gone.
I love people that post inspirational
What would you
messages
do with that?
never done.
Second group were the Zealots. We discussed the Yonim, which were a group of the Zealots earlier, who believed that the correct way to deal with the Romans was to rebel against them, to throw off the hated yoke of occupation, the yoke of the so-called evil kingdom. The Sadducees, by the way, believed in complete capitulation to the Romans and collaboration with the Romans. Finally, the Pharisees, which we discussed a minute ago, and then there's a whole host of other groups. Not only the early Jewish Christians that we mentioned earlier, but there are also Jews like the Essenes who went and lived in caves and practiced celibacy, which meant that they had to have a recruitment drive every 20 years or so. And these are all various groups who were neo-messianic and so on. So to return to your question, what does it mean to be a Torah Jew? Undoubtedly, all of these groups consider themselves Torah Jews, but the definition of what a Torah Jew was so wrapped up with the temple that when the temple was removed from the scene, no one exactly knew what it meant to be a Torah Jew. Of all these groups, the ones that had the clearest and most coherent definition of that would be the Pharisees. Because they said, look, the reality is we can no longer rely on the Kohanim, the experts in Judaism. We can't just bring our cows to them and expect atonement once a year. We can't do that kind of thing. We must ourselves become expert in Jewish text, Jewish law, Jewish thought, and that form the basis of the intellectual meritocracy, which is rabbinic Judaism. So that's really one of Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai's major achievements. So of the Pharisees, there were three distinct groups. There were the so-called Pharisee zealots, and you can see this in the Tannaitic literature. There are some Pharisees who have such tremendous contempt for the Romans and are more than willing to take up arms, even though they are still, within the Pharisaic camp, they still feel they lean towards, aggressive confrontation with the enemy. Then you have the so-called moderates, which Gedalia alone calls the so-called national realists. I hesitate to use the term realist because everybody considers themselves a realist. No matter how fanatical they are, they consider everyone else living in a dream world. But me, of course, I'm realistic. Everyone else, I'm not a pessimist, I'm not an optimist, I'm a realist, and so on. And then finally, who believed in some level of accommodation with the Romans because deceiving them was impossible. And then there were the so-called peace party who were out simply out for surrender without any conditions whatsoever. Where exactly Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai fits into these three groupings is not entirely clear, but it appears that he fit within the moderate group more than anyone else. He believed in some accommodation with the Romans for a strategic retreat, meaning a tactical retreat would be a better term. By simply allowing the Romans certain things that they wanted, the Jews could retain other things that were crucial to their development. So let's go to the three enduring questions that we began with our lecture with. First of all, what exactly was Yavne? You recall I asked, why would he ask for Yavne and its sages? There really were no sages in Yavne before Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. And secondly, what kind of a place is Yavne? It's like Yehudatville. It doesn't occur in Tanakh. Nobody ever talks about Yavne. Maybe you could say, I don't know, Hebron or Shechem or some other biblical place. What is going on with Yavne? So the Roman term for Yavne is Yamnia, sometimes spelled with a J, pronounced Jamnia, but really Yamnia. And it appears that even though Yavne did not have a majority Jewish population and had no yeshiva to speak of before Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, the Romans used Yavne primarily to control displaced populations in their rule. Meaning, when they had a population, and they were big into moving large people, numbers of people around, when they had a population that they wanted to keep tabs on. Not quite a jail, but kind of like a supervised environment where they knew what was going on. It was not like the great city, New York or Warsaw or something like that. It was like, look, yes, you can come over here, and there's lots of Gentiles here who will, be aware of your comings and goings. In other words, it was kind of like not exactly a ghetto, because it was like a mixed population, but it was kind of like a place where the Romans could keep an eye on what was going on. So in other words, perhaps Yochanan ben Zakkai, I'm sorry, Mr. Weiser? Exactly. It's maybe a colony, a control point. It's very good. In other words, perhaps Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai had asked for a place that he knew the Romans would be inclined to grant. I mean, we're not asking to, occupy a traditional Jewish center where maybe we could foment revolution. We'll live right in your backyard where you want. Or, as Alon has suggested, not in keeping with the text that we have in the Talmud and Gita, perhaps it was Vespasian's idea, saying, "Oh, okay, look, you're flattering me. You're telling me I'm going to be the emperor. It turns out you're right. So, fine. What do you want? You want it?" He says, "Well, give me the sages." Okay, all right. You can have some of your sages, but they have to live in Yavne. They have to live here where I keep an eye on them. Which is a radical rereading of the text and alters the understanding of it, but at the same time, it makes much more sense with the nature of the confrontation between the Romans and the Jews at that time. So it could be, according to your law, that Vespasian offered Yavne, and Yochanan ben Zakkai accepted it. Other readings of this story elsewhere seem to support that interpretation as well. Secondly, what exactly was Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai's role? We know that he is referred to usually as Rabban Yochanan ben Zakkai, and not as a erroneous Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. But Rabban means simply our teacher, but it is a term that is reserved for a particular position known as the Nasi, or the president. For most of this period, the Jews were led by two distinct individuals, the partners or the pairs. One was called the Nasi, or the president, and the other was the Alsatian, the head of the Jewish court. However, according to Sharira Gaon, a medieval commentator on Jewish history, he insists that this term Rabban is reserved for people who are Nasi, or the presidents, which doesn't make sense because Rabban Yochanan ben Zakkai was not of the lineage that would allow him to be Rabban. There was always, a Hillel, a Shimon, or a Gamliel, so on, that were the Nasiim. How did Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai suddenly get to be Nasi? And secondly, in the various decrees that he passed during the time he was actually in Yavne, he was always signing documents second after a probably absent Rabban Gamliel, who was the Nasi. So it appears like he was behaving as if he was the Nasi, the president, with the right to execute orders and to demand Jews to conform to new takanot. But he doesn't have the right to take that position. You add to that the fact that there seems to be no other person acting like that until about the year 85, and you wonder what exactly is going on. So the way Alon reads this particular period, he takes it in such a way that he believes Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai essentially stepped into the breach at a moment when the existing leadership, the existing Nasiim, were paralyzed with indecision. How do we deal with the loss of the temple? How do we deal with this overwhelming loss of statehood? And Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai said, look, let me just escape from Jerusalem, and I'm going to take a place, I don't care what it is, Yavne, who cares what it is, and in Yavne, with a few sages, I will set up a yeshiva, and that's going to be the future of the Jewish people, which was an incredibly audacious thing to do, flying in the face of all of the authorized leadership figures of the time. And in fact, after 15 years of this activity, it appeared that he was successful, and then he was removed from that position and the traditional leadership reasserted itself.
Basically the
And
stars
he
of
stepped back from national politics.
band.
He established another yeshiva
Like, you know,
outside of
Stillwater,
Yavne
remember
and
the
allowed the
Almost Famous
Sanhedrin
one, like,
to go on
singers on, like,
functioning
the
in
front
Yavne
of
and
the
so on.
thing.
So,
It's kind of
in
me
other
making
words,
the
to try
front
and bring
thing,
this
but
down
that's
into
way
a sentence or
off,
two,
out of focus in the
Alon's
background.
analysis,
Yeah, but
which
we're an
is quite
ensemble,
convincing
and we're
to
going to
me,
share the profits, right?
is that
Right, boys?
Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai essentially boldly and audaciously asserted a leadership position when he did not have it by any rights in a traditional Jewish constitutional sense. And ultimately, the rest of the Jewish leadership that failed to act appropriately at that time came around to his way of thinking. He was then displaced, possibly in a
What the hell? So you're not, we're not
in
giving you
an amenable way, in
Son
an
is a
amicable
mother.
way,
I know.
to
And
allow
I never
traditional
can.
leadership
By
to
the way, I was
reassert itself.
informed that I
But
was
it was
the
those
other
crucial
one.
15 years that he was
Just
active in
yesterday.
Yavne that he
Guys,
allowed
he's lucky to
to
even begin
continue in a form
Yeah,
that we would
I
understand.
get it.
Now,
I'm
the
surprised.
problem with this whole discussion,
it's just
however,
not too Casey
is that it relies very heavily on a logical tool, which is very weak.
We
It's called
also
the
should do it
argumentum
for
excellentio,
We
an
have
argument
about,
from
I'd say,
silence, meaning we have no documents to prove
$2,200
this. We have
so
no text
far
that
off
prove
YouTube
this.
and
All we
Patreon
have is, for
combined
example,
6
the
months,
troubling
so
question,
really good.
wait a minute. If the
And
whole
so-
story is about what happened at Yavne, then where
And of course,
is
if
the
you guys
Nasi?
remember the
Why is the
deal
Nasi
that
not
I
there
said,
with him?
I
We know
paid
he's
that
elsewhere in the
stuff, so I
country.
take
I think he's
30% off
Galil
the
at this
top,
point,
and then
and
we
he's
take
not
that
doing anything.
7%.
And
Divide
more
that by
significantly,
5.
where are, for
So
example,
we can all share
Rabbi
it.
Yochanan
20%
and
of 7%
Zakkai's
of
students?
2,200.
A whole bunch of his students do not
It's going to a
follow him
billboard,
to
though,
Yavne.
right? It's going
As
straight to the
great
billboard.
as
Yeah,
he
in
was,
Korea.
he did not have his
I forgot
primary
about the
student, for
billboard,
example,
to be honest.
Rabbi
So that
Elazar
you guys
ben
are
Arak,
looking
who
into
you recall
Look, our
mentioned that
priorities might
Rabbi
be a little
Yochanan ben
bit,
Zakkai said that if all the sages were on one
upside down.
side and Elazar ben Arak were on the other
We got
side, he
billboard
would have weighed
first,
them
we'll
up.
pay ourselves
He
second.
abandoned his teacher. And
I
he's
will
off
say,
at a different place for those crucial 15 years. And he only returns
for
to
3 months on
Yavne
YouTube,
when
I'm able to
Rabbi
monetize.
Yochanan is
And
teaching
I think
elsewhere.
I fucked us.
And even the great Rabbi Tzadok, who you recall when
all those people rushed
Rabbi
to sign
Yochanan ben
up. They're
Zakkai
all
went out there and he asked for 3 things: give me Yavne,
But it's also a snowball
give me
effect.
the lineage
Like,
of
took 6 months to
the
get 200,
Nasi,
but then
which he
6
took
months
for
more will be at like
himself, and then later gave it
more than
back.
that, you know?
And he says, give me a doctor for Rabbi Tzadok. Even Rabbi
It won't be
Tzadok
enough.
did not
I
follow
couldn't think of one number.
Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai to Yavne initially.
More than that,
These kinds of arguments from silence indicate that those 15 years were really ones in which the established Jewish leadership were not aware of what could we possibly do to accommodate ourselves and to move forward from this colossal crisis. But it was Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai who determined that path. So this is Alon's basic thesis, which is a great amount of opposition to Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, but ultimately he was victorious in that kind of position. Okay, I'll pause for a couple of questions. I've given you some tough things here. Yes. Mr. Moore.
Yeah, he did. He went a little down on the heat. Hey!
What's that burger?
Nick's McDoubles are high. Good response. 5 minutes.
What's
I was
that
saying, oh
burger?
yeah, so sign up for the Patreon, make us more money. Oh, I was gonna say, I did another podcast
So
network for
that's a
5
good question.
years.
I'll
We didn't
repeat
start
it
Patreon
for
until
the internet
2
audience.
years
Might
in.
not be
We
on,
know YouTube
especially
buddy.
like, where was
And
God during all
5
this
years,
pictures?
we had 1,400
And,
patrons, and we were all paying
So
our
first of
rent.
all, I have
So
to
stick
give
with
full
it, fellas.
disclosure.
Stick
I'm not a
with it.
rabbi.
Yeah,
I'm not allowed to
Holy crap,
dispense
I mean, you're right
theological
off the-
information
that got
because I'm not
what is it
a
called?
card-carrying member of
Look,
the
you tell me when you want me to start
but
reaching
you
out
can
to
certainly
them.
ask
Fine,
some kind of
you're
question to
gonna
Rabbi
you can't
Rothschild,
eat that on
who
here.
will, I'm sure, give
I was
you
gonna move the mic and let you guys go
a very
first.
profound
They're all
answer.
5 seconds.
The sources that analyze this material, like Gedalia Lund, for example, so they won't ask that question. It's just not part of the mechanics of the tools that historians use to figure out what's going on here. But on the other hand, and I'm not going to step into a rabbinical role, but I'll speak as a Pasha to Yid, a simple Jew at this point. Obviously, God was all over the place there. And just because some of the established leadership may have a temporary lapse in
They're going to be making
the ability to make the right decision, shall we say, that doesn't mean that God isn't with the Jewish people with a new leader. And here's Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, who is taking control. And if it were not for his chutzpah, we wouldn't be here in a synagogue today. So, where was God? I think it's pretty clear that God is right in there the whole time. Apologies to Rabbi Grunstein, he's not here. Okay, so let's understand something about his legacy, and then we'll conclude for the evening. One of the more interesting passages about Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai is a discussion that he actually reinstituted smicha, that he was the person who really created the rabbinate as we understand it today. And there's some interesting passages that support this in the rabbinic literature. But basically, this idea is quite appealing because, once again, if we think of who were the authority figures in Judaism before the destruction of the temple, was most certainly the Kohanim, the priests, who had largely, by joining Sadducees, capitulated to the Romans and were bereft of any, shred of authority among the common population. The Sanhedrin, the judges, many of you were unfortunately also co-opted into the Roman regime because this is, after all, a position of great authority and potential for abuse. And these Roman scholars who had no official authority, no kind of dispensation from heaven to act as leaders, but nevertheless devoted themselves entirely to the study of the Torah. These were people that Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai designated as rebbes, as teachers. And these were the people who did not have, once again, any kind of formal stamp of approval other than the endorsement of a great figure like Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. And they ultimately became the popular leaders of the Jewish people through the next 2,000 years of statelessness. So Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai's innovation here, which I admit I still have some historical problems with, but I'm giving over the pieces now anyways, is essentially the model of Jewish leadership that the Jews have followed since the destruction of the temple. Kohanim, for example, are no longer the leaders of the Jewish people. Even administrative heads like chief rabbis do not really claim the same kind of authority because Jews are free to simply give their authority to their local rabbi. And many in halakhic terms, they may be obligated to give the authority to the local rabbi over the chief rabbi. We don't have a pope in Judaism. This is the kind of structure that Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai really created. Another major legacy point was his teachings firmly established the moderate or national realist approach of Pharisaism to the present day. I'll just quote two passages that I think are really quite telling of this approach. First of all, Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai says, do not hurry to knock down idolatrous altars, because perhaps you will have to rebuild them better than they were before. Which the commentators explain, in Israel there are various commands regarding the establishment of idolatrous places of worship. And let's say you are a zealot and you can't stand seeing that particular, statue of Mercury, Mercurius, as I mentioned in the Talmud, in your backyard, your neighbor's backyard, something like that. So you want to go there and you want to destroy that statue. So Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai says, don't do that. Why? Because right now, so what's the point? You will have just created another altar and a more enduring one at that. So this is kind of like a moderate realist, national realist approach saying, yeah, sure, it makes sense on a purely ideological level that you should go and you should get rid of all idolatry, but let's be smart about this, because it may be that it will come back to haunt you and you will actually, they'll backfire and you'll reinforce that. So this is kind of an interesting approach that sort of steps back from the ideological and the Torah and says, let's let's be real about the political situation we're living in.
an inordinate
Similar
amount of time, and I'm not
to his
kidding,
negotiation with Vespasian in the first place. Another beautiful teaching, one that is recorded in a variant text of Diablos Rabbeinu of Rabbi Rothschild, which I found absolutely fascinating. I was thinking about it all week. The text reads,
force of mine for the last little while.
if you are holding a seedling in your hand,
Do not think
right? You
this
have
is
like
cosmic
a
sense,
tree
just like
seedling,
no
you're about to
justice.
plant it, and someone
People
comes to
walking
tell
around,
you
waking
that
up,
Mashiach has
meals,
arrived,
people
the
walking
Messiah
around,
is here.
going on
Rabbi
dates,
Yochanan ben Zakkai says,
having dinner,
plant
waking
the
up and
tree
looking in the mirror in the
first,
morning.
then go see
Bodies they
Mashiach,
do not
which is
love,
an
for
amazing
sure,
statement,
most
because
cases.
you'd think that if Mashiach is really here,
In too many
oh my
cases,
gosh,
just
drop
downright
everything,
hate.
right? Because this is the end
I
of
don't like
times,
that
it's the
at all. I think
apocalypse,
it's weird.
and this is Rabbi
Buy a
Yochanan ben
vacation to a
Zakkai
nice
who
place
says,
to visit
no, look, you gotta
Almost everyone
take
in
care
America has
of
access
business
to
that's going on right now.
education.
Take care of the future.
Any
You're
diseases
planting a
they
small
get, they
tree.
just give you a pill
You
and
know,
they don't
if
have
he
it.
really is here, Mashiach is
But
here,
you're
then
like,
it'll be irrelevant whether you have
what
the
I
tree or
want.
not.
And
But,
what are we doing about that?
you know,
And
be
what I
smart.
want to do
Plant
is
the
be
tree
some
first.
small part.
So this is the
of the tidal
national
wave of
realist
progress
approach that we see
that when it
throughout
crashes
his
and lands
entire
and washes away
lifespan.
all the little
And
pebbles on the
ultimately,
beach,
it is
the
the
result is every
strategy that allows
looks
us
like
to
they
survive
want.
the tremendous crisis
That
of
is
the
the
destruction of the temple.
And I think
So with that, we're right
is
on
going to
time.
be
I want to thank you
one of
once again
the
for your support and your attention. I'm really happy you could
so
come,
many
and
fewer,
I
very
wish you an amazing
very
week.
easily
Thank you very
identifiable
much.
problems like low self-esteem, etc. And to me, recently, this has expanded not just for the body, but for the face and the hair and everything. Total aesthetic appeal. Now, for those of you listening to this podcast, I am not a representation of the pinnacle of the ideal. I'm not even someone to look up to. My body looks ridiculous. I have more body hair than like people have hair on their head. Like 3 haircuts in a row. Almost impossible to tap though. Difficult to tap. Yeah, the hair gets in the way. It's gross. You'll just stop rolling with me because of disgust.
Why don't we get started for tonight? Tonight is the penultimate class of the season. We're going to speak about an extraordinary individual, one of the most influential Jews of the 20th century, to be sure. They're signaling step this way. Yeah, so you can see the screen right over there.
Very interesting development here.
So, but you're going to see Leon. It's the first time you're here. I always walk around like this. I walk back like this. You know, it'll be okay. Anyways, first I have to tell the
He's doing
joke. The joke goes like this. We are going to speak about a really unusual individual, one of the most influential Jews, influential thinkers of the 20th century, and he comes from a line that really is Jewish royalty. I mean, there are certain surnames in the Jewish tradition. Oh, welcome back. Certain surnames in the Jewish tradition, like Rothschild, Ibn Tibbon, maybe, Ashkenazi, certain names that really, go through many generations, names you might not be so familiar with, Rodriguez, for example, that really, resonate for many generations. And Soloveitchik is one of them. And one of his forebears, we'll speak briefly about this in the first slide, but he was known as the Brisker Rub. And so the joke, the introductory joke for tonight, is actually a true story about the Brisker Rub. This is the middle of the 19th century in Eastern Europe, and the students are learning with the Brisker Rub, and a showcase comes in, a ritual slaughterer that says, Rabbi, I just checked at a cow, worth 500 rubles, and I'm concerned that perhaps I didn't do something right. Would you please go inspect the carcass to make sure that it's kosher? So the Brisker Rub goes out, the students follow him, he inspects the cow, and he says, in fact, it's not kosher. This animal is treif, not kosher. It's a huge loss because now it's no longer fit for Jewish consumption. He has to sell it at regular rates, which are like 1/10 of the rates that you get for kosher meat. And the showman says, "Okay, what can we do?" They go back to studying, and then they're in the middle of their Talmudic section of the middle of their Talmudic study. A woman bursts in the room and says, "Rabbi, I don't know what to do. I'm very upset. I had this chicken slaughtered, and I brought it home, and I saw it wasn't kosher. I brought it back to the showcase, and he refuses to give me back my money. He insists that the chicken is kosher. What am I going to do?" So he says, "Okay, let's go have a look at the chicken." And so the woman takes him back to the showcase, and they have the chicken there, and it's the same showcase, of course, the same slaughterer. And the showcase is furious, and he is angry, he's livid, his face is like a thermometer, he's all red with anger, and they're arguing over this chicken, and the Brisker looks at it and says, unfortunately, once again, The chicken is Drake.
He's moving on.
And the showcase gets
We are
furious.
witnessing it in
He
real time.
stomps
Hell,
in
he's
anger,
mad. Child
and
even
he says
followed him to
terrible
Texas.
things to the Brisker Rub,
He's like, "Look,
impugns
Bubba,
his honor and his integrity and his intelligence, and he orders them out of the store. So the students, they say to the rabbi, what's going on? I mean, first, the guy made a mistake with a large cow, 500 rubles, and, he was like accepting the Gezerah Hamelech. It's, God speaks, and that's the way it is. And now here, over 25 kopecks for a chicken, he's furious and disrespectful. What happened? So the Brisker Rav apparently said, see, there are two totally different situations. In the case of the cow, it was between him and God, and he was prepared to let it go. But in the case of the chicken, it was between him and another human being. That he wouldn't be prepared to let go. There's a lot of musher in that little story, a lot of wisdom. We're allowed, well, I'm not going to spell it out for you. The Rabbi Grunstein can do those kinds of things. But it's a story about the Brisker Rav. Steve, you're about to grow? You're waiting for the punchline. Not really a joke. I always thought it was funny. Okay. I can tell this lecture is going to go downhill from this point. Okay, so good and well for news. First of all, it is the penultimate class of the season. Next, today we're going to look at someone, ironically, who is very much associated with a great institution of Jewish higher learning, Yeshiva University. Next week, our last lecture, we'll look at someone who is associated with another great institution of Jewish learning, Touro College, as we will study the life of Dr. Bernard Lander, the founder of Touro College, also a fascinating figure that cast a wide and long shadow over American Jewish history. One last good and welfare thing, this kind of shameless self-promotion. I want to thank you. Many of you have sponsored my son to go to Israel, and he is participating in this learn-a-thon now for one more week. He's raised so far $713 to get him out of our hair. Get him to Israel for 5 weeks. If you are interested, it's an NCSY. The URL is learnathon.ncsy.org, and he would appreciate it. He can read a little bio and things like that. Meanwhile, let's go straight to our material. Okay. Let's go full screen.
All of the time.
Great. Okay. So, as I mentioned in the introductory story/joke, our topic tonight is one of the 20th century members of the great Soloveitchik dynasty. This is one of those names that resonates throughout Jewish history for the last really 300 years. And this name, as Rothschild is to wealth, Soloveitchik is to learning. The Soloveitchiks were especially associated with the Lithuanian yeshiva movement, which we've discussed in previous classes, and specifically with the heritage of the Vilna Gaon, as expressed in the greatest institution of learning established by the Vilna Gaon student, Rabbi Chaim of Volozhin, who was one of the forebears of the Soloveitchik dynasty. Incidentally, the reason why Rabbi Chaim we don't have a surname attached to him is because the 18th and 19th century is when Jews began to take surnames in large numbers. There are some exceptions. Italian Jewry, for example, you find surnames that go back to the Middle Ages, things like that. But in Europe, surnames were kind of like the equivalent of social security numbers. That as states became more sophisticated, as they moved towards direct taxation of individuals from a medieval corporate structure to a citizen-based nation-state, it was necessary to identify individuals rather than communities. So many states like Austria-Hungary, the Russian Empire began to impose the requirement that Jews and other peoples take surnames. In fact, there's a lot of fascinating stories about what surnames mean and how people get them. I'm not sure if all of them are true, but for example, they say that names like in certain parts of Austria-Hungary, you could buy bribe the official to get a really beautiful name, like Rosenkrantz or Rosenberg, or these are names, Field of Roses, things like that. And if you ticked off the clerk who was recording names, he would give you a name like Zwiebel, which means like onion. Or it's a good one, Katzenellenbogen, famous Jews, Zwiebel and Katzenellenbogen. Katzenellenbogen means cat's elbow. So it's hard to imagine you're going to come up to the authorities and say, I'd like to register my surname as cat's elbow. But that's why so many Jews have surnames that are related to professions, like Schneider for tailor, or they're related to the traditional
And the reason why
son
we know
of
that
the father's
because
given name,
all
like my
of the
name,
lead
Abram's
footage.
son of, I
You have to
probably have
remember,
an
it
ancestor named
wasn't
Avram,
just
and
Shah
so his son was the first one taken out, and so on.
His son
So Rabbi Chaim is just known simply as Rabbi Chaim of Voloshin, but shortly thereafter you have the Soloveitchik line that descends from it. There's a whole line of rabbis, one after another, who are really towering figures, not only in terms of their fame and erudition, but also in their highly original, creative approach to study. And in fact, it is through the Soloveitchiks that we get the so-called Brisker Derech, the way of Brisk. They were attached especially to the city of Brest-Litovsk, which is in Poland, Belarus, Ukraine region. The boundaries were really quite fluid during most of the 19th and early 20th century. And so the name of the town was taken from Rabbi Chaim Soloveitchik, known as the Brisker, who lived in the middle of the 19th century. The Brisker Derech, or the Brisker way of studying Talmud, is a highly analytical method which takes a text and using what would be considered, in my humble opinion, very postmodern techniques, breaks it down into its component elements without looking at its content. So rather than looking at the subject that the Talmud is discussing, the Brisker Derech will analyze, well, what is the question? What is the response? What is the refutation? And they can map out a sugya or a section of the Talmud simply by its structural form rather than the content. It was highly influential, and there are many, many modern yeshivot who study the Talmud in this manner. There is, of course, a Brisker yeshiva in Israel, and the Yeshiva University in many ways inherits this similar method, and is highly influential in the university-style academic study of the Talmud as well. So there's a whole line of Rosh Yeshiva, heads of these yeshivas, like the Netziv, Rav Naftali Tzvi Berlin, and on his mother's side as well, another famous dynasty, almost as well known as Soloveitchik, the Feinstein family. Of course, we have the great Rabbi Moshe Feinstein, who hopefully in another class we'll discuss. That was a relative of our protagonist today. Okay, Ms. Abramson, you have a question?
Edited footage of him looking bad at his son's baseball practice. Then uploaded footage of him getting thrown out of the game and put his on. And now this guy's coming forward to this Photoshop. That's how he is. That's what a terrible person.
I think you're asking a brilliant question, which is probably too much for us to get into tonight. The question, for those of you who are in Latvia and watching this on the internet, you might not be able to hear. The brilliant student who attends every week, who asks, if we are focusing, if I can paraphrase it, if the Brisker Derech focuses on the structure, the form, aren't we missing that for the content? Just to give you a short answer, though, the content is truly revealed by the form. So, for example, if you can identify whether a given statement, which might be 2 or 3 words in text, if you can identify whether a given statement is an answer, or if it is a question, or if it is a refutation, or if it is an exception, all these things make a difference to what exactly does the text mean. And I remind you that Talmud, Jews, brilliant people, they couldn't invent punctuation. There's no periods, commas, question marks, exclamation marks, quotation marks. The Talmud is just like a mass of words, and it's up to the student to figure out where an individual clause begins, the next one ends, the next one begins. So this structuralist approach is actually, quite revealing to the meaning of the text. Similar to, if you will, the way the truck, the cantillation of the Torah text reveals the inner meaning of the verses themselves. The truck is only the musical notation of the sound. But with the musical notation, you know where the phrases begin and end, and what's emphasized, what's a question, things like that. Okay, good question. Yes, please.
I'm astonished by how much
the Chavetz Chaim, I don't think the Chavetz Chaim is within like 2 or 3 relations to the Soloveitchiks. They're definitely Lithuanians.
Obi's a douche.
It's the same tradition, correct? In the sense of the Chavetz Chaim in terms of the yeshiva movement. The people or the movements? The people. I don't think they are related, although they do come from the same region of Europe. In terms of the thinking, certainly the yeshiva in Radin, which was the Chavetz Chaim yeshiva, was influenced by the Brisker Derech. But they have their own sort of spin on how to study the Talmud as well. We looked at a couple of weeks ago. We looked at the Chavetz Chaim. Okay, let me go on. Here we are. Now, his youth, he was born in 1903 in Pruzhana, Poland, which was a part of Eastern Europe that had about 17 border changes between really during his lifetime. His father was a rabbi who served as a communal rabbi, and early on in their youth, he was about 10 years old, they moved to Belarus in 1913. There, interestingly enough, he was influenced by the large number of Lubavitch Hasidim that lived in the town. And this is kind of a fascinating thing that all biographers of the Rav, by the way, he is known affectionately simply as the Rav, meaning the rabbi. So there are very, very few people in Jewish history who received that designation. The late medieval Italian commentator and Mishnah, Rabbi Rothschild, is called the Rav. There is a rabbi in the Talmud who's called simply Rav, but really only a handful of people are called the Rav, as they well know. So I'll just probably use that designation. As a young boy, the Rav was exposed to a tradition which is also Lithuanian in origin, but miles apart in terms of its trajectory to the traditional emphasis on Talmud. And he spent about a year in deep study of the Tanya. That's a very young man. We're talking about an early adolescent. So much so that his parents began to notice that his traditional grasp of the Talmud, which was precocious, as would be expected from a Soloveitchik science. And so they actually pulled him out of his close association with one particular Baruch Reisberg. He said, "Thank you very much, Rabbi Reisberg, but we really got to get him back to Tosfos." And he ventured back to the traditional areas of Lithuanian non-Hasidic thought. Nevertheless, the Tanya, and if you'll recall, go back a few lectures, we talked about the author of this book, the Alter Rebbe, is an extremely deep philosophical work that plumbs the depths of Jewish mysticism, that seeks to understand the structure of the soul, the nature of the universe, the theological value of our everyday actions and its people. And actually amazing work with a tremendous range of depth and quite different in feeling than the Talmud. And so he was very early on influenced by the Lubavitch movement. He, by the way, maintained a very close personal relationship with the Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson. They say of him that when they studied together in Europe, at one point they were, I believe they're at the University of Berlin together, or perhaps it was in Paris. Thank you. He never missed a day of going to the mikvah when he was in a close association with the Lubavitcher Rebbe, who would go to the mikvah every day. And there's no question that he had a very warm feeling for that movement. You see that even though their intellectual activities diverged significantly, they had a few kind of interesting convergences. Like, for example, with regards to the education of women, the Rav was a controversial proponent of the study of Talmud by women, sometimes in co-educational groups. And the Lubavitcher Rebbe held a position that also was very favorable to women studying Talmud, for similar reasons, even though their worldviews were quite different. At any rate, he developed this intense love for the philosophical orientation of the Tanya, and by the time he was 18, they had to leave that region. They fled from the Bolshevik Revolution, and when all of this settled down, 1914, of course, you have World War I. 1917, the Russian Revolution. The entire region is thrown into chaos, with the German army moving over the front lines and then being pushed back by certain elements of the Red Army, and ultimately this created the state of Poland, which is where they settled in 1920 in the city of Warsaw. Warsaw, in the interwar period, was an absolutely fascinating place for Jews. It was, I believe it was probably the the city with the largest Jewish population. I'll have to check the demographics, but it certainly had a very high proportion. We're talking about 1/3 of the population of Warsaw was Jewish, and it represented tremendous diversity of thought. Warsaw was a very cosmopolitan city where you had Jews who were Talmudists, Lithuanian-style Talmudists. You had Jews who were Hasidim. You had Jews who were Zionists of all stripes. You had Jews who were communists. You had a tremendous, and you have Jews, of course, who were secular and openly assimilating. Jews who were Polonophiles and seeking to identify themselves completely with the Polish national movement, which had just gone through its heroic renaissance after being destroyed in the 18th century. It was reborn in the 20th century. So it was a really very exciting place to live for everyone, but especially for Jews who suddenly saw new potentials in this young state. This was a time when Jews first began exercising their political might in Eastern Europe. They organized themselves into political parties and actually won seats in the Polish Sejm, the Polish parliament. So Jews were organizing themselves communally and exercising their desire for change within the state. In Warsaw, he was especially influenced by his mother's love of poetry, especially Russian poetry and literature, Pushkin, Turgenev, and others. And he was reading very widely and deeply in secular studies, primarily through his mother's influence. He went to several traditional Polish gymnasia, that is like high schools, but with a very wide curriculum. My own grandmother, she also went to one of these kinds of schools, although she went to one that had a more Zionist bent. But, you would come out of these high schools with a working knowledge of several languages, and not only several languages, several language families. Like, it's understandable to have a couple of Romance languages and a couple of Slavic languages, but, they would come out of these places with, 3 or 4 different language families represented. Very high-level education. He attended the university, the Free Polish University in Warsaw, and later he went on to the University of Berlin. And in 1933, he completed his dissertation on the philosopher Hermann Cohen. Hermann Cohen, as you probably guessed, is a Jewish thinker. His thought is not specifically Jewish, but widely admired by the 19th century, primarily because he was the preeminent spokesperson for the Neo-Kantian movement. If you'll recall, way back at the beginning of this semester, I think we spoke about Immanuel Kant's influence on Jewish thought, his relationship with Moses Mendelssohn in particular. Kant created a kind of moral system that was independent of religious texts. In fact, one of his lesser known but very influential works was, I think I remember the German title, the Religion I memorized that because I love the way the sound sounds. Religion within the boundaries of reason alone. And so there are many Jews who are looking to kind of create their identities in modern Europe, and they wanted that morality that was so soaked in the Torah, but they wanted to find a way to anchor that morality to some philosophical system that did not require religious text. That's what Kant provided them. Hermann Cohen was one of the Jews who really discovered it and expanded on it. And I think it's instructive that of the philosophers that Soloveitchik was attracted to was this Hermann Cohen, who was kind of the entree into the wider world of enlightenment thought. Okay, more questions? Has everyone said no questions? Emmanuel Kant? Fine?
Getting fat. Everyone in the house has dyed blonde hair. Spiders outside.
What do you mean, Emmanuel Kant? Okay, well, that's definitely something we should talk about later, the categorical imperative and stuff like that. And in fact, like many of these philosophers, he said, but when you really look at it carefully, doesn't it look like the perfectly rational religion? Geez, it looks a lot like German Lutheranism, doesn't it?
It is Monday, July 14th.
Because that's the way it works out.
By, am I right?
But another story. I don't want to take much time. Let's go further then. Okay?
Yeah, dude.
All right. It was at this time that he met his Rebbitzin, Tanya Levitt, who is also a rather brilliant student. She received her PhD in education from the University of Vienna.
I think I
There's a
figured out
picture of them
why
when they were a little bit older.
taxes.
She predeceased him by some 30 years.
Just wait for that heat.
But she was also a very heavy influence on his thought later on in his life. Let us move on to the more significant chapter of his life where most people associate him with the 20th century. The 1920s was a period of tremendous exuberance and potential in Poland for Jews. But that came to an end by the end of that decade as the entire Eastern European region took a turn to the right. Country after country began to develop stronger integral nationalist movements, the most famous of which, of course, is the notorious Nazi Party of Germany. But every country began to develop that same kind of ideology. There was Germany for the Germans, Poland for the Poles, Romania for the Romanians, I guess we say Latvia for the Latvians. Goes on and on like this until Poland became a much less tolerant place for Jews. And Jews, I think, were a prime target because they were so concentrated in the urban areas. You could walk down main streets in Poland, there would be all these Hebrew and Yiddish signage everywhere. And Poles felt, especially these strong nationalist Poles, they felt that their capital cities had been invaded by so many nationalities. Ukrainians were also a popular target for them, and Jews as well. So they were steadily instituting more and more measures to try and restrict Jewish activity, freedom of religion, and so on. One of the most notorious, at least in the academic environment, was the institution of the so-called ghetto benches, where Jews were allowed to register. There was numerous clauses where only a certain number of Jews could take a place in the university, but they were forced to sit at the back of every auditorium. They were not allowed to sit in the front rows. The Jews had to sit in the back and so on. Kind of like the Rosa Parks situation, but for Jews. I use that term ghetto benches when people are asked if they want to audit my classes. I say, okay, fine, but nobody gets it, but I like it. These kinds of restrictions just made Poland less and less tolerant a place, and those Jews who were prescient realized that things were looking very dark on the horizon. One of those Jews, for example, was the right-wing thinker Vladimir Jabotinsky, who actually quite accurately predicted something like the Holocaust in the 1930s, but he predicted it would not start in Germany. He thought that Poland would be the epicenter of hatred. At any rate, the Soloveitchik family found a way to move out of that inhospitable environment. Our protagonist's father, Meir, was invited to serve as the head of faculty. They never actually used the term Rosh Yeshiva, but the head of faculty of the Rabbi Isaac Elkanah Theological Seminary in New York City, which will later in the 40s be renamed or be made part of the new university status, Yeshiva University. So the father was given this position, and in the late 20s, and a few years later, the young married couple made their way over to be with his father. This is a picture, by the way, of the northern campus of YU. I should mention, I meant to say this at the beginning of the lecture, I approached this subject in particular with considerable trepidation. First of all, I'm usually not afraid to speak without preparation. Those of you who did it before know that happens all the time. But, I never really, in my own life, spent a lot of time working with the ideas of the Rav. I always found it very difficult. I did dip into the lonely night of faith a few times, but I never really could get through it because it's a very hard book to understand. And so he was always on the periphery of my thought. Of course, I'm aware of his work, but never really dealt into it deeply. And here in this audience, there's so many people who met the Rav, who worked with the Rav, who knew him personally and were deeply influenced by his thought and his philosophy that I'm a little afraid to speak. So if you've been watching this lecture for the last 20 minutes and you're expecting some brilliant insights into the life of the Rav, forget it. I'm sorry to have wasted your time this far. This is going to be a very basic biographical kind of approach, and I will need the experts to speak about the significance of his thought. But that said, I do have a personal connection with YU because my wife is a graduate of their social work school. and we spent
And then there
a few
another
memorable
thing
years
is,
living in New York City.
they are 100%.
We lived actually not too far from this building in the faculty housing for a while, and I learned in their base medrash, and I enjoyed it tremendously. Met some fantastic people, but that's the extent of my personal connection to it. Washington Heights is a very frightening place to live once you move out of the little safe zone of Yeshiva University, and I have lots of adventures there too. But let's get off the boat. Oh, so he went to YU, but immediately after landing in the country, within a very short period of time, he made his way to Boston, where he would spend the rest of his life. He would commute to New York for his classes at YU when he later took a position there, but it is in Boston where he was really able to make his mark. He first accepted a rabbinic position there, but we should remember that Boston is, of course, famous as the intellectual capital of North America. New York is, in many ways, the capital of the world, but Boston, with Harvard, MIT, tremendous institutions of higher learning, this is a place where a Soloveitchik really belongs, and he fit in there tremendously. One of the things that he's most famous for in Boston is the establishment of a remarkable Jewish day school, the first in New England, known as the Maimonides School. The name Maimonides is very significant because obviously Maimonides is one of the greatest thinkers of the Jewish people, but also extremely important to the Brisker Derech. Maimonides was also a highly, uncharacteristically, even among Jews, systematic thinker, and so Maimonides thought even when his opinions are rejected, was subject to the same kind of searing analysis of the Talmud that was characteristic of the Brisker. So it makes sense that this young PhD rabbi would spend time thinking about Maimonides and name a school after him, because Maimonides exemplifies both the world of Talmudic learning and the world of secular knowledge. Maimonides being a very well-known medical doctor at the time, well-published, as it were, for the 12th century, and so that's what the school is named after. There's a lot of controversial elements to the Maimonides school, such as, for example, the gender-neutral study of the Talmud, with boys and girls studying the Talmud together in the same room. Just the idea of women studying Talmud even separately was quite radical. We're talking about the 1930s, not the 1970s. But this is the kind of thing that Soloveitchik was very proud to be a bold thinker, and as he grew in prominence, his authority was such that few could challenge him. He also, though, was sensitive to the sort of traditional mindset of the yeshiva world. In fact, this was a major preoccupation of his thought, the kind of idealization of the traditional yeshiva world. And so when many refugees began coming to New York in the 1930s, and especially after the Holocaust, he organized several different programs that were more geared to their sensibilities, various yeshiva movements, and so on. So Boston is where he began to make his mark. But he is associated with, more than any other institution, Yeshiva University. He was appointed professor of Talmud in 1941 and also professor of philosophy at the graduate school. Now, we have to talk a little bit about what this institution is. I'm just going to ask my daughter, Elisa, to give me another one of these, please. I'm finding myself a little thirsty because I'm nervous talking about the Rav. Thank you so much. His father had unfortunately passed away, and he was Makom filled his father's shoes, so to speak, by taking over this position. And note that it is, of course, a dual professorship, and also in two institutions, because Yeshiva University is precisely as the name sounds. It is a yeshiva. It has a branch, which is a traditional rabbinical seminary, modeled very much on the Lithuanian-style yeshiva, which is the quintessential model of Talmudic study.
A little more introverted than I am, but yeah, I see what you're saying. I mean, yeah. I'm not introverted.
And at the same time, it's also a university, which is really at the crux of the matter of who was the Rav and what did he stand for.
Makes sense, too. He's a big quarterback, big boy. Big boy.
He lectured there
It was pretty wild.
for 20 years. He was hugely influential.
awesome.
Did not publish
shit right
much
away.
until
Because a lot of times when you
later in
write
his life.
something,
He wrote quite a
I'm
bit,
stressed
but he
about
was
writing
highly
about
hesitant to actually render it into printed
You're always
form
worth
to be
Now, what was
circulated.
great was that
We'll talk about that
on
more
the way
in a minute.
there in
But
the cab
through these
to the
4
set,
decades
I
of
found out that
activity, he
Fabrizio
ordained
passed away.
approximately
So that's good.
2,000
And then I
American
gotta be like,
rabbis.
oh, where am I?
Okay,
So
guys,
Let's get to shooting.
specific
So that was,
influence on American Orthodoxy was
that's why I went to
it
Vegas.
was
Remember when I came
extremely
out?
important because his
But it was
worldview
great,
was
and they're
stamped
really
upon
happy.
such a large number of highly influential communal leaders throughout this country. It's ironic.
That's
I
my
was talking
company.
to a
They have
colleague
a
of
company
mine
out there and you
yesterday
need good
that I went to
commercials.
give
We
this lecture,
specialize in funny.
So Brian
and
does.
he said to me an
Brian
interesting thing. He said, you know, if you look at the span of people
So Jeff dies
who
on our show
claim
on
the
Wednesday.
Rav
We
as
pre-record.
their
I was with
personal
Jeff
Rebbe,
all
as their main teacher, they represent such a wide spectrum of ideas, from the extreme right-wing kind of black hat, we'll talk about the spectrum in a second, to much more liberal
this weekend.
approaches which are gender neutral, egalitarian, and so on, and they all, find a home in the thought of the Rav. And so it's very hard to kind of encapsulate what is it that you believe when you look at such a wide range of students, but it gives you an indication of simply how influential he was. So we have to get an idea of what is Yeshiva University and what is one core element of his philosophy. So to do that, let's do that first, and we'll come back to the public affairs. I'll go past this slide. This is out of order. So he is associated with a movement that is often called the modern orthodoxy. I apologize for those of you here for whom this will be extremely redundant, but we have a lot of people in Latvia who don't exactly know much about the Orthodox spectrum, so forgive me for a minute while I kind of lay this out. Orthodoxy, as you know, is not monolithic by any means. There is a huge range of ideas, beliefs, and practices that all go under the moniker Orthodox. So what exactly does it mean? So if we lay out a spectrum here, a so-called denominational spectrum of American Jews, we can get a sense of what Orthodoxy is and what modern Orthodoxy is. If we take on the left,
if you're in fucking Austin, Texas, the kids go,
so this arrow here,
you're not doing it for the kids. If you think you're doing it for the kids, they don't give a
openness
we have
to
snacks,
society,
hotel room,
willingness to
pool.
engage in
We'd be
the
in
wider
Ukraine.
world,
We don't give
whether
a
it be
fuck.
through
Kids don't care.
non-Jewish
The parents
culture,
are like, yo, the kid
through
does not
sporting
give a fuck.
events,
Board,
through music,
holiday
art,
inn, up the
ideas. I
street.
mean, how open
You're doing it for
are
you.
Jews to the larger trends of the human tradition outside of the shtetl of Yiddishkeit, so to speak, outside of the small definition that we hold for our own community. If we put a spectrum that goes out this way to openness, and we put on the other side a spectrum that is insularity, how to what degree do we regard the outside world as toxic, that these things are going to pollute our pure ideologies, that are going to influence us to pursue paths of activity that contradict to our core values. So if we have this kind of left-right spectrum, what we'll find is on the right wing here, we'll have the so-called Charedim. It's a Hebrew term, Israeli term meaning the tremblers, those who tremble at the word of God, a verse taken from the book of Isaiah. Sometimes in English they're referred to as the ultra-Orthodox. And you can often recognize them by certain costumes, certain types of headgear, what a friend of mine likes to call yarmulke culture. This way, I thought that was funny, but no one else laughed ever. Sometimes they're called yeshivish because they tend to be associated with the traditional yeshiva world, or chasidic, they tend to be over here. Chabad, by the way, does not conform to any of this. They're totally different.
Symmetrical faces.
We'll get to that maybe another point. Then if we look on the other end of the spectrum, here where you have Reform Judaism, which is perhaps the most open of all movements. In a joking way, people say we're not talking about the 10 commandments, we're talking about the 10 suggestions.
My wife is like, Cali's the salsa capital of the world.
It's just not working tonight, but Reform is much more open to the idea of, embracing the totality of the human experience and every expression and so on, and it's quite different from the roots of the Hasidic movement. We have to put the conservative movement somewhere over here, definitely towards the open end of the spectrum, but not nearly as much as Reform. And then, but the problem is there's a barrier, there's a big leap between everything that's over here and over here. And that is this idea of the 613 commandments. One of the major ideological separators between the Orthodox as a whole and the non-Orthodox is this concept of Torah Sinai. Does the Torah come from God in the form that we have it now,
So they want to hire.
very important implication, are all of the traditional commandments
And she was
binding?
insanely hot.
Or
So
do
it
you
was
say,
something where
oh,
all
this
our friends were
particular
just talking
commandment
about
is
scenes, and
not
they were
human
just
in
asking
origin,
Jada,
it's
and the
not
girl,
divine in origin, I'm sorry, it's human
not
in
the wife,
origin,
but his girlfriend,
it's no longer
who has
relevant.
kids with.
You know,
She's
can
like,
we,
well,
we
he's
do
gonna
say
cheat
that
on you,
there's
you
some
don't know.
things are
Jamie, like,
related
he's
to
gonna be a
particular
cheater.
circumstances.
No,
For
don't
example,
do that to him.
I know.
It's
Like,
like he's
a
recovering
lot of the
alcoholic.
commandments are
Like, yeah, I'm
related
just
to
put
the
whiskey in every room.
practices in the temple.
Well,
The temple is no
just don't
longer
have
standing,
fucking
so
whiskey in the
those
room.
commandments are no longer
Listen,
practiced.
it'll
But
work.
it's not that they
Arnold's the
are
best example.
abandoned, they're simply
Arnold's
no
12
longer
tens. And
applicable
he was like, look at
until
this
the temple
warlock
is
that has a
recreated, so to
positive
speak.
attitude.
They're simply
I'm gonna make a kid
existentially impossible.
You can only
For
take so much
example,
as a man.
well,
you know, the prohibition
yeah,
against homosexuality
I
is
had
a
an
very
experience
difficult
like this.
problem
My
in a
first
society
wife
that
was
is
very
growing very
beautiful, of course.
permissive of
She was
homosexual
very
behavior.
confident because she
You know,
was
the
beautiful.
Orthodox
She
have a very difficult
brought
time
in
saying,
this
well, this is
gal
no
who
longer applicable,
with three
whereas in the
languages
conservative
and
reform movement,
was
this is easier.
Swedish,
And I'm not going to
Ethiopian,
generalize
and
about them, but it's easier to say, well, this is a,
and,
you know,
came
an
in
expression of a
like these,
particular time and age
couture
in a
clothes.
human
I came in
document and so on.
with this look
If
of thing, and I was
you
like,
accept that all of the commandments are binding,
I looked at my wife,
then
I
you
go,
will
look at
likely
this.
be in the Orthodox
That's
camp.
the
Regardless of how well you
That's
observe
the
them, you will be in the Orthodox camp. If you
That's right,
don't
you were there.
necessarily
You're
accept
fucking
that
right.
number
Yeah,
6,
that's
18
right.
as
She was
binding,
there. She
then
was
you're
there. That's
probably
right.
going to find
You're
yourself
an
in this
angel, and
camp.
I took Brian
The
another
modern
road.
Orthodox world is right about
That was
here.
my house
So
on
they
set
are
on
on the
yes,
just on the right side of the 613 barrier, but their sense of openness is the furthest left that's possible within that spectrum. So in other words, they're still within the ideological patterns and purview of traditional Judaism, believing that all the commandments are binding, but they are not afraid of, you know, engaging in modern culture, politics, art, and so on. That's kind of like a very quick and dirty view of how the denominational spectrum works. Modern Orthodoxy is sometimes called, as one of the heads of the Yeshiva University called it, centrist Orthodoxy, because it is more or less in the center of that spectrum. Well, anyways, it's one of the most moderate approaches, and the middle is the easiest to attack because there are extremes on either side that will disagree with it. Okay, any questions or arguments about this very sketchy approach to denominationalism? It makes perfect sense? Okay, great. So let's go on. So now, that's where modern Orthodoxy, traditional is kind of an interesting word. I'm not exactly sure what it means, but I've usually heard it applied to Jews who, you know, well, actually, you know, let's pick it up. There's one of the most interesting terms that's circulating in the among the cognoscenti now is this term open orthodoxy, or a related term, social orthodoxy. So open orthodoxy is a kind of an orthodoxy that wants to get right to the very edge of this line and still try and like see through the lattice work to the other side. And they're associated with a lot of interesting movements like the ordination of women as rabbis, for example. So that's the open orthodoxy is kind of like pushing that barrier even further to the left. Social orthodoxy is a fascinating term that refers to Jews who observe the patterns of Orthodox life, the lifestyle, the diet, and so on, but they don't really believe that any of it is actually valid. They do it because they like their friends, they like the gathering, they just, that's just what we do. You know, we are Jedi, as the Wall Street article, or New York Times article said about it. That's what Jedi do, you know, like from the Star Wars references. And they don't necessarily buy it, but it's fun, so they do it. And you wonder how large a phenomenon that is.
Backyard swimming.
Worthy of further consideration. But that's not modern Orthodoxy, really. Modern Orthodoxy is, it's a learned opinion, saying that we value traditional Judaism and its mores, we also value secular culture, and we find that there is a place where both of these can coexist.
I kept saying this shit, I was like, go lower. He goes, not in that neighborhood.
Flexodoxy.
I said, you could land right there. He goes, I could, but in that neighborhood, they would.
I like that flexodoxy.
But it'd be so cool because he could land right there.
Not too light, right.
Boys are not having it. I asked him, like,
conservative sort of makes sense because that's kind of like crossing the border there.
I'm scared.
Anyway, let's go on.
once they got there, they'd be like,
Well, now let's go straight to that now. Where does this ideology come from? So
he's just cautious. He's different.
basic intellectual roots of modern orthodoxy can be traced most prominently to Rabbi Samson Raphael Hirsch, who we spoke about last year. Very, very important 19th century thinker who, felt that the way modern Europe was headed, it was impossible for Jews to try and retain the closed mentality that was endemic of, let's say, northern Hungary or parts of Poland. Whereas the idea that Jews would soon be politically emancipated, the idea that the reality of Jews were slowly being admitted to universities, to act in Gustav Mahler at the symphony and so on, they're finding all kinds of new advances. Hirsch felt that the horses are already escaping the barn. We try to close the door, they're never going to be able to come in. So what we have to do is, this is such a weird metaphor. What he tried to do is he said, look, we have to find a way that Jews can access modernity without totally abandoning Judaism. They should not feel it is an either-or choice. We can exist in the modern world, and we can be traditional Jews at the same time. And so he advocated a very careful look at what is Judaism and a pruning of those traditions of behavior that are not grounded in the sources, but are simply like things that Jews do, and to see what could be jettisoned without sacrificing core values and what had to be retained. And so he articulated an identity for Jews that sort of traversed that narrow bridge between outright assimilation and outright rejection of modernity to create a kind of Jewish identity that was viable. And that has kind of gone through the stages to develop into modern orthodoxy. The Hebrew term that he's often associated with is this phrase from Pirkei Avot, from the chapter of the Fathers that reads, Yafa, Talmud, Torah, Im, Derech, Eretz. Beautiful is the study of Torah, quote unquote, the way of the world. Now that phrase, Derech Eretz, can mean different contexts. Common courtesy, it can mean making a living, it can mean making love, it has all kinds of different connotations and contexts, but he took it for its literal meaning. It's beautiful to learn Torah and be in the way of the whole world, meaning appreciate German culture, art, society, music, and so on. And this was the origins of what was called neo-orthodoxy, new orthodoxy, later evolved into modern Judaism.
I wanted to lie, and then I was like, no, I'm not going to do that.
Why do you have scars on your face?
Okay.
I would like to assume, because I found a trench on my garage when I seen a picture.
Dude.
Hey, I'll tell you this, cute.
Well, he's a cutie pie, but I'll tell you who has... I'll tell you guys, come on,
very, very close
Chewbacca has less
relationship
fur than that.
between the
Chewbacca has less fur.
conservative
Look at how
movement
much
in general
fur
used
is
to be
that.
much
You know, if
further
you
to
handle
the
them,
right.
if I put my on top,
Day,
those are little thorns in your
almost,
hands. Skin.
Now,
impossible to really
Joanna's like,
see
kill
the
him. I'm like,
difference
I'm not
between
killing him.
traditional conservative synagogue and Orthodox synagogue at the turn of the century. There are even discussions of a potential merger in the first 2 decades of the 20th century.
Probably looking for heat. You know that garage is hot as shit anyway.
oh, it's hot. That's a hell of a fun.
But see, I figured that jumped on your stupid face.
America
That's why it
is
Now, he's probably...
generous.
No, that did
and
not. I'm glad you asked.
special
And
impetus
somebody
to
asked what happened. I go, I just saw an
participate as much as
eagle.
possible.
And he's impossible to tame.
Is it much
And they got a laugh out of that. So, Jim, I sent you a video. Why don't you bring up what I did yesterday with my boy?
Your hair's looking better there. Your hair's looking better. It's fuller there. Can you do anything different?
Yeah, that's a funny question, actually. One of your sisters, who shall remain nameless, I probably shouldn't say this on the internet, but she tried out a dating service. Now, Latvians don't get excited,
Everybody wants to
but she tried out this online dating service called Why You Connect for Yeshiva University, right?
And you know what you'll do?
And,
Every time he shows a
you
tiny inkling that he's a
meet
little bit like a dog, you're like,
who
he's
might
just
be
like a dog.
appropriate to marry.
You can get a dog.
And the questionnaire to join is hilarious. They ask me questions. What do I do here? What do I do there?
Yeah, and
And
by the way,
question
one
about,
coyote takes that
defining
thing
your
out.
Judaism, they have about 15 different categories. It's hilarious. This spectrum is broken down into so many different. I think she decided that she
on the streets, and I don't like it. I don't like it.
Say,
Seen a lot of
she
here.
called herself
All right, what do you got, Jen?
modern Machmir.
Jen, I can't
Which
say
means
enough. Get a
modern
fucking
Orthodox,
dog,
but
dude.
strict.
Or a Brazilian
Right?
man.
Like,
Come
she
on,
dresses in a certain way.
This Wednesday at Sunset Strip, Grand River Drive. We're doing acting off again.
And they have like so many different shadings of identity.
We got some funny comics. Funny comics. Okay, like
a little bit later,
that's up in the air right now,
for
but we got
actual
5 right
behavioral
now.
markers. Like, do you go to movies? Do you watch television? Do you whatever? Those are more useful. By the way, fascinating studies. I recently heard of a research done at YU by a professor that we just hired here at Turtle College. When she was a graduate student, she studied the relationship of religiosity to academic irregularity, meaning cheating. Like, if you were religious, were you more or less likely to cheat? Okay, so this is what she found. Fascinating. I'm just summarizing quickly because we have to go on. But she found that religious students, those who reported religious values, were less likely to cheat. Not surprising. In their first semester. In the second semester, there seemed to be no correlation between religious values and cheating. It was more highly correlated with the atmosphere of the school. Right? Did they feel that cheating was tolerated, so on. The other fascinating thing that she discovered was she measured religiosity in 2 ways. One was a self-reporting, yes, I am religious, yes, I believe in God, yes, I do these things. And she also measured things like, do you light Sabbath candles every week? Do you attend synagogue 3 times a day? Do you, whatever, like she actually measured if they walk the walk. There she noted that there was no correlation between the ones who said they were religious and, they just dropped off the panel. It meant nothing to them. I should say that. They cheated just as much as everybody else in the second semester. But the Jews who said, who reported actual religious behaviors, it took them several semesters to start cheating. So in other words, if you actually walk the walk, that's what counts. Talking the talk means almost nothing. But if you actually do things, then it actually makes you much more likely to remain honest. Okay, so let's go back on. Rabbi, for a while, right? Rabbi Hirsch gets this philosophy of Torah in Derech Eretz. Now, that's the usual understanding of Yeshiva University, kind of flowing from his intellectual origins. On many occasions, however, Rav Soloveitchik was asked about this, and he disagreed. He had a different personal take on it, which may not have resonated with his students as well. But he felt that rather than creating a synthesis, he felt that it should be a symbiosis. He felt that you could have a kind of a bifurcated personality where on one hand, you're completely engaged in Torah the whole time, all Torah, all the time, and at the same time, you could also be completely engaged in secular studies with no boundaries whatsoever. He did, right. He is an exceptional individual, but he felt that you could absolutely, totally participate in secular society to the nth degree. Nothing was off limits, and at the same time, you could also be a complete Talmid Chacham, a Torah scholar, simultaneously. It's a very tall order to fulfill, but nevertheless, that's how he personally divided. He also liked the way that the YU was actually structured, because on the one hand, they had a completely separate institution, which was the Rabbinical Seminary, which was a male-only traditional rabbinical seminary that produced rabbis. And at the same time, it also had a university, which I know from my wife's experience with the master's degree there,
they're focused on making fucking money in the Middle East and in Russia and in China, and you're forgetting who busted their ass to get you to where you're at. You didn't do it alone, amigo.
Let's go back to
you did it from these journalists like Luke Thomas, like Ariel, legit journalists who busted their ass and got into fucking major corporations and started shouting from the rooftops, hey, look at us. These are actual talented athletes. This isn't cockfighting. And you're forgetting, you left all of them in the fucking dust.
In public affairs, also very important leader. In 1953, he was the head of the Rabbinical Council of America. And he was perhaps most known for his rather strong stance.
And this is where they're breaking news and breaking down fights.
On traditional Orthodox.
This would be like the fucking MLB
very much going against the trend.
Draft on Nickelodeon.
Many
There's
Orthodox
no
synagogues have
difference.
done away with the mechitza, the separation between men and women during prayer.
If the
But he maintained a very, very strict position on this and advocated all kinds of harsh censure against rabbis who were produced by Yeshiva University, who were forced by their congregation to compromise. He said, absolutely, we have to maintain that
You
kind of thing.
cannot
But
forget.
at the same time,
Those
even though
guys
he
did
was
not
very
build the
strict with
sport.
regards to these kind of
Those
doctrinal
guys
issues,
didn't
he
make
was
it
much
their
more in
life fucking
favor
long
of
quest.
associating with
As journalists, they could
conservative
be
and reform
anything, any
movements
other
on an
category.
organizational level,
Eric
which
could be in
set
fucking
him
basketball.
apart and often
Who
under
could be
heavy
in
criticism
politics?
from the
He
right
knows his
wing,
shit,
who
dude.
felt that
You're
any
talking about
kind of
legit journalists. They could be in
formal
boxing. They
association
can do all
with
these other
conservative
sports.
reform
They
rabbis
chose
would lend
the UFC,
legitimacy to these movements
and you're
that
completely
the
forgetting
right-wing
about it.
Orthodox felt were completely
Because
illegitimate
why?
and were taking people away
Because they
from
might
Torah
ask you a
study.
question you don't
Similarly,
like, so you
he
ban
was a
them
strong
from
supporter
the fucking
of
press
interfaith
conferences?
dialogue
Are you
with
out of your
Christians, and
goddamn
his
mind?
most
Are
famous
you fucking Putin?
writing, The Lonely Man of Faith, was
Hey, hold
actually
on.
delivered first
Hold
to
on,
a
let me get this
Christian
straight.
college
The smartest minds in
as
the
a special
sport
address there.
can't go to
He
these
had
fucking
some
events.
early association with the right wing. He
What
was actually
the fuck are we doing?
part of the Council of Torah
Again,
Sages
you
when
can
it
have
was
both. Have them
established
at
in
the press conferences
1941.
going to hold your feet to the fire.
After
They're not
World
looking
War
for gotcha
II,
moments.
the movement
They're
kind of moved
actually
in a direction
asking
separate from his
well-thought-out
ideology, and
questions
they
that a
went their
lot of
separate
us who
ways.
are in the sport want
He
to know.
remained very staunchly associated with
Or
religious Zionism, however,
you can
in
just
the Mizrahi
continue to do
movement, where
this,
he was the
and
honorary
the sport
president.
will die in America,
In fact,
and
he
you
was
keep
actually considered
shoving
for
fucking
the
slap
chief
fight
rabbi
down
of
our
Israel
goddamn
several times.
throats. You
He
can do that.
declined several times.
Or you can
And although
cruise
he did
control
apply in
and forget about the
1935,
UFC, which
he
you
was chief
are,
rabbi of Tel Aviv,
and then
and
go
he's not able to actually
Canelo,
get that position,
Crawford.
ironically.
You can do
Let me
that.
jump ahead to where we
And
were
just
supposed
fuck
to be. We gotta
us.
go through all this
That's
stuff
what he's
again.
doing. You can do that. Play the
It's a
shitty
late night
fucking
when we
clip.
start late.
I have nothing against the Nelk boys.
So
My
the
issue
controversy
is
associated
you
with
can
quite
do the Nelk
significant.
boys, but you can
The
also do
Orthodox
actual
right wing
journalists
felt that he
that are
was
going to hold your
too
feet to the fire.
infatuated with
Again, all those guys I
modernity
mentioned,
to be
they're not going to
taken
give you gotcha
seriously.
moments.
Despite the
They're not doing
Soloveitchik
that.
name, despite
But they
his
know the sport
incredible
better
and
than anyone
undisputed
on your
brilliance,
staff.
they felt that his
Any of
love
these YouTubers,
affair
any of these
with secular
influencers,
culture
they
was
actually are
intolerable,
going to
and
ask you
therefore
questions
he was
that
excoriated
those of
by
us
the
that know
right
the
wing.
sport,
One
that love
area in
it,
particular
actually want to
that
know, man,
is
and we
kind of
don't
like
get.
a
So you get these weird conspiracies. That's
flashpoint
what's going on.
in the
You're not
controversy
asking
over him
fucking
was
questions.
the organization known as the Synagogue Council of America,
Play the
which is a formal
shitty
institution
cupcake clip.
that had membership from all denominations of various Jewish streams.
Here's the little
The
clip.
right
That's a
wing
fight would be
had
Ilya
all
versus his
united
mom, too.
pretty strongly
Of
behind a
course.
ban on
But,
participation in this kind
Salim
of
is
criminal
obsessed with
involvement,
that fight.
but the
He's
Rav
obsessed
felt
with
that
it. And I
it
tell
was
him, I'm like,
worthwhile
they
and
both got to
nevertheless
win more fights in
maintain
their division.
his membership
Really?
in the
What
movement.
other fight is he
He
obsessed
did
with? Give me
justify
one other one
his
in the
opposition to
division.
the mainstream, primarily because he
Give me
made a
one other
distinction
one.
between what he considered very internal
Go
concerns
ahead.
and external
I
concerns.
dare you.
The internal concerns were things
Go ahead,
like
play.
whether or
Fucking
not you
play.
have a
That's right. That's kind of how you do it, right? It's like they both
that
run
for
through
sure
their
he
division,
enjoyed to
and
lay
then it's
down
like
the track.
you're in the position where
But
it's
on
like,
the other hand,
I
when there
gotta
is an
make this. That's what happened
external
with
threat,
Islam, right?
such
The other
as
thing is, too, is
you
that
know,
Islam
Soviet
moves up, and
Jewry
obviously
not
if
being
Islam won
released,
the
things
title,
like that, then he felt that
you
Jews should
immediately
present
have
a
to super
united
fight with
front.
them,
And so in
Ilya,
those
so-
areas, he
And
felt
that's
that
how
it was
Islam gets one
appropriate to
victory.
participate
Get that for
and in
you have
fact to
to see,
maintain his membership
it's
there.
one thing to sit
However,
around, that's what the media always tries to do,
large bulk of
sit around and
Orthodox
talk about these
Jewry,
fights
the right wing in
before they
particular,
happen, or,
moved
you
away
know,
from him in that
hypothetically
position.
speaking.
At
We
the
have
same
to.
time,
These are
the
options that
Orthodox,
we have if things play out
very
that way,
left wing, and
but
the
you never know what's
non-Orthodox
going to happen.
felt that he was too strict about
Yeah,
halakha
we
because
don't
he
know
was
what's going to
really,
happen.
you know,
You
quite,
do. So
attached
obviously
to
we have to
traditional
create content. We have
halakhic
to come up with
mores in so many
conspiracies
different ways.
and what we
So
think
his
is going to
insistence
happen
on the
because
Mephisto, as an
nobody's
example that we
answering
turn
this.
to again and
What
again,
the fuck
is
else are
something
we
that
going
made
to
him
do?
distinctly
It's
unpopular
not
on
like
the left.
NFL, NBA where
That's
it's pretty cut
primarily
and
because
dry.
he
You have
occupied
legit
that middle
journalists.
position that gives him two
We have no
flanks
fucking
to be
clue.
criticized.
And then
It's much
heaven
easier to be
forbid
a
a fighter
radical than to only
tells a
criticize
journalist
from
who's
one
next
flank,
before
but
they
he is
announce it.
criticized
Then
from
they're fucked.
both ends.
That's the world we live in, dude.
His major publications,
All I'm
there are
saying
two in particular
is
that I'll just touch on right now because we are running a little bit
with
late.
the guys that
They
you
were
watch
actually
the
both
fucking
written in the
sport
same era.
and
He wrote them
are
in
getting paid and don't have a business with
1944,
you,
but
and
would
there's
not allow
no
them to be
self-interest.
published for
That's
all I'm
many
saying.
years later.
That's it.
The first one
That would
was
really make my opinion.
known as
It's never
Halachic
happened.
Man, Ish HaHalakha,
Mixed
which
martial arts
was
in America
it's an interesting
fucking
work.
going
On the one
down.
hand, it is kind of like a tribute, a commemoration written in the depths of the Holocaust to the yeshiva world that once existed in Eastern Europe. It's kind of like a family memoir because of all the names of the yeshiva world. Soloveitchik stands above them all. But he described the beauty of the Lithuanian Talmudic tradition. And his emphasis was on the incredible religious and unusual religious experience of the submission to the intellectual exercise of determining the halakha and then binding oneself to it. The halakha, of course, means the law, the Jewish law as determined by the Talmud. The process of analyzing the Talmud, getting to the bottom line, and then once you know what the bottom line is, completely giving yourself over to it. He described that as an unusual act of religious ecstasy. He referred to it, actually one of his students referred to it as the symbiosis of the homo religiosus, meaning the man or human being as a religious agent, and a scientist, because the application of scientific methodology or scientific methodology like thinking to traditional Talmudic study. It's a fascinating insight into it. He also expanded on this a little bit with the halakhic mind a little later. The second major work is The Lonely Man of Faith, which is what I've dipped into a couple times and always find difficult to get past the first chapter. But it is heavily existentialist thinking. He first really spoke about it in the 1960s. I'm not sure, maybe I misspoke. I'm not sure if he wrote this in the 1940s. But this is kind of like a deeply existential meditation on the fundamental loneliness of the human condition, the inescapable gap, the unbridgeable gap that exists between human beings that can only be partially assuaged by religion and by divine intervention. And through the engagement in intellectual activities such as the study of the Talmud, you can slowly develop a loss of alienation, a chibur, or a connection with another human being, and ultimately into a community. That's a paraphrase based on some of the West. I've read the entire book, so check Wikipedia. You'll probably have a much better account of it than I just gave you. His legacy is deeply profound. His legacy, of course, is felt in the institution that supports his class. This institution, Young Israel, is definitely very much an outgrowth of the Rav's philosophy, and so many other movements were highly influenced by the thousands of leaders that he and his school produced. On a more personal level, you can see his legacy in his family, where they are certainly worthy bearers of the Soloveitchik name. He had 3 children. His daughter Atara went on to head the Maimonides school. You'll forgive me for the typo up there, I'm sorry. And her husband was Rabbi Isidore Tversky, a Hasidic rabbi, the Talmud Rebbe, and also a professor of philosophy at Harvard University. Very unusual kind of individual, but that's the kind of person you would expect to marry into the Soloveitchik family. His daughter Tova earned a doctorate, went on to teach at Bar Ilan, and also married a very important contemporary Rosh Yeshiva, Rabbi Dr. Aaron Lichtenstein. And finally, his youngest son, Rabbi Dr. Chaim Soloveitchik, became a professor of Jewish history, extremely influential figure, and I definitely enjoyed so much of his work as well. So with that, I thank you very much for your patience, and I look forward to speaking with you next week.
What they do is, baseball is pretty strict about their rights. They're like, without express written consent of Major League Baseball. You've heard that your whole life. Big time. So they're like real sticklers about suing anyone that uses anything. That's why I'm surprised John Boy and these companies get away with all this stuff. But anyways, so they'll find anything that's baseball adjacent that isn't like Major League Baseball. So like the movie Major League or Sandlot or Ken Griffin, they'll partner with players and stuff like that. So yeah, they just sent me a bunch of stuff because I always wear their crap. Or Field of Dreams, they have a lot of Field of Dreams stuff.
How are you all? It's nice to see you.
Yeah, so they're cool. They send me all the stuff. Your boys would love.
The stalwarts are left at this time of the year. Miami in May is a desert town, which reminds me of a short anecdote that my daughter Elisa Stracana just mentioned to me, and I'll relate to. So the joke goes that in Scotland,
the program we were in was, was a good starter program, and they had some really good players.
To celebrate
where we moved to, it just so happened. It's across the street is the number 2 team in the nation.
Like that. And so they
was like, what the
have this
fuck is
competition
this?
1 year.
then
and they have a Scotsman comes out first, and there's the
You
first
got tossed
competition
for
to
a game.
see
It was on the
who can
internet.
fell the largest tree. You know,
The
the
game was
Scotsman
over.
comes up,
I
he's
want to get
a
some
muscle
details on this
intelligent,
because I
and
defended you in the comments.
with his
Did you
chin
see it?
flying,
Oh,
he
you didn't see
swings
it?
his mighty
I
axe
didn't
with
read those
two
comments.
blows
I
knocks over
went
this
to war
this
on the
massive
internet.
tree.
Who's
And
commenting
then
on this
they
stuff?
have a
Oh, Jeff,
Quebecois
I got
guy
time,
comes
baby.
from France, comes out of
I'll
Quebec,
argue with
and
bots, bro. I
he
don't give a
walks
shit.
up and
No one
his
will
biceps
shut
are
up.
tearing out his side
So what
shirt,
happened was
and he
you get
swings his axe
tossed.
3 times.
Now, I wanted to
massive tree
defend
falls
you
down.
from a
Finally, we
friend
get this
position. You're my
little
boy.
old Jewish guy from Brooklyn,
Secondly,
and
from
he
just a
just kind of
baseball
makes his way up there, sort of holding his back a little bit, and he
so
picks
a
up his
manager or
axe,
a
which is very
coach in
difficult
Major
for
League
him. He actually
Baseball,
picks up one of the
college
smallest
baseball, I
axes,
would
still very
say
difficult.
any
And I
level
say,
of
wait a minute,
baseball, some
are
would argue
you
there's
sure
different
that
rules
you
for
can
the
do
league.
this? He
But
says,
like,
yes,
you,
yes,
like
I'm
so,
sure.
like if your
And
player gets
they
done
say, all
wrong
right,
by the
have at
umpire,
it.
whether
Picks up
it's a
the
ball,
axe,
because
and
that's all
without
baseball is.
even,
Fair
you know,
foul,
breathing
strike,
hard,
ball, out,
one
safe. That's all it
swipe,
is.
and he knocks
So
over the
if
biggest
any
tree
of
in the
those
forest.
happen to your guy,
They're
you
all
gotta go
amazed.
defend
They
your
go up
guy.
to him and they say,
Because you don't want the
you know,
player to get
that was
ejected or you don't want him to
phenomenal. That
get
was
mouthy,
amazing.
get suspended, or
How
get
did you
fined.
do that?
You
He
gotta go
says,
out and
well,
do it. So
over
sometimes
here in the
managers go, I
Sahara
gotta get
forest,
tossed for this.
and they say,
They'll
what?
know
The
before you even
Sahara
go out there,
Desert?
like, yeah,
Is it-
I gotta
Now
go.
it's a
This is for the
desert.
team. I gotta get tossed. So I'll go make a meal of it.
Maybe I
Sometimes
didn't
I'll even
know so well,
side talk with the umpire. You
anyways.
gotta throw me, right? Like
Okay,
they'll
thanks,
know.
I
Right?
appreciate
Yeah,
it.
that's all these unwritten rules. So
Tonight's
anyways,
topic is a
you came
fascinating
out,
one.
you didn't
I'm
even
afraid
do
that's
anything that
probably the last
egregious.
laugh we're going to have because it's a very dark
Yeah,
topic,
and he's
really.
like,
It
you're
deals
out.
with
You actually
the
even walk,
Holocaust,
but you
and
can't walk. You
obviously
like 10
that's
feet
a
from
period
here.
of
You know,
great
he's a smaller
pain
guy, and
and
apparently that's his thing.
and
Like, even
suffering
though the
for the
ups
Jewish
after you,
people
like,
as a whole.
Yeah.
that guy has
Not to
something.
mention many other peoples in Europe in particular,
Like,
and many Americans in
I was
uniform
like,
who went over to fight and to die in
Also, when he
European
tossed you,
and
you were
North
respectful
African
and left.
battlegrounds,
Like you
Pacific
didn't
battlegrounds.
go out there and start
But we're
chirping
going
at
to
him.
focus on one really
I was so
amazing
embarrassed because
individual,
I'm like, oh
the
my
chief section
god.
Rebbe,
I thought it was
also
very
known
strange.
as the H. Kodesh, after his
I was
most
like, I mean, I
famous
don't want this to
work,
be about me
a
getting tossed,
collection
like,
of sermons that were discovered in the rubble of the
You
Warsaw
know,
Ghetto.
like I don't know if you grew
Also
up in
known
baseball
as the Rebbe
programs,
of
but
the
like
Warsaw
the
Ghetto,
dads were insane.
for his
We had
for
one
his
guy named
heroic
Luke Hetherington.
decision
Shout out to
to
him.
stay
He
with
could have been the
the
greatest
embattled
fucking
Jews
baseball player that's
in
ever
that
lived. He could have like walked on at like high school age for the
horrible
Mariners.
environment
And
of
the
the
reason
Warsaw
it didn't
under
work is because
Nazi
Luke
occupation.
lived like a
And
rock star too
as a
soon.
result of some
You know,
historical
like he was getting,
accidents,
he had like
we
a
have
photo
a
album
record
of all
of
the
his
girls'
activities
tits,
during
like
those terrible
from
years,
hard time,
and he
like
gives us
developing
tremendous
him, and like
historical
literally like in
insight
high school.
into the nature
And
of
he was just this
Jewish
legend of a
community
guy.
under
He
such
literally,
tremendous
that's
trauma.
him, Luke Hetherington. He
So
was
before I
so
go into his
stinking
life
good.
in general,
He
I
was
just
like
have
a
one little
legend in
plug
high school. I literally,
that I
in high
promised
school,
my
that's
son
an
I would
autograph
do.
of baseball
Here
for
we
me.
go.
Like, that's gonna
My
be
son
one of those.
Alexander,
I mean, to
15
us,
years
he was. There
old,
was nobody larger than this
and
kid.
he
Looks like he
hopes to
still
go to
went some
Israel this
places.
year on
He was
an
a beast, dude.
NCSY
And
program
one of
called
those naturally
Daily
talented.
Israel
No,
Leadership.
I don't know. He probably got drafted or whatever, but I don't think he
we're really hoping
played
that
in
the
whatever.
boy he's definitely got jobs. Israel, that's a destination of leadership. That would be fantastic. We get some of that and training. So he's doing this learn-a-thon here.
Now,
I'm starting
Luke,
to see
if
the
you
little
hear this,
forms
forgive
if
me.
you want. You can
Your
share something
dad
up,
was a
and you can sponsor him
psychopath.
to
His dad would
manage the
literally
tuition
like
for this
crash out
event.
about like all the balls
We're
and
very
strikes.
grateful that
It was
some
like
of
a
you have
daily
already said
thing that
thank
his
you very
dad
much
would
for
get like
sponsoring
tossed
him
from the
already.
game. And I
Please go
liked it.
visit
I
the
was like, I wish
website
my dad
and
even was
think
at
about
this game.
letting him out of the house
So
for
the
5
fact that you were
weeks
10 feet away from the
and
umpire.
hopefully learning
And like,
something
and you
really
were really
valuable.
respectful
Israel
about it, and it
working
was a
with
bad call, I'm guessing,
victims of
right? Like you
terror,
were
training
a
IDF
terrible call,
bases,
yeah.
things like that.
So I thought
Okay,
that was
that's
strange.
the plug. Let's go straight to the material today.
So Texas is it more serious
The
to have
claim to
football
fame
religion?
of the here's one of the very few
there's
pictures that exists of the
teams like the
section
major
Rebbe.
teams
His
in
name
California.
is Rabbi Colonimus
I just wasn't
Kalmish
part of that.
Shapiro.
The league
The
we
name
were in
itself says
was a
something about who he
double-A
is. First of all, he was named after an illustrious grandfather
So
who
it
was
just
named
depends what
Colonimus
program you're in.
Kalman,
Again,
and
it
was the
just so
author
happens
of one of the
when I
greatest
moved,
Hasidic works of the
my
19th 18th century, the Maor Bashemesh. In order not to seem, arrogant, he never referred to himself by his proper name, Kalonimus Kalman. He used the diminutive Kalmish to distinguish himself from his famous grandfather. He was nevertheless a scion of a very important Hasidic dynasty, and he lived at the tumultuous beginning of the 20th century and was martyred in the Holocaust, not in the Warsaw death camp of the Warsaw ghetto itself, but in a related labor camp called Travniki, as we shall discuss shortly. He was famous before the war began, particularly for his educational theories and a remarkable book he wrote called Chovos HaTalmidim, The Obligation of Students, which we will talk about this evening. But clearly his claim to fame in the second half of the 20th century is this amazing and absolutely unique work that he wrote in the Holocaust itself. So let's go into his life and work and try to understand a little bit about who he was and how he contributed to the Jewish world and to the body of Hasidic literature in a very unusual way. So as I mentioned, comes from a very famous grandfather, the Malach HaShemet. He's related on several ways to many Hasidic dynasties. And as a child, he lost his father when he was very young, an infant really, 3 years old. He was raised by his grandfather and groomed really for leadership of his small Hasidic group. In fact, this loss of his father at a very, very tender age was a psychological element that is visible as a theme throughout his works. There's a thread of loss of the authoritative figure, a yearning for that father figure that you can see in most of his commentaries, and he wrote quite extensively during the 20s through the early 40s. At 18 years of age, his Hasidim decided to name him the Rebbe, a very, very young age, really, to take on that mantle of leadership, but he was clearly quite worthy of it, and he ended up setting up a yeshiva in Warsaw itself, a major city, and I'm not sure how much of this is what they say in Hebrew, exaggeration, but apparently the entrance exam to this yeshiva called Torah Moshe, if I remember correctly, was the memorization of 50 blocks of Gemara. 50 folio, that is 100 pages of Talmud by heart. Completely incredible achievement, but that is apparently what they say about his yeshiva in Warsaw. Very well regarded. He was married at a relatively young age. He had a smallish family with one son and 2 daughters. His wife unfortunately passed away in 1938, and all of his children were killed in the Holocaust, as we shall describe shortly. He survived them all and continued to write about them and their memories long after. So his first major achievement, the signal achievement of the 1930s that placed him on the map of Jewish intellectuals of the era, was this remarkable book called Chovas HaTalmidim. Chovat HaTalmidim, the obligation of students. It is a truly unique work, and it is essentially how to be a 12-year-old. It's a book on childhood for children written in 1930s. It's clear that he was fairly well read in psychological literature of the day, particularly in German, and he quotes and paraphrases it with some frequency, but it is undeniably a work of Hasidic thought. Basically, it is the first volume in a multi-volume series that he authored, only one of which was published before the war, another was published privately, I'll talk to you about it in a second, and 2 others were discovered after the war. But he basically wrote this book on how to be a 12-year-old, and then later he wrote a book called Hashar Sa'abrechim, which is more or less how to be an 18-year-old. One more volume, which is about how to be a 25-year-old, and it's basically defining stages of childhood, adolescence, and then this category of emerging adulthood, and he attempted through these books to really guide people on the road to maturity for the sake of Jewish leadership. And I'll explore those concepts shortly. It is a truly brilliant work. It begins with an introduction that's written for parents and teachers, which is very valuable. It's on what is the meaning of education in Jewish philosophy. And then he speaks directly to the 12-year-old, although in a very unusual way. The first thing he does in Chovas HaTalmidim is he writes about how don't be afraid of Judaism. You're not going to have to give up being a kid. You love playing ball. You love running the streets with your friends. All that is okay. Don't look at, the rabbis sitting and studying and say, oh my gosh, that looks so God. Don't worry, you will get to that stage where it will seem as fun as playing ball. Just enjoy your ball right now, but while you're playing, remember that you have these other obligations. And the obligations of students. He says, first of all, you have to develop the 12-year-old a certain level of self-knowledge. You have to know your own strengths and your weaknesses. And do not recognize your weaknesses as flaws that must be, eliminated. Recognize them as core elements of your personality that
He
must
said
be
quick on
harnessed.
it's not real.
And he argues that there's no such thing
And
as
if
a
I'm wrong,
bad
I'll admit I'm wrong. But like I
character
was
trait.
under the
It's
impression
just
it's
a
a
character
total
trait
bit.
that has to be
And my buddy
directed properly. To
Enrique,
give you an
if
example,
I am wrong,
he
it's
says,
Enrique's fault.
let's say you are a very obstinate person, an action.
No, I
You're
didn't.
very argumentative,
Really good
difficult, and so
podcast.
on. He says, you know, you may find that that gets you into a lot of arguments, and people may not find you so pleasant and so on. But in reality, that is a tremendous skill
over it
for a
about talking to
leader,
your
because it
buddies
means a
for
leader
a
who
bunch
has
of
that
money.
capability
Yeah.
can be
Like, I mean, like,
courageous
not
under
everybody can
criticism,
do it.
can withstand various challenges in order to remain focused on a single goal. That's actually a very admirable characteristic.
Marin,
He
or
goes
is
through a
this
whole
his
list
dad?
of characteristics and says that all these things are truly very valuable for you. And furthermore, he says, you might be overwhelmed with the task. You may say, oh my gosh, my mother is always talking me at China. She's always giving me a hard time over this behavior or that behavior. How am I ever going to change? He says, don't worry, we'll be able to control these characteristics. And he says, for example, who taught you how to sleep in a bed without
He's a
falling
good
off
actor.
at night?
Gotta give the devil his
Even
due.
when you're unconscious,
Great Mark Maron
when you're a
anecdote.
child, they had to put
Like a
bars
thing
up
you
or
think
give
you
you a
would like to
crib so
hear.
you wouldn't fall
So
out of bed. So
occasionally,
as you
one
grew
person in the
older,
audience
even in your
will
sleep,
say
you could
something that-
control
that
your movement and make sure you stay on the
perfect
bed at
moment,
night.
you know?
So he says,
So
if you
Mark
can do
Maron's
that,
up there.
you
This
can
is in
certainly learn these
2008.
other
He's on
things.
stage at Giggles
It's really
Comedy Club.
beautiful and
And he's doing his
motivating and a
bit.
very
He had this
powerful
bit at the
work.
time where he
So
was like,
much so that
I
it became
yell
an instant
at my
classic.
girlfriend.
It was
But I
published
just
and
yell at
republished
her,
many,
you know?
many times.
And my
Although
neighbors,
a couple
you know,
of
they can
interesting
hear
requests to publish
us
it were
yelling. So
denied.
whenever I go out
And
to the
that's
mailbox,
specifically
or I go
relating
to
to
the trash
what he put at
can,
the very
I can
end of the
sense
book,
that my neighbors
which
are
is
looking at
really
me like,
a fascinating insight into
piece
what
of
he
shit.
planned for the
And
rest
so
of
I
the
just
series.
go,
This,
I'm
by
not
the way,
hitting
is
her.
one of many images I'm
You
going
know,
to show
which
you
was the
today
punchline for the thing, and
from
it's got
the
this
phenomenal American
interesting little
photographer
story.
Roman
And
Vishniac.
then someone in the audience
His visit
heckles
to
and goes, I can help you with that.
Poland in
And
the
you just watched
1930s.
Mark
I think it was
get
the late 30s,
furious. Like,
1937 or
oh,
38.
what are you going to fix me,
Recorded
guy?
the state
You know,
of
what are you,
Jewish
a
life
fucking
just
therapist? You
before
want,
the
oh, you could
Holocaust
help me with
for
that?
generations.
And the guy
And
just
his
goes,
very expressive
I
sensibility,
install
his
Windows.
understanding of
And the whole
light and
place just
texture and
pops. And even
personality
Mark Maron,
really
like, on
comes
this
through
like
in these
charming way,
photographs.
was
That's very
like,
much a lot for
you
this
really
life.
can't help
But
me.
anyway,
You just
at
install
the end
Windows.
of
Good. It was
are
beautiful.
three
Dude, I looked
essays
up
called
someone
Shloshim
Mark
Ma'amarim,
Maron used to
which
closing
are
or
just
something. I went up
straightforward
before him.
Kabbalah.
And then there's these two
They're all
drunk
about
big
Jewish
Australians
mysticism.
in the front
And
hammer.
they seem
And
so
we're doing his thing, and
discordant
he keeps
in a
saying,
book
oh, you're telling
about
and then he starts tearing into him.
12-year-olds.
And
How
then
could
he
you
goes,
include things which are considered really, reserved for
I'm
people
gonna
of
see you in the
great
parking
learning?
lot.
How can you put them in a children's book? And he was
He's like, no,
criticized for
I'm
this,
trying
and
to finish my
several publishing houses asked him, please, can we print a version of your children's book, but without those
So
three
then
adult
this is how much I
essays at the back?
admired
And he
Maron.
refused.
I waited
They
around
were an
and shit.
integral part of the work because he had to
And I had to get home.
convince students that there was going to be a massive world of ideas ahead of them. The kind of things that he explores, particularly in these three essays, are his mystical,
Mark Maron hates Joe Rogan.
his technique of using visions, his technique of attempting to visualize certain things in order to make the experience more powerful. So, for example, he has very evocative descriptions of what it must have been like to be a slave in Egypt, or what it must have been like to serve in the temple itself. Very dramatic, flowery language, very powerful, emotive scenes, and this is part of his whole theory of trying to create a visual image of the meaning of the various mitzvot, so that people would be more inspired by them. But at any rate, this book became a huge popular seller, and it has been translated into English no less than twice, and it is a staple in many Hasidic school systems to this day. Okay, I saw a question over there. Ms. Alisa
Nobody
Abelson.
wants to hang out for shop. None of his boys are there. His brother didn't even move down. You know, his wife, absolutely.
Well, I think I answered that question, didn't I?
Lamborghini, going to get a coffee and posting on Instagram about it. You haven't seen any of those posts. All of her posts are her.
Well, that's a different issue
They
about
live in
finishing the curriculum.
Chihuahua.
But the first issue is, really, it's because of the Kabbalah in the back. But in fact, we have at home an English translation. There's two big ones. Simcha or Mika Odenheimer, very beautiful literary translation published by Aronson. And another translation published by Art Scroll, which is a very beautiful Hebrew English edition. The Art Scroll edition, however, whenever it gets to those Kabbalistic passages, it tends to kind of fudge the translation and say, like in brackets, what follows is a little bit too technical for most of the material. And so the English translation is not true to the Hebrew at all, and not apologetically. But that's really one of the reasons that it never really took off outside of the Hasidic circles.
Because you moved down there because Calvin moved down there. Calvin moved down there because of Rogan, because Rogan is giving him a residency at the college.
Unfortunately, no.
So even by your own reason why you moved to Texas.
So let's see, it's born in 1889, so this is published in 32, so that would make him, let's see, about 40 years old. He died, I think, at 54. Okay, I'm going to go on. I ignore you for now, okay? Is it a follow-up to your previous question, or is it
still gonna lie about it?
So I cut you off.
Kind of admitting it is in a way because he isn't dumb.
Yeah.
As dumb as they come. But let me know your thoughts in the comments.
In order to answer that question, I have to know something about psychology, which I don't especially. My feeling is he read a lot of pop psychology. I don't think he read.
Yeah, welcome back to
Freud in the
War and
original.
War.
I don't think he read
we can call it whatever you want.
I think he read, like,
it's me and my boy Jesse here.
digested versions that were
UFC
easily accessible.
318 is going down, so you know we have to do a show before the big pay-per-views. That's how we do this.
Psychological
The big
I know you're
pay-per-views,
going to read it
me
again.
and Jesse are going
Now,
to break it all
this
down for
gives
you
you
guys.
an idea about
It
what
just
else
so
he's doing at the
happens
same time.
that the same week a big UFC
Also in
318 is going down,
1932,
the Max
he
Dustin fight.
privately circulated a little pamphlet, a
Real
remarkable little
Housewives
pamphlet
of
called
the UFC
The
going
Name
down.
Shabbatova,
It starts
which
with,
means
we both
people
love it.
of
Let's get
good
that out.
thoughts.
We love Conor McGregor.
And
That is well
unlike
documented.
the Chomas Talmidim, which was
Dude,
designed for
he
12-year-olds,
had some
this was
big
designed for his
pigs.
elite
And
students
first of all,
only.
before you figure out
And
dick,
in this
dude has
small
a
book
dick on
of
him.
less than 100
He
pages,
attached a
he
weight to it.
outlines a manifesto for nothing less than changing the entire Jewish world.
I just never
He
could think of a way
argues
where I
in
could
The Name
test that out.
Shabbatova,
It seems
ideas which are
dangerous,
evident
but
in
he's
some
a
of the other
real
works
dick
that
on it.
eventually were published after the war,
He's
that
because we
the
were talking
Jewish
about
world
finding
had
the kid
become
and Jim, you
desiccated
bring up the
and
blurred pictures, and
reified
Jim was like, I just can't
externality.
find it. I was like, I want to see
He
what
said that what's happening in Poland today,
let's see what he said in
in
Strangers.
many ways too, I
Yes,
think.
and
Our
then
situation,
finally the
people are
fans saw
very
that, like,
caught
because
up
Jim's
in,
got the internet, and I got like 30
costumes
Conor
and
dick
who's
pics.
with
And I was
one
like, man, this is
ideology and
impressive.
who's with another ideology. And
There's ways
everyone's
to
like
figure
really
it out.
sticking to
There
one
definitely is.
particular
You gotta get
point
better
of
at the
view and
internet.
fighting
But,
with others without
yeah,
really
our boys
thinking
in the-
about what is
here's
at
the
the
thing,
heart
we're
of
like,
the
this
matter,
is
what is at the
crazy,
heart of
man.
Judaism,
And Connor's
and
like,
what unites
just-
us
here's my
rather than what
birthday, 50
divides
cents.
us. He says that,
They just cruise
you know,
right
this
through
is,
it.
he blamed
And,
this, by the way,
the craziest
on
thing about the
the
story,
failure
though,
of
is
teachers
who
to
he sent those
effectively
to. Like,
communicate
you know who he sent those to?
the
She's a singer,
warmth
right? Pretty
and the
girl,
power
pretty
of
gal.
Judaism to the generation of youth.
But she's
He
a
says
sap,
it's no wonder
certified
that our youth
that
are
girl
fleeing traditional
live streamed
Judaism
herself,
for political
taking up
movements
her
like
recently
Zionism
dead cat
and
and she
communism.
boiled it on a
They're
live stream.
emigrating to America. They're doing all kinds of
That's what I'm
things
saying.
except
Like,
staying in
apparently
yeshiva
that
and
shit,
studying
no, like, they didn't know each
intensely.
other. Like,
And that's because
how
we
does
have
that
failed,
the
he
person
says,
that
in
you're like,
inspiring
goddamn,
these
it
youth.
is a good
So he
picture.
wrote
I'm not
this
gonna send
little
this to
book
you all.
called The Name Shabbatova, which is really
I didn't know
designed for
that.
his
She's
elite
just an
top
artist who's like,
students
she's
to
hot. You go look at her
transform
tracks
the
account,
in
it's
particular
wild.
through
Yeah. I
the
think a bit
creation
of
of
this
small
is,
cells
I
of
do
highly
think we're dealing with an
supercharged,
addict. I think it's
motivated
addict
Jews,
behavior,
sort of like
and he's
Hasidic
probably
Jesuits, if you
snorting
will,
all that
who will go out
standard
to
and
the
was just
various
like,
far-flung
cool,
corners
I got
of
some weight attached to my
Europe.
dick.
Really, this way he
I saw her
anticipated the Shlichut movement of the
yeah, he's
Rothschild
like,
Rebbe,
he's
who
rolling
didn't start doing this
he's
until I
rolling
think
the
the late
white lady
50s or early
blues and a
60s,
shit
sending
of
out
Viagra. He's like,
Jews to far-flung corners of the
he's
globe.
like, it's go time.
But the Egyptian Rebbe imagined like small groups of perhaps
there's
4
also,
or 5 Jews
you know, if
going
he
out
has no
there,
relationship with her,
where they would
know
meet
each other,
regularly,
and obviously he's
and
not
they
familiar
would
with her
practice
online.
various
She
meditative
can't be the
techniques, in
only
particular
one
one they
receiving
call
that
hashkaka, which means
that weight dick
silencing,
pic is a lot
which
of
is a
effort. We're not just sending
gradual
it to you at random.
silencing
Dude,
of the internal
that's
monologue
exactly
that
what I
goes
was
on in
saying. It's like,
one's mind
if it
until
goes
one
to
reaches a period, a
random
moment of like
black
complete
singer he
silence
doesn't
where your
know,
brain is not even thinking. And
imagine
he
the
would
distribution of that.
encourage these people
And
to
then
go
she
out
was
there
like,
and then
bro,
work with each other. Here's another one with this
she's like, bro,
picture,
aren't you
one of my
running for
favorites here.
president of Iowa? Did you see the
Where
rest
he
of her
encourages
tweets about that?
people
Because
to
like
go
when
out
you start blowing her up, she's like, are you kidding?
ordinary
She's like, what kind of
Jews
presidency,
the
which is
tremendous
funny.
power of
Yeah.
Judaism.
Oh yeah,
And
so
hope
she's
that
like, oh,
by
Connor,
avoiding
yeah, we
labels
are, dude.
and
Yeah,
by
she's got
perhaps
funny,
being
funny with it.
post-denominational,
And
to use a modern term,
so you see
he would
this,
be
and
able
then
to
pictures
transform
pop up of
forward.
him at the beach, and he's
Unfortunately,
in
he was
Florida,
never
Miami
able
or
to
something,
put
just some
his
random girl.
foot
And you
back.
heard that
now, after that,
the war
the
truncated his efforts.
Miami case where he got
The only
accused by
reason that we know about this book is because
Miami 2023
several of
we
his
saw the
students
video
survived
in the
with
bathroom.
copies of this
The
book.
judge
And
decided
even though
yesterday,
it
the
says
day after
explicitly on
those
the
pictures on the
inside
beach came out,
that
that
this
they're
book
moving
is
forward
not
with
to
that
be
case. Now,
republished,
if I'm being,
they went and they asked the Guerra,
if I'm looking at this just objectively, and it's kind of funny,
under
it's
the
like, the
circumstances,
judge
it
looks
would
at that,
be
he's all,
permissible,
Jesus,
and in
he's like, I
fact,
didn't think there was any
so the
credibility in
book
this
was
case. They
nevertheless
walked into
published
that
and made
bathroom with a
available
300-pound
to
chick. But now that I see this shit on the
see
beach,
what he was,
I have
what
to
he had
entertain
in
that he might have
mind
actually
with
done
the
this.
name of
Dude,
So to try and sum up his pre-war work, we see that his outward face is very much towards children's education, but his much larger plan is nothing less than really transforming the Jewish landscape as a whole. Now, as I mentioned, his efforts were truncated or were cut short by the Nazi occupation of 1939, which extended until 1944 when the ghetto was finally reconquered by the Red Army. That's a very sad and horrible story that I'd like to go over just in a few minutes to give context to the most important achievement of the Ascension of Rebbe's work, which is primarily that those writings that he completed in the ghetto itself. War broke out in September 1st, 1939, when the Nazis began bombing Warsaw tremendously. The city was already home to several hundred thousand Jews, and in the bombing raids, many Jews from the surrounding Stadtblock, mentioned, by the way, Piasecno, which is kind of hard to pronounce if you're not familiar with the Polish alphabet. Piasecno is a small suburb of Warsaw, about 14 kilometers or about 10 miles distant from the city itself.
I mean, honestly,
really, in many ways, could be called the Warsaw Valley, but that was kind of like a very grandiose title, so therefore he preferred to be called simply the Piasecno Valley, which is just like this very small town close to Warsaw itself. He divided his time between Piasecno and Warsaw. They're not too far distant, even by horse and carriage. And then he spent about half the year in Warsaw, just like many of you have spent half the year in Miami and head back up to New York. So he really could have been called the Warsaw Valley, but he preferred Piasecno. Here's a photograph of the bombings. So the Jews from the surrounding Stadtblock, many of them felt it would be ironically safer in the city under these circumstances, and so the Jewish population just ballooned during the early bombing months, and that turned out to be quite disastrous for those Jews who were attracted to Warsaw. The ghetto itself was a confused and difficult place for Jews and non-Jews during the initial months of the war, primarily because the Nazis did not seem to have a clear idea what exactly they were supposed to do with the Jews in these large urban environments. It took several months before the Nazis finally decided they wanted to build a wall around Warsaw, around the Jewish quarter. They did not build walls around all of the ghettos. In fact, most ghettos were unwalled, and the Jews were kept in by social pressure, by non-Jews who would turn them over to the Nazis if they tried to escape, and so on. But and the other difficulty was that if you look at the patterns of Jewish settlement in urban areas, Jews tend to be urbanized from the very beginnings of most major cities, and so they tend to occupy the downtown regions of most of these areas, places where there are ports, by the river and things like that. And ironically, that means that since they're downtown, the earliest developed places, they tend to have large municipal buildings, hospitals, cathedrals, all kinds of buildings like this are also built in great proximity to Jewish neighborhoods. And so therefore the idea of simply, you couldn't just draw a square line around the Jewish settlement and say, okay, fine, this is the ghetto. The actual map of the ghetto was a crazy, helter-skelter kind of arrangement to keep in as many Jews and yet allow non-Jews access to the buildings that they valued very much. So when they finally got around to it, it was well into 1940 before they began sealing off the ghetto. This is a photograph from November of 1940 showing Jews involved in the construction of the walls themselves. Jews had to fund it, Jews had to man it, and so on, and they effectively sealed themselves off from the outside world. Following that, and particularly in the disastrous winter of 1941, the the Jews were in Warsaw were subjected to a strategy known by many historians as a strategy of attrition, which is distinct from the strategy of production which characterized other ghettos. In Warsaw, it seems that the Nazis had the idea that the best thing would be to simply starve the Jews out of existence. They were given a ration of food, 150 calories per person, which is completely ridiculous. In America, an average adult male needs something between 2,000 and 2,500 calories per day. 150 calories per day is absolutely ridiculous. So the Jews turned to all kinds of ingenious and illegal activities to smuggle food into the ghetto. Created huge recycling industries to try and take whatever resources were in the ghetto and transform them into goods that could be sold on the Aryan side, that is the non-Jewish side. And it was primarily children who were responsible to carry the goods out of the ghetto through various holes and passageways and tunnels and things like that, and then bring food back into the ghetto. In fact, one observer, I think it was Emmanuel Ringo himself, if I remember correctly, we'll speak about him in a minute, he said that if there ever would be a monument created to the heroism of the Jews in the ghetto, it should be a statue of a small child. Because we're the children who are really sustaining the majority of the population through their
make the major state, not AAA, not single A, not double A. If you make the major state, bring number 2 in the nation,
of the Jews and
then you can die here.
Recycling industries and selling whatever first jewels, things like that they would have left, is not sufficient to feed them, and the Jews died of tremendous numbers of starvation and also of a related illness, typhus, disease carried by lice that especially affects people who are weakened by malnutrition. As you see in the photograph here, there's so many heart-wrenching photographs of people simply lying in the streets until they expired, and every morning the Kadisha would have to go through the streets and collect up bodies for mass burial. At its peak in the winter of 1941, the Kadisha records indicates that they were collecting 150 bodies a night off the streets of the Warsaw Ghetto. Just to give you some sense of the scope. It's hard to imagine it. The greatest historian of the ghetto, Emmanuel Ringo, estimates that when the ghetto was at its most crowded, they would have actually 14 people per square meter of residential space, which is incomprehensible. A square meter is about a square yard. To have 14 people standing in 1 square yard for sleeping space, it meant that the vast majority of people were living, outside stairways, hallways, things like that, and no wonder the death rate was so incredible. There was this photograph here is taken from the uprising in 1943, but in many ways the ghetto its fate was sealed already in the summer of 1942. Because the Nazis at that time had moved from a strategy of Einsatzgruppen murders, which were these mobile killing squads moving through the small steppe block of Europe, gathering up the Jews and shooting them and having them fall into ravines where they were buried.
And it has like a big machine on it. Like
in the spring of 1942, they moved to the strategy of death camps. 6 camps were created and Jews were killed by poison gas known as Tikhlan Bay. And each of the major urban centers where Jews had been collected in ghettos were emptied in massive actionen or massive operations which deported all the Jews from the ghettos to the death camps. The deportation from Warsaw began on the 9th day of the month of Av in 1942, and only a tiny minority of Jews remained after the deportation had concluded. Approximately 10-15% of Jews were left. It was only after the deportation, among those remaining stragglers, the Jews finally attempted to resist the Nazis with their uprising. And it was a very heroic
You can sell
powerful
merch for gold
uprising
an hour.
that delayed the Nazis some 6 weeks, which was really quite amazing. But it was primarily a symbolic gesture rather than a meaningful military one. There was no way that the Jews could actually have any impact on the Nazi peace under such dire circumstances. Nevertheless, they did mount this very
Chris, your new merch is dope.
meaningful
How the
gesture
fuck would
with
you
some
not send me that
reverberations
right
across
away?
the Allies and many other resistance movements who felt that, you know, if
she never got back
the
to
Jews
me.
could be rebelling in the ghettos, that must mean that we can all rise up against the Nazis.
The merch person.
Now, we actually have some footage from the Warsaw Ghetto, which was produced often by Nazis who would visit the ghetto when they were on furlough. When they were off duty, many of them went in, took many of the photographs you're seeing tonight, and they also brought in their 8mm cameras, and we have some footage. So I have a short clip here that I can show you that it's in color. I believe it was colorized. I believe that they used computer technology to enhance the image. And it's just this is a picture of the deportation. And so here you get a sense.
That's a spin-off of Gold's Gym,
Can you zoom in on that, Mr. Rodriguez?
No, my team.
A little sense of,
I gotta go to
seeing it in color makes it feel so much more real and so much less distant than the black and white treatment.
I like how you feel like you have to double down on bad jokes because Brendan's not here. Yeah, I have been tagged already. I should. Yeah, maybe that is why, because he's out. Dude, you hear that Drake got a new covered up his LeBron tattoo? You did? How about?
I'm guessing these images were taken in the spring of 1941.
His died hair. I like the whole little part where they're like, what? Your son's in the majors? Playing for the Tigers, the Diamondbacks.
I think perhaps more terrifying than the sight of these children begging in the streets is the fact that so many people can simply walk right past them. That it's an absolutely normal phenomenon for just having to see people dying like that.
But it's even worse now because he's zooming in to get it on a delay. So that makes it even more awkward. And Shaw, he's just trying to get the barrel off. He's very first one. But the reason why he died is probably
to the Jewish policemen. Jews were all policing themselves.
I mean, that would just be a normal story to tell everybody. Bryce Harper wanted to dye his hair, it's probably not what happened. Sean probably went in there like, hey guys, want to dye your hair? Look like me, because I want to dye my hair. Because I live in Texas and no way out with me. I've got nothing else to do. I mean, Shaw is going first in the book, obviously. He does this, and then it's got Chris D'Elia's merch. Mr. Potato Head Montez brought up Chris D'Elia that he might get sued. Shaw's like, no, you won't. Because Shaw does that with all of his merch. Just rips off other logos. What these guys do.
Okay, so that gives you some sense of the scene in which the PSA was required to rise to his greatest achievement. So let's look at one of the most famous books that has emerged from the Holocaust. The title given to it by its publishers was Eish Kodesh, the Holy Fire. It's not clear exactly why this title was chosen. There seems to be an allusion in one of its sections to a concept of holy fire, but that was not the title that he used himself. He called his book Discourses on Torah from the Years of Wrath, the Years of Anger. Let's get a sense of the history of this remarkable book. First of all, it was discovered in 1952 by a Polish construction worker. They were clearing the rubble from the ghetto, and as they're digging up the rotted floorboards of an apartment building, he discovered some milk cans buried underneath.
I mean,
He opened up the top of one of these tin milk cans and found it was filled with Hebrew manuscripts. He turned them over to the Jewish Historical Society, where they lay dormant for another 10 years until a researcher named Duvdevani, who was specifically looking for the writings of Biasneshek Rebbe, went to the Jewish Historical Society and found them. He then had them microfilmed, brought to Israel, and they were published in the early 1960s. And there are several works. The motivation and the methodology of this cachement of the documents is no doubt the result of this man's work. This is Emmanuel Ringwald, the so-called historian of the Warsaw Ghetto. An amateur historian with significant high school training, but not really advanced academic training.
No, buddy. You gotta try it. The cocktail sauce will clear your sinuses.
Quite advanced historical training. He mobilized the whole cadre of volunteer historians, demographers, to go out and record everything that happened in the Warsaw Ghetto.
The big healthy
And he
shrimp,
had
though.
a
The big
whole
healthy
army
shrimp.
of
You
people
know what
in
cocktail
the army.
sauce is, right?
Quite a few
Cocktail
number of
sauce
people
is
who went
ketchup
out
and horseradish
and
mixed
took,
together.
measurements of living spaces, took statistics on how much food was coming in, how many people were dying. It was the result of Rainbow Blue's organization of this attempt to record everything that we know that an underground medical hospital was operative in the Warsaw Ghetto. We know that there were several newspapers that were functioning, a circulating library, even a theater was active in the Warsaw Ghetto because he had people recording all of these details. He also had one person who was specifically tasked to recording the religious life of Jews in the Warsaw Ghetto, a man named Shimon Huberbaum. Neither of them survived the war, but thankfully their writings did, because they would meet regularly in a secret organization called Oneg Shabbat, and they would submit all of their writings, they would critique them and refine them, and then ultimately when it looked like the ghetto was going to be destroyed in the summer of 1942, they buried them all in these tin milk crates, and two of the three caches that we discovered today, giving us tremendous insight into what happened actually in the ghetto. Here's a photograph of one of those milk crates. We don't use things like this anymore, so it's hard to imagine. But it's something about this high, and it had a twist-off lid, so it was fairly sealed, and it could obviously withstand the pressure and the time of being buried for so long. So at the top of this cache of documents was several books written by the Biasneshek Rebbe.
And then I get to the
This
place,
is the
and no one's
title
there.
page
You know, and
that's
then they're
written
like,
in the Rebbe's own
I have
hand
to do it
in
again.
Yiddish,
Then I get on the
and
phone
it
with the
says
people,
at the
I'm like,
beginning, attention, anyone who finds these documents, please send them to my uncle who is in Tel
Well, they
Aviv,
have to call and
and
verify.
let him keep them there for
So
me
I'm on the
until
phone with Rachel,
I
and I'm
come back for them. If I do not survive, then please let them be published, and in fact that is what he did. There's also a heartfelt plea in there for his only surviving daughter, Rachel, who disappeared one night. We now know that she was taken off in one of the Actionen and later gassed in a concentration camp. But at the time of writing, this was written in January of 1943, the Rebbe did not know what was the fate of his youngest daughter. And so with this document and the entire cache, they were sent to Tel Aviv ultimately and published. The other two books that were in there, besides the one that we're going to spend time talking about, were the three books, excuse me, Hakashar Zalvrechem, which is the book kind of like for 16-year-olds, and then there was Mavo Hashari, which was a book for sort of 25-year-olds, and then there was his personal spiritual diary called Sam Zirus, all three of which,
I like that
sorry,
part.
Sam Zirus has been translated, the other two have not yet been translated.
I totally agree with that.
Now, what about the H Kodesh itself? This is a fascinating document, completely unique, nothing like it exists in any of the literature on the Holocaust. What this is, it's a, actually, before I tell you, maybe more pause for questions, because I haven't paused for a while.
He
Or
needs
you're
to
on
be
the edge of your
found
seat.
and
You
put
want
in
to know what's
prison
going on. Go ahead.
and
The hard
given the
question.
death penalty. You understand what I'm
It's
saying?
not a fun show.
They have a whole show, though. I know, but that's why he should be like. So much smile. This is why he shouldn't be around people that know about him. This is my point.
Well, that's why he moved to the middle of nowhere.
But
The homeboy
they're
killed him and found him.
the worst serial killer. It's like they're drawn to each other. That guy was crazy. That one was crazy. Which one are you talking about? You know, he had the women in the like, you know, he stuffed them. They were inside. You know what I mean? And the one with his glasses and shot him. Oh, that one. Yeah. So that killer was like, oh my God.
Right. Well, that was the end of it. But that was too ridiculous to go on from that. Because you found a serial killer that had a fucking dead women museum under his fucking. It's like, all right, dude, there's nothing beyond. You need to have, if you're gonna make the show, it needs to either be a prequel, which they did, or Dexter in heaven. And it's like he's fucking make a crazy show. He's in hell. You know what I mean? Or like, or jail. You know, for real. And it's like, dude, I would love to watch it. They have yet, like Oz, they have yet to make a show that's so successful. Be a completely different show. And I'm all for that. I've always wanted that. You know what I'm saying?
That we offer on Saturday afternoons at the third wheel, so-called Shara structures. Basically, this is a time in the traditional, unfolding of the Jewish week under Orthodox custom. Friday night you have a special Kabbalah Shabbat service, and you have a full meal at home, and then Saturday morning you have the morning services followed by typically a kiddush where people sit around and talk, and then the most somber moment of the day is when typically only men come back to the synagogue. They pray the afternoon service, and then they sit down for a light meal, and there's usually kind of like a somber, dark tone to what is said at that time because the Sabbath is on its way out. Then they conclude by praying the evening service, and they go back to regular weekday activities. In the Warsaw Ghetto, the circumstances must have been completely incomprehensible to us because people are starving. They're certainly not sitting around for bread and herring and things like that. They're having very, very meager rations. But the anticipatory mood of wondering what will the Rebbe say, what will the Rebbe give us, how will the Rebbe give us the strength to be able to go into the difficult week that we have ahead of us. That's specifically the task that the B'nai Session Rebbe had every week. These sermons, right after Shabbat, he would write them down, and we get a sense of what it must have been like week to week in the Warsaw Ghetto. Now, it's not so simple though, because, and this is why there's so few scholars who have really penetrated the depths of the B'nai Session Rebbe's work, is that at no time, just a few photographs from the ghetto, at no time did he ever mention the word Nazi or German at all. These are drushes which are completely written in the Hasidic biblical idiom. And if you didn't know that you were reading a book that was written in 1940, 41, 42, you would think that you're reading some typical 19th century Hasidic text on the weekly portion, but it seems to be dealing with depressing themes over and over again, dealing with the theme of suffering, dealing with the theme of redemption, dealing with the theme of anticipated redemption, or dealing with the theme of God's justice in the world. Why does he keep returning to these thoughts? The fact is, his audience is specifically asking for these kinds of answers. Why is God not here? Why do we not see the immediate redemption of Jews from such tremendous suffering? And every week he has to come up with more answers and more tools, psychological and social, and most importantly, religious tools, to allow Jews to come to terms with the tremendum of their suffering. A phenomenally difficult task. You can only imagine what he was going through. And so what these texts give us is a sort of metaphysical history of the Holocaust as they were experiencing it, in which the Rebbe tries to place it within the timeless context of the events of the Parsha, the events of the Torah itself. So, in other words, as Jews would be on that given Saturday reading a about the story of
Like, he's
Joseph
so
in
much
his
funnier than
captivity.
other shit,
So then the Rebbe
I
would
don't know, something
speak
about that.
about
Bullshit you
Joseph's
guys
captivity,
recommend,
and you
and
would
you're going
hear
bad on
between
the
the lines he's
man.
talking about the Jews'
I'd like to see
captivity
a
in
Ron Burgundy
Warsaw.
found footage.
There was a kind of a metaphysical concurrence between the events the Jews were directly experiencing and the timeless history of the Bible itself. And it's very clear that he was evoking a parallelism between how the Jews had experienced the things in the distant biblical past and how this could be a lesson for them in the current day. This is based on a very deep Talmudic teaching of Matzi Avot Simon Labanan, that what happens to the ancestors is a sign for descendants, meaning that we can find unity with our suffering in that of Abraham and Isaac and Jacob and so on. And quite often these things are really quite powerful and really overwhelming in their meaning. However, to really understand them properly, it needs to do two things, which most researchers have only limited tools to do so. One is you have to understand the biblical text in its Talmudic and Kabbalistic context, which is in itself a whole field of inquiry. And the second thing is you have to know the actual history of quotidian life in the Warsaw Ghetto, to know what happened in the ghetto that week that he would be speaking about this topic. And when you study the Eish Kodesh alongside the extensive journal and diary literature that we have, you see that he's often making very direct connections between, a particular murder that the Nazis committed or an atrocity that happened somewhere, and then the Jews are looking for an answer, and he places that answer within his Saturday afternoon judgment. Very profound and difficult way to convey a comfort to his audience, but nevertheless, it was done in a very poetic and powerful manner. We know from Shimon Kuban, one of the associates of the Oneg Shabbat archive, that he was gathering some 300 people a week to his Shabbat Joseph, even when the Nazis had forbade Jews from gathering publicly for religious purposes, meaning that Jews were flocking to him to hear his message. We also know from Kuban that he attracted a wide variety of Jews. This was not by any means strictly Hasidic Jews of a variety. There were, non-believing Jews, secular Jews, Jews of every political stripe that came to look for religious guidance from this man. And even though he had received, requests from the resistance to spirit him away out of the ghetto, he refused. He saw that his purpose was to remain with the Jews in the ghetto, and as a result, he ultimately served them to the bitter end. One other detail perhaps the most central thing, you may be wondering, well, what did he say about the Holocaust as a whole? I mean, this is what he's writing about for 3 years. So when you go through the Eish Kodesh, you see that there's no point where the Jews suddenly have a flash, like, oh my gosh, this is the Holocaust. Obviously, the term had not yet been invented. It was kind of like a gradual, perpetual, increasing level of persecution, worse every day, but only in an incremental level. So at some point, people would wake up and say, I can't understand what is happening at all, on a religious level, personal level, and so on. So we see only one spot in the Eish Kodesh where he kind of steps over that line. That's in a footnote that he added in January of 1943, shortly before he buried the manuscript. Recall that in January of 1943, this is after the Warsaw Ghetto has been largely decimated, or I shouldn't say decimated, has been destroyed by the deportation. He comments on something that he wrote in 1940. In 1940, when he was talking about Hanukkah, he said, it's terrible how we're suffering now. But really, when you look at the story of the Jews in Israel during the period of Antiochus, in which we have the Hanukkah rebellion, we see that, this is a pattern which happens to us from time to time, and we should deal with it and, strengthen our
Then I
spines
get
and
home,
just
and then
move
she's
on.
like, you know,
Then he writes in the footnote in
I need some mommy
1943, he
time.
says, I
Can you
was
hold that?
wrong.
And I'm just like,
He says,
excuse me.
what I wrote in 1940, I can only have written then. But after what I've seen in 1941 and 1942, comparing it with my knowledge of all of Jewish history from the Talmud and the Midrash and so on, I can say, he writes, that there's never been a level of suffering in all of Jewish history that compares with what we are enduring in the Holocaust.
Rachel said, like,
He obviously doesn't use that term, but he says there's nothing like this. This is a novum. It's totally unprecedented.
You're living your dream too, baby. I had to go get them back doing what I love. Yeah, but you do what you love. Yeah, because I figured it out. Hey, don't get mad that I made good life choices. Get mad at me, because I did. It's just a lot, dude. So I was like, then I had this audition I had to go to, this callback for this commercial. So I went, so I had to drive from the airport.
And their little discussion there, they forgot to A Night at the Roxbury. You love that movie.
That ended December 8th, 1949. A lot of
Job
historians
is
place
just
the decision to exterminate like December 18th, 1949.
This is so difficult to do. Like,
The Germans did
they were on the green screen and zooming in, and then
Absolutely.
them doing
So
the
it's,
green
the
screen.
Germans are gradually coming to that
Yeah,
decision that this is how we're
it's
going
just
to handle it.
terrible.
We're not going to
I mean,
deport the
you
west
have
of
to
the world.
understand. Job
The west of the
is terrible
east of the
enough.
earth doesn't exist. So, you know, it's something I think that is developing
And to
over
have
time
that,
because of the historical
just in general.
circumstances.
Absolutely.
It doesn't excuse anything.
To have it on
No, it's just-
Zoom is even
It's about the mental
Why
recognition of
is he
what
not
is going
just,
on.
by the way, he's in
Yeah,
LA
no, you're
right
right.
now.
You're describing
And I
the
bet you
older
entire
historical
time
school,
in LA.
the intentionalists who argued that it was a conspiracy right from the very beginning. The more modern school that argues a functionalist model says that, you know, it's sort of evolved as a
But this
result of
man
the events
is
of the war,
ruining
function of the war.
the
The ghetto also was rife with rumors. I mean, there would be like rumors that would sweep through, like, you know, America has invaded and has conquered all of France, and that would be like a year before they actually land on the shores. And Jews would have like moments of a euphoria that would last a day or two, and then they would find out, no, we were wrong, and they would sink into depression. And because they had very few sources of reliable news in the ghetto, it was just word of mouth. And you know how Jews can be with word of mouth. It's not necessarily a good thing. But let me move back to where we are right now. Let's talk about the Rebbe's personal strategy, and then a little bit about his legacy in this context. The drushes are extremely moving and powerful, and I strongly urge you to consider reading them, although it's kind of dark reading in many ways. They're informed by his own personal association with tragedy. As I mentioned, his wife passed away in 1938, and he was survived by a son, a daughter-in-law, and another daughter, and I believe he had another daughter as well. It was 3 children, if I remember correctly. But in the context of the immediate bombing, right after September 1st, 1939, it was on the holiday of, actually just a little before the holiday of Sukkot, when a bomb fragment went through the window of their apartment and struck his son, fatally as it turned out. They rushed him to the hospital, which was overwhelmed with casualties, civilian casualties, and it was very difficult for them to get treatment for him. As the father was running around trying to find a doctor to help his wounded son, his sister and his daughter-in-law stood outside the overcrowded hospital saying to him, "We're sending bombs." And at that point, another bomb actually fell directly outside the hospital and killed the sister and the surviving wife of his son, his daughter-in-law.
One positive
A
is
couple days
I'm
later,
looking forward to
with
trying
no
to visit
significant
back
medical
into
treatment,
LA
he had to take
or
his son
China
back
about a
home,
month.
where he
So,
expired a couple days later in the holiday of Sukkot. So within a very short period of time, the Assistant Rebbe
everything
loses
so far.
almost all of his
We've been
family.
talking in our own group chat. Everything,
There's
it's
a period
like-
of several weeks
I
where
mentioned
he
it
does
before.
not write.
it's like a
We
curse.
can only
There's,
assume
like
that
this
he
place
didn't
is
give
cursed.
us
So
Russia,
many negative
and
bad
then he
things have happened.
returns with an
It's just, it's a
incredibly
bitch. Hopefully it turns around soon. As
passage
of right now,
on
it's
the Parsha
fucking
of
terrible.
Taye Sarah,
Yeah,
which
I mean,
describes
that
the death of
happens
Sarah.
$1 million.
And this is something that I have to describe to you in brief. The Midrash records that the matriarch Sarah died when the Satan, came to her and said, "Do you know what your husband is doing?
Thank you, Nick.
He's
I
about to
appreciate you saying that.
sacrifice Isaac."
Think about this. Me picking up boxes, tail sticking out of a box for no
And
giant
her
spider.
soul burst forth and she died.
Getting I hit my head
Hearing the
multiple
shock
times on the stupid
of
beam.
what was happening to
We
her
go up the
son,
stairs.
she died.
And it hurt.
So,
It felt like I was in an actual
a
fight. Like it hurt so
A
fucking bad.
midrash that says that
Stepped on a cord,
amazingly
ruined
she
footage.
did this
Today
intentionally.
alone, when everything was going perfect, I
This
saw
was
my
a kind
fucking
of a
my
message
MagSafe for my
that
MacBook kind of
this is
slowly
too much.
get
And he
out of
quotes in
its
this context
place.
the
Like, what the?
Hasidic
How does that
teaching of
happen?
Rabbi Mendel of Rimanov that says that
Yeah, that's what I'm
in the
thinking. Like
Talmud
something's going
teaches
on.
that,
And you think goes.
you
And
know,
there's
a
more
little bit
to
of
it. There's
salt
way more to it.
improves
But
the meat.
that's what I'll tell you for
Yeah, a
now.
little bit of salt on your meat tastes much better. Too much
The
salt
sushi I had here, I told you
ruins
guys,
the meat
freaking,
entirely.
it looked
And
beautiful,
so
but it
too
was
with
absolutely
suffering. A little
terrible.
bit of suffering for
Come
a
on,
person,
dude.
that's good for character. You know what suffering is, you know, comment, you identify it. It's good for you to suffer a little bit. But too much suffering can break a person.
But they
And so
import, come on, bro.
too, he leaves us to connect the dots. He says, to God, as it were, too much suffering will break
No, there is
us.
oceans.
Just
Yeah.
as Sarah,
Yes, I know.
as a kind of a protest, gave her life up to indicate that, so too, God, perhaps too much suffering is too much for us. It's a very powerful voice of protest, as it were,
I feel like I
coming
need
from
sushi
a
at
traditional
Bluegills.
Hasidic author. And it gives you a sense of the depth of his suffering.
Anyways, you guys saw.
However, in the summer, in the fall of 1940, the suffering the Jews endured then was nothing compared to what would come in the next 2 years. So, to kind of
Isn't it cool to
conclude
watch?
by
Isn't it like
thinking about
therapeutic when you
his
see them
life
like
and work
slicing
and
it, doing all that
his
stuff, like
legacy,
filleting it? It's pretty cool.
you know, his principal teachings throughout, and these are themes which we see in his earlier work, and we see them also in
Well, let's
Eish
go fishing.
Kodesh,
Let's go do it.
is the importance of simcha, the importance of happiness nevertheless, the importance of simcha, of joy throughout, even under incredibly difficult circumstances. He also emphasized the power of the moment, the power of making the right choice when the opportunities are presented. And I wish I had more time to give you more examples of this. But his teachings endured before the Eish Kodesh were ever even written. He was ultimately deported to the Travniki labor camp. As I mentioned earlier, he survived the deportation. We don't know what role he had in the resistance, but he survived the resistance as well. And the tremendous, the emptying of the ghetto that happened after the Warsaw Uprising. And ultimately, he was deported sometime in the late summer of 1943 to a labor camp called Travniki. We have a couple of testimonies about what he was like in Travniki by survivors of that labor camp who indicate that, he continued to minister to the slave population there as well, and then he was killed by the Nazis, most likely in an attempted uprising in that camp as well. His legacy lives on, however, most significantly through his teachings, which, as I have mentioned, have been translated and are studied more now than perhaps they were even in the 1930s. This is a copy of a recent translation in 2 volumes of The Obligation of Students, and we anticipate that his other books will also be rendered into English as well. There's a very significant synagogue in Lidmir called the Congregation Eish Kodesh, named after the Piaseczny Rebbe because of his very powerful teachings, led by Rabbi Moshe Weinberger, a very charismatic and influential rabbi at Yeshiva University. So, all told, this is a person who really, was on a trajectory of excellence before the war, and even though he was placed under tremendously difficult circumstances by the Nazi occupation, he nevertheless rose to the challenge of ministering to his beleaguered population of Jews, and may Hashem avenge his blood, and may we know no more pain such as this. Thank you very much for your attention. Next week we'll speak about Rav Soloveitchik from Yeshiva University, very important American Jewish thinker. Thank you.
Sean trying to force him to hang out with him. Keeps inviting him over to his house and shit. Like I'm a 50-year-old idiot. That's all I want. get drunk, whatever that creative stuff was. What was it? A scorpion tail was hanging out of his box, and he can't wait.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the camera is rolling. I'm sorry I started a couple minutes late, so I will speak faster to make up for it as usual. So the joke goes like this. A guy goes into a diner and he orders. He's usually going to this diner for many, many years. I always joke to Heshi. Thank you very much for. Oh, wait a minute. I went off camera for that. Sorry, back on camera. Thank you. I just got a cup of tea. Anyways, thank you for the joke. It goes like this. Guy goes into a diner. He's been going there for years, and he always orders exactly the same thing. So he orders the chicken soup with matzo balls. Waiter comes and brings it to him, and then the waiter goes away. A few minutes later, the waiter's walking by. He's, actually, the customer is indicating he should come over. So he comes over, and the waiter says, something wrong? He says, I thought you should taste the soup.
Either send me back to LA or just go find a job.
And the waiter says, is something wrong with the soup? You have the same soup every day. You come here all the time. So I thought you should taste the soup. And he says, look, I'm sorry, I'll bring you another one. He says, I thought you should taste the soup. So he says, okay, all right, I'll taste the soup. Where's the spoon? He says, aha. All right, everybody. So many people know that one, but it's a good one to forget and then remember talking. Okay. That's a big hand to Heshi for giving me that joke. Thank you very much. Okay, so tonight's topic is actually one that's very close to my heart that I'm glad that we're finally going to have the opportunity to discuss. We're going to look at one of the most influential rabbis of the late 19th and early 20th century, Israel Meir Kahan, known better by his first work, the Chafetz Chaim, which is transliterated in a number of ways. If you're looking for him on the web, you may have to spell it with an H instead of a CH, you might change the vowels, the O, the A. This is perhaps the most popular transliteration of the name of his book by which he is known. He's significant in many ways. First of all, his life spanned almost a century, from 1938 to 1936. But on a more significant way, he is one of the last of the great scholar leaders of the Jewish people. Very rarely do we have such individuals who stand out far above the crowd as, the pious kind of eyes of the nation, with a vision that stretches backwards millennia, encompassing the entire arc of Jewish history and thought since its origins, and looking deeply into the future and anticipating the kind of challenges that the Jewish world would face. All of these things he was quite prescient in, although he never held like an official formal office. In fact, one of my favorite stories, he did not even become a rabbi until his 70s. And he only did that because he had to fill out a passport form, and they needed an occupation. And he was simply a teacher. He was a Rosh Yeshiva. He had a school, but he didn't really have like a designated profession other than people like to study Talmud with him. So he called up his student, one of the most famous rabbis of the day as well, Rabbi Chaim Ozer Godzinski, and he said, would you please come and ordain me, give me smicha, so I can write something down on the Polish government document. This is the kind of person he was, even though he was widely recognized as the Gadol Hador, the great one of the generation, that unique individual who really, able to span so many different worlds within the otherwise fractious, very fractious Jewish community, although it's also true to say fractious, very Jewish community. I think those two terms go together very well. And there's a lot to say about his life and leadership. So let's start with, first of all, his dates. Now, this picture is iconic. If you have ever seen an image of the Chafetz Chaim, you will probably have seen this one. This one's a little bit more airbrushed and so on. And it does kind of have a glowing face of piety and so on. It's widely reputed not to be a likeness of the Chafetz Chaim, but rather apparently of a butcher in the town of Radin, who just had that kind of shame upon him that people really like. So whether or not this is true, I don't actually know. There is an Israeli website that is dedicated to debunking images of rabbis that circulate as icons, like the one with the Maimonides with the turban and things like that. We have no idea what Maimonides actually look like. But this is kind of like the trademark image of the Chafetz Chaim. There are only a handful of photographs that exist of the Chafetz Chaim himself. He was very, very, something, you see beard, right? Head covering, right? Like most people. Well, anyways, people sometimes, when I call them up and they don't recognize my voice on the phone, I like to say, Hillel Abramson, beard, glasses, funny looking. They say, oh yeah, right. Yeah, that covers just about all Jews of my generation, male or most, anyways. So here's an actual known photograph of him. He was hesitant to be photographed, and this goes along with his general personality trait of actually being quite receding and running away from honor whenever possible. Even though he was widely acclaimed throughout the Jewish world, really, as one of the greatest scholars of his era, and I think by the end of tonight's lecture, hopefully you'll appreciate a little bit more of the unique nature of his genius, which was not only intellectual, but was moral and spiritual on a very profound level that crosses, all denominations, Jewish, non-Jewish, and so on. He nevertheless receded from all honors and accolades whenever possible. There are a lot of beautiful stories about his life, but I'll get into the life story itself, and then those stories will reveal themselves in due course. So his family background is an illustration of a very important principle that my own Rebbe used to teach very often. Rabbi Uziel Malevsky, one of the Margalet Bapume, they would say in the Talmud, the pearls in his mouth that he would regularly teach over and over again, was that you should never look askance at anyone's family. Never look askance at anyone's yichus. Because when you look, said my Rebbe, at the yichus of Mashiach, when you look at the family background of our Messiah, there's a lot of place kind of X-rated material going on there. There's a whole story of Yehuda and Tamar, and we have David and Bathsheba, of course, and coming up to the holiday of Shavuot, the whole story with Boaz and Ruth. There are a lot of people who said that Ruth should not be converted to Judaism. Whenever you look at the lineage of Mashiach, because these are all his forebears, there are always some, kind of untoward elements, distasteful elements, and nevertheless, that is the Messiah. The Jewish people comes from such family. Before I tell you the family background of the Chafetz Chaim, I'll tell you quickly that my son Boaz, some of you met him, he was here doing his bar mitzvah lessons a few minutes ago. So I found that here in South Florida, African-American women really know their Bible. When you talk with African-American women of a certain generation, they really know their Bible. So I happened to be in the post office, and I was friendly with one of the clerks there, and I had Boaz with me, and I introduced them, and the clerk looks at Boaz and says, "So Boaz, let me ask you a question. Why was Boaz so angry?" And Boaz says, "I don't know." And she says, "Because he was ruthless." She said it better than I do. Anyway, so here's the Chafetz Chaim's family background. Is interesting.
Okay, so Brendan Shaw produces Cheddar Bob.
His father, unfortunately, passed away when the Chafetz Chaim was 10. Oh, sorry, got to go backwards for that. His father married his aunt, who unfortunately died after having several children, and so the Chafetz Chaim's father married his aunt's younger sister. And the Chafetz Chaim's mother was the sister of his father's first wife. So the Chafetz Chaim was actually his own uncle. And that in itself, okay, it's a little weird, but it happens. But then later, his father passed away when the Chafetz Chaim was 10. And so his mother remarried, again, a blended family, because his second father, his stepfather, had already married, had children, he was a widower. And when the Chafetz Chaim came of age, his adoptive father, his stepfather, wanted him to marry the adoptive father's daughter from the first marriage. Or in other words, his stepsister by marriage. And in fact, his mother was opposed to it, but they worked it out, and the Chafetz Chaim married his own stepsister. So when you think about Mashiach, it's the same kind of family story. It's an illustration of Rabbi Rothschild teachings on family background. He came from the small shtetl of Ghetto in Belarus, and he made his fame largely in another very small shtetl called Radin, or in modern Lithuanian Radom, which is an entirely unremarkable place, which ironically became really the center of Jewish scholarship for the entire world during the Chavetz lifetime. The area surrounding it includes places that are famous in the Jewish geographical imagination, cities like Mir, or towns like Mir, Slobodka, Kovno, places like that have huge yeshivas. He was recognized from his youth as having two characteristics which were highly valued. One was an incomparable genius. He had a phenomenal memory and phenomenal patience in study, which is uniquely captured by the Yiddish word Sitzfleisch. I'm sure most of you have heard this term Sitzfleisch, but it captures it means literally sitting flesh. You know, you have to have a little bit of a cushion to be able to sit and study the Talmud for many periods, many hours a day. So he had phenomenal Sitzfleisch. He was a masmid, a perpetual student, and this is later expressed in his life. He was also known, and this is something that was perhaps one of his greatest reputations for the rest of his life. I'll focus on a little bit later as well, for his tzidkus, which is a Hebrew word, or tzidkut, meaning piety. He had an unusually well-refined sense of morality, and he applied it courageously and with humility whenever possible. Some of the famous stories about his childhood, for example, include the fact that probably the lowest on the social scale in the shtetl was the Wasserträger, the water carrier. There's no running water in the shtetl, and somebody has to have the job of going to the river, filling up the buckets, bringing them back to the home.
Kids in
That's
multiple
menial
freaking camps, so
labor,
they're not
very
driving
low
crazy at
paid
the house.
stuff. So
I
it's
get
really
it.
low on the status
Your
symbol
boy's fresh off the
chart
plane
of the
from
shtetl.
SoCal,
So
Orange County.
the
I wasn't in LA. I wish I
young
was in LA
boys
so I could
in
see a bunch of my
shtetl
old friends. But
used
I
to
was
like to
in
play a trick
Newport,
on the
California.
Wasserträger.
Out there
In the winter, what
for
he would do is he would
business,
bring his buckets at the end of the day,
I
and he
was
would
in
leave
Downey
them
for a lot of the
by the
time, working
river,
on my
and then he would go home to
truck,
sleep. And the
my
next
H1.
morning, he would go walk down, like carry the buckets all the way back down. He'd fill up the buckets and start his rounds. And so what the boys used to like to do is they would go at night, fill up his buckets with water, and leave them to freeze overnight. So the Wasserträger, the poor guy, would have to get up in the morning and laboriously chip out the ice to be able to do his job. And they got a kick out of this. But when the Chavetz Chaim, young Yisrael Meir, heard of this, he would go out secretly later than the other boys and pour out the water to the Wasserträger without even knowing, until of course he was eventually caught, without even knowing that he was in fact doing him a favor, without insulting the boys who were playing this terrible trick. And in fact, there's so many of these stories of this phenomenal piety. Some of them have a kind of a humorous tone to them. It's hard to believe. Like the famous story, again, it may be very apocryphal, but apparently a burglar once broke into his house and stole his silver candlesticks. And as the burglar was leaving, he woke up the Chavetz Chaim. So the Chavetz Chaim ran out of the house after him, saying, "I forgive you, I forgive you. You can keep the candlesticks." He didn't want to even have any sense of an obligation for another to contribute. He was stealing it for a reason. He must need it, and he didn't want this other person to be liable for the terrible crime of theft.
And some of them are like,
really?
up and coming or well-established Pakistani Chechen fighters.
Yeah. So I'll tell you the story that goes with that. Apparently, he was once called to be some kind of expert witness, and the lawyer who presented him said,
it's
"Listen,
different from the
Your
camps I
Honor,
was in, or different from the camps I've been around, whether it's
Israel
John
Meir
Jones or
is going
GSP
to
or
present now.
Cheetah
I want to tell you a few stories about him." And apparently the judge, and the story goes, who knows how true it is, but the judge says, "Those are all very nice stories, but I find them very hard to believe." And the lawyer apparently said, "Well, they may not entirely be true, but one thing's for sure, they don't say them about me and you. They say them about the Chavetz Chaim. So there must be an element of credibility to it if there's so many of these kinds of stories." Hopefully I'll tell you a couple more that are more verified. At any rate, what I'd like to focus on,
that's what these boys are doing.
there are three
And it ain't
areas
happening to
in which
Hamza.
his reputation was made. his piety,
that dude,
his scholarship, and his leadership.
Everything.
So these are the areas that I focused on for the rest of our time, basically. The piety, I've already mentioned a couple of stories from his youth, but in many ways, his piety made him a great failure. He was an incredibly, what's the right word, obtuse businessman. And in fact, his efforts in business, while well-meaning, ironically failed him on several levels. And until he finally found his métier as a Rosh Yeshiva, with a small group of young men studying under him, he really was not succeeding in business. And this is ironically because of his piety. For example, one of the areas that he really insisted on from any given moment. He began with very meager means. He was supposed to get a dowry of 300 rubles when he married his stepsister, but things didn't work out. He only got a fraction of that. But he, with the small money that he got, they opened up a small food store, like a food stand in the center. But he was extremely meticulous about every possible aspect of the business to make sure that no theft whatsoever would occur. So, for example, he was famous for measuring his scales every single day. The Torah, requires that all scales, weights, and measurements be accurate, and he would check them every day. So things would happen, like, for example, it once happened that they sold some salt, and when the Chavetz Chaim checked the scales, there's a little bit of salt that was kind of stuck to some moisture or something on the bottom of the pan, a tiny little amount. And
what did he go to LA for?
He felt terrible because, someone had been shortchanged. Someone did not get the proper amount of salt. And he could not figure out which person it was. So it was market day. All kinds of peasants come in from the countryside to buy in the market. So he gave out the next market day, small packets of salt to every customer, hoping that he would be able to return it to the person who had left it. On another occasion, they once shortchanged a non-Jewish customer from a faraway village a herring. And so, in the same kind of thing, he brought a herring to every single person in that village to try and return the herring to them. They received a small inheritance from an uncle of his wife's that passed away to buy a cow, and they thought they'd live off. Before I tell you the cow story, their business nevertheless flourished because, people respected his honesty and his diligence. I mean, the prices were really low, and he was very, very particular about honesty and so on. So he began to worry that he was driving his competitors out of business. So he started shortening the hours of his business to try to just make enough money to keep his family alive and to let the other people have some business. And then when that didn't work, because people would say word of mouth and make sure they shop by him, he would close the front entrance and you had to go in the back entrance. It was the only way that it was open. You would know is if you went around to the back alley. None of these things worked, so finally they just closed that business when they got the milk cows. The milk cow is another situation. You can imagine that in a kind of a funny way, the Chavetz Chaim being so fascinated because all of a sudden now he has all of the laws regarding animal husbandry to deal with. It took him a long time to buy a cow because he wanted to find one with the smallest, most blunt horns possible, just in case it should get angry and should gore someone. He wanted to make sure that it wouldn't harm them. And he was exceptionally careful about every little detail about how the cow was locked up at night so they shouldn't go out and graze in someone else's field and all kinds of things. Eventually, all of these things led to near bankruptcy until he ended up, beginning to collect students for his yeshiva. But these are the kind of stories that dawned the Chavetz Chaim throughout his life, and it really speaks to the nature of his character. This in itself, however, would not grant him more than regional fame at most. What really cemented his reputation was his incomparable scholarship. And in this regard, I'd like to speak about two of his greatest works. He was quite prolific, but there are two that are absolute classics in the Jewish corpus of rabbinic literature, and they stand the kind of test of time that make them millennial quality. These are not works that will last for a few decades or even a few centuries. These are works that tower as achievements of spirituality and thought that, in many ways, I don't think there are any comparable works in other traditions as far as I'm aware. The first one is the work by which he got his name. He wrote it in his early 30s. It's called Sefer HaChaim. This is the title page of that work, published in 1873. The title is taken from a verse in Psalms that says, who is he who desires life? And then after the psalmist asks that question, he answers it by saying, one who guards his tongue from speaking evil, Lashon Hara. And so this is a highly creative, innovative work that points to an area of Jewish thought that, until he really uncovered it being central to Judaism, was simply thought as being a kind of a secondary element. But really, it is a vein that runs deep into all of Jewish morality. Specifically, it is a book on the law of appropriate speech and the prohibition of, for lack of a better translation, gossip. Gossip is not understood in Jewish law. Well, let me just back up for a second. They are very proud, say that Eskimos have 27 words for snow, and they're very classy, it's a very class conscious. Now, we have about 8 different words for gossip in the Jewish tradition. And let's say something about us. We're very big into speech. And in fact, you don't have to look very far. You look, for example, at the confession that we read out before about all the sins. A good proportion of maybe has to do with speech, how we speak to each other, how we speak about each other, and so on. Strange tentative piece. There's a dance between all of these groups. 3 terms in particular that stand out. The one which is often used as a collective term is Lashon Hara, which means literally evil speech or evil tongue. Lashon is tongue, Hara is evil. And that refers to the communication of derogatory information. So it's not exactly gossip, because gossip in English tends to
you don't need plastic surgery when you're a Colombian woman because you're born already with the kind of weaponry that Americans and everybody else spend a lot of money on. You understand?
If Reuven did something reprehensible,
the natural beauty of the women that
tells
don't
Levi
have
about
it,
that is Lashon Hara. And it is strictly prohibited in Judaism.
the woman that is
One may not
waiting on your table, the woman that is
negative information about another
it's not
person,
so much the
period.
it's the
Yes, of course, there are exceptions. I'll get to those in a second. But that's the basic rule. And this book, it took millennia before someone could come out and say it outright and produce a book which was totally dedicated to it. The other 2 terms which we'll just touch on right now, one is Motzi Shemra, which is literally the dissemination of a false word, and that's referred to, that's referred to gossip, which is untrue. Well, I guess we would call that libel, perhaps, in legal terms today. That's correct.
Here's the cool thing about her friend. She had no idea he came from.
Okay, good. So they both qualify under that. 2 words in English language.
I've known forever.
The third one is Rakilut, which is
so when you're
like Lashon
Colombian
Hara,
from
but it
that
has to do with
family,
relating information on the third hand.
there's a
I won't go
discipline to how
into
you
the details for now.
Your manners are impeccable. The way you dress is impeccable. You don't show it off. Yeah, you don't necessarily show that off. It's not like a Jew.
It's like the fucking
You're like a royal. You're like a royal.
And it's a phenomenal work of towering genius. The first part of it is rather amazing.
Classy
He
people.
spends the first, say, 20 pages
Dressed to a T.
convincing people that it really is
I was instructed to wear a very nice
and he
black
is
suit with a
convincing
black shirt.
people who are highly learned. It's a
No
very,
tie.
very erudite treatise,
So all the men were
answering
black
all
on
kinds
black.
of objections
The
that
women
Talmudists would have, saying, "Oh, it doesn't
some
really matter.
fantastic stuff.
These are the exceptions.
Yeah.
People already know it. It's public knowledge." And he goes
when you have
very
money,
methodically through the whole thing, and by the
that
time
money
you
will
get
buy
through, let's say, the first 20 pages, it's absolutely terrifying.
That money will
Because
buy
you say, "Oh my God,
Would you be considered rich and
that's it for
clever,
dinner
right?
conversation." You
Not
know,
by
if you
the
think of the New York
standards of the
Times,
people I was around,
all
but
the things that
your
stood
dollar
out
would be
would be like a little advertising circular that literally nothing in
Just
there because so
fine,
much of it is forbidden. Nevertheless, the first time through the next, 180 odd pages, he explains the parameters under which speech is permitted. And in fact, by the time you master this book, and I can't say I'm a master of it all, but when you master this book, every communication you have is elevated. It is spiritually meaningful. It is energizing. It is something that builds relationships rather than breaks them down. It's truly a heroic work
You are to take your coffee in the morning. By the way, you'll get in the shower.
One misconception about the Prophet's time is if you look at the title page, his name doesn't appear anywhere in the Hebrew section. And for many researchers, including some of his prime biographers, like Francis Say, they emphasize how the Prophet's time wrote this book completely anonymously. And he was a nobody knew of him outside this tiny little stratum. It's not exactly true.
What I love about Colombia, though, is that
One of the requirements of publication in the Russian Empire was you had to have a censor's approval, and there was like a Library of Congress kind of formality that you had to put some bibliographic information on the title page. So it may be that in the Hebrew section where we talk about the contents of the book, he doesn't have his name, but when you look at the bibliographic citation down here, it's in black and white. If you read Russian, it says here, Sefer Chakatayim. Oh yes, the Jelushe, how to speak properly. So Chenya E.M. Kagana. It says his name in black and white. So it's not like he did it totally anonymously, and everyone in the Eastern European world could read his name there in black and white, but he certainly didn't emphasize it.
And there were some Mexican
let me pause and just take a sip of tea, and let me ask for questions. Yes, please.
Yeah. Colombia's not a place like you don't want to fuck around in Colombia.
Yes, this is a stamp. This particular copy was owned by the Robert Library, and so the owners of the most part,
respectful, and understand that if you want to turn the volume up, they'll turn the volume up in any aspect. You're not just don't go there and think you're gonna rule the roost. There's a way of doing things in Colombia.
It's not like that. Maybe South Africa, Middle Africa, North Africa, it's not really like that.
No,
I feel like the trouble's gonna find you no matter what.
So in Europe, right? So in Ireland, in England, in France, in Germany, they're having a problem with a lot of young Muslim men from war-torn countries that come and are not assimilating in the country, and they find extremism, and they tend to kind of,
or they take over.
There's a lot of this that you lose in the culture. There's a strong Muslim fundamentalist movement in some of these countries, right?
Like they say
that
about
would never get off the ground in Colombia.
At a certain age, they outgrow all their teachers.
The minute you
say
had
that
something like that, another culture come in,
all his teachers by age 7.
Whatever it was, would try to take over a section of a town. The Colombians,
the biographers do not cite anyone at the Prophet's time considered his rebbe in piety.
Oh, by the way, that
he spent a lot of time, like many of these spiritual giants, in seclusion.
You're going to go through a full
several
mass.
people
You're going to
may
take
come
communities.
across him. He used to like to go into the women's section of the shul, when, not during times of prayer. They would find him
part of the culture. It's part of the glue of that culture. And have some respect. Stand up and kneel down. I drink coffee. I drink all the coffee.
He perhaps was his own rebbe in Sidkut.
I didn't. You know why? Because it tastes like
Let me
coffee.
talk about Lashon Hara.
I couldn't tell difference.
You're all wondering, oh my gosh,
now my friend
how
owns
am I going
coffee
to say anything
plantations.
productive if I can't say anything negative about people?
No, I can't. I could go out there and stay at one of the coffee plantations, which I made
there are 7 preconditions for relating Lashon Hara, as he explains very thoroughly in his book. The 7 preconditions can be easily remembered by this acronym, which I'm very happy to supply for you. It took me a long time to figure out how to translate this into English, so I take credit for it. It's what I call the rule of silence. He provides a similar rule in Hebrew in his Prophet's time. And so these are the 7 rules, 7 preconditions that you must fulfill before you say anything negative. So let me give you an example. Let's say, I can send this to you on the internet. You don't take a picture of it. All right. So the rule goes like this. So let's say, I don't know, Richard is going on vacation, and he has a little one of those Maltese poodles, right? And he has to say to me, oh, well, before I tell you that, I happen, as I'm walking to shul, I see Judith walking by. I hope you don't mind if I use you for an example here, Judith. I see Judith on the street, and she's walking over here, and she sees a little tiny dog, and I see Judith across the street give that dog a vicious kick.
It's all BS with
I'm
BS.
like, wow. Where did that come from? That's like totally out of character. I don't even know what to make of it. But as I come upstairs, I see Richard and Richard says, oh, hello, I got to tell you something. It's so nice that people will come to your class. You know, I'm going on vacation for a few days. I had no idea what I was going to do with my Maltese poodle. And guess what? Judith offered to dog sit my poodle for a few days. Right? So now I'm faced with a conundrum because I know something negative about Judith, about her behavior towards this small poodle, and now I see that Richard is going to entrust his poodle to Judith. What should I do? So the Chofetz Chaim says, if I can follow these 7 rules, then I can tell Richard about Judith's dog-hating behavior. So these are the 7 rules. First of all, S. Search for alternatives to Lashon Hara. The Chofetz Chaim says that rather than say anything bad about Judith, what I should say to Richard is I should say, find another person for him to have dog sit. I should say, you know, Richard, why are you bothering Judith? She's so busy. She has so much going on. My daughter Elisa would gladly do it for you, right? And if I can avoid the whole problem saying Lashon Hara without saying anything bad about her, then that's great. But let's say I can't. Judith is the only licensed dog sitter in South Florida, so I lost that one. Second, I have to intend a positive, practical result. This is really the first one. If I had a choice, if I could think of an acronym, I would make this one the first one. It's the most important. Is there an actual benefit to my telling Richard? Will the world be better if I tell Richard? It depends on how you like Maltese poodles, right? But right. So if there is a to'eles, is the Hebrew a to'elet, something positive, then I am allowed to say. But just for entertainment value, absolutely not. There has to be some real good reason why I should relate this information. Thirdly, I have to look for exonerating factors.
We love hockey.
Maybe I didn't interpret what I saw properly. Maybe that dog was rabid and was about to attack her. She was just defending herself. Maybe I could find some way that maybe her behavior was acceptable.
I'm choosing
Let's say I can't do any of those things, so I'm now running out of things. When I do tell Richard, exaggeration is forbidden. I have to say exactly what I saw. No more, no less. I can't add. And then she smiled, and then she said, "Take that." I can't add anything. It has to be exactly what I saw, and I can't, like, presume to know more. And no hearsay is permitted. Also very good one. I can only tell Richard this if I saw it myself. I cannot tell him that someone else, even someone I really trust, told me that. I can go to the person who told me that and say, listen, you better talk to Richard about Judith's behavior, but I can't say it because it's hearsay. Did I spell that right? See, this is a big one, actually. Consequences should be proportionate. This is something that comes up all the time. Let's say I do tell Richard, what will be the impact on Judith?
Somebody gives me $100 million.
Maybe, well, yeah, but if she's a friend of Hanasa and I would cause her a huge loss, maybe she shouldn't be in that class. You know, but maybe, let's say, for example, she's, after a lifetime of work, she's been nominated as the Woman of the Year by the AFPCA, right? And now, one moment of temporary insanity is going to ruin all of that. Would those, and tremendous shame for herself, the family, who knows, should I do it? I don't know. You know, to be contemporary from it, and I'm not, by the way, stating my own opinion about this, because I don't follow news and sports very much, but to get a lifetime ban for a private conversation, that was egregious and awful, but anyone listen to it. It calls to question this thing. Are the consequences proportionate? If people do make mistakes, is a lifetime ban right? Not exerting a value judgment here. One could also look to, for example, the whole
And he was called the Hike of
Quentin
Seven
Monica
Falls or
Lewinsky
something. I remember Waterfalls.
episode, it was the dragging the entire nation through the mud
We were making out
and rise the world over a despicable incident. Was that a consequence of proportionate? I don't know. Could you put that on pause for a second?
So young and so such
So we
a
have some technical
just one of
difficulties
those
there for a
gals who
second.
looked at like you're
So consequences should be proportionate. It has to be that whatever harm she would suffer of modulating the flesh it may be that I should just swallow it. And because otherwise it will be too much of a sacrifice for her. And finally, let's say the time says you go through all these 6 things and you can't get satisfactory answer. So then before I tell Richard, I have to engage the subject first. I have to go to Judas and I have to say to her, listen, I saw what you did to the puppy. I heard what you're doing for Richard's dog. Why is this so? And give her a chance to make amends on her own. And these are all very humane, rational, and morally heroic laws that really, if they're applied well, they regulate one's speech and transform one's character. So when this book came out, it had phenomenal tectonic shifts took place as a result of the impact of this book. Because people have been studying these scattered passages in the Talmud, in the Maimonides and different places, and people would say, yeah, let's know, but no one really sat down and said, oh my God, this is really the whole thing. Everything is beyond Halashon. Kind of the language is beyond Halashon. Life and death are in the hands of the tongue, so to speak, by the means of life. And there was the prophet time who really drew attention to this in a way that had never been done before. And within moments of the publication of this work, he became incredibly famous
One guy said he was out there, and there's like,
right?
yeah, it's all sorts of weird shit, and the bacteria from all this shit. So if you want to lay low on the lake right now, but it's full. It's finally full.
Well, the road
It's full in
The road
years.
is, I think, 40 feet or
45%.
crazy.
So now it's like at 70% full.
Right.
Where's the little island where we would go to?
For those of you who are in Latvia,
Which is awesome.
how does this affect people whose professions deal with Lashon Hara? So I would say that some professions are completely forbidden. Being a gossip reporter, there's no justification for that. In fact, there's a column in one of the Israeli newspapers that's called the Lashon Hara. This is it. This is it. Where can you do it? But let's say, for example, in the field of psychology, for Jew of interest, there are modern commentaries on Lashon Hara, and actually the Public Times says, for example, let's say you have a really hard day at work. And you just, people are tough on you at work. So when you come home, are you allowed to tell your spouse about it? So according to these strict laws, no. But the Prophet Time says this one here intends a positive practical result. If you're so burdened by your problems and you need an answer, you need advice, as long as you can be absolutely certain that the person you're talking to will not repeat these things, and you say in advance, I'm only telling these things because I really have to unburden them and hear your advice, then you are allowed to say it because it does have a positive practical result. So there are spaces for like the mental health professionals and so on to engage in this activity. But when we get home, I think I have a copy of it. My very first publication was on these laws and the field of history. Because history it's hard to write history without writing Lashon Hara. That's why my books are so short. Because
producer Chin down here. Chin is going off on his god-awful podcast while I'm in Texas. Sean just can't hack it. He hates it.
Well, he definitely has all kinds of sources. But before we live in an era that has been transformed by this book already. You can't go to any yeshiva without feeling the reverberations of this, shockwave that affected the Jewish world. But my impression of reading pre-Chafetz Chaim sources is that, you have the sins of, sexual immorality, and you have theft, and you have this, and you also have Lashon Hara. That's another one. Sure, and one of the punishments for that is to be sent outside of the camp, and you can have skin disease and things like that. But it was the Chafetz Chaim who really brought these together and said, hey, everybody pay attention. This is one of the really big ones. Just because it's not part of the Ten Commandments doesn't mean it's not central to our thought. Incidentally, he followed this up with another equally amazing book. In many ways, I like it even better. The Chafetz Chaim is primarily a book of law, right? How to speak properly. He followed up with a book called Shmirat HaLashon, Guarding the Tongue, which is often printed as a companion volume, which is all about the sources, why these things are true. He was also a Kabbalist. He says what happens according to the Kabbalah if you speak Lashon Hara. All kinds of, he marshaled phenomenal sources to bring these things together. And Shmirat HaLashon is perhaps even more motivational than the Chafetz Chaim is. Okay, I'll take more questions shortly. I've got to get through some of the other materials. So, this is his first work, and really, if that's the only thing he did in his life, he would still be a giant among giants in Jewish history. But the truth is, he went on to write many other works, and perhaps the most significant, besides the Chafetz Chaim, was the massive Mishnah Brura, which is a book that took several decades to write. You can see this is the Hebrew English edition, which takes up about 20 feet of space. Well, maybe not that much, but in Hebrew English, it takes up a good, 3 or 4 feet of shelf space. We have a copy in our library. And this is a massive contemporary commentary on 1/4 of the Code of Jewish Law, the section of the Code called Orach Chaim that deals with daily life. And his scholarship was unparalleled. He brought to bear all of the commentary that had been written over the past 400 years, scattered among many different publications and even manuscripts, and he rendered decisions that were relevant for the 20th century. And it is, without a doubt, one of the most important commentaries in the Code of Jewish Law ever to be written, and it is predominant today. Chances are, people quote the Code of Jewish Law, they are quoting the Mishnah Brura for his views on it. There are others who disagreed. There are many other commentaries as well that still take issue with his decisions, but nevertheless, it is one of the great works of rabbinic scholarship. Okay. That's primarily his scholarship. I want to touch on a very important aspect of his leadership, but before we go too far, I want to focus on one particular element, and that is he was not just a closet scholar who thought about these morality ideas of how you speak or about the laws of Shabbat and things like that. He was very, very intimately concerned with the requirements of the Jews of his day. So two populations in particular deserve our discussion. The first is the plight of the Cantonists. So we talked about in previous classes. The Cantonists were Jewish children who were kidnapped as young as 8 or 9 years old, maybe 12 years old, and then sent to conscription in the Russian army for a period of approximately 36 years.
I keep my elbows so tight to my body. They're finding a way to get under my arms.
They were gone
it's very impossible. It's very difficult.
He cried over them incessantly, worried about them tremendously. So much so that he wrote a book for them called Nachamei Yisrael, which is all about how to survive the army, how to retain your Jewish identity under those incredibly difficult conditions. So you one quick story. There's a story that he was once in an inn. The crossroads and the Stedlock were run by Jews. And he was in there, and a huge man, about 6.5 feet tall, came into Jews, 6 feet giant. Came in, and
your brain is a
6 feet wide as well. And he was very
vehicle that carries that brain
head uncovered, ate without blessings, of course. All those things, treated the waitresses very rudely, and Chafetz Chaim said, "Why is this person behaving so badly? I should go over there and speak to him." And the innkeeper said, "No, he's incorrigible. He may strike you.
And I'm not quite ready to jump into that chair. I'm not quite ready because it's not a room.
It's interesting to be so worried.
And he came back after his tour of duty.
I sent you a picture of how fast my hands are.
And he has very poor manners as a result of his experience. So Chafetz Chaim went over to him against the innkeeper's wishes, and he said to him,
"You're the fun guy. You might buy all the boys lunch after. You're fun."
I sent that to all the guys at Archetype because we have this thread where we send out videos.
father, family,
taken
the
down.
people you played with just paid. Or
I said, I don't think I
she talked about the training he must have
Oh,
experienced.
you didn't give me credit for that joke?
That might be
When you said singlet.
The story is that this man just broke down in
And
tears.
that's the real
And
deal.
this horrible hard exterior of this
That poor
great
guy wanted to be a
warrior
wrestler.
who had, so rough around the edges.
Buddy, that's you.
He had
It might
this
be
little
me,
man,
Chris.
he was
It's all
apparently
good.
less than 5 feet tall,
Because this is the thing.
who
Again,
identified
I'm way more
with
athletic
him.
than
They tried together,
Tanning,
and
was it Tanning
this
Tatum?
soldier ended up
Channing
becoming one of the
Channing
greatest
Tatum.
disciples afterward.
Yeah, of
Completely
course.
turned over because
Besides that,
he had a person who related to him and the pain that he
I'm
had
just
to
saying,
suffer.
as far as
So
physically,
in that context, it's very important we have an important person here today
all the money.
that I want to specifically
Yeah,
honor
I don't have the money.
in this context because of the military
I
connection.
look like that, and I don't have as
Many
money.
of you know that
Oh, dude,
Mr.
go on.
Rodriguez
Last
is
night,
my
last
student
night, I'm
from
asleep,
Pearl
right?
College, and he's a graduate, and he
Calvin
recently went on his
went off
completing
on
his
shop
master's degree now
for
in religious
interrupting
studies,
him, and it's
but
like,
he has a strong commitment to our men and women in uniform. And he most recently was promoted to become Lieutenant Rodriguez,
there's
and
a
he's a
lot of
chaplain
resentment.
in the United States Armed Forces. So we have a small gift from Mr. Rodriguez. Come on up. Lieutenant Rodriguez. Come on up here. Thank you very much. Thank you, my assistant. Okay, here presented. Say hello to everybody in Latvia. One over here. Okay, all right. Thank you, Lieutenant Rodriguez. So I know you're very curious what's in the box, but it is a collection of the works of the Chavetz Chaim, including a beautiful printing of this book, Machane Yisrael, which is the Camp of Israel, which is all about how to be a Jew in the army. And we think that as you serve people of all faiths in your profession, hopefully that will guide you spiritually and morally to make the right decisions for
So the
these people in
last
extreme
thing,
circumstances. Okay, let's applaud one more time. Okay, so that was the Machane Yisrael. It's a book that deals specifically with how to manage the challenges of how to manage the challenges of being in uniform under these conditions and the difficulties and so on. And it's a masterful work. Another work that demonstrates his concern for Jews all around the world was a book written for the Jews of America. Because again, you have to remember that we're talking about the late 20s, the early 30s, when the vast majority of Jews considered America to be a land of great opportunity, the golden Medina, the golden country, the country where people can make tremendous wealth. But it was also called in Yiddish the Treifa Medina, the non-kosher land, because of the dearth of traditional institutions of Jewish learning, of synagogues, Chinese restaurants, you name it. It's very difficult to make ends meet in Israel. So he wrote a book called Nidchei Yisrael, which means the dispersed of Israel. That is just a simple Yiddish language primer on how to be a Jew living far away from Jewish centers. So when you think about the Jews in San Francisco, Kansas City, Des Moines, small Jewish towns, getting a copy of Nidchei Yisrael meant a lot because it was not like the massive 20-volume work on the Mishnah Berurah. It was a short one-volume work in the Yiddish vernacular, how to observe Shabbat, how to keep kosher, and so on. Because he really cared about them. Now, the story goes, it's probably not true, but the story goes that he had a student who came from America to study with him in the little town of Rodden, and he asked him, well, what was like in the town of Rodden? He says, well, how many hours of Talmud do the Jews study a day there? And when he said, oh, not much, maybe the most learned study 3 hours a day. He said, they only study 3 hours a day? Oh my gosh, they can't know very much. And that's why he sat down to write the book. I somehow doubt that story is true, but his concern for the Jews of America was marked. His leadership was exercised in so many other ways. For example, he was deeply concerned with the education of women and was an early backer of Sarah Schneerer's Beis Yaakov movement to formalize Jewish education. He was deeply concerned, for example, with the need for Jews to politically mobilize. And as a result, he was one of the individuals who was behind one of the first, overarching political organization is known as the Agudas Israel, feeling that they needed some kind of vehicle in which to express their opinions in independent Poland. Even at the end of his, actually later in his life, he dealt with tremendous privation. This is a period of great change that, well, actually, let's go to the next slide because that's where I talk about it. Poland was recreated out of thin air, as it were, immediately after World War II. I haven't spent too much time talking about the politics, World War I, excuse me. I haven't spent too much time talking about the politics, but you should realize that this man's life, that spanned almost a century, began in Russia and then went through World War I when the region of Belarus was briefly independent, then under German control, then under Russian control, and then once again under Poland, not as an independent country, but nevertheless within a very dramatically new environment politically. And throughout all of this, you realize that one of the most important things that Jews must do to cope with these new realities, which included, for example, the exercise of the franchise, which meant that Jews actually ended up having members sitting in the Polish parliament, as to say, and they felt that Jews needed to have their place in the same along with all the other minorities, and as a result, participated in the establishment of organizations like the Agudas Israel. But he was very big into campaigns of all types. He was regularly, you'll see Mr. Rodriguez, you'll see in his classes all kinds of letters calling for, greater adherence to the laws of Shabbat, greater adherence to the laws of Lashon Hara, and so on. And he participated in many of these campaigns to try and mobilize professional sports.
You have to be a good businessman. This is why you don't see the defenseman from the Bengals head. There's a reason why he's a reported camp. Because he feels, because he knows how much money the Cincinnati Bengals are making. He knows his worth is
silence and
I'm not
reverie.
reporting to camp.
Almost as if he was anticipating the devastation that was just around the corner. But with his death in 1936, he did not live to see the worst of days for Polish Jewry. Nevertheless, his legacy lives on in many institutions besides the general pervasive nature of his thought, particularly in the Mishnah
put their necks out on the line, even though they got blowback at the time. If they didn't do this, none of this money would have been so expensive.
It's also the fact the yeshiva Chafetz Chaim, named after him, that was started by one of his nephews, and now has its headquarters in this building in Kew Gardens Hills, New York. Actually, was there last Shabbat night at the Daven in the main sanctuary there. Here in South Florida, we feel his legacy on an institutional level through the local yeshivas Torah Chaim and Torah Emes, which are largely staffed by faculty that emerged from the Chafetz Chaim yeshiva movement, which is somewhat different from most of the other yeshivas in that they are known for their remarkably long process of rabbinic ordination. Rabbinic ordination at the Chafetz Chaim takes about 14 years of post-high school study. It's a PhD and a half to get smicha from Chafetz Chaim, and they tend to be fairly reliable as opposed to other rabbinic ordination. Sometimes, in some places, if a guy gets engaged, they say, oh, well, it wouldn't look right if you're not a rabbi. They get smicha just for having a girl agree to marry them. Chafetz Chaim is not like that. It's really a long haul friendship. They also proceed studying in the Talmud at a remarkably slow pace.
Very good. Fucking superstar.
They're criticized for that in some quarters. One of the jokes I once heard the Rosh Yeshiva of the local yeshiva here say,
somebody getting injured,
here we have this Aramaic, we have this acronym, SHAS. Stands for Shisha Sidre, the 6 orders of the Talmud. They say Chafetz Chaim, that's too much. They say Shas, that's the Shtei Sidre. 2 orders, that's enough. It's not going to make it through all 6.
It's less than 1% of all the guys in the UFC. It's actually like 0.1%.
And that's the next slide. Here he is. Rabbi Rothschild, our own Rav here in the Young Israel Bahar, is also a Chafetz Chaim product.
Are you financially
heavily influenced by the
and also that money
those
is
of
money
you
you've
who are
earned,
here on
but you're not
Shabbat, you hear
taking
him
advantage
speak.
of anybody.
You can hear
To
the
Brian's
Chafetz Chaim's
point,
teaching
this has been
really
exhausted
embodied
to the
in his
core
own
of the wall.
emphasis on personal
Very high-powered
morality
lawyers and
and
the
on
judges in the
the
courtroom
nature of
that
speech and
this
on
and the
the
UFC
way
all
in which
agree.
we must be very careful on how we encourage others to speak and not tear them down. We really see those ideas alive in our own hearts. So that's a summary of a very brief summary of the life and achievements of Rabbi Rothschild.
This original lawsuit was for
Just a quick note about what's going to happen over the next few weeks. We have 4 weeks left in this academic year, or 3 weeks left after tonight. So we're in the 20th century, and the three. I think I'm going to talk about rabbis.
Now, I know I sound like the guy from Shawshank Redemption when he gets that
Next
fucking
week,
money.
I'd like to speak about the Ascension Rebbe, Rabbi Columbus Kalman Shapira, who was the Rebbe of the Warsaw Ghetto,
if you look at the actual facts of it, we're all still being
needs of a wide variety of people in the middle of the Holocaust. And amazingly, we have his sermons from that period, published in a book called H. Kodesh. And they are a very unique source on the Holocaust as viewed from the inside by the Jewish community. There's a lot to say about that. And then after that, I'd like to speak about the Rav. Salvation, the most important figure involved in the contemporary Yeshiva University, and his tremendous influence on American Jews in particular. And then finally, I'd like to conclude by going to the other side of the university spectrum by looking at the life of Dr. Bernard Lander, the founder of Touro College, who I think has a lot to say about the nature of American Jewry as well. So thank you very much for your attention and your engagement, and look forward to speaking to you next week.
Clip play of Ariel Hawani agreeing with Shab, and he kept interrupting the clip, and he was speaking to the clip as if it was live, and Ariel Hawani was actually talking to Shab. He's an idiot. He's redacted. Callan, my God, Callan is just, he's just like, come on, I only got to deal with this for an hour. 20 grand in Spain. Come on.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's come to order. We are actually 25 seconds behind
They
schedule.
will not stop talking.
I didn't put up your hand, Mr. Rodriguez. Everyone said Mr. Rodriguez was putting up his hand.
Stupid. You had to quit
Okay,
standing
let's
up because you're not
we're
Why don't you shut up?
The camera is running, you know. People, look at this. Ms. Abramson, you are the worst offender. Please sit down. Let's get started.
Cannot comprehend.
Do you think I should just edit out this
Shut up
first part?
while other people are talking. And it's annoying as a viewer.
Oh my gosh, I'm going to lose my teaching license for poor class control. Okay, so why don't we get started? Tonight's topic is really quite fascinating. It's Benjamin Disraeli, an extremely influential 19th century politician, served as Prime Minister of England on several occasions. Fascinating personality, very diverse in his opinions and quite controversial in his day. But I want to make a couple of good welfare announcements and then a new joke that I'll try out on you, and then go straight to the start of the Israeli fight. So first of all, good and welfare. Next week is the final week before we take off some time for Passover. And then we'll be returning after Passover, God willing, to discuss 20th century Jewish figures. And I have a few people in mind that I'd really like to speak about, but I welcome suggestions from all of you. If there's anyone that you find was exceptionally influential and fascinating you'd like to learn more about, I have a pretty open research agenda, so I would like to look at all kinds of figures, send you some names. My email address is hmabramson@gmail or henry@henryabramson.com, or you can find me several ways. So next week, last week before the Passover break, and then I will generate a new schedule for after Passover. If you are not on the mailing list, then you'll have to call into the synagogue or check the web to find out when the classes are. I highly recommend you just sign up at the blog to get the new schedules and things like that. The website, frequented by thousands of Latvians, is jewishhistorylectures.org, jewishhistorylectures.org, and just subscribe there. You'll get emails, that kind of thing. If you prefer Twitter or Facebook or LinkedIn, you'll get those things as well. In frankly, I joke about the Latvians. There are quite a few that come, but right now their website is getting about 11,000 visits a month. So it's really, there's quite a significant number of people who are enjoying these lectures. I'm really very pleased with that.
Those are all
Okay, so here's a new joke. I've never told this joke before. I hope it'll work. This is actually an ecumenical joke, meaning
No, they're all different songs.
I try to avoid telling jokes like this because I like jokes that are really truly Jewish. Meaning that they actually deal with things that are Jewish in a unique way. But this is one of those jokes where you can simply mix around the ethnicities or the religions in this case, and it'll still make sense in whichever religion you want to apply it to. I actually heard this joke from a Franciscan friar. So, it worked very well for him. I'll see if it works for us too. So the joke goes like this. There's Father O'Malley, Irish Catholic, who passes away after a long and successful life, ministering to the poor and catering to his congregation and so on. And he's actually ushered into the halls of heaven. He's very pleased to be there. It's like got mood lighting, a little bit of faint jazz playing in the background, the angels flying around gently. And he has an escort who's taking him from, to his place. Says, okay, Father O'Malley, we're going to bring you now into the Catholic chamber. It goes, takes him to the Catholic chamber, and it's beautiful. It's filled with song. People are singing Gregorian chants, very moving and very deep and melodious.
You know what it is? It's lazy.
Wow,
it's
this
like
is great. This is everything I've imagined. But I'm just curious. Can you show me around a little more? Takes them out, brings them to a Zen Buddhist room where there are people there who are doing multi-vocal chants there, and they're meditating on Quran. Oh wow, this is so gorgeous, fantastic. He goes to the Southern Baptist room, and they're clapping and singing and gospel choir, things like that, and they're walking from room to room. And then he says, "There any other? We have one more room down here at the end where the Orthodox Jews are." So that's great. Just one thing, you have to be very, very quiet when we go past there. And Father O'Malley says, "Why?" He says, "Because they think they're the only ones out here."
It's terrible. I see someone with sweats outside the house. I go,
the punchline was with Catholics, and I just moved it around. So just recycle it any way you want.
I got some cargo pants.
Rodriguez.
Oh, you think cargo pants? Sweats or a ham sandwich away from cargo pants.
Okay, Benjamin Disraeli. Here we go. Do we have focus? Are we focused? 1804 to 1881. As I mentioned, an extremely influential British politician, served as Prime Minister on several occasions, very close to Queen Victoria. He was the only Prime Minister who was allowed to sit in her presence when visiting her in her residence. All of the Prime Ministers were required to stand in her presence, but they had a very close relationship, and he made a tremendous mark on England in terms of its conservative policy, its conservative party policies. He set a very unique trend towards political direction and trajectory, which was separated not only from his political opponents, but even within his own party. He really charted a brand new direction that was an unusual blend of conservatism and liberalism, as we shall see. He had a conflicted relationship with Judaism, a complicated relationship that I think will be the crux of our discussion tonight. His father elected to baptize him on the eve of his bar mitzvah. And he often wrote about the fact that he felt somehow cheated out of declaring his own Jewish manhood at 13, because he was baptized into the Church of England. Nevertheless, as I hope to demonstrate through the course of the next hour or so, he reveled in his Jewish background and was very in your face about his Jewish lineage, all the while touting Christianity as really Judaism and leveraging his Jewish background to his greatest political and social advantage. So complex figure, his relationship to Judaism is complex. He's not quite within the same category that we spoke about last week with Hanya Kanya. His Judenschmerz was not at all the same. I mean, they didn't recall the translation of that unusual term.
Sweats are gym wear. Sweats are for the gym. Are you in the gym?
That's what it is. Gym wear, but sandals are not gym wear.
Jewish pain is correct. It's Judenschmerz, right? Schmerz sounds like it hurts. Schmerz, oh yeah, how much Schmerz, right? So, Judenschmerz was this 19th century phenomenon, very common 19th century. We also see it in the 20th and even in the 21st century. But this idea of like, what does it mean to be Jewish in this society?
That's insane.
Am I too Jewish? Can I not get into, various aspects of the economy, culture, education, and so on, unless I abandon my Judaism? They won't even take me seriously, even when I abandon it, and so on. Like China felt, conflicted about this conversion to Christianity right to the very end. He really did not have the same kind of Judenschmerz. He was very flaming, as it were, about his Judaism or his Jewish background.
These are not sweats. These are nice fucking material.
Okay, so let's look at his life story and get a little bit of a sense of who he was and what he contributed to British and world history. His father was Isaac Disraeli. He spelled it with an apostrophe, and Benjamin shortened it by removing the apostrophe and placing the first letter I lowercase. Benjamin's siblings followed him, but Isaac, his father, retained the older spelling. They were Sephardic Jews of Italian background. Isaac himself was a literary figure of some note and was very proud of his Sephardic ancestry, although truth be told, it was his wife's family that was really far more significant. His grandfather, Benjamin, for whom Benjamin Disraeli, our subject was named, came to the country in the late 17th century, or maybe it was the early 18th century, if I remember correctly, and immediately strove to place himself within British society, all the while maintaining a very strong attachment to Judaism. He coined a motto for himself that we'll return to at the end of this lecture, created a heraldic sort of symbol for his family, and did all these kinds of things to sort of propel himself into the British upper classes. This was really for naught in the 18th century. It was really not possible. But he nevertheless did everything within his power to make himself in a successful businessman within London society. He actually did do fairly well. He was an elder of the synagogue on several occasions, and he set up his children to a life of some wealth that allowed Isaac, that is our subject's father, to pursue a literary career. He wrote several books, primarily of literary criticism. The reason why we're focusing on Isaac so much is because of his decision to baptize his son, Benjamin, and his siblings. He had 3 surviving siblings, a sister and 2 brothers. Another sibling died in infancy. And the reason he did so was because of a long-standing dispute that he had with the synagogue. His father was a staunch supporter of the synagogue. Isaac, the son, was not, and he basically waited for his father to pass away before he stormed out of the synagogue and refused to turn back. He himself did not convert to Christianity, indicating, as with so many of these 19th century conversions, it was a conversion of convenience. He merely wanted to propel his children into more successful professions than he thought they could achieve as Jews. But he did have a lot of latent hostility towards Judaism. If you look at a couple of these quotes from Isaac the father, I'll just read them out loud. Religion drained Jews of their genius. 10 centuries have not produced 10 great men. To hate the Talmud is not to hate Judaism, but to hate obscurantism. It is a complete system of barbarous learning for the Jews. And another quote is, you're not going to put these on the back of your blurb or your books from the Talmud, that kind of thing. I would implore the Jews to begin to educate their youth as the youth of Europe and not Palestine. Let their Talmud be removed to an elevated shelf to be consulted as a curiosity of antiquity and not as a manner of education. So you get some sense of the Israelis' father's outlook on Judaism, very disdainful. He was not a religious man by any means, never thought of his son as taking Christianity seriously either, but nevertheless he made this move for his children, primarily for their social advantage. Let's just place this within the context of 19th century British Jews. The Jews arrived in England around the turn of the millennium. We have records of Jews at the time of Norman conquest, for example, and there's a significant population of Jews by the 11th and 12th century in towns like York and Lincoln and so on. Several of them are mentioned in ancient chronicles, particularly within the context of money lending, which was a very common profession for Jews in medieval Europe. There are a lot of reasons for this. I think we've talked about it in previous classes, but so we won't go back to those issues. I encourage you to go back, all of you Latvians who are just tuning in now, go back to a few lectures ago and we'll talk about that. But Jews were basically banished from England after a series of riots, first in the late 12th century and then finally a big massacre in York in the late 13th century. And Jews were essentially knocked out of the island. And although there were some kind of British Moranos, underground crypto Jews living in England, there's no significant presence of Jews for several centuries. This did not stop the continuation of prejudicial attitudes towards Jews. The Shylock character, of course, was created in an environment where there were no Jews for Shakespeare really to interact with. Nevertheless, capitalizing on a long tradition from the medieval world of Jews as the usurious and cruel moneylenders, we have an icon that existed right till the 20th century and beyond. Actually, I should mention this context. I probably should have shown some photographs. When I had a postdoctoral fellowship at Oxford University, we visited the botanical gardens there. In fact, with my daughter Elisa, she was there. And they had these gorgeous botanical gardens right in the middle of Oxford City. And there's a plaque. It's kind of hidden behind foliage. There's a plaque commemorating the Jews who were expelled from Oxford. And the botanical gardens is built on the site of the former cemetery. But they simply raised all of these headstones and they planted a garden there. And so when we did visit it, when we went in to speak to the woman who was taking money for the admission, my wife mentioned, this is built on a Jewish cemetery, an ancient Jewish cemetery. Says, everything grows so well.
I think you might have been mixing up with Cheers.
So Jews vanished from England for about 4 centuries. They finally come back under Cromwell, who was shown here in his famous portrait when he was asked. He was a realist, a prophet when he was asked if the artist should remove the physical deformity. He had this slight deformity over his right eye. He said, no, I want you to paint it, quote, warts and all, which is where we get the contemporary expression warts and all. We want it to be shown with this. There you go, laser painting. I can just airbrush that right now. But that's the idea. So there's Cromwell, approached by an important rabbi, persuaded to allow Jews to return to England. And so you have a trickle of Jews in the 17th, 18th century who are beginning to make an official appearance there. By the time we get to the 19th century, Jews have actually achieved significant status in England, significant wealth as well. Some figures such as Moses Montefiore, shown here, actually were united by the Queen, indicating that they had really made it in many areas of British society by the time the 19th century turned. They were not yet allowed in Parliament. That's something that had happened
It's just me.
while Disraeli was serving, but nevertheless, one could say the Jews were well on their way to social status in England by the beginning of the 19th century. Also, in this context, it's important to note that Disraeli reveled in all of these things. Disraeli reveled in his outsider status as a former Jew. Although he viewed the spiritual values of Christianity to be superior to Judaism, he liked to refer to himself as the blank page between the Old Testament and the New. A very characteristic thing for Disraeli because it at once proclaimed his antiquity, that he could be linked to this very ancient people, and at the same time a bridge to modernity. And he tied this idea of the link between the old Judaism and its values to what he would consider modern Christianity as being the essential bridging factor. In fact, a bridge character is something that you can say about him in general. As a politician, he was also a great bridger, bringing together the ironic opposites of the aristocracy and the populace as a whole. Now I will pause to drink a sip of coffee and I will ask for questions.
If you need a pause,
yes, please.
look no further. Let's cheese.
Mark got pissing right.
No, he's talking about the Zoom. I just hit my computer camera because I realized it was just like
By the way,
it
a lot of my students say
we're
that. I
doing a
seem
Zoom
to
call
remember
to get a chick here and it's like looking at my face and it's just like it's too close to my face.
Yeah, so I'll be honest. All right, that's not a lot of money. If it was a lot of money, you guys wouldn't get a piece. It's not
What the hell? So
we're not giving you any money. You sons of mother.
I know. And I'm already can. By the way, I was only informed that I was the only other one getting money besides Casey just yesterday.
It's not too far off the mark. We have to realize that, like what kind of border controls are we really talking about in the 18th, 17th century? Your ship lands at a port. And you
we
get off the
also
boat.
we do it for
And it's not like there's a lot of people that are checking your passport, and making you walk through the scanners, things like that. So if you have money
so far
and you
on
have
YouTube
business,
and Patreon combined
then,
in 6
people
months.
let you in. You might have to pay off someone perhaps. So the Jews were trickling in.
And of
just
course,
like,
if you guys remember the deal
Jews
that I
have
said,
pursued
I have to
business
take tax off
opportunities
that, so I
around the
take
world.
30% off
Very
the
few
top,
countries
then we
have
take that
truly
7%,
impermeable
divide that
borders.
by 5.
Unfortunately, they're
So,
usually impermeable,
share
like
that
not letting the Jews
20%
out.
of 70%.
So letting Jews in, not so much
Is
of
in
a
the
problem.
coffers.
Yes, so that's what I'm telling you.
It's going to a billboard though, right? It's going straight to the billboard.
Yeah, I Korea. Great memories. I forgot about the billboard, to be honest, and we got to start looking into that.
Look, our priorities might
I
be a
believe this
little
was
bit
his second marriage,
upside
if
down.
I'm not mistaken.
We got
I didn't
billboard
do the
first,
actual
mayor
math.
sub second.
Yeah, but
18 of those
I will
let's
say,
do the math here.
$2,200, 6 months. We got fucked
I do remember seeing something
3
about
months
how
on YouTube, not able to monetize.
well, actually,
And
he
I
had a
think I
lot of
fucked us for
relationships with older
offering
women.
$1
And one biographer said that it may have been a reflection of his
but it's also a snowball effect. Like, we took 6 months to get 200, but then 6 months more will be like
in 1804.
more than that.
1801, something like that, right?
No shit. I will be on I couldn't think of one number. More than that,
It's also possible that mistake
in an accelerated fashion.
Let's just get over our questions. I'll edit that out, please. Yes.
All you had to say was the number long. I'm lost. You're lost right here. I've got the giggles. Are we speaking? We might be. No, it's just an argument. Okay, good. But I could just pick any number. It have to be more than
the
double.
imperialistic aspect of it.
Just
Absolutely. Yeah, we shall see that. Okay. Ms. Abramson, last question. I'll go
I
on.
have some. It's lower. I can Mark.
What did I do? Did you lower it?
Yeah, he did. He went a little down on the E. Hey! Nick's like double ticket guy. Good response.
Ms. Abramson, I told you on the way here tonight, no hard questions. So I actually
sign up for the
don't know
Patreon,
what the
makes us more
substance of
money.
the dispute
I was going to
was.
say,
I
did
understand
another
that it
podcast
was an
network for 5
ongoing
years. We didn't
dispute.
start
It was
Patreon
one that
until
went on
2
for
years in. We had no
several years,
YouTube money.
and Isaac just
And
basically
5 years, we
did
had 1,400
until his
patrons
father
and
passed
paying
away.
our rent. So
Stick
It
with it,
probably
fellas.
had
Stick
something
with
to do
it.
with what they were serving for dinner.
Holy crap! You paid your rent
Who
off
knows?
the.
I don't know.
What's called after what?
He did attend the
You
inauguration
tell me when you want me to
inauguration
start reaching out to
ceremony
You're
of the
gonna get
nearby
me talking. You
Reform
can't do
Synagogue.
that on air. You told
You know,
me
he did,
if I was
so
gonna
he
move
was
the
not
mic,
totally outside of Judaism.
95
And don't forget, he
seconds.
didn't convert, so which he easily could have.
Can we do this?
Okay, all right.
Well, you know, for him, he's already an older person. He has his career established.
It's
There's no real
terrible.
financial
First of all, I
impetus
had to
to
edit
convert.
some of this
But it's for
because,
children.
my
For his
God,
children, however,
they
if they're going to
edit
be
this,
exploring
and
careers,
it's just
getting
terrible.
into colleges,
I
things
like
like
how
that,
they
there
expose
would be a
how
toilet and
much
advantage.
they
Okay, no more questions for you.
So,
So,
the one
he was
guy's
known
not
as
even there
a
because he's at
dandy.
his
And I
real
put that in
job.
quotation marks because I wasn't exactly sure what a dandy
So,
actually is. So
that's
many
what I'll
biographies use the term dandy
You're
that
going
I
to be
think was some
making
kind of technical meaning.
$2,200.
I get the impression, though, that what it means is he was very flamboyant. He was noted for his unusual dress. And I don't, you know, trouble is you look at these pictures and they all look so weird. So how do you know what's unusual for the 19th century? But, this particular picture, I wish we had better lighting, but he's got like this big cravat thing going on here. Tends to wear the hairstyles, things like that. This is actually, by the way, this is a retrospective painting. It was done when he was already in his 60s, and it was the artist imagined what he would have looked like in his 20s. But he definitely got around town. He had a wide variety of liaisons with older women in particular, and he's with only a veneer of fabrication in his numerous fictional novels. In fact, when that's one of the ways that he kept himself alive, because he did not have the same recourse to funds as his father did. He wrote novels he wrote about a dozen different novels that were really quite popular. And they were somewhat racy. They involved a lot of high society things, a particular genre of the period that was written for the middle class reader. They called them silver spoon novels because it described what it was like to live in the upper classes. Kind of like in the Depression, they used to make films about ridiculously wealthy individuals, and it was kind of like an expiation of fantasy life to be able to watch how the rich and famous live. So, unlike today, of course.
I bet you that's why the snaz.
Thank you. But he so he wrote all these things, which is about his travels in high society with the various women that he was in relationships with. And then when he got into politics, he had to go back, and in the reissuing of the editions, he had to clean them up, and he had to kind of remove some of the more obvious portraits that he had fictionalized of real people who were scandalized by his writing. But this is not your typical, politician, social climber. This is someone who was really quite bohemian in his youth and quite active in his sexual exploits as well. He did ultimately marry this woman, Mary Ann Evans, who was a widow. Her surname, was Lewis. She was 12 years his senior. And she used to say that Disraeli himself, who by the way was known as Dizzy to his friends, Disraeli used to say that he married her for her money, but he would marry her again for love. And their marriage actually lasted 34 years until her passing, and they apparently had a very fond and affectionate relationship. They did not produce any offspring. Disraeli was not really interested in having children. But his wife was also quite a bit of a character. In one notable episode, for example, they had as guests a particular general and his wife, who stayed at their home. I think his name was Lord Huttridge or something like that. And Lord and Lady Huttridge stayed in the guest room, and Disraeli and his wife stayed in the main bedroom, the master bedroom next door. And the next morning she woke up and told her guests that she set between England's greatest soldier and England's greatest poet for the previous night. Of course, the orator was her husband and the soldier was in the next room. But Lady Huttridge was not pleased at all with this revelation. But that gives you a sense of who he married, and she was really of his type in many ways, and had a very successful marriage. A turning point, I want to try and focus. I mean, there's a lot to say about Disraeli, as a character and as a politician, I want to try and keep this as close as possible to the Jewish agenda, because that's really what we're studying here, the Jewish biographies. So an important turning point in his life Jewishly was in the year 1828 through 1831, when he went on extended travel through the Middle East with a friend who later died of a venereal disease. Israeli also had been treated for that same venereal disease. Perhaps they got it from the same host. But at any rate, I really have to edit these things out before I release them. But at any rate, he was impressed with the Jerusalem. We know from his travels and time. When he got back to England, he tended to downplay it. So there's no question that over the course of his political career, he frequently invoked the image of Jerusalem as the messianic destination of the Jewish people. And he used a metaphor of bringing England into a messianic future quite often. And he was really obsessed with the idea of the Jews longing for their ancestral home. He used that metaphor very effectively in his oratorical delivery when he speaks about English people yearning for that kind of state in the United Kingdom. He dedicated a couple of novels to his experiences in Israel. One in particular is relevant, Al Roy, written in 1833, which speaks of a failed messianic movement. It's a thinly disguised historical novel of the pseudo-messiah David Alroy from, I believe, the 12th century. And it was really a larger metaphor for this kind of unfolding of the divine plan. So that's one major thing, is it connected very profoundly with the idea of Israel, and in fact, one might say he was even a proto-Zionist, really forward for his time. The other thing that's very significant is he developed a strong taste for international affairs, and specifically for British imperialism. He saw firsthand the slow demise of the Ottoman Empire, which would ultimately be called the sick man of Europe, and would collapse in World War I. But Disraeli, even from an early stage in his political career, realized that the Ottoman Empire was eventually going to collapse, and he felt that England should capitalize on that very significantly, which he did primarily through capitalizing on the Suez Canal, ensuring that it was controlled by British interests. And also, we see a couple of those things, and also in competition with Russia for the control of the Middle East. So this visit throughout the Middle East, which included a stop in Jerusalem, was very significant for his worldview. Let's take a little bit of time to speak about his politics specifically. He lost 4 elections until he finally was admitted to office in 1837. He was a bit of a gadfly within his own party, however, disagreeing quite often with the leadership, in particular Lord Peel,
Very interesting development here.
because he had an unusual blend of two contrary aspects. On the one hand, for example, he was very conservative. He believed in promoting the role of the monarchy in England. We spoke briefly already about Queen Victoria, but he believed in the institution of the monarchy. He also believed in the institution of the aristocracy. He believed that the British nobility appearance was very significant and should be validated within their society. He himself, incidentally, besides having a lingering bitterness over missing out on his bar mitzvah, he didn't get a single fountain pen. But he also felt bad that his father sent him to a somewhat middling high school and sent his younger brothers to much more prestigious schools in England. And the way the English school system works, what school you go to really labels you for life. And he always felt, he took me out of Judaism, and then he didn't even put me into a really decent school. We don't know exactly why his father made those distinctions. So he believed in the monarchy, he believed in the aristocracy, and he also believed in the church. To say that he was a dedicated Christian would be a stretch, but nevertheless he believed in the idea of Christianity, and he believed in promoting Christianity as some sort of, ultimate Judaism, as we shall see shortly. So on the one hand, typical conservative politician of the era. But on the other hand, he was very much a populist. He definitely reached out to the lower classes and was very popular among the lower classes.
I don't know where it is. I doubt
for
it's his
example,
house, though.
in 1845, he broke with his own party over the issue of repealing the Corn Act, which was an economic program that subsidized British farmers. And the Conservatives wanted to do away with that act, and in fact, they succeeded. The act was repealed. But Disraeli felt that no, it should be protected, and they should engage in a more protectionist economic policy, which is much more liberal in its approach, more big government, as it were, and that garnered him considerable popularity among the farmers, even while he was alienated by members of his own party. He ultimately formed a small group of like-minded politicians, calling themselves the Young England Movement, and they gathered around Disraeli as a, kind of like a second wing. I don't want to use the term Tea Party, I already did. But it's kind of like he created a liberal wing within the Conservative Party that ultimately grew, and he was eventually elected to be Prime Minister 4 times after he eventually defeated his opponents in the party. In one of the most lasting of his achievements in British electoral reform was the passage of the Reform Bill. This cartoon from the era shows Disraeli mounted on a horse as all of his opponents race to catch up with him. The Reform Bill essentially extended suffrage to a much larger segment of the British population. Many more people on a lower economic status were given the right to vote. This is, of course, before women were allowed to vote, so we're talking mainly about land and wealth as a criteria for voting eligibility. And this garnered tremendous popularity for Disraeli among the common people because they saw him, even though he was a conservative, they saw him also as a populist thinking for the common man. If you can borrow another American metaphor, he really was a compassionate conservative. He really saw conservatism as the best way, in a very patriarchal kind of way, or kind of like a paternalistic way. He saw it as the best way to care for the average person in England. So you can see how these things come together to create a very unique, strongly principled leader, willing to break with his own party, and very responsive to the needs of the population as a whole. The Jewish politics was especially pronounced with the Jews Relief Act of 1858. Throughout this time, of course, even though Disraeli is making a lot of hay about his Jewish origins, he is ultimately a Christian and was able to fulfill all the duties of office as a Christian. Not so Baron Rothschild, who was elected to office on multiple occasions and was forced to not take his seat in Parliament because he would not swear the oath as a Christian on the New Testament. And many people within the Conservative Party felt that that was absolutely appropriate. England is a Christian nation, and the very least that its officers could do is to put their hand on a Christian Bible and swear their loyalty to the crown and as a Christian. Rothschild, unwilling to do so, was forced to win overwhelming electoral victories and simply not take his seat in Parliament. Until finally the pressure grew from the opposition, and Disraeli, of course, was among them, to pass an act which allowed Rothschild to actually take his seat in Parliament after placing his hand on Tanakh and uttering a slightly different amended text, which met his conscience. If you read the beginning of this article from July 24th, 1958, it says, at long length, the Jewish question is settled. No more Jewish problem, right? Baron Rothschild may now, if the Commons please so to resolve, take his seat and vote. Last night, the royal assent was given to the Jew bill of the Lords and Amended Oaths Bill. Thus has ended a struggle which at one time wore a most ugly appearance and threatened to end in a serious collision of the Commons with the judges of the land and the two houses with each other. Speaking of an ugly appearance, it goes without saying that Disraeli met with a lot of anti-Semitic taunts throughout his career, right from his early school days. He would remember the children taunting things like how the rhyme goes. I read in one of his verses. I don't remember how the schoolyard rhyme went, but it was something about how Jews will go to prison was the last line. And here's Disraeli, who's technically a Christian, but everybody knows he's of Jewish background. He certainly has a Jewish appearance, and so he would simply grated his teeth and smiled through it all the way to the top. And many of these speeches and cartoons, caricatures of the era certainly play up his Jewish features and make these kind of snide comments about his Jewish background, but Disraeli did his utmost to rise above it all.
And the reason why we know that,
and part of the reason why he rose above it all was ironically because he was so unapologetic about his Jewish background. He felt, in the language of the day, that the Jews were actually the superior race. You would recall at this time, we're talking about the mid-19th century, that the very idea of race is being developed. People like Uncle Domino are capitalizing on the work of people like Charles Darwin, and arguing that the various species that we see in nature are reflected also in the human genes. That there are different species of human beings with unique characteristics which make them better or less adapted to their environment. This would eventually, flourish in the dark flower of racism under Hitler, when Judaism was seen as kind of a genetic characteristic. But in the 19th century, it was much more benign and much more well accepted that there were such things. In Germany, it was known as folkism or feudalism. This kind of naive belief, for example, that Italians are deeply passionate people, great lovers, easily angered, those kinds of things. Prussians are very punctual and very demanding and very cold, very logical. Lithuanian Jews, are very funny and have a superior fashion sense. All these kinds of things. That's kind of like early racism. So the Jews, by the way, in the anti-Semitic versions, the Jews are viewed as a parasitic race, that they are best adapted to being like tapeworms of society, eating them out from the inside. But that's not the way Disraeli spun it. Disraeli spun it that the Jews were the superior race, that the Semitics were the most aristocratic of all races, that they had an inherent conservatism, and their emphasis on endogamy, on in-marriage, meant that they had an extremely pure bloodline. So otherwise, where he had to deal with anti-Semitic taunts, he said, hey, look, my lineage goes back to King David, goes back to Moses, goes back to Aaron. How far does yours go back? Right? They don't have, so he really emphasized the nobility of his blood and the antiquity of his blood. He also felt that the Jews, correctly, were tremendously productive in the spiritual realm that had given the world's three great monotheistic religions, and that Christianity was really just the ultimate expression of Judaism. He did feel that Christianity was Judaism plus, that Judaism on its own was unfulfilled without Christianity. But nevertheless, the fact is, he came from a deeply spiritual, creative, ancient.
Hey, how are you?
So he was able to turn around a lot of these anti-Semitic.
Excellent. Come to my Discord.
Reaffirmations of a very ethnocentric worldview. Furthermore,
okay, very well. How's your day going?
A special link between the British people and the Jewish people as a whole. He felt that the British form of government was the most natural expression of biblical values, and so there was an intellectual and spiritual connection between those two peoples that was really was
hello.
in himself, that he represented a synthesis of the ancient civilization of the Jews, the modern society of the British, and so of course you should vote for me in the next election.
Kicking ass, taking names. How are you?
Would deliver these sometimes unpopular opinions on the floor of Parliament.
Excellent.
He also wrote about them in numerous novels. So he's
You
very
sing anything you want.
in all the media that he has access to, and it created among the British, and maybe even accelerated, an intrinsic philo-Semitism that we'll use the expression of later when we get to the Balfour Declaration and the impetus to create a Jewish homeland in the Middle East. As Prime Minister, he served in 1858, 1860, 1874. I mentioned how his platform combines this paternalistic, conservative economic platform, which was designed primarily to take care of the common working classes while reserving for the upper classes most of the decision-making authority. But he was also a very staunch imperialist. He believed that England should take its justified role as really the leader of the world, as the sole superpower of the era. Following on, thinking of people like Cecil Rhodes, he believed that onward British soldiers should be the motto, and especially this is true in two areas. In India, which of course was a jewel of the crown, he actually had Queen Victoria pronounced Empress of India, which certainly impressed Queen Victoria, shown here with Disraeli. And he also felt that the Ottoman Empire, as I mentioned earlier, since it was going to be collapsing, they should block any efforts from Russia to take over those territories. Russia, of course, has no history of hostile takeovers of parts of that region, but so he was very concerned that England should take advantage of
Hey, I just want to let you know I'm working on something. So if you guys are interested, I would suggest going somewhere else. Nothing against you, I'm just busy.
And in terms of connecting it specifically to the Jewish cause, this also drove the British government in a very pro-Semitic or pro-Jewish fashion when it comes to the later development of Israel. He didn't take a really strong stand on too many Jewish issues, even though he was like most aghast with the medieval charge of blood libel against the Jews of Damascus in 1840. But he did definitely support the rights of Jews in the Ottoman Empire during one of the Jews in the Balkans in particular. And he's in many ways associated with early burgeoning proto-Zionism. Any cause for questions like it's interesting. How did he get so close with Queen Victoria? They seem to have, he was genuinely a believer. He really did respect the institution of the crown. They exchanged some 1,600 letters over the course of his career. That's interesting. I'm not sure. I saw that figure and it amazed me. Now, if you think in terms of email or text, he probably sent 1,600 texts every week. But letters, actually even before typewriters were invented, right? Well, I got typewriters by this point, I think. But these handwritten letters, 1,600 handwritten letters, is a phenomenal achievement. And they had true closeness that I think they had a melding of values.
I have video going there, and there are other people in there.
He promoted the monarchy, yeah. Yeah, sure. And he's the prime minister. He's not a puppet.
Oh yeah, definitely. Word.
Albert, and as well as being an outsider, because Albert is always considered an outsider. So Brendan Schaub's wife had a mental breakdown, had to make a video while driving so she could get the Lamborghini logo. The Lamborghini's gone. Paternalism lifestyle now.
Interesting. That's fascinating. Yes, last question. That's one.
Can I tell you how I survived it? Because it did too much. I almost died of a heart attack. It's cool and all, but I gotta leave.
Yeah.
So when he goes he is never getting I think, come on.
Right. Most likely, he did not know Jews. Yeah, he constructed the Shylock myth basically out of very old medieval prejudice. It's not impossible that he might have met some crypto Jews who were living there, but he took a type, and unfortunately, it was a type that was well known in Western literature. In Chaucer, for example, has similar examples. Okay, let's go further. Here we go. So, his proto-Zionism. So, we don't have any strong evidence of his connection specifically with the impetus of creating a homeland in Israel. The first real documentation that associated with this is already in the 20th century when it became more of a political possibility with the collapse of the Ottoman Empire. But there is an interesting document that was submitted in the context of the Congress of Berlin that for a long time was associated with Israeli, but recent research has indicated that he did not author this anonymous memo. It really came from someone named Gordon. However, in one of his last novels, Tancred, he says he returns to the theme of Judaism quite profoundly. There's a lot of Jewish characters that run through his novels. They're usually like sage, wise individuals who are always disseminating, very useful and salient advice. But in Tancred, for example, he writes, "The vineyards of Israel have ceased to exist, but the eternal law enjoins the children of Israel still to celebrate the vintage." A beautiful metaphor, right? The wine is no longer there, the vineyards are there, but still drink the wine. A race that persists in celebrating their vintage, although they have no fruits to gather, will regain their vineyards. Very strong proto-Zionist kind of statement of the era, and turned out to be ultimately prophetic. So let's just return to one last item that we think about his life as a whole. His grandfather, you'll recall, Benjamin, his namesake, when he came to England, he adopted this heraldic, slogan and with, images and things like that, and he adopted a Latin motto, which I have to look up. The motto that he adapted was "Forti nihil difficile," which means to the brave, or the strong, to the brave, nothing is difficult. So when I did a Google search on that, it used to be, by the way, back when I was in graduate school, long before Google, you got points just for figuring out something like this. Now, any 10-year-old can figure it out just by plugging it into Google, which means that the PhDs today, I don't know. But anyways, he actually omitted 2 words from a classical citation. The 2 words he omitted is "et fidele." So really, the motto that he cited was originally written, "To the brave and the faithful, nothing is difficult." And his grandfather omitted the words "and the faithful." And he took out the words "faith" from the equation. I don't know really what that means. His grandfather was a faithful member of his synagogue. The son, Isaac, rebelled, and of course that put Disraeli onto an entirely different trajectory. I don't know what it means that he removed those words and the Facebook, but we certainly see in Disraeli's life that nothing ultimately was difficult for him. He achieved tremendous things throughout the course of his life, politically, socially, on a literary level as well. And although there's some dispute about it, the end of his life, he suffered from a bronchial illness, and he asked, when he was on his deathbed, he was asked if they should bring him a clergyman for the last rites. He said no. He was speaking only with his friend Lord Kidd, and Lord Kidd left as his left a report saying that his last words were the Shema Yisrael prayer. On Disraeli's lips, after all of his, embracing of Christianity and all of his, promoting of Christianity, Judaism plus, ultimately, he, as it were, according to Lord Kidd, put the Et Fidele back into his own life, the faith back into his own life, and pronounced the great statement of God's unification as any Jew would, should they know that their end was approaching. And now, I basically conclude my remarks. Thank you very much for your attention and your endurance through this lecture, and I look forward to speaking next week. Our topic is going to be Henrietta Dole.
July, August, I get out of town. Jeez, can't be my fault. You're going to leave because it gets toasty, we haven't seen it yet. They're like, just wait. Even Jamie, Rogan's guy, was like, when you coming? I'm like, yeah, I'm moving there, early June. He's like, man, good thing you're not moving July, man. Just wait. So maybe it's just a rare summer here in Austin, but I'm waiting for this.
Okay, welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry for the slight delay tonight. We have
shit so far. It's Jumanji out here.
A change in personnel, as you may have noticed. Mr. Rodriguez is unfortunately for us out of town this week, but I have appointed my son Alexander to take his place. Stand up and face everyone. You're okay. So we'll see how well he does with the actual filming, and actually everyone out there in Latvia, we'll see soon how good my son is at doing these kind of things. Tonight's topic is quite fascinating, something that's close to my own intellectual interest, although I've never actually looked into this biography in much detail. So I learned quite a bit in preparing for tonight's class. We're going to look at Rabbi Israel Lipkin of Salant, often known as Israel Salanter, the Israel from the town of Salant, who is credited with the foundation of the modern Musar movement. So we'll have a discussion of what exactly that means, the Musar movement, and we'll look at his life in general. And I think we'll see he's one of those really creative figures of the 19th century, a period of tremendous creativity, explosion of ideas among Jews in Eastern Europe on how to, reevaluate Judaism in the context of modern times and adapt it appropriately to the concerns of the various regions in which the Jews live. I'll start with a small joke, which really it makes more sense to tell this joke at the end of class, but since I assume that most of you have at least some familiarity with what Musar is, the joke will make sense. So just to give you a little bit of contextual information, Musar as a school of study is often associated, rightly or wrongly, as we shall see throughout the next 60 minutes, with the rather harsh, self-critical attitude. As a form of ethical development through unrelenting self-criticism and examination of one's flaws, and through understanding them, one presumably will be able to conquer those weaknesses and then go on to spiritual greatness. That's, in a nutshell, kind of like the popular understanding of what Musar is. As we shall see, there are distinctions, but let's just work with that. So the joke goes like this. It's 19th century Lithuania. I'll try to move the camera when I'm over here. A little faster, right? I'm over here. There we go. Very good. So it's 19th century Lithuania, and this is an era where there's the Haskalah is very active,
Speaking
the
of
Hasidic
scorpions, let's
movement
talk
is
about
very active, and the
let's
Musar
talk
movement is
about
taking
the,
shape as well. So it's not that
fisticuffs.
from,
The fight.
let's say, southern
We got to hear
Ukraine
us talk about
decides he
some
wants to visit
fighting.
a Musar
You got a
house,
fight
a base
night
Musar, a place
in
where they study Musar,
Nashville,
yeshiva
Tennessee.
from Musar.
I
He wants to
see
understand
Theo's
what
on the
exactly
road.
do they do there. So he walks into
That's when the boys was
the
there,
base
so we'll
Musar,
come in
the
there,
house of Musar,
cage side.
and he sees there's a few
Right
guys
there.
sitting alone
He
by the
didn't get
walls,
as much as a
and they're
pop as you
hunched
think.
over little tiny
Look,
books,
Brian.
looking into them and wiping their foreheads
Oh, I'm sorry,
and
Luke
worrying
Combs.
about who they are. And here's one of them saying, "Oi,
Brendan Schaub is
ich bin garnished.
100%
I'm nothing."
with his wife.
And then he looks over, sees another guy, says, "Oi, ich bin ganz garnished. I'm entirely nothing," right? So the Chassid says, "Well, I'll give it a try." He goes to the wall, and Hasidism, of course, does not have a comparable modality of study, as we'll discuss later. He pulls off a copy of Mesilas Yesharim, one of the great Musar classics, and he starts reading, and he starts realizing, you know what? Yeah, ich bin euch garnished. I'm also garnished. I'm jealous, I'm vain, I'm petty. I think about my pride, my arrogance. He's going on and on and on. Move the camera, move the camera. He's going on, and he starts saying it out loud. Ich bin garnished, I'm garnished. I'm completely valueless. And the other two guys look at each other. One of them says, "Who's the big shot that thinks he's garnished?" Okay, all right, it sort of makes sense. Let's look at the life of this very fascinating individual. As I've said, he is credited with being the founder of the Musar movement. It's important to note that Musar as a modality of study, or I should say that as a topic of study, goes back at least 800 years. You can see Baka ibn Pakuda, I mentioned already, great works, like you actually put in a different context, the works of Maimonides, the Shmona Prakim. There are many, many works that considerably antedate the activity of Rabbi Yisrael Salanter. His innovations, as we shall see shortly, really consistent in terms of a refocusing, a reframing of many of these classics of Jewish ethical literature, and a systematization of its study within the formal curriculum of the yeshiva. He, as an individual, did not achieve all of his goals, and in fact, he was plagued through most of his life with an acute depression that followed him to the very end of his days in 1883. He was unable to escape it. He was especially saddened that at least in his lifetime, Musar did not take flight as a mass movement. It did not shape itself in the way that he had hoped it would. But nevertheless, immediately after his passing, the second and third generation of the students really did transform it into a very significant movement. And in fact, it is virtually synonymous with the entire yeshivish world today, so to speak. The Lithuanian Talmudic world today associates very profoundly with this man's thought and his methodology. So we're going to look at his life and try to understand the impact of his thought in Jewish culture. I'm going to rely very heavily on this great book by Emmanuel Eskes. I have the virtual version. I have the actual version here. I've had this on my bookshelf for a long time, and I never really got around to reading in detail, and I found it absolutely fascinating. It's a great historiographic overview of many of the earlier, more popular and hagiographic treatments of Rabbi Yisrael Salanter, and places them a lot within modern historiographic context. So I highly recommend Professor Eskes' work if you'd like to go into this and further. I'm basically going to plagiarize my entire lecture on his work here. So, his youth, born in 1810 in Lithuania, he received a traditional Mitnagdic education. And to give you a quick refresher, the term Mitnaged means opponent, and that term was created really as a result of the Hasidic revolution. The traditionalist Talmudic schools opposed the development of Hasidism, and as a result, they became known as the opponents. One of the great, thank you, now you're on tape, everyone in Latvia knows your voice. One of the great challenges of the Mitnagdic world in the early 19th century, something that they really did not truly overcome until the 20th century, was to define for themselves a positive reason for being, meaning they took their very name and in many ways their essence from their opposition to another movement, rather than stating what they actually believed in properly. They lost the PR war for most of the 19th century, trying to say, well, what do we stand for besides being against what they
just kind
stand
of cool.
for?
We were
Which is
talking
kind of
about like the difference between 125 and 135. His size were
so there's
like, you know.
and we will, next year, I'm hoping we'll talk about Rabbi Chaim of Volozhin, one of the principal teachers of Rabbi Rothschild, who made a concerted effort to try and change that PR balance, say something positive about the Mignagdic movement. But this was a period in which the Mignagdim were very much in full retreat from two major social intellectual movements that were sweeping through Eastern Europe in the 19th century. On the one hand, Hasidism, already mentioned and we discussed in previous lectures, and on the other hand, the Haskalah, which was making really, the Jewish Enlightenment, so the modernizing and often secularizing movement that was making significant gains in Eastern Europe. So the traditional Talmudists, the Mithnagdim, they were really
because a lot of times when you write something, I'm stressed about worrying about
opposing enlightenment, and they were also at the same time starting to find their own identity at the same time. So he fell into that particular movement in the period of his greatest struggle. His major influences were, of course, the person who was associated more than anyone else with the Mignagdic movement, the Vilna Gaon himself.
That's why I went to
his
Vegas.
principal student, Rabbi Chaim of Volozhin, who attempted to articulate a strategy of dealing with the Hasidic movement by, if you can't beat them, join them, principally through his great work, Nefesh HaChaim, which is essentially Kabbalah for Mithnagdim. It is acknowledgement of the fact that part of the major reason for the success of the Hasidic movement was that they tapped into the huge body of rich philosophical ideas and translated them to the common person in Eastern Europe. So, and the Mignagdim had reserved all of those ideas for only the most elite scholars. So, in a very different way than the Hasidic movement, Rabbi Chaim tried to bring those Kabbalistic ideas in a format that would be acceptable to Talmudic studies, Talmudic students in the early 19th century. Rabbi Yisrael Salanter, ironically, would reject that strategy, as we shall see shortly. But his principal teacher was a man named Yosef Zundel, who many consider a hidden tzaddik. He was a person who had no official rabbinic position, but was widely regarded as a tremendously righteous individual and an extremely learned individual. And many of the techniques of learning and of personal development were things that Rabbi Yisrael Salanter really absorbed and focused on in his own work. One of the famous stories about Rabbi Yosef Zundel is, he was famous for being very humble. And at one point he was traveling throughout Lithuania. He stopped at one particular home, and by the way, he avoided all of the traditional garb of the rabbinic elite. He tried to dress like a common person, wearing regular workman's clothes.
You're not doing it for the kids. You think you're doing it for the kids. They don't give up.
But he tried very much not to appear as a giant of Torah. And it happened that he was traveling once and he stopped in at a home of a particular rabbi and they began to engage in discussion of Talmud and so on, and they had a talk back and forth. And this particular rabbi said, "Where are you from?" And he said, "Salant." And he said, "Oh, you must know Rabbi Yosef Zundel. How is he doing?" He says, "Yes, he's doing well, thank you." And he's talking to Rabbi Yosef Zundel. He says, "He is such an amazing chassid. He's such an, a chassid in the sense of pious. He's such an amazingly pious and learned individual, going on and on praising him." And Yosef Zundel was in a difficult position because on the one hand, he couldn't exactly acknowledge that it was he was trying to do because he wanted to, not draw attention to himself and his own identity. And on the other hand, he couldn't exactly disagree and say, "No, he's not such a tzaddik." But he was trying to downplay things and so on. And finally, the rabbi was speaking with stop for him and he said, "Yosef Zundel." As my daughter likes to say, my eldest daughter, he got bageled. You know what bagel means? Bagling is like when someone spots you and acknowledges your Jewish identity on the street. I don't know why, it happens to me all the time. But anyways, that was his principal teacher. He did not have the opportunity to learn with him for very long, but they once asked him, why was Rabbi Yosef Zundel your teacher? You didn't have a yeshiva. He didn't have a cello, he didn't have a rabbinical placement, he was just a regular laborer and so on. Why was he your teacher? And Rabbi Yisrael Salanter responded in Yiddish, "Ich hab ihm einmal gesehen." I saw him once.
I go
And
there
that
with
was
my
enough.
wife.
Just
Very
to see
happy
Rabbi
to.
Yosef Sundar was enough to inspire me that that's the kind of Jew I
You might
want
as well
to
be an
become.
Iran, dude.
So to give you a sense, hang on a second, Abraham, I'll get right to you. To give you a sense of the development of this thought, we're going to look at the arc of his ideas in greater detail. But in his use with one of his study partners, he made 3 resolutions, which tell you a little bit about where his mind is going to go over the next 40 odd years. His first resolution was not to
So then
serve
you'll be
in
in
the
Columbia
rabbit.
during UFC 3.
And Rabbi Yisrael Salanter resolved never to take a position of communal
Where's
authority,
the card? You're all right.
which was a very hard thing for him to adhere to, because in many different towns, from Lithuania to France, people were begging him to
By the
please
way,
take
Columbia,
charge of our
just a real
community,
quick story.
please be the leader, the spiritual,
best
the moral,
friends
the
is
halakhic leader of our community. And quite
Kids
often,
together.
although he never,
So they wanted to
to
hire
my mind, I don't think he ever took an actual rabbinical
Colombian.
oath as for his resolution.
And she
He
was
took many positions of
insanely hot.
communal
So
leadership
it was the point all our friends were just talking behind the scenes and they were just asking.
But the idea behind this resolution was that he wanted to simply earn his living from other things, from whatever, that he tried to learn how to make tea, for example. At one point, he tried to stick to an ideal of earning a living like a regular person and studying Torah as your pastime, your pleasure, but really you did not rely on Torah for your time. Secondly, I undertook never to write books, and the idea was he wanted to avoid any fame that would associate with being a great author.
Well,
he did publish quite
yeah,
a bit. Most of
I
it,
had an
however,
experience
were
like this.
things
My
like
first wife
his
was very
sermons, which
beautiful,
were
of course.
later
She was very
transcribed by
confident,
his students, and then he would authorize the
brought in
publication.
this gal
Short materials like the Ger HaMusar, the letter of Musar that he sent to his students from Europe into Russia. And he published a journal called Tvuna, very important, short-lived, but very important journal. But he never wrote a single solid work from start to end on his own authorship. It was really all through his other media. And again, to avoid his
That's right. I think you were there.
to avoid
Fucking right. That's right. She was there. She was there. That's right.
And the third thing is he resolved never to study Kabbalah, which is something that is such a contrast to the Hasidic world, and even a contrast to that kind of position of retreat, strategic retreat, while at the time of Volozhin had advocated. The direction of Rabbi Yisrael Salanter's Musar was, look, it's very simple. God told us what we're supposed to do. We have it in the Talmud, and we have it especially in the Shulchan Aruch. Our job is just to figure out what God wants and adhere totally to that message. He was very big into studying halakha, and he was actually quite innovative in understanding the application of halakha in very unusual realms. As I hope to show you a little later, his application of halakha made it more than merely a transactional, commercial kind of body of law or a ritual law. It was very much a law of morality. You could see the threads of a deep-rooted, abiding morality in all of halakha, according to the way that he studied it. He felt that Kabbalah was kind of a distraction from the main goal, which was to fulfill the will of God. And he placed a tremendous amount of emphasis on Yiras Hashem, the fear of God. And he said that's really what we're dealing with entirely. It's kind of like a. That's why some people tend to associate Musar with a fundamentally negative aspect. And that's true, I think, of some schools of Musar that definitely follow this aspect. But other schools say, no, this is a tremendous release in the sense that, we have our rule book. We have the goals that we're supposed to achieve. We have the behaviors we're supposed to emulate, and that's all we have to worry about. It's clear. And as the Talmud says, or actually the Ramah says, Ein simcha keheter speikot. There is no happiness comparable to the resolution of doubt. Once you have clarity, you have great happiness. Okay, Ms. Abramson, please.
Hilarious, it's sad, and Shabbos.
Yes. Ms. Abramson, you never fail to uplift me with your intellectually stimulating questions. For all of you in Latvia, Ms. Abramson asked,
Brian, this is Texas
if I
Brian.
can paraphrase,
Brian text me, said,
everything I know and my whole Jewish education looks has been so central to us, you know, as at least, you know,
it drives me nuts. He keeps saying buzz your house, and I was like,
Lithuanian,
we're at the
yeshiva
backyard
surroundings, that's what we
Right
do.
when he says
What did
buzz,
they do before Rabbi
he keeps
Rothschild
saying
wanted?
buzz.
So that's exactly the
He's gonna
point.
fly over this
Musar
red
was
shade
not
in a
part of the curriculum. Which standard, first of all, yeshivas, as we understand them today, did not exist. They're more like disciple circle ships, and it was under the time of Volozhin, right, the teacher of Rabbi Rothschild instead of the first form we see. When people study the Talmud and the codes, they did generally not study the great works of Musar. Those were things for individuals. It was kind of like a hobby. They were interested in studying that, but it was not considered formally required at all. And as we shall see, the yeshivas opposed the Musar movement. And they said, this is, we can't have this. So it's going to be a good lecture. Just stay with me. Yeah.
He's just cautious. He's different. Yeah, he don't play that shit. Yeah. Joanna was down. She's like,
I do not believe he did, except for perhaps some of the publication of other works of Musar. I don't know. See his name associated with it. Perhaps you can clarify for me after the lecture where it came from. Let's go on because we got a lot of stuff to talk about. Okay, so let's understand Russian Jewry under Nicholas I. Let's place this in a social and economic context, which is absolutely horrific. Some of the worst excesses against Jews were perpetrated under the leadership of this man, Tsar Nicholas I. He came to the throne in 1825 after his father was murdered in the Border Revolt. And he was an extremely authoritarian and militaristic leader of Russia. He felt that all the problems of Russia could be solved by forcing the situation and demanding that everyone conform to his ideas of what the state should be like. Russia is, of course, a very different country nowadays. Pause for laughter, right? Okay. So this is Nicholas I did, and unfortunately, it had tremendously awful repercussions for Jews. Now, consider from this perspective, the Jews have just been incorporated into the Russian Empire really only 50 years prior with the conquest of Poland under Catherine II. And up until this point, the Jews have remained an indigestible mass sitting in the western provinces who are not converting to Orthodoxy and Russian Orthodoxy, not learning the Russian language, not really sort of blending with the population and adopting the agricultural practices of the local peasants. And he's wondering, what can I do with these people? He's considering that perhaps they're a fixed column, perhaps they're going to ally themselves with the Germans, all these kinds of things. So he adopts a complex strategy with many different tactical expressions that were designed to assimilate the Jewish population into the Russian Empire. Perhaps the most odious of them was the notorious Cantonist policies, which were established in the 1830s and extended in one form or another right up until the 20th century. I'm sure you're familiar with these, but basically this was a rule that the Jews had to supply a certain number of conscripts to the Russian army. They could not, as they had traditionally, simply pay an additional tax that had Jews exempted from the army. They must, in fact, comply with numbers. And Nicholas the First idea was that, the army is the best way to assimilate the Jews into Russian society. You take a certain percentage of them, that way for sure they'll learn the Russian language, they'll probably convert to Russian Orthodoxy, they'll develop patriotism, civic identity, and so on. He recognized, however, that by the time they won, I should mention, by the way, the term of service in the Russian army was 25 years. It was not a 2 or 3 year conscription. It was basically a career choice that was favored by many Russian young men. If they were second or third sons, they had no chance of inheriting property. So they said, okay, I need to be a priest, I can go to the army. I'm going to try the army. It was a fair selection. But for Jews, 25 years serving among non-Jews in remote locations, it was basically a death sentence to their Jewish identity. But he realized that keeping the age of conscription at 18 would not achieve his objectives, because by the time Jews reached that age, They had already had their bar mitzvah. Many of them were already married and with children by that age. They had already, had their fill of Chinese food, and they were not going back to Russian food.
The assignment is to
Pause for
pull the
laughter.
trigger and not let go.
Thank you. There's uproarious laughter all over the world laughing. They are really laughing. Inside they're laughing. Okay, my son is saying, what are you doing now?
And you know what you'll do? Every time he shows a tiny inkling, he's a little bit like a dog. You're like, he's just like a dog. You can get dogs.
Yeah, I know. I was talking about.
And a dog.
That's why these bitches get so close with the
So what he
channels.
did was he lowered
Yeah,
the
by
age
the
of
way, one
conscription
coyote
to
takes that
12.
thing out, so.
And the Jews who were conscripted at age 12, these boys, you see here, their children being
I see deers with
by the
no
community,
care in the world shooting in the streets, and I don't like it.
delivered to
I don't like
these
it.
schools that were
We got
called
you.
cantons apparently, or
Jen, I
regions
can't say
called
enough. Get a
cantons, and there they would be given indoctrination often by Russian Orthodox priests with a lot of coercion separated from their parents to simply convert to Christianity. And by the time they finished 6 years in the cantons, 25 years in the army, that was basically it for their Jewish identity. Amazingly, some did retain their self-identification as Jews, and once they were veterans of the Russian army, they had all of the residence exclusions were lifted for them. Many of them went to communities in Estonia and northern Latvia on the Baltic Sea, where you have these fascinating, at least until the Holocaust, when they were all killed, where you had these fascinating communities of ex-cantonist conscripts and their offspring who were living in these what were considered resort regions. To make things even worse, Nicholas I placed the responsibility of choosing the conscripts on the Jewish communities themselves, the Jewish communal leadership known as the Kahal. And so the leadership exploited every possible loophole in the law, or used their power as much as possible to unfortunately prey on the weakest members of Jewish society. It was rarely the children of the Kahal leadership who were sent off to the army. It was more typically the children of widows, orphans, children of vagrants. They were sent off. In some cases, the Kahal actually employed individuals known as coppers or kidnappers to take these children from their beds and make sure that they were delivered to the army. Absolutely horrific. There's been a lot of studies by Michael Stanislavski and others, and amazingly, the rabbinate failed to stand up and take a strong position on this. There's a lot of moralizing, a lot of folk songs that come from the period, but the rabbis failed to take a strong leadership position, condemning us, arguing any other kind of strategy. They were afraid for their own children as well. So it was a period of tremendous demoralization of the Jewish community, of feeling when the traditional leadership had failed the larger population, and so it was ripe for tremendous change. Yes, once again, Ms. Abramson.
Once again, shop
Yes, you're absolutely right. She's pointing out the prohibition, very serious prohibition against a grieving an orphan or a widow. We'll see that in Rabbi Yisrael Slancher's thought as well. But as Rabbi Berewine likes to say, you must never confuse Judaism with Jews.
right now, Callan is
Second question. Yeah, well, you can only say that because you're not a parent. You know, if you're a parent, you don't want to send any of your kids.
Yeah, I mean, this podcast is official.
No. And how are you going to decide with a 12-year-old kid? How are you going to say this kid was going to survive 36 years of service in the military? Stop. It's not going to work. Okay, let's go on. I'm going to make some more stuff. Go ahead. Now, and finally, the third challenge, I'll get back to you in a second, Alexander. The third challenge here is the Haskalah. As I mentioned earlier, the Haskalah is making great inroads into Russian Jewry in the 19th century. Now, it's very different from what we saw when we talked about Berlin in the 18th century. The Haskalah in Eastern Europe remained much more, let's say, Jewish in character.
The sport's dying in America because you're focused on making fucking money in the Middle East and in Russia and in China, and you're forgetting who busted their ass to get you to where you're at. You didn't do it alone, amigo.
You know what?
You did it for
Let's
these
just
journalists
reform Judaism
like
again,
Luke Thomas,
make it
like
easier
your
for non-Jews to
legit
appreciate it and
journalists
understand it,
busted
and
their
maybe
ass and
by
got
in
into
so
fucking
doing, we
major
will win their trust. They'll
corporations
give us
and
emancipation.
started
They knew
shouting
that
from
was
the
not happening
rooftops,
in Russia
hey,
at
look
all.
at
And of
us.
course, it didn't
These are
happen
actual
until
talented athletes.
1917
This isn't
when they had a
cockfighting.
revolution and
And
got
you're
rid of the
forgetting,
Tsar.
you
Then they
left
had more
all of them
Tsars.
in the
It's ironic
fucking
that Tsar
dust.
and Tsars are very
That
similar words.
ain't right, man.
So what happens in Western
You have to
Europe
know,
is
boys,
the
they
Haskalah becomes
can't
much
name
more
5
either
fucking
Yiddishish
UFC
or
fighters.
Hebraic. It develops into Zionism. But it does
And
develop
we get
certain
this.
characteristics such
And
as,
this
for
is where the
example, an
breaking
emphasis
news,
on
I'm breaking down
civic duty, an
fights.
emphasis on learning the language of the land.
This
Russian
would be,
was very important
this would be like
to
the
the
fucking
Hasidim at that
MLB
time. Perhaps
announcing
the
their draft on
greatest sign
Nickelodeon.
of
There's
the
no difference.
separation between the
And that fan
traditional
base going,
communities
I
and the
guess we like
Hasidim
it.
is that in
If they
Lithuania,
don't
in
think
Vilna,
Taylor's cool,
they
he
had
has
to
to be
set up
cool.
a separate minyan for the
It's so
Maskilim.
short-sighted,
A
it's
separate minyan
fucking
for
over
the
the
people who
sport.
wouldn't have
And
Haskalah,
I'm here
right?
for
It's
it.
not like they're
But you
setting
can
up a
do
separate
both.
shul
I
with Shabbos on
understand.
Sunday
I
and not
understand you
keeping
want the
kosher.
views.
They say, okay,
But
you
you
guys, if
cannot
you insist on
forget,
doing this, you have to daven in a different
those
room.
guys did
That's all.
not
But
build
the
the
same
sport.
liturgy, the exact
Those
same
guys
that was
didn't make
not
it
in
their
question at
life
all.
fucking long quest.
One last
As
detail in
journalists, they could
connection
be
with this,
anything, any other
there was
category.
a way out
Hero
of the
could be in
conscription
fucking
issue.
basketball.
If
No
you
farther.
didn't want your
You could
child
be in what,
to be liable to
politics.
the
He
conscription,
knows his
you
shit,
could
dude.
put your child
You're
in
talking
the
about legit journalists.
1840s
They could be in
into
boxing.
one of
They
the
can do all
new
these other
clown
sports.
schools
They
that
chose
is
the
established
UFC.
by the Tsar.
And you're
These were
completely
schools
forgetting
that
about it.
were often staffed by
Because
Russian
why?
Orthodox priests in the
Because they might ask you
secular
a question
department,
you
but they had a
don't
Jewish
like,
department
so
where
you
you could study
ban them
Chumash
from
and
the
Talmud and so on.
fucking press
And the idea
conferences.
was
Are you
that
out of your
for those
goddamn mind?
Jews who
Are
would
you
not be
fucking Putin?
coerced to assimilate through
Dude,
the
hold on.
army,
Hold
they
on, let me
would
get
be
this straight.
offered the
The
carrot
smartest
of
minds
an
in the
educational
sport
opportunity,
can't go
but
to
in
the
an
fucking
approved
events.
environment. And this was actually
What
quite
the
a dire
fuck are
threat at
we
the same
doing?
time, because you could risk your child's physical
Again,
well-being in
but you
the
can
army,
have both.
or you could risk
Have
their
them at the press
spiritual
conferences going to hold your
well-being
feet to
in
the
one of
fire.
these
They're not
official
looking for
schools
gotcha
that
moments.
were widely
They're
seen,
actually
justly so, as
asking
simply fronts for
well-thought-out
assimilation
questions
and
that a
conversion.
lot of
It
us
was
who are
under
in the
these
sport want to know.
circumstances that Yisrael Salanter actually, he was offered
You can
the
just
position of the
continue
head
to
of
do
one of these
this,
schools, and he
and the
simply
sport
chose
will
to
die in
flee
America,
Lithuania
and
rather
you keep
than be
shoving
associated with
fucking
this movement.
slap fight
To
down our
take it
goddamn
together,
throats.
these kinds of
You can
elements,
do
and we go
that.
on and on, but it would take us far away
We
from
can
our
be in
main
cruise
topic.
control
This is a
and
period
forget
of
about the UFC,
dire
what you are,
stress for
and then
the
go
Jews of
promote
Russia,
Canelo
for Lithuania in
Crawford.
particular, but the Jews of the
You can do
Russian
that
Empire as a whole,
and just
they're
fuck
faced with
us.
extremely discriminatory
That's what he's doing. You can do
policies
that. Play the
that
shitty
threaten their
fucking clip.
youth, both
I
physically
have nothing
and
against the Nelk boys. My issue
spiritually,
is
and as we
you
can
can
see,
do
there
the
are great
Nelk boys,
economic
but you can
pressures
also
as
do
well,
actual
and it was a
journalists
period when
that
people
are
were
going to
looking
hold
for
your feet
real
to the fire.
leadership.
Again, all
Legitimate
those guys I
leadership
mentioned,
with a
they're
moral
not going to give
core,
you gotcha
and really,
moments.
Yisrael
They're
Salanter
They're
filled
not
that
doing
position.
that,
Okay, Mr.
but they
Abramson.
know the sport better than anyone on your staff, any of these YouTubers, any of these influencers. They actually are going to ask you questions that those of us that know the
That's
sport,
after this.
that
This is
love
after
it,
the
actually
Tsar
want to know,
was
man, and we
deposed in
don't get.
1917,
So you get these
and the
weird
communists took over.
conspiracies. That's what's going
20th
on.
century. You've come
You're
back
not
again.
asking fucking
God willing,
questions.
after Passover, we'll get to the communist period.
Play the shitty cupcake clip. Okay. All right. Here's a little clip.
That's the fight would be Ilya versus
That's a
Islam too.
good question. I haven't looked it up in a while. I would recommend you look at the work of Michael Stanislavski from Colombia,
I
but
tell him,
I somehow
they
think
both
the
got to win
number
more fights in
is
their division.
Really?
five
What other
figures.
fight is he obsessed with?
Tens of
Give me
thousands,
one
not
other
much.
one in the division.
Yeah.
Give me one other one.
My grandfather.
Go ahead. I dare you.
And he was.
Go ahead, play. Fucking play.
Right? That's kind of how you do it, right? When it's like they both run through their division, and then it's like you're in the position where it's like, I gotta make this. That's what happened with Volk Islam, right?
Well, the other thing is too is that Islam moves up, and obviously if Islam won the title, you immediately have a super fight
No,
with them.
absolutely. Yeah, that's amazing.
And
I
that
also have a
Islam
story is
gets
that
one
my
victory.
son here is
That
named after my
You
Zaidi,
have to see.
who fled
It's one thing to
the
sit around with the media all
Russian
day,
Empire because he
sit
did not
around
want to
talk
fight
about these
against the
fights
Japanese in the
before they happen,
Russo-Japanese war.
or
Even though there was a great
We
proximity
have
to
to.
authentic Chinese
These are
food.
options that we have.
Thank you for laughing.
That way,
Last
you never
question,
know
I'm
what's
sorry,
gonna happen.
we'll go on.
Yeah, we don't know what's gonna happen.
Maybe a hard
You do. So obviously, we have to create content. We have to come up with conspiracies and what we think's gonna happen because nobody's answering this. What the fuck else are we gonna do?
It's not like the NFL, NBA, where it's pretty cut and dry and you have legit journalists.
Oh, interesting.
We
Okay,
have
so
no
let's go on
fucking
more
clue.
with
And then heaven forbid a
let's talk about
fighter
the idea of
tells the
Musar.
journalist
Let's
who's
give me some of
next
the
before
social
they
historical
announce it.
background. Let's
And
talk
they're
more about
fucked.
his ideas.
That's the world we live
So,
in.
as Ms. Abramson asked about earlier, Musar goes a long way back in the Jewish tradition. There are many different strands of Musar as a, well, first of all, what does the term mean? The root is Musar, which means to hand over. That's a sense of
That would
tradition.
really make my
Masora is the word for tradition. A moser is someone
Mixed
who
martial arts
hands
America
over a criminal to the authority. You know, there are different terms for it. It means basically something that is handed over. It has acquired this connotation of ethical development, perhaps because there's a verse in the book of Kohelet, book of Mishlei, Proverbs, in which it says, you know, Shema b'ni musar avicha, ve'al titosh Torah simecha. Listen, my son, to the musar of your father, and do not uproot the Torah of your mother. So the musar in that context means like the rebuke of your father, the teachings, the corrections that your father is bound to give you. And there are many works that have focused on that aspect of ethical development through the Jewish tradition. Some of them are a little bit more halakhic in orientation, some are more Kabbalistic in orientation, like the Talmud Devorah, which we'll return to a little later. There's been kind of like a slow and steady stream of these kinds of works, especially after the publication of Mesilat Yesharim in the mid-18th century by the phenomenal Rabbi Rothschild, a work that was extremely important to Rabbi Yisrael Salanter is this one here, Cheshbon Nefesh, by a Rabbi Levin of Satanov, and it's actually a fascinating book. It bears remarkable similarity to the writings of Benjamin Franklin. Many have argued that it was derivative of Benjamin Franklin's writings, which is not impossible, but basically it's a systematic tool of developing one's ethical ability, and it had left a great impression on Rabbi Rothschild, and he had a role in publishing it again in the 1840s. It was originally published in the 19th century. But looking at it a little bit wider, let's try to understand some of the big ideas of Musar. And obviously, we could spend a lot of time talking about this. We're speaking actually in a place where Rabbi Moshe Grunstein went to a yeshiva, the Rav here, where he was steeped in Musar. I mean, he learned more Musar than most of us in the stream have forgotten, I'm sure. Because they really emphasize that. But just to touch on it briefly, one of the big ideas is Tikkun HaMidot, the repair of characteristics, the repair of personal ethical positions. Meaning that we all have our petty selfishness, we all have our jealousies, we all have our greed, and so on, sloth. And Tikkun HaMidot is perhaps the only real goal of Musar is to try and work on our ethical sensibilities, not on our understanding of the laws of, lost and found, or ox scoring cows, or things like that. It's really about personal development. Some Musar definitely emphasize asceticism, meaning a separation from the world, fasting, self-flagellation, denial, self-denial of many things. Not necessarily strong in Rabbi Yisrael Salanter's thought, but definitely a significant trend in the Hasidic Ashkenaz of the 13th century onward. Very important, especially for Rabbi Yisrael Salanter, but it has earlier roots, is the concept of habit. As the Vilna Gaon put it, quoting another great Musar work of Rabbeinu Yonah, the Hergel al kol davar shtilton. Regularity or habit, consistency, has power over everything. Meaning good or bad. If you have a good habit,
looking at this stuff, usually when your buddies post like promotions, you're like, I didn't get paid for that. I wear their stuff every once and again just because they've got like, what they do is, baseball is pretty strict about their rights. They're like, no express written consent of Major League Baseball for that your whole life. So they're like real sticklers about suing anyone that uses anything. That's why I'm surprised John Boy and these companies get all the stuff.
should
But
say,
anyways,
actually,
so
modern
they'll
psychology
find anything that's
in its
baseball
application to
adjacent
muscular
that isn't
concept.
like Major League
He
Baseball.
was
So
an
like the movie
eclectic
Major League
thinker
or
and
Sandlot
reader.
or
Point
Ken
master
Griffin, all the
German,
Portland
he read
players and stuff
only
like that.
French as
So yeah,
well.
they just sent me a bunch of stuff because I
He
always
read
wear
very
their crap
widely
with Field of
in
Dreams.
the
They bought Field of
sciences
Dreams
of the
stuff.
19th century. This is
Yeah,
the period,
really cool.
remember,
They sent me
Freud,
all the
I
stuff
think
you
he
like your
published
boys would
the
love.
interpretation of dreams
Yeah.
in 1910,
Dude, baseball in Texas is
so it's really a
Is it?
basic, serious sports psychology.
Is it more fun
But,
or
Rabbi Rothschild is taking all of these new ideas of the mind, especially the burgeoning ideas of the unconscious, which Freud, of course, explored
the
more than
programs
anyone
out there
else.
are great.
But Salanter took
Program
these
we were in
ideas
was,
and
was a
really
good
applied them
starter program.
to
They had some really
the
good players.
concept of muscle.
So where we moved
Very
to, it just so
important.
happened.
Also,
8 minutes
it's
across the
important to
street
place
is
this
the
in
number 2 team
context.
in the
If
nation.
you look at
Yeah.
many of the earlier
Get
schools of
there, I was
Musser,
like,
many of
what
them
the
look
fuck
at
is
the
this?
Yetzer Hara,
I
the
see
desire to do evil, as a
You got tossed for a game. It was on the internet.
being
But the game was over.
of
I'm gonna get some
consciousness
details on this because I
external
defended
to
you in
the
the comments.
person
Did you
who
see
would
it?
like,
You didn't say it?
an
I went
evil
to different
influence, mystical, demonic influence causes a person to do wrong, the
Oh,
devil
Jeff,
may
I
do
got
it.
time, baby.
And while Rabbi Rothschild would not openly contradict that model, he really worked on the emphasis of the
So
idea
what
of the
happened was
Yetzer Hara
you get
being
tossed.
internalized,
Now, I
which
wanted to
also
defend
has
you
deep
from
roots
a
in the
friend
Talmudic
position. You're
tradition.
my
He's not making
boy.
this stuff up. But he
Secondly,
emphasized the
from just a
internal
baseball
motivation to do evil
it
and
was
really worked
so
on
a manager or a coach in
appreciation
Major
of
League
that.
Baseball, college
Some
baseball,
of
I
his
would say
innovations
any
in
level of
study, for
baseball.
example.
Some would argue there's different rules
So
for
what
Little
did
League.
he do?
But like,
He didn't
you,
really
like,
create
so
a
like
new
if your
school.
player
He
gets done
created a
wrong by
new
the
way
umpire,
of learning this
whether it's a
material,
ball,
and he
because
ensured
that's
that
all
it was
baseball
placed
is.
within
Fair,
the
foul,
standard curriculum.
strike, ball, out,
He
safe. That's all it is.
emphasized that
So
Munster
if
had
any
to
of
be
those
studied
happen to
not
your
as
guy,
an
you gotta go
academic
defend your
discipline,
guy.
but
Because you don't
with
want the player to get ejected or you don't want him to get mouthy, get suspended or get fined. You gotta go out and do it. So sometimes managers go, I gotta get tossed for this. They'll know before they even go out there, like, yeah, I gotta go. You gotta get tossed. So I'll go make a meal of it. Sometimes they'll even side talk me up, like, you gotta throw me, right? Like, you're like, they'll know. Yeah, so there's all these honorary rules. So anyways, you came out, you didn't even do anything that egregious.
I went like, come on, you know what he's saying.
And then so
Yeah,
doing,
and
for
he's like,
example,
you're out.
he emphasized the use of mantras,
You were like 10
like
feet from
verses
it.
from
You
the
know, I'm
Torah,
a guy that barely
statements
that's
from the
his thing.
Talmud,
Like, even
that
though
would
the
be
ups after
repeated
him, like, we're so
over and
sorry, man.
over and
Yeah,
over
That guy
again,
has some issue.
like a sing
Everybody.
song.
He's like, we did
As a way of like
I was like,
reinforcing
this
certain
is-
basic ideas. He said that
Also,
the
when he
person should
talked
try
to you,
and
you were respectful and
find
left.
the
Like, you
verses
didn't
that
make,
really
you didn't go out there and start chirping
I
out.
was so embarrassed.
Yeah,
I was so embarrassed because I'm like, oh my god.
I was very strange.
I was
every day,
embarrassed.
meditate
I was like, I mean, I don't want this to be about
saying them
me
out
getting
loud,
tossed. Like, the
trying
young
to
really needs
reinforce
this
these
win.
ideas.
I'm winning, but still.
You know,
His
it's like
target
I
audience
grew
was
up
rather
in
innovative.
baseball.
No way.
The
Like,
Muslim
the
literature
dads were
prior
insane.
to Rabbi
We had one
Rothschild
guy named Luke
really
Henderson,
was
shout out to him.
dedicated
He could have
to
been the
and
greatest
these
fucking
leadership
baseball player that's
people
ever
who were
lived. He could have like
well
walked on at like high
versed
school
on
age for the Mariners.
and this was
And
kind of
the
like
reason it didn't work is because
reading
Luke
plus recommended
lived like a rock star too
Rabbi
soon.
Rothschild said, no,
You know, like he was getting
those are not the
like
people
a
we have to reach
photo
out to.
album of
We
all
have
the
to
girls'
reach out to
tits, like
ordinary
hard
households,
people like developed. Yeah, I mean, like
people
literally like in
making a
high
living,
school. And he was just this legend of a guy. He literally,
and reach out
that's
to
him,
those
Luke
people
Henderson.
who are
He
not
was so stinking
in other
good.
words,
He was like a legend in our high school. I literally, in high school, asked him to autograph a baseball for me. He was like, this is going to be worth some money. I mean, to us, he was. There was nobody larger than this kid.
Looks like he's still winning some places.
He was a beast, dude. And one of the most naturally talented.
obligatory
No, I don't know. He probably got drafted or whatever, but I don't think he played in whatever. Maybe minor leagues.
because he felt that,
in like
this is not something that
college ball, the
is, well,
top
character development is obviously for human beings.
Now,
so
Luke,
he reached
if
out
you hear
to
this,
female
forgive
audience,
me.
which was,
Your
again,
dad was a
unusual for that time.
psychopath. This dad
and
would
perhaps
literally
most
like
famously,
crash
his
out
thought
about like all the
characterizes
balls and strikes.
a
It was like a daily
tendency to
thing that his dad
favor
would get like tossed from the game.
interpersonal
And I liked it. I was like, I wish my dad even would act this game, let alone that
This
his
is unusual. Let me
So
put
the
that a
fact that you
different
were
way.
10 feet away from the
When
umpire,
faced with
and like, and
a
you were really
choice
respectful about it,
between
and it was a
serving
bad call,
God
I'm guessing, right?
and
Like they were
serving other
a terrible
people,
call, yeah.
obviously
So I thought
within
that
the
was strange.
parameters of halakha,
I don't know what's
he would always favor serving other
more
people.
serious kind of
I'll give you a
football
couple of examples of that. Let me just,
No,
I'll give you
there's
examples. For example,
teams
I
like
give
the
you
major
examples, and there's so many stories from the
I just wasn't part of that.
my favorite
We were in.
seven.
Was it
Okay, we'll go right back. So So,
Well,
for
these the
example,
same
in
age, like there's
1848, there was a cholera
So
epidemic
it just depends what
in
program you're in.
Lithuania. And there
It
are
just so happens,
certain
right?
different versions of this story.
You know, 8
The
minutes
one
away,
that's
you
most
just happen to be
widely
the same
circulated
culture.
is that on Arab
Is he gonna
Yom
be a big kid,
Kippur,
like
the
as
day,
big as you?
no, it's on the morning of
Well,
Yom
I
Kippur,
bet he'll be
the morning of Yom Kippur, the fast day. Rabbi Rothschild got up
This guy
onto the
named
bima
Gaddis
in shul
pitches for the Cleveland.
and said the
I just love
bracha
the fact
and
that
ate a
every
sandwich.
guest
And
on the
everybody
Letter
on
to
Yom
Kids
Kippur could
podcast
see that it's more important
all
that
this
if you're
stuff
not
Sean
well,
has done
you
and
must
they go
eat
on
rather
anyway.
than face the
They
risk
try
of
to
cholera.
defend
More modern
Because
versions of the
Sean,
story,
don't
which
get
are
called
probably
We're
closer
getting
to the
thrown
truth,
out of this
but not nearly as much
baseball
fun to
game.
tell, is that he did get up on the bima and he announced the importance of eating if one is not feeling well, they can't endanger their health. And in the side room, they had prepared a honey cake that was cut to below the minimum size to be the definition of eating, and he urged anyone who felt the need to eat to simply go into the other room and eat. That fits within the realm of halakhic norm, so it's probably more true, but nevertheless, it's a good story. Another story coming up to Pesach. So he was once asked by his students, one of the mitzvot that people tend to spend a lot of time thinking about and something very, very, uncurious about is getting ready for Passover, which does remind me of one little joke I will tell you very quickly. I know we're looking at the clock, but I'll tell you very quickly. People clean everything for Passover. They clean the light sockets, they clean the water filters, everything gets cleaned for Pesach. So it happened, this true story. Caroline, his toilet seat broke on Passover. And so he had to, on Erev Pesach, big broke on Passover. So he had to take a bus from the Neve Yaakov to Jerusalem, go to a hardware store, bought a new toilet seat, and he's riding home on the bus with a toilet seat over his shoulder, and two Hasidim are standing behind him, and one of them says to the other, "That is a stringency I have never seen before." So, at any rate, one of those mitzvot is how to prepare matzah, because it has to be, we need to be baked within 18 minutes. There's all these, stringencies about it. And so they once have an Israeli salon said, okay, we're about to start preparation of matzah. What should we really concentrate on? And he said, the most important thing you should do is you should not yell at the women who are kneading the dough. Especially this particular woman who was a widow, and you have to show her special time. So forget about all the stringencies, the 18 minutes, things like that. It was all about how people were working that. Similarly, there is an idea that when you wash, if you like the dining, when you wash your hands before you eat bread, you should use a full becher of water. It's supposed to be a segula for parnasa. It's supposed to be like a kind of a small prayer that you should have a successful livelihood. But Yisrael Salanter would always use the absolute minimum amount of water. And they asked him, why don't you use a full becher of water? And he says, because someone has to carry the water up from the well for all of us to wash. So he would use the minimum amount so that somebody's always thinking about that other person. He used to say famously that most people tend to think about their own gashmiut, their own material well-being, and other people's ruchniut, how well other people are doing spiritually. Are they, showing up at synagogue? Are they praying appropriately? Are they so and so forth?
Comedies is
in reality,
This how's Austin been, boys?
with our own ruchniut, are we praying properly? And with other people's gashmiut, with how other people are doing materially. Very much an emphasis on concern for others. He was, one thing I actually have on my wall in my office is a statement of his.
Me and my wife walk around the neighborhood every day. I'm like, I can't
Not everything that is thought should be said.
Some people get addicted to
Not
that
everything
feeling.
that is said
Some people
should
will
be
literally
written down.
move every few.
Not
Like
everything
you see
written
these
down
girls who
should
don't
be
have like any
published.
person in their life, so they just like travel the world.
And
Yeah,
one
you
last
pray love
example
bullshit.
before we
You
go back to where we were starting from.
reinvent yourself.
He's
It is
famous
a
for
fresh
many
start.
kind of
You make
stories
new
of
routines, which is
encounters with
exciting.
ordinary
I would say,
people
try
that
to
left
take
a
the road less
lasting impression on
traveled,
him
or
that he was able to
take a
convey to
different
the
route to
students. So for
work, because
example,
that is like that makes
the
life
story is
very
told that
exciting.
he
Like
once
be doing
walking
is
through
it's
the
a great
streets
idea
of
for
the
your
city
great idea for
late
you.
at night, and the city is dark,
And
but
also,
there's
there's
one light burning.
you
He
guys aren't
goes
poor.
over to that
So
window, looks
if
inside, and
if
sees
it
there's a Jewish shoemaker
sucks,
there
you can leave.
who
You'll
is
find a
working
new place.
on a
Yeah,
project.
definitely does.
And
Worst
Rabbi
case
Rothschild
scenario, you go,
said to him,
we move
"What
back,
are you
or we
doing?
go to
It's like
somewhere
ridiculously
else."
late."
And I
And
think the
the man said to
misconception
him,
is like, we moved here, I moved here because of the mothership or road or something like that.
as long
I'm not
as
really
the
in that scene
candle is burning,
I moved for safety script and the tech words and
And of course, Israel took this as a metaphor for life.
like I'm
As
not in
long
that
as our
world.
candle is burning, as long as we're still
When he came
alive,
back, that's the
we
question.
can still
I can't see myself.
beautiful kinds of thoughts, to get a sense of his personality there. In terms of his, going back to this concept, he had in general, despite all his emphasis on Benadam the Caballero, between human beings and how they can treat each other, he had what Emmanuel has called a theosophic apathy.
Well, you know that whole Craig
In other
Robinson
words,
thing,
he
he
was
said he
not
quit
interested
comedy
in
and went
any
viral. He was like
of
on all the like
the
tabloids and
ideas
stuff.
of what happens to the mitzvot when they're created, what
He's good. He looks great.
angels,
He's lost
what
weight.
demons,
He's all
not
jacked.
interested at
He's
all,
a
just interested in how am I
Yeah,
supposed
but
to
he looks
behave.
looks
How am I supposed to
fantastic.
orient
In fact, so
myself
much that I think Craig Robinson thinks I'm
He
gay or
once
something.
says
Because the last 10
that
times I've seen him, I'm like, you
the
look great.
Maharal of
He's like,
Prague,
thank
the
you.
great
Yeah, he's wearing a cowboy hat around, and I'm like, yeah, you know, I gotta shave
claimed
my
to have
favorites.
created
He is
a
a
golem,
big man.
right? You know, the
You should see him lately, man. He looks trim as hell.
He says that's an amazing thing, but it's even more amazing to make a
But he
mess.
said he quit comedy. It's not real. I don't believe it.
And so great, you make a
And if
golem
I'm
of Kabbalah,
wrong,
but
I'll
let's try
admit
and
I'm
make
wrong.
a
But like,
mesh
I was
with the
under the
materials we
impression
have.
it's a total bit.
Okay,
And my
let's
buddy
go on
Enrique,
from here. Oh my
if
gosh, so
I
much
am
to
wrong,
talk
it's
about.
Enrique's fault.
Now, he met with tremendous opposition. You know, everything sounds so obvious and worthwhile and so on, but in the time, definitely that was not the case. There was controversy over the fact that he established a Beit HaMussad, a house for Mussar, which was kind of like,
Be over
you
it
know,
about talking to
basically
your
an
buddies
apartment,
for a bunch of
and
money.
people would go there and they would spend an
Like, I
hour
mean,
or
like,
two
not
studying
every
these
podcast is
books
this.
in groups, not like the joke that I told you to study individually. It was really designed to be something that you would be in a group setting and you would face a certain amount of peer pressure as people discuss these ideas and so on. And this was considered something that was an unusual innovation that was feared for two basic reasons. One was it was thought that the creation of some kind of formalized study for just this subject, however crucial it was, would displace the role of the Talmud in the traditional curriculum.
He's a good
That
actor.
somehow
Gotta
it
give
was
the devil his
watering
due.
down
I got
the
a great Mark
traditional
Maron
study
anecdote.
of the
Or not anecdote,
canonical
but like a
text.
thing I think
Which
he
it
would like to
certainly
hear.
did,
So
but at the same
occasionally
time,
a person in the audience
it made it possible
say
for people to
something
feel
that,
much
like,
more meaning in their study than simply the technical study
So
of the
Mark
law
Maron's up
codes
there. This is in
itself.
2008. He's on
Secondly,
stage at
they were
Giggles
also
Comedy
very
Club,
concerned
and he's doing
about
his bit.
the
He had this bit at the time where he was like,
might become a
I yell at
Hasidic
my
movement.
girlfriend.
Not
But I just
Hasidic in the
yell at
sense
her,
of its
you know?
ideology,
And
but
my
Hasidic in the
neighbors,
sense of
you
this
know,
is
they
yet
can hear
another
us
separatist
yelling.
movement
So whenever I go out to
where
the
they are
mailbox, I go to
establishing
the
separate
trash
places
can,
for
I
study,
can sense
and
that my
they are
neighbors
also
are looking at
engaged
me
in
like,
some of those weird behaviors that the early
And so
Hasidim
I just go,
criticized for,
I'm not
you know,
hitting her.
singing while they were
You know, which
learning,
was the punchline of the
strange
thing, and
gestures,
it's got this
periods
great
of
pop with an
seclusion,
interesting little
and
story.
they're saying,
And
you know,
then
the Bnei
someone in the
Jerusalem
audience
himself,
heckles
this
and goes, I can
these
help
are
you
all
with that.
danger signs.
And you
We
just
went
watch
through this with the
Mark
Hasidim,
get
and we're losing.
furious. Like,
We don't want to
oh,
go
what are
through
you
this
gonna
again
fix
with the
me,
Muslim
guy?
movement.
You know,
Ironically,
what are you, a
Muslims
fucking
would
therapist?
take
Well,
over
you can help
the
me with that.
entire
And the guy just goes,
movement, but at the time,
I
it was perceived as a
installed
very outside thing.
Windows.
One rabbi,
And
whose
the
name I
whole
won't mention,
place just
on
pops
his
out. Even
deathbed,
Mark Maron, like in this
he
like
said,
charming
I
way, was
know
like,
for certainty that
you
despite
really
my
can't
sins, I
help
was
me.
going
Like,
to
I
heaven
didn't install
because
Windows.
I opposed the Muslim
Dude,
movement.
it was beautiful.
Dude, I was at Comedy
So
Store one
that's a
time and Mark
strange thing to
he's
say, looking at it 20
closing or
years
something. I went
later,
on
but
before him,
there it is.
and then there's these two
Okay,
drunk,
he
big
ended up
Australian dudes with front
fleeing
hammer. And Mark's doing his thing,
Lithuania, as I
and he
mentioned
just
earlier.
like, all right,
First,
fellas,
he
calm
went
down.
to
And then he starts
Kovno,
tearing
which
into
was
him.
nearby,
And then he
also
goes,
Lithuania, primarily to
fuck.
avoid being
He goes,
involved in
nah, I wanna see the parking
rabbinical
lot.
seminary that I spoke to you earlier about.
Yeah.
And
He's like, now I'm
Kovno
thinking about
actually
that,
became
trying to
much
fix
more
the
of
goddamn
a stronghold
security.
for
I'm looking
Musser
secure. I'm
than
like,
Vilna
oh
was.
man, that
Kovno
Mark is
became a
kind
place
of
where he
fucked.
established
So then
a
this is how
special
much I
school called the
admired
Kollel
marriage.
B'Trushim,
I waited
the
around
Kollel for those who separate, that had some impact in his own life, but much more so later on in life. He went from there to Prussia. At this point, we haven't talked too much about his family. I would like to return to them very, towards the end of this lecture. But at this point, he was married in his youth, typical for his standing. He had several children. We don't know exactly. I don't know exactly how many offhand. But he left them in 1857 when he was now 47 years old. And he did not return. He maintained apparently a cordial relationship with them, visited them frequently, but basically this was the end of his family life, and we shall return to it. He was basically forced out of Russia because he felt that he could not control the pressures of the Haskalah on the movement there. they were bringing in experts from Western Europe, Germany in particular, like Max Lilienthal, to set up these schools. The heroic figure of Moses Montefiore, who was, the famous figure behind the Damascus blood libel affair of 1840, rescuing the Jews of Damascus. He came to Russia and he expressed a pro-Haskalah position at the time. And since he was like the greatest folk hero of the Jews, Rabbi Rothschild felt that he was simply unable to control the environment. He left for Prussia. He may also have left for medical reasons, seeking treatment for his frequent bouts of depression, as we will conclude in a moment. He spent much of his time wandering around Prussia, sometime in Königsberg, lived in Berlin for a while, engaged in a variety of projects. At one point, he attempted to set up a massive commentary in the Talmud, not unlike the art scroll Schottenstein Shas, which is available today. That project came to naught, but it's interesting how his type of foresight. Finally, he ended his days in Paris in the 1870s, and he was called there initially to act as the oral head of that community, but it did not work out for them. He was already getting on in years, in his 70s, did not have quite the strength of the energy that he had when he was younger, and he fell out of favor with some of the authorities there. But he, at that time, stated kind of an interesting perspective on his role there. He said that he had to leave Russia because it's like trying to stop horses rampaging down a hillside. It's impossible to stop them and turn them around when they're in full flight. When they get to the bottom, however, when they get to the valley and they stop, then it's possible to turn them around and get them walking back up the hill again. And so in that way, he was thinking about Russia as a place where the Jews were rapidly leaving their Jewish identity, whereas Paris, they had already largely abandoned it, and that it was a chance for him, now that everything is kind of settled down, he can turn it around.
Welcome back to War Report.
Really what we would call the modern trio. He was already the founder of
my boy Jesse here. Big UFC 318 is going down, so you know we have to do a show for the big pay-per-views. That's how we do this. We have big pay-per-views.
So as I mentioned,
Jesse, you're going to break it all down for you guys. It just so happens that the same week a big UFC 318 going down, the Max Nelson fight. There's been a lot of Real Housewives of the UFC going down. And it starts with who we both love. Let's get that up.
Towards the end of his life, he was asked to deliver a eulogy.
Dude, he had some dick pics.
He was silent for quite some time, and then he repeated one verse from the Torah over and over again.
Attached a weight to it.
People who were there say
how many
about 50
people are trying
times.
this now? I thought about that so many times where I'm like, I just never could think of a way where I could test that out. It seems dangerous, man. But he has a real dick on it. He's funny because we were talking about finding the kid and Chin, he's bringing up the blurred pictures, and Chin was like, I just can't find the kid. I was like, I want to see what he's working on, man. This is the ridiculous. Let's see what he said to strangers. Yes, and then finally, the fans saw that, like, because Chin's had the internet, and I got like 30 color dick pics. I was like, man, this is impressive.
Did not take off in Lithuania.
There's ways to
He
figure
felt that it should be launched, much like the Hasidic movement has been launched.
Yeah, our boys, here's the thing, we're like, this is crazy, man. And I was like, well, just here's my birthday with 50 Cent.
But not in his lifetime. His ideas didn't take root.
The craziest thing about the story, though, is who he sent those to.
By the time you get to
he sent those to, she's a singer, right? Pretty
there
gal.
are several different varieties of
When she's a
Muslim
sass
that are all
certified,
interpreting his thoughts,
that girl
and in fact, there
live
have been
streamed
no
herself,
yeshivas that do not
taking up her
incorporate
recently
Musar
dead cat
in
and she
Lithuania
boiled it on the live
afterwards.
stream.
So he did achieve his goals,
She,
but
that's what I'm
not in
saying.
his
Like,
own life.
she apparently that she didn't know.
As I
They
mentioned
didn't know
earlier,
each other. Like,
he left
how
his
does that
wife and
person that
children
you're
in
like, God damn, just say
1857
it is a good
and
picture. Oh
spent
my
the
God, send this
last
to his own
decades of his life
traveling.
traveling.
That's the one. I didn't know
He did
that.
go back
I
for
figured she's just an
several
artist
visits,
and
and we
she's
do
live.
have
You go look at her
correspondence
account,
from
it's
his
like,
Jewish family, which indicates that
I think a bit of this
the separation
is,
was amicable,
I
and
do
we
think we're dealing
understand,
with
of course, the
addict.
kind of
I think it's
circumstances
addict
that
behavior,
drove him out
and
of
he's
Russia.
probably snorting all
That
that
he
devil's
had
dandruff.
some
And was
difficult
just like,
times
cool,
with his
I got
children
some
and
weight
his
attached to
grandchildren
my
in
dick.
particular.
I sold
One
hers
son,
one time and then sent her the
went on to university and became a great scientist, a molecular scientist, chemist, if I remember correctly. And the masculine, the war with Haskalah is still very much going on at this time. The masculine made a big deal out of the fact that here the son of the great famed Rabbi Rothschild has become a scientist. This shows his open attitude towards science, modernity, and the Haskalah in general. Now, this is not so far from the truth. He definitely was interested in the general sciences. He studied chemistry at one point himself, psychology, as we mentioned. But he was
imagine the distribution of that.
And then she was like, bro, she just blasted
pained
out.
by
Like,
this characterization of his son's
Did you see the
success
rest
as
of
a
her tweets about that?
scientist
Because like, she's like, are you kidding? She's like, we got a presidency away. She's funny. Oh, yeah, she's
studies.
Connor.
And so he actually
So
published
she's
a
kind of funny
response
with it.
to
And
the
then, so you see
publication of
this,
the
and then the
masculine
pictures pop up him at the beach. I was in Florida, Miami or something, just some random girl. And you heard that now, after that,
he had tried to
the
convince him
Miami
not to
case
engage in
where
those studies
he got
and so
accused
on.
by that.
The
that
complex,
heifer in Miami in
conflicted
2023.
moment,
We saw the video. And in the bathroom,
difficult to place that
the
into
judge
larger
decided
context,
yesterday, the day after
this
those
class
pictures
is not
on
a
the beach came
sermon,
out, that
this
they're
is
moving
a
forward with that case.
history class
Now,
at any rate.
if I'm being,
Finally, his
if I'm looking
grandson
at this just objectively,
also
and it's
went
kind of
to
funny, it's
Western
like
Europe,
the judge looks
and
at that, he's all,
his
Jesus, he's like, I
grandfather
didn't think there was any
reports
credibility in
begged
this
him
case of him walking
to
into that bathroom
eat
with a 300 pound chick, but now that I see
gave
the
him
shit on the
additional
beach,
stipends to
I have to entertain
buy
that he might have actually
kosher
done
food
this.
because
I
the
know,
grandson
dude, he
complained
just can't
it's
get
too
out of his
expensive.
own way.
And
I
then he
just,
set him up with a family to make sure he would keep kosher, but it appears that all was well. And
just
with
a
that particular
tad,
grandson.
decent
And
Fort
so
Lauderdale.
Solange was dealing
20
with
seconds
these
from Miami. That's your girl in
facts of his
Miami,
own
and you're calling her right.
lineage that betray some of the principles that he espoused. So taken together with his self-recrimination over the failure of the movement to succeed during his lifetime, we can see perhaps why that would drive him into greater depression. Nevertheless,
let's say he's on this crazy
his legacy is deeply profound. His legacy is he's one of perhaps
he
the
knows
10
that
most influential thinkers of the Jewish world in the 19th century.
on the beach
And although
with this
he
random
may have
side chick,
ended his
that
life with
people
a
are
negative
gonna see you.
self-assessment, there's no question that he
I have no
contributed
idea about his
massively
personal
to
relationship with
the
Dee,
development
but
of
I
a very
kinda
important
think she's
ethical
like, yeah,
school
that's
in
our
Judaism,
agreement. I think that
one that
when
finds
he's on the
expression
road,
today
she
in
doesn't
all of
she's
the
just like,
yeshivot
whatever,
across the
you're on the road.
spectrum.
And then, you know,
And in
some
fact,
fighters
has
have
made
that. I know a lot of
penetration into
athletes that
the
do.
secular world as well.
Bass Rutten
So,
about that.
with that, I'm
my
going to
girl
conclude.
knew,
I'll take questions afterwards, but thank you very much for your attention and your endurance. Next week at 8:30 p.m., we're going to go back to Western Europe, and we're going to look at the great Jewish poet Heinrich
actually
Heine,
understands the
fascinating
male
figure
experience
of
and is married to a
world-class
dude in that
Thanks for
position.
your attention.
That's the smart part right there. I mean, you know,
push the
like,
off button.
if you want to avoid
That's it. Then.
problems, and like, or I guess the girl is wired to like not get jealous of that thing, and they understand it's like this is an easy way to just avoid inevitable conflict with if you're married to Conor McGregor.
Yeah, and then also remember they've been together since what, middle school, some shit like that, since high school, like literally forever. So they grew up together. So, and who knows? Maybe she's doing her own thing, and maybe they have an agreement like, all right, we have a great family, kids, we built all this, but we've been together since we were 15.
Yeah,
like let's experience a little bit, but not fall in love. Maybe I don't fucking know. This is all hearsay.
Yeah, I have no idea. It's,
Okay,
I mean,
ladies
some
and
people are
gentlemen,
wired for jealousy, some people
I
aren't.
don't
You know,
recall,
like,
did I tell you that
and as soon as the story hit, she put
the,
on, she did
the
this
Hadassah
long story on Instagram of just her pictures of her and Connor together, just like, this is my man, this is my man, this is my man, just instant support.
Okay, good.
And she has back there, like, you're the Nikita Hand thing.
Okay, just don't blurt out the punchline again.
I mean, she not
there's
only supported the whole way through, was there every single
very
day,
important women's group.
but she actually,
in
she went hard to
Fort Lauderdale. They work very hard. They raise a lot of money to buy an F-15 jet fighter for the Israeli Air Force, and they raised $2 billion to buy one of these amazing pieces of war machinery. And they get it, they purchase it, and they're going to have a big ceremony at Fort Lauderdale Airport to watch it go on its maiden flight to the Holy Land. And they have bleachers set up on the tarmac with all kinds of dignitaries from the Israeli government, the American government, of course, all the membership of Hadassah and their husbands are sitting there. And the Israeli pilot gives them a big salute, holding his helmet under his arm. He goes up into the cockpit, he shuts the cowling, fires up his massive jet engines, and the jet shoots down the runway and stops.
and it turns around, and it shoots down the runway the other way, and then stops. This happens like 3-4 times. Finally, it taxis all the way up to the stands. The pilot gets out. He walks down the little gangplank there. He goes up to the president of the Hadass, and he says to her, "Madam, I'm very sorry, the plane will not take off. We must remove at least some of the plaques." Okay, that's fine. It's hard to hear the laughter because this microphone's so small, but it really is happening. Okay, so tonight's lecture is kind of interesting. We're going to look at Solomon Maimon. Very important 18th century figure in the history of philosophy. Not quite as important in the history of the Jewish people as a contributor, perhaps, to the cultural heritage of Judaism, but definitely as a kind of placeholder to understand a major phenomenon that was developing in the 18th century and continued apace into the 19th century. Specifically, Solomon Maimon is someone who went off the derech, so to speak, someone who rejected the traditional mores of Judaism, but he had, which was still comparatively rare in the 18th century, but he had a very acerbic wit and a very ready pen, and he left behind a literary description of his travels, which are absolutely fascinating reading. It doesn't necessarily make you like Solomon Maimon. I definitely like him less after having reviewed his autobiography. But nevertheless, you get a view into his personality and into the intellectual challenges and struggles of his age in a very, very vivid and powerful manner. So I highly recommend this little book. It's only about 150 pages, the autobiography of Solomon Maimon, in which he describes his intellectual journey, the reasons for that journey, at least as he perceived them, and the various figures that he met along the way. The Talmudists, the Kabbalists, the Hasidic, he had a whole range of people who were expressing their Jewish identity in many different fashions, and he came up with his own solution, which was a problematic one, yet one that is still preferred by many today. Which reminds me of another joke. I don't normally tell two in the first 5 minutes, but I can't help it. I forget this one. Did I tell you one about the yeshiva bucker who goes to Warsaw in the 1920s and comes back home to America? So his father sends him to Warsaw to learn Torah properly. And, an old European yeshiva. And then he comes back after his time is over, after a few months, sits down at the Shabbos table, and so the father says, "No, so what was it like?" And he says, "Oh, it was really confusing. When I was over there, I met a Jew who was a communist. I met a Jew who was a Talmudist. I met a Jew who was a Catholic. I met a Jew who was a Zionist. A Jew who was an atheist." And he says, "Well, what do you expect? Warsaw is a big town. There's a lot of diversity."
There's like single A, which is the lowest, and then major is like the big
boys. We're looking at manifold descriptions of identity. Many of them mutually exclusive, and I think Solomon Maimon's approach to life is one that's quite instructive, perhaps as a moral lesson to us. So here's a picture of him. He was born in 1753 or 1754 in what is today Belarus, who was Poland at the time. And through his peregrinations, he spent most of his time as an adult in Germany, where he made his fame. He was most well known as a philosopher. This is the era of the late Enlightenment, and he was a contemporary of Kant, and in fact, the great Immanuel Kant said of him, after he looked at one of his publications, that no one understands my work better than my rather amazing level of praise from one of the greatest philosophers of the 18th century. Now, it's true that in the history of philosophy, Maimon was only a second or perhaps a third-rate philosopher, but his first-rate are people like Immanuel Kant and before him Leibniz. That's a very, very high level. To be second-rate on that kind of level is something quite significant. And we won't go into his philosophy in great detail today because it has very little contribution to Judaism, although it is related to Spinoza in many ways. But we're going to concentrate on the aspects of his life which touch on his Jewish identity and his personal experiences. So his family background, fairly typical background for Jews of Eastern Europe at the time. His grandfather was a leaseholder for the Polish prince Radziwiłł. If you recall in previous lectures, we talked about this a little bit, where you have this situation where you have a Polish nobleman who owned vast tracts of land called latifundia, often populated by non-Poles who were the farmers, in this case Belarusians, in other cases Ukrainians, for example. And the Jews were in this kind of difficult situation of being the leaseholders, where they would collect taxes. It's also known as tax farming. They would collect taxes of various sorts: tolls, income taxes, produce taxes, bills for hunting in the manor and things like that. And then they would forward a portion of that tax to the prince, who actually literally owned the territory. In return, theoretically, the Jews were supposed to guarantee the maintenance of those properties. I mean, that was part of the whole reason, or at least the pretense of the taxation was not merely to make the owner of the latifundia wealthy. It was intended to improve the lives of everyone there, at least, in theory. And so the Jew, who was the leaseholder, was often under very difficult circumstances, trapped between an often hostile peasantry and a far-off horse or lord who did not care about the needs of the larger population. And so the Jews were proximate to the causes of potential unrest, and yet were often helpless to allay the needs and the fears of the local population. To give one example that Maimon provides in his autobiography, there was a certain bridge in his grandfather's leaseholding area that was always falling under tremendous disrepair. And quite frequently, whenever anyone drove a carriage over that bridge, it would often overturn, and all of its occupants would be dumped into the mud. And at this point, all of the local farmers and the Jewish innkeeper, who was the grandfather, would flee for their lives, because the Lord would come out and would take retribution on the local inhabitants for not maintaining the bridge properly. This happened quite often. And in fact, Solomon Maimon, as a child, was once beaten terribly, so was his own father, under these kinds of circumstances, and yet the grandfather could never get the funds from the Lord to be able to repair the bridge. And through his rather wanted economy, he was never able to really succeed as a leaseholder. Ultimately, he was driven from the farm, for reasons which we won't go into right here, but that reduced the family to penury, and Maimon's father, Joshua, who was a Talmudist, a scholar, was reduced to working in schools as a tutor. During the 18th century, you will recall, there was no formal public education for Jews. Education is primarily delivered by private tutors in middle-class to upper middle class homes. You would find these itinerant preachers who often had a very limited knowledge of Torah themselves. And they were often known as Luftmenschen, meaning people who lived on air. And they would, the Russian government actually had an economic classification. Farmers, merchants, doctors, lawyers, etc. And then you have in the Jewish population so-called Luftmenschen, because there was no readily visible means for them to be supported. And they would find their livings primarily by begging, by small-time commerce, or in the case of Joshua, through tutoring middle-class families. This is ultimately something that Solomon Maimon made most of his own career out of, right to the very end of his short life. He died at the age of 46. His principal source of income were the occasional teaching jobs that he found for children in the homes of wealthier individuals. And I'd like to describe to you, here's a passage from his autobiography. It's widely quoted in many anthologies of Jewish history and of 18th century history because it's written in a very lively style and provides quite a vivid image of what life must have been like. So here's Maimon's description of a typical school, if one could call it that, in the 18th century. I must now say something of the condition of the Jewish schools in general. The school is commonly a small, smoky hut, and the children are scattered, some on benches, some on the bare earth. The master, in a dirty blouse sitting on the table, holds between his knees a bowl in which he grinds tobacco into snuff with a huge pestle like the club of Hercules, while at the same time he wields his authority. The ushers give lessons, each in his own corner, and rule those under their charge quite as despotically as the master himself. Of the breakfast, lunch, and other food sent to the school for the children, these gentlemen keep the largest share for themselves. Sometimes the poor youngsters get nothing at all, and yet they dare not make any complaints on the subject, for if they will not expose themselves to the vengeance of these tyrants. Here the children are imprisoned from morning to night, and have not an hour to themselves, except on Friday and a half holiday at the new moon. And as far as the study is concerned, the reading of Hebrew is regularly taught. On the other hand, very seldom is any progress made toward the mastery of the Hebrew language. Grammar is not taught in the school at all, but has to be learned by translation of the Holy Scriptures, very much as the ordinary man learns imperfectly the grammar of his mother tongue by social intercourse. Moreover, there is no dictionary of the Hebrew language. The children therefore begin at once with the explanation of the Bible. This is divided into many sections. Okay, actually, I should skip on right now. But the point is very unsystematic, very unprofessional, cruel. He certainly has a very dark and negative impression of that. And that's in fact how he describes not just his early education. One more note about his family background. We will transfer to later. His mother apparently suffered some unspecified mental illness, which may have been some kind of anxiety disorder brought on by frequent wanderings of the family from job to job, and she died very young. In his autobiography, one of the less likable aspects of Maimon is that in 150 pages, he only mentions his mother a couple of times in passing, his wife not many times more, and only once in a rather positive light. All of the other ones describe his wife as shrewish and someone that he wished to abandon. In fact, he did abandon her at age 25. And we know he has allusions to having several children, but he names none of them, and we don't even know how many children he had with his young wife. So he's not especially attached to family at all. And this is not a work of great scholarship where he's discussing philosophical ideas and so on. This is a book about his own life, and yet his own particular circumstances receive such short shrift. He seems to have a little bit, in my humble opinion, of a kind of a narcissistic personality disorder, where he thinks more about himself and about how he's understood and so on. But I'm no psychologist, so let's go on. His early education was marked by brilliance. Without doubt, he was really quite talented. By some accounts, he actually was a rabbi at 11, which is very hard to understand because he can't even get an aliyah as a Torah at the age of 11. But he was married at 11 as well. That's also halachically very suspect. But there's no question that he was widely regarded as a brilliant student of the Talmud and was readily hired and sought out as a marriage partner because of his great facility with this ancient text. He makes a great deal out of the analysis of the social structure of the Jewish community in 18th century Poland, and he emphasizes the huge advantage that mastery of this text poses for social stature. And he leveraged that to his greatest ability, trying to make sure that he would be fed and then, in fact, be able to engage in more history of ideas. But his talent for the Talmud is not much discussed. He spends about a chapter talking about what the Talmud is. I should underline, by the way, that this book was written in German for non-Jews. He's not writing an inside story. He's writing for a wider audience, kind of like, this is, how the Jews live. This is a quaint kind of picture into Jewish culture, primarily for a non-Jewish audience. So he does spend a chapter on the Talmud. He discusses, as we looked at last week when we talked about the Vilna Gaon, he discusses the somewhat caustic and unhelpful nature of pilpul as an intellectual activity, and then he basically moves on from it and doesn't discuss much more at all. What really fascinated him was the forbidden knowledge in secular subjects, which was completely closed to him.
literally, in
just
fact,
started.
because
I
the
just started.
place where his
Like the first
father
episode was just
kept
like
a
a lot of like
handful
they
of
make
small
all the
Hebrew translations of certain scientific works, was a cupboard in the bedroom that young Solomon shared
I like
with his
that part,
grandmother.
the throwback.
And this cupboard
get
was
you back on board
closed,
where you felt
and he was specifically instructed not to open it, not to look at these books, which included, for example, a history of the Jews, a secular history of the Jews, a few tractates on the phases of the moon and astronomy and so on. So Lyman was simply too precocious to resist him. So at the age of 7, he would insist on, after everyone had gone to sleep, he would light a candle and he would open up this cupboard, disturbing his grandmother, who complained bitterly about being kept up at night by his son reading, or grandson reading. I wish we all had that job, being kept up at night by our kids reading science. But he would go through these, and he was ultimately discovered because in one of these, the astronomical textbooks, the author indicated that because they're going to be talking about spheres and orbits, it would be helpful if everyone would construct for themselves, the readers would construct for themselves a kind of a globe to illustrate the pictures. And so he took some reeds from outside and he made for himself a ball of reeds, which might have appeared as a toy to others, but when his father questioned him on it, and he said it is a kazoo, it is a ball, he realized what his son was up to. And although he forbade reading the textbooks, he still had something of a smile on his face at the time. So he had this fixation, this desire for forbidden secular studies. That really stayed with him through his entire life. And throughout this period, he was growing and learning, and so by age 11, as we shall see, he was actually considered by at least the ignorant townsfolk as a rabbi and suitable for a marriage prospect. So here, I'm going to tell you a little bit of his marriage, which is absolutely amazing. He was engaged twice, well, actually more than twice, but the first time the bride died before anything could happen. But in the second engagement was a rather fascinating situation where there was a widow who kept an inn. It's a very common profession for Jews in the 18th century. Goes along with leaseholding. They would maintain a public house for travelers. They would often have a monopoly on the sale of alcohol. And so there was this widow who had one of these inns. She had a young daughter, just a few years older than Maimon. She was probably 14 at the time. And he refers to both of them in the most negative of terms, being very argumentative. He describes scenes later when he's married. Every meal is accompanied by the throwing of food and cutlery and so on at each other. But what happened was his father was constantly begged by this widow to betroth his son to her daughter. He constantly refused until once she engineered it that when the father was staying at the inn on his way to another teaching job with the young man, with Solomon, the widow invited the town rabbi, and the engagement had already been decided upon. This caused quite a scene because there was a lot of misunderstandings, and ultimately the father agreed to Joshua to give away his son Solomon at great price. It was going to be a huge dowry that was going to be given to Solomon for marrying this young woman. And so, he just essentially gave in and gave away his son. Then they went home. Weeks went by, and no news about the dowry. The money's not coming in. The presents that were promised, the set of Talmud, the special hat, things like that, nothing was coming in. And then another offer came up, which was rather quite interesting. There was a local farmer, a Jewish farmer, who also had a daughter, and he saw that Maimon's father was really not very good with money. And so even though Maimon had several times refused to marry off his son Solomon to the daughter of this farmer, the farmer, who was much more thrifty and much more of savings, he engineered it to loan Joshua Maimon. But by the way, that wasn't their last name. That wasn't their family name. They were known simply as Joshua ben, I forget what his father's name is, Hirsch, I think, and Solomon ben Yoshua. When he went to Germany, Solomon took the last name Maimon in honor of Maimonides as his surname. At any rate, the farmer loaned
Joshua a large sum of money, and as expected, Joshua proved unable to repay that debt. And so then the farmer said, listen, I'll tell you what, this is a huge debt. You can't repay it unless we work something out where you have your son marry my daughter, and I'll forgive the debt, and I'll give you 50 thalers on top of it. Joshua said yes, even though his son was already engaged to the widow's daughter. And then this happened. It happened that a few weeks later, they all found themselves at the widow's inn, where the farmer was announcing that, in fact, his daughter was going to be engaged to Solomon Maimon. The widow said that's impossible because he's going to be married to my daughter. And there was a huge suit, and we're not sure how it would have worked out, but in the ensuing chaos, Solomon's mother died. His mother passed away. Now listen to this. It's absolutely amazing. And you can just hear his tone, because he says in the middle of this, meanwhile, my mother died and was brought to Nesby for burial. There's only 2 references really to his mother in the entire book, and here it's just, meanwhile, my mother died. But anyways, my mother-in-law, meaning the widow, obtained from the court an attachment on the dead body by which its interment was interdicted until the termination of the suit. Meaning, she put a lien on the body of Solomon's mother, saying it could not be buried until he settled this lawsuit. It's just amazing to read it. My father was therefore compelled to appear in court. My mother-in-law, of course, gained the suit, and I became again the bridegroom of my former bride. This is at 11 years old, he's describing. And now, to prevent any similar reversal of her plans in the future, and to take from my father all occasion for it, my mother-in-law endeavored to satisfy all his demands in accordance with her promise, clothed me from top to toe, and even paid my father for my board from the date of the betrothal to the marriage. My mother was also now buried, and we returned home again. The second father-in-law came too, and called upon my father to ratify his contract. My father, however, pointed out that it was null and void, as it contravened a previous contract, and had been made by him merely on the supposition that my mother-in-law had no intention of fulfilling hers. The arendant, that's the farmer, seemed to yield to necessity and reconcile himself to the loss, but in reality he was thinking of some means to get me into his hands. Accordingly, he rose by night, yoked his horses, took me in silence from the table on which I was sleeping, packed me with all dispatch into his carriage, and made off with his booty through the gate. But as this could not be accomplished without some noise, the people in the house awoke, discovered the theft, pursued the kidnapper, and snatched me out of his hands. To me, the whole incident appeared at the time like a dream. In this way, my father was released from his debt and got 50 thalers besides as a gratuity, but I was immediately afterwards carried off by my legal mother-in-law and made the husband of my legal bride. I must, of course, confess that this transaction of my father's cannot quite be justified from a moral point of view. Only his great need at the time can in some measure serve as an excuse. Still, a rather amazing story. It gives you a lot of the sense of the color of the times, the putting the lien on the body of the mother, the kidnapping, the arrangements for the shidduchim. It doesn't turn out well for him. He immediately has a terrible relationship with his young bride. There's some somewhat euphemistic language for his awkwardness as an 11-year-old boy fulfilling some of the marital duties of a husband. And very soon after they're married, he takes off and starts serving as an itinerant tutor around town and around the environments, coming home only for the high holidays. Amazingly, during this time, his wife becomes pregnant several times over the years, but he will ultimately abandon her at age 25 when he leaves for Königsberg for good, and we'll get back to her pursuit of him towards the end of this story. There we go. So, during this time, his studies are increasing apace. He is a tremendous autodidact. He has no teacher who's capable of, instructing him, and he feels especially hampered because he knows no European language. unless you want to count Yiddish and a smattering of Polish, he really knows no European language, and the one that he needs the most is, of course, German, the language of high culture. And so he finds a few scraps, literally scraps of German books, and he teaches himself the language from the pieces that he's discovered. He is terribly embarrassed, however, because he never, even to the end of his life, masters German pronunciation. He completely butchers the German language because he didn't know exactly how to pronounce each letter. Later on in life, when he is put to the test, because he'll show up in a town and he'll look for some kind of work, people will think that he's an ignoramus, and they'll ask him to read some kind of German text. He will read it to great laughter because everyone will find his pronunciation very quaint and humorous, but they won't believe that he understands what he's saying. It's like a monkey parroting sounds. But when they ask him to translate it into Hebrew, then he's able to demonstrate that, in fact, he understands the text perfectly. He simply cannot pronounce it properly, which was something that he struggled with throughout his entire life. Still, with his rudimentary German, he goes on a search of any kind of teacher or material that he can find. And he described the fact that once he walked 150 miles to examine a particular book. He's literally on his feet for months at a time, living in the same clothes for weeks without washing them, going from town to town, just trying to pick up little pieces of knowledge from various locations in a very, penurious environment. It's at this time, so now he's about 17 years old, 16 years old, and he encounters the Kabbalah. And you'll recall, as in our discussion, perhaps with Vilna Gaon, or maybe even earlier, that the traditional Lithuanian approach to Kabbalah is that these mystical sciences are reserved for the elite. Only after, massive completion of great amounts of Talmudic data is a person permitted to even consider looking at the Kabbalah. He happens to come across a few scraps of books, though, once again, and he finds it absolutely fascinating, especially the Kabbalah of Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, which is something that I've been spending a lot of my own research time working on lately as well. And he is delighted, because unlike the Talmud, which is mainly concerned with either practical behavior, the derivation of Jewish law, or a rather unstructured and extremely diverse description of the universe in all its diversity, with biographies, recipes, stories, popular sayings, all mixed in a very difficult kind of confusion of ideas, quite fascinating and all connected one to the other, but very difficult to find the thread that puts them all together. Kabbalah, especially Cordoveran Kabbalah, is much more organized and is an attempt to describe the metaphysical structure of the universe from A to Z. And he was completely taken with it. He loved it, and he became a very devoted Kabbalist for a few years. He then moved to the Kabbalah of the Arizal, which is the student of the Moshe Cordovero, and he became quite fascinated with theurgic or practical Kabbalah, in which he hoped through the arts to be able to affect various magical effects in the world. In particular, he describes with great humor his tremendous studies to make himself invisible. And to which he would study these particular passages from the Zohar and other holy books, and he would mutter these incantations, and then he would walk into the synagogue and stand very close to his friends and wait to see if they recognize him. Of course, they would recognize him. They would ask him questions. They would say, "Hey, do you understand what it says in this book here?" And he was constantly disappointed that he simply could not make himself invisible. Ultimately, he will abandon the Kabbalah as an area of research for himself. But he did acknowledge that, compared to modern philosophy, Spinoza's thought was really quite derivative and second-rate compared to the Kabbalistic structure of Rabbi Moshe Cordovero. Okay, we're halfway through, so let me pause and take a couple of questions. If someone has no hard questions, but easy questions. Ms. Abramson? Not yet. I'm trying to get a drink of coffee. Nobody has a question? Should I think of a joke? I have a joke actually. Thinking about it's a little bit of black humor, but the joke goes like this: a guy goes to the Chevra Kadisha and he says, I need some financial help to bury my wife. Fortunately, my wife passed away, and I can't afford the funeral, so I need some help. So the head of the Chevra Kadisha says, no problem. He'll be very understanding. We'll understand. What's your name? He says his name. He looks up and he says, wait a second. We already gave you money to bury your wife a few years ago. He says, yeah, that was my first wife. And the guy says, oh, you got remarried? He says, yeah, I got remarried. Mazel tov. That's a joke. Okay, all right, forget it. I didn't say it right. All you people in Latvia, just rewind. I'll tell you again better next time. Yeah, no, Solomon Maimon is about 500 years later. So there's not much connection to it. He's walking a lot. That's pretty much what he has in common with Benjamin of Tudela. More than 500 years even. But he's otherwise not connected. Mr. Rodriguez.
Which woman did he marry?
He married the daughter of the innkeeper, the widow innkeeper. Yeah.
So kidnapping attempt didn't work.
No, kidnapping did not work. He got sent back to the first line. Okay, Ms. Abramson, we're ready now. Yeah, you would. If the question is why didn't he eventually get the pronunciation? I don't know. He, I guess when you learn a language like myself, I'm not a native Yiddish speaker at all. I learned it later in life, and I learned it in college after I learned German. So when I speak Yiddish, my friends say to me, please don't speak Yiddish because you sound like a Nazi. So, you get certain pronunciation tics and you can't get rid of them. So, okay. Yes, last question. All the way.
If he spoke Yiddish fluently, and it's a Germanic language in essence, I can't imagine why he would have so much trouble with the pronunciation. I think perhaps he had something with his hearing.
Well, perhaps. It might have something to do with his hearing, but I think it's more like the distinction between Yiddish and German in pronunciation. It's probably a little bit like accents in English. There's a kind of a standard American accent, the Midwestern accent that is very popular with news announcers and things like that. It's the one closest, of course, to the Canadian dialect, and that's why it's preferred as being the clearest and that way they can talk about whatever they want, that kind of thing. But nobody got that except for maybe Elisa. But if you have a really strong Brooklyn accent and then you go speak on the news, then people will laugh because it's such a strong accent, or a Texas accent or something like that. Maybe it was more like that his accent was still very pungent. But anyways, let's go on. Okay, so it's at this point in time when he begins in his biography to describe his slow, steady descent out of traditional Judaism. In particular, he has a friend named Moses Lapidot, and it's kind of interesting that he's getting no feelings of satisfaction from his home life with his child bride and her difficult mother, and the only kind of friendship camaraderie he has is with this person on the outside, Moses Lapidot. But the two of them are comrades in philosophy, as he describes them, and they meet up with each other quite regularly. Again, they don't have regular jobs. They're tutors, and they find a couple hours here, a couple hours there, maybe a whole day with this family, and it's just a catch and catch can kind of environment. And at some point, they begin to say, we like each other's company so much. We're not getting a geschmack out of the rest of our lives, so maybe we should just change our lives to move in this direction. I'll read you one passage that I found very telling, where he says, so this is Maimonides talking. Maimon talking about Maimonides. He was a big student of Maimonides. He wrote a commentary, by the way, on the Guide for the Perplexed as well. I had by this time obtained from Maimonides more accurate ideas of God and of our duties towards him. Accordingly, I replied, to his friend Lapido, our destination is merely the attainment of perfection through the knowledge of God and the imitation of his actions. Prayer is simply the expression of our knowledge of the divine perfections and is intended merely for the common man who cannot himself attain to this knowledge. Therefore, it is adapted to his mode of conception. But as we see into the end of prayer and can attain to this end directly, we can dispense altogether with prayer as something superfluous. This reasoning appeared to both of us to be sound. We resolved, therefore, for the purpose of avoiding offense, to go out of the house every morning with our talis and tefillin, not, however, to the synagogue, but to our favorite retreat, the wall. I'm not sure what he means by the wall. I guess it was a place where they hung out. And thus we fortunately escaped the Jewish Inquisition. But this enthusiastic companionship, like everything else in the world, had to come to an end. As we were both married, and our marriages were tolerably fruitful, that's his allusion to having a lot of kids, we were obliged for the purpose of supporting our families to accept situations as family tutors. Hence, we were often separated and later were able to spend only a few weeks in the year together. So you get a sense of his slow slide begins from the point where he says, you know what? Prayer is only for the purpose of recognizing God, his perfections, and our requirement to imitate him. Since we are so smart, we already know those things, therefore don't have to pray at all, and we can do away with such things. And of course, that's alarm bells for what ends up happening to him in terms of his relationship to Judaism. It reminds me, if I can tell you a small story that someone told me this, it blew me away. A friend of mine is a grocer. He's a very important guy. He works in the Jewish grocery store, and as a result, he knows absolutely everything that happens in the Jewish community. And he told me once about a guy coming into the store, and he said to him, "Shalom Aleichem, I haven't seen you in several years. Where have you been? I haven't heard from you." And his friend says, "Well, I've been in jail," right? Which is not such a typical thing for your average Jewish guy to do. And he says, "You were in jail? How did it happen?" He says, "Oh, it was terrible. I got involved in the .com bust, and money didn't go my way, and I borrowed money from my father-in-law, and I tried to get away with some taxes, and I got caught, and I got sent to jail. My wife left me, and now I'm just beginning to pull the pieces together after spending several years in prison." And my friend said, "Well, that's terrible. I mean, how did all this happen? How did you slide like this?" And he says, "I think it all started when I was making so much money, I was so busy that I realized I did not have time to say brachos before eating. Who has time to say hamotzi, shehako, whatever?" So I said, I just got to make all this money. That's more important. I'll just skip it. I'll just quickly eat or drink without saying a bracha. And the guy said, "I think that was the beginning of the end for me. Just thinking I didn't have time to say a bracha." Anyways, mussar for me. Okay, let's go on to what's next. Wait, did I say the last point on this one here? Right, okay. Right. Now, at this point, he happened into a public tavern where he would, by the way, frequent. He had a serious drinking problem. If you already had trouble liking him, just add the drinking to the list. Even his friends used to say that he wrote his best philosophy on the benches of ale houses, because he would just, that's where he was hanging out all the time. He was constantly spending whatever the wages he had on liquor, and he was constantly losing manuscripts he was working on because he was doing these things. But anyway, he was in one of these ale houses when he happens that there were some Jewish guys there who have a copy of Moses Mendelssohn's work, Phaedo, and he was so amazed with reading it right there in the beer hall. And he was so amazed with this Jewish philosopher who we discussed a couple of years ago, the figure of the Jewish Enlightenment, the Haskalah. He said, "I absolutely have to get to Germany. Germany is where one may learn these things." And so he managed to get himself from Poland first to Königsberg, and then from Königsberg eventually to Berlin. Much of that journey from Königsberg to Berlin, which took weeks, was done on foot, and he had nothing but the clothes on his back, and quite literally, he says, barefoot by this time. His boots had literally rotted away from walking. And Berlin, as was well known, was closed to Jewish beggars. Jews could not enter the entire city of Berlin unless they had permission to reside in the city. And they had the Jewish community actually set up a gatehouse by the entrance to the city, and any Jew who was passing in went into that gatehouse and had to be approved by the community before he could enter. So Mendelssohn describes how he went into this gatehouse and he met a frum Jew there, an Orthodox-looking Jew, and he was so happy to be there. He told him his whole story about how, he was a Talmudist and then a Kabbalist, and then he left his wife, and he wanted to study with Moses Mendelssohn, and he wanted to learn all of the sciences. What he didn't realize is that this particular guy was kind of like a very zealous individual who immediately went to the Jewish community and said, we cannot let this guy Solomon into our town because he is a free thinker and he's just going to make things worse for us. So they literally evicted him on the spot. And he describes that the lowest point of his life, he's literally lying on the dirt in the ditch beside the road going into Berlin, crying and wailing over his fate because he's right there. Lahavdil, he's looking at the promised land and he can't get in. He ends up hooking up with this rough Jewish professional beggar who is begging as his career, and he spends 6 months with him wandering around other parts of Germany, and he learns more of the arts of begging until finally he can take it no longer, and he tries to convince a family that they should take him as a tutor. Ultimately, they did, which was quite to his amazement, and he slowly begins his climb up from that darkest point in his life where he's actually denied access to Berlin. He spends a couple of years as a fairly successful tutor in a wealthy home, and he saves up enough money, and he also makes himself persona non grata to that community that he ended up in, that he eventually decides it's time for him to try entering Berlin again. He was a great skeptic, and he especially enjoyed making fun of Jewish superstitions. So, for example, he describes how when he was in that town, he was well respected as a scholar. He was a Talmud Chacham. Any way you look at it, he really could argue the Talmud back and forth, and he knew his sources, and everyone recognized him as a brilliant, albeit idiosyncratic individual. So one instance, for example, there was a cook in the house, in the wealthy person's house, who was preparing a carp for Shabbos, and she screamed aloud because she thought that the carp spoke to her. And so there was this thought, maybe the carp is actually, a reincarnation of some righteous individual or something. And so they decided to wrap the carp in funeral clothes and tachlichim and bury it. And so afterwards they asked Solomon Maimonides, he says, it's too bad you buried it. I would have liked to have tasted a talking carp. I wonder what they taste like, So that, kind of did not ingratiate him to the popular. But also, these are weird kind of things. You get glimpses of what it must have been like being like in the 8th century. Apparently, they had some antler horns in the synagogue. Like the horns of a stag. For what I don't know. But they had been there for a very long time, and there was this belief that no one could touch them. If you were to touch them, you would die on the spot. So, of course, Solomon Maimon went up and publicly put his hands on them and demonstrated that he could not be killed on the spot. That just didn't help him make friends in town at all. So he decided he was, in fact, going to go to Berlin. This time he had a proper suit of clothes. This time he had proper transport into the city. And so he was able to gain admission not as a beggar, but as a teacher, and ultimately spend much of his time there. It was in this time that he is beginning to publish in German much more successfully. One of his manuscripts was shown, as I mentioned, to Immanuel Kant, the great philosopher, and Immanuel Kant said, no one understands my work like Maimon, and this is the high point of his intellectual career. But he's not able to break that glass ceiling, so he decides, I'm going to convert to Christianity. it's time. This happens to so many people who rise up in the 18th century. They're Jews. They just can't get entree into the universities and so on. So it's time for me to convert to Christianity. What he decides to do is he writes out his statement in Hebrew letters, in German, written in Hebrew letters. He wrote it. German with Hebrew characters. I'm not sure why. And then he brought it to someone who was bilingual to copy it out in proper German. And it was supposed to be a letter that he would take to a local German pastor to convert him to Christianity. So this is Maimond's letter that he's giving in person to the pastor as his, application for the process of conversion. What is that joke? There are two Jews walking past the church, and there's a big sign out front that says, convert to Christianity, earn $500. And one of the Jews says to the other, I could really use $500. I'm going in there. I'm going to do it. The guy says, are you crazy? I need $500. So he goes in. His friend is standing on the street waiting 20 minutes, 30 minutes, an hour. Finally, the first Jew comes back out. And the friend says, oh, you did it. Wow. Did you get $500? And the Jew says, what is it with you people? Okay. All right, here we go. So here he is writing a letter to the German pastor. I am a native of Poland belonging to the Jewish nation, destined by my education and studies to be a rabbi, but in the thickest darkness I have perceived some light. This has induced me to search further after light and truth and to free myself completely from the darkness of superstition and ignorance. As this could not be attained in my native place, I went to Berlin, where through the support of some enlightened men of our nation I studied for some years, not indeed with any plan, but merely to satisfy my thirst for knowledge. But as our nation is unable to use not only such planless studies, but even those based on the most perfect plan, it cannot be blamed for becoming tired of them and pronouncing their encouragement to be useful. I have therefore resolved, in order to secure temporal as well as eternal happiness, which depends on the attainment of perfection, and in order to become useful to myself as well as others, to embrace the Christian religion. The Jewish religion, it is true, comes in its articles of faith nearer to reason than Christianity, but in practical use, the latter has an advantage over the former. He's saying essentially, our religion is really much better than yours, but yours is quite useful in this world, so you also must take. And since morality, which consists not in opinions but in actions, is the aim of all religion, clearly the latter comes nearer than the former to this aim. Moreover, I myself esteem the mysteries of the Christian religion for that which they are, that is, allegorical representations of the truth that are most important for man. Thus, I make my faith in them harmonize with reason.
Well, I
But I
don't
cannot
like
believe it literally.
Facebook.
He's saying to the preacher, I
And
don't
I
actually
don't
believe your religion.
like
I just like
the
you to
internet
convert
because
me
I
so that
can't
I can
find a job.
make use of
The
myself to get
library
$500.
blocked my
I beg,
password.
therefore, most
Now tell
respectfully
me,
and
does
answer
that
to the
make any
question
sense
whether
to
after this
you?
confession I am worthy of the
I'm
Christian
not
religion
quite
or
sure
not.
why I'm
If
here
I
or
am,
what I'm
I
doing.
am prepared to carry my proposal
there's
into
a
effect. But if not, I must give up all claim to a religion which enjoins me to lie. That is, to deliver a confession of faith which contradicts my reason. Which is definitely not a really good application statement. I mean, Elisa, when you apply to college, don't say, stuff like this, because you won't get in. It's ridiculous. And of course, he doesn't get in either. The pastor rejects him because he feels he's just doing it, which he is, simply for his own personal gain. But you get a sense from this of the kind of conundrum that intellectual Jews of Maimond's ilk faced in Berlin at this time. As I mentioned, he is quite active and quite prolific at this time, primarily publishing in philosophical journals in German, some in Hebrew. He has written some interesting Hebrew commentaries on Ibn Ezra, on Maimonides, and so on, all with a view to this kind of free-thinking, rationalist approach, definitely not in your traditional vein, but he certainly garnered the most long-lasting fame for this little book, his autobiography, his Lebensgeschichte, which is more of a kind of anthropological study of Polish Jewry with himself as the star of the show. Now we have to come back to his personal life. As he becomes more famous, his wife tracks him down. Right? He's abandoned her when he was 25. He's now in his 40s, and he has never given his wife a bill of divorce, nor has he ever sent her any money or asked about the kids. And his wife, until this time, has been an aguna. She has been unable to be remarried, nor to find her husband and bring him back home. But since he is getting more famous, the detectives that she sent out finally catch up with him. And so we have the following dramatic scene. It was about this time that the following incident took place. My wife had sent a Polish Jew in search of me, and he heard of my residence in Hamburg. Accordingly, he came and called on me at the gymnasium, which is like a school, not an athletic facility. He had been commissioned by my wife to demand that I should either return home without delay or send through him a bill of divorce. Right, a reasonable request. At that time, I was unable to do either the one or the other. Of course, he's not prepared to go home because he's enjoying his life of the wine and of the whiskey. And on the other hand, in Jewish law, when a man divorces his wife, he must pay her the sum agreed upon in the ketubah, which is a huge chunk of money, and he doesn't have it. So he would rather let her sit than divorce her. I was not inclined to divorce my wife without cause and to return at once to Poland, where I had not the slightest prospect of getting on in the world or of leading a rational life. That was impossible. I explained this to the man who had undertaken the commission and added that it was my intention to leave the gymnasium soon and go to Berlin, and that my Berlin friends would, I hope, give me both their advice and financial assistance. He was not satisfied with this answer, which he took for mere evasion, which it sounds like it was. When he found that he could do nothing with me, he went to the chief rabbi and entered a complaint against me. A messenger was sent to summon me before the tribunal of the chief rabbi, but I held that at present I was not under his jurisdiction, inasmuch as the gymnasium had a jurisdiction of its own by which my case should be decided. I mean, he wanted to go to secular court instead of having a Beit Din decide his fate. The chief rabbi made every effort through the government to make me submit to his wishes, but in vain. When he saw that he could not accomplish his purpose in this way, he sent me an invitation a second time on the pretext that he wished merely to speak with me. To this I willingly consented and went to him at once. He received me with much respect, and when I made known to him my birthplace and family in Poland, he began to lament and wring his hands. Alas, said he, you are the son of the famous Rabbi Joshua? I know your father well. He is a pious and learned man. You also are not unknown to me. I examined you as a boy several times and formed high expectations of you. Oh, is it possible that you have altered so? Here he pointed to my clean-shaven face, because the beard was traditional for Jews at the time. To this I replied that I also had the honor of knowing him, and that I remembered his examinations well. But my conduct, I told him, was as little opposed to religion properly understood as it was to reason. But he interrupted, you do not wear a beard. You do not go to the synagogue. Is that not contrary to religion? No, I replied, and I proved to him from the Talmud that, under the circumstances in which I was placed, all this was allowed, which is like really turning the Talmud upside down to say it's permitted for me not to do these things. On this point, we entered into a lengthy dispute in which each maintained his right. As he could not influence me by such disputation, he began to sermonize. But when this also was of no avail, he began to cry aloud, Shofar, Shofar. This is the name of the horn which is blown on New Year's Day as a summons to repentance, and of which it is supposed Satan is horribly afraid. As the chief rabbi called out the word, he pointed to a shofar that lay before him on the table and asked me, do you know what that is? I replied quite boldly, oh yes, it is a ram's horn. At these words, the chief rabbi fell back into his chair and began to lament over my lost soul. I left him to lament as long as he liked and bade him goodbye. Pretty dramatic scene. The rabbi's pulling out all the stops, tries to reason with him, tries to sermonize with him, tries to make him afraid by showing him the shofar. Aren't you worried about the Yom HaDin, the Day of Judgment? Nothing is budging for Solomon Byman. And unfortunately, his wife is still in a pickle. So what do you think she's going to do next? She's going to go to him herself. She knows where he lives now, so she goes along with their oldest son. And she says, okay, this is it. Either give me a get or come back with me, one or the other. So she shows up. I'm not going to read in great detail here about this description, but she won't let him go. And so finally he goes, he begs 300 thalers from his friends, and he gives her the ketubah. And amazingly, he talks to his son and thinks that his son will stay with him. The son that he doesn't even name in this text, that has grown up without a father, who he thinks, hey, you're a smart guy, stay with me, you'll enjoy Berlin. The son stays with his mother, and that's the end of his marriage. He's apparently not involved in any other romantic attachments as well. He describes with tremendous insensitivity the attraction that a widow has for him, and that he completely does not return. And he laughs at her when she finally breaks down and tells her feelings. So he's not especially a likable guy in this area. So, as a whole, he has a fascinating legacy for us in the history of Judaism in the modern era. He is not, as I said at the outset, a major contributor to the culture of Judaism in any significant way, but he is really, without doubt, a brilliant individual whose departure from Judaism indicates a lot about the nature of the 18th century. The extremely arcane and for many completely depersonalized approach to studies, the lack of rational sensibility, and the fear of the sciences that have become quite popular among the intellectual circles of Europe at the time, the gullibility and superstition of the larger masses. All of these things come together to indicate that you have a mind that's extremely fine and extremely powerful, but does not have a sanctioned outlet for its expression. And in the case of Solomon Maimon, the only way that it could be expressed was through a complete rejection of his heritage, which, when you read his autobiography, he seems rather smug and self-satisfied about his choices as a whole. So we, 200 years later, are still the inheritors of this phenomenon, and I think for the survival of the Jewish people as a whole, it bears thinking about to consider how we can best address this for our Solomon Maimons of today as well. Okay, with that, I'll mention that next week we have a great topic. We're going to look at, we looked at the problem today. We're going to look at one of the solutions next week. We'll look at the incomparable work of the great Israel Salanter, the founder of the Musar movement, a brilliant individual who felt that what was wrong with Judaism at the time was that it lacked a moral core, that people were getting lost in the text and were not seeing the beauty of the morality of it. To give you one quote, just as kind of a Vorspeise, a appetizer for next week, one of his many famous statements is a person who is a great Torah sage and yet does not study character development is like a public hazard. Meaning, he uses the term bor b'shus harabim, which means a huge pothole in the middle of the road. And, everyone looks at him and thinks that, wow, he represents Torah, he represents our values and so on, but in fact, he represents a huge danger to everybody and should be filled in as soon as possible. Okay, thank you very much for your attention. I look forward to seeing you next week. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, why don't we come to order? Fascinating topic tonight, something that I spent rather a silly amount of time researching this topic, and sometimes I find that when I put in a lot of effort doing the research, then the lecture falls flat, and other times I really don't do any research, and the lecture is like amazing. So I'm hoping that this is not going to conform to the pattern. I hope you'll find this lecture as fascinating as I enjoyed the research. I Mr. Rodriguez let me down. He didn't give me an opening joke today, so just going to throw him under the bus. But I will start perhaps with a little pun, because we're going to be speaking about the Vilna Gaon. And of course, this is one of the legendary, towering figures of modern Jewish history, a defining individual that in many ways exemplifies a strand in modernist Judaic thought that has received a lot of attention, especially within the Orthodox and within the yeshiva world, but has not been adequately studied on the wider world. He was a person of incredible genius, and as we'll see, really incomprehensible genius, but at the same time, that genius implied certain personality traits that I find certainly, and many of his biographers find quite difficult to understand, to say the least. Even the most hagiographic of treatments sometimes is stunned by the way the Vilna Gaon will treat his children or his wife, and it's hard to understand how these things can coexist within such an amazing personality. But perhaps that in itself is the answer to the question. Here's a person who in many ways was so completely removed from the quotidian reality of daily life in Vilna that it's hard to understand him with our contemporary terms. But here's the pun to sort of start us off, something I heard even from my own grandmother, Aleha Shalom. He's known in Yiddish as Der Vilna Gaon. The Vilna, of course, is modern-day Vilnius in Lithuania, and Gaon is a title that comes from the word Ga'ava in Hebrew, meaning pride. Sometimes can lean towards arrogance or glory. It depends on the context in which it is used. So it's like the pride of Vilna. But it also makes kind of a pun in Yiddish, where instead of saying Der Vilna Gaon, you say Vilnor Gaon. If you only want it, you can become a Gaon. And my grandmother, Aleha Shalom, would say that to me. If I'm having difficulty with my studies, or, she says, Vilnor, you just want it, Gaon, then you can be like the Gaon. Now, he occupies a highly iconographic position, with an iconic position within modern Jewry, and especially within Lithuanian Jewry. I think I have yet to meet a Lithuanian Jew who does not claim ancestry from the Vilna Gaon, which is rather amazing. I mean, he was really prolific, but primarily in the written word, not so much. He has, about 8 children. But it's hard to believe that every Jew is descended from him biologically, but certainly intellectually, we have a tremendous amount of debt to the Vilna Gaon. So, good and welfare. Before we begin, tonight's lecture is sponsored by the Young Israel of Bell Harbor. I'm really pleased that you are all here. Your presence is sponsorship, and it's really important for me to have a live audience. By the way, I totally lost my Latvian following online. I don't know what happened to them, but they just disappeared. They were replaced, however, by Malaysians. So quick shout out to everybody in Malaysia. I'm glad you're enjoying this video. But we do accept sponsorships. It defrays the cost of the videotaping, and our wonderful assistants, my brilliant daughter Eliza, Mr. Rodriguez, who of course supplies us with all the jokes. So if you're interested, please approach one of the shul officers or myself to sponsor. So let's go on. Let's just have a couple of basic questions about the Vilna Gaon. Who was this unusual man? His name was Eliyahu ben Shlomo Kramer. His surname is rarely used. Born in 1720 and died in 1797. He held absolutely no official rabbinical position. He headed no yeshiva or formal school in his lifetime. He did not publish in his lifetime. And in fact, he led most of his life, really until the 1780s, he was completely divorced from everything that was going on around him. Quite literally cloistered, living in a very small space where he would literally shut the windows so there would be no distractions from the outside world, learning literally all night by candlelight, and completely and totally devoted to Torah. I mean, it's hard to believe all of the things they say about the Gaon, but the fact that they're repeated so many times in so many different ways, even if they are exaggerations, they still indicate a personality type that's someone we don't understand at all. Like, for example, it's said that he slept 4 hours a day in half-hour shifts, 3 of them at night, and 1 of them during the day. I myself have adopted this practice, although I've increased the frequency between the half hours, so they're virtually, simultaneous, but whatever. But he slept for 4 hours every 24 hours. He would literally keep himself awake by immersing his feet in cold water to be able to retain his attention. So utterly removed from Torah thoughts that he would only think about his family when he was in places where it was forbidden to think about Torah. For example, in the public bathhouse, things like this. Really amazing, difficult, problematic stories, as we shall see. But he was a person who was so completely and utterly devoted to Torah. I don't think I've ever met someone that comes even to a fraction of what they say about the Gaon. And despite the fact that he was so separated from the outside world and from everything except his studies, he nevertheless achieved, even in his lifetime, incredible fame for his studies. And then after his lifetime, when his students began to publish his writings, he really set a tone and a motion for a new way of studying Torah that has really defined the last 2 centuries of Torah study. So what I'd like to do over the next 50-odd minutes is to look at his life, try to get a sense of how he made this impact and which way his impact was felt, and then we'll call it a night. Yes, my brilliant daughter, the Abramson. Well, it is so wonderful that you should ask such an intelligent question. You know, that my daughter has more of a following than I do. There's a webpage set up just for her now. But the question, which I will repeat because I'm not ready to share a microphone yet, is, wouldn't he, if he's so invested in Torah, isn't the Torah about applying it, about, taking the mitzvot and going out and doing the mitzvot, living in the outside world? It's not necessarily the way the Gaon would see it, according to his biographers, although he was cognizant of that criticism, as the following story relates. He did not have friends in any conventional sense. He had a distant relationship even with his own children. In their reminiscences of their father, they often talk about how infrequently they spoke and how constrained their contact was with each other. I can tell you a little bit about his relationship with his first wife in particular. He married twice after she passed away. But there is an amazing story of one person that was the closest thing to a friend he had, which was the incomparable Dubna Magid, a great preacher, storyteller that was famed for his parables and his very powerful way of conveying complex information. So the story goes that the Vilna Gaon, he used to, like many people in the 18th and 19th century, great rabbis would employ a professional mochiach. And mochiach is a rebuker, someone that you hire to, like, every now and then, to tell you what you're doing wrong, to give you a sense of how you behaved inappropriately. This practice has fallen into disuse because people get married, and it's no longer necessary. But back then, so the mochiach, the rebuker of the Vilna Gaon, was the Dubna Magid. So the story goes that one Erev Yom Kippur, the Vilna Gaon calls in the Dubna Magid and says, here it is, almost Yom Kippur. I have to do tshuva. I have to repent. Please tell me what I did wrong this year. And by the way, you should know the Vilna Gaon used to keep a notebook in which he would record every moment of wasted time that he was not occupied in the mitzvah or learning Torah. And he would review it regularly and cry over it. And it said that it never amounted to more than 3 hours per year. I mean, who knows what these stories mean, but they all trend in the same direction. So anyways, the Dubna Magid says to him, what can I say to you? You're the Vilna Gaon. How can I possibly criticize you? And the Gaon says, nevertheless, it's Yom Kippur tomorrow. I got so go ahead. So the Dubna Magid says, okay, let me just close the door. And he closed the door so that the students sitting outside in the anteroom wouldn't hear what he said to him. He was in there for 30 seconds, and then he walked out. And the students looked inside. They see the Vilna Gaon in bitter tears, wailing and weeping and beating his chest and moaning. And the students say to the Dubna Magid, what could you have said to the Vilna Gaon? And just so you broke this man in just a matter of a few seconds, what could you have said to him? And so the Dubno Maggid said, I didn't say much to him. I just said, it's easy to be the Vilna Gaon if all you do is sit in a room and study Torah. Try and go out in the street and deal with difficult people, handle in the marketplace, then we'll see what kind of a Gaon you are. So he was definitely, as the story indicates, these are all stories, but he was cognizant of his separation from the larger public. He was bitterly criticized for it by certain factions in the Vilna community as well. But let's go through the story. Let's have a look at what happened to the Gaon. Okay, so I'm going to base much of my research tonight on a recent biography, very fascinating, well-researched book by Eliyahu Stern, published by Yale University Press just last year. Here's a picture of the author. He has an interesting thesis about the Gaon's relationship to modernity, which, if we have time, I may touch on a little bit. I'm still kind of thinking about it now, but I'm going to really milk his work for a lot of the biographical details. I have had a look at some of the more hagiographic materials as well, just for some of the story and flavors. So let's look at the setting. We're talking about Vilna in the 18th century. So this is what it looked like at the time. Vilna was actually a major city up here in, well, it was a medium-sized city. Krakow and other cities were actually bigger. That it was in the dual monarchy of Lithuania and Poland. They had created a commonwealth as a result of a dynastic union. It was actually, as you can see here, this is Lithuania and this is Poland. Together, it's the largest country in Europe, larger even than France at the time. It would be split by the end of the century, as we shall see, but it was in a really bad shape. Vilnius is up here. Vilna, of course, is the Yiddish term for it, and they had gone through a great amount of difficulty by the time the Gaon was born in 1720. They experienced a very significant war that had devastated much of the region. There were fires, plagues, famine. The Jewish population at the time was reduced to about 1,000 Jews, so it was definitely not the crowning glory of the Jewish population of Eastern Europe at the time. But under the Gaon's watch, or partially really as a result of the Gaon's prestige, Vilna would ultimately become the most important city, particularly on an intellectual level in Jewish Europe. His background was, by the way, here's a typical iconographic photograph. We don't really know exactly what he looked like. It was a drawing, but some are said to be a little bit more accurate than others. He's often shown wearing tefillin, which the phylacteries on the head and the arm. He wore them every time, during all waking hours. Unlike the custom of Ashkenazi and Sephardic Jewry to only wear them during prayer, he wore them 24/7, except for I should say 27, right? Because he slept 4 hours a night. You're not allowed to wear tefillin if you are distracted, if you have to pass wind. Certainly you can't go into the bathroom wearing tefillin. So generally speaking, the custom in the halacha is that we wear them only during prayer in the morning, because that's when you can focus for a short period of time, half an hour, 45 minutes. Otherwise, you can't wear them. But he wore them constantly, as they did all the way back in the time of the Mishnah. And in fact, his students in the Vilna Gaon Yeshiva in Israel also wear them full time. If you hang around in the old city of Jerusalem, you go into the Makolet and you'll see people wearing tefillin as they shop for various groceries. Anyways, it also gives a sense of his level of concentration to be able to wear these tefillin without ever having, losing focus during the entire period. He came from a rabbinic family background on both sides of his family. One of his grandfathers was the author of an important commentary on the Code of Jewish Law, the Be'er HaGola. He was the first of 5 sons, and he was immediately recognized as a child prodigy. In fact, he never actually went to school in his life. He grew out of even the thought of cheder by the age of 7. I mean, the kind of stories that they say about him are amazing. He apparently finished the entire Talmud by the time he was 11. By the time he was 12, he was already studying Kabbalah. It's very hard to even understand these ideas, but they're repeated over and over again. And as an adult, for example, he would complete a review of the entire Babylonian Talmud, which takes 7.5 years in the Daf Yomi cycle. He would review it monthly, which is just difficult to understand. But we can repeat these stories over and over again I don't want to deaden you with them, but each one of them points in the same kind of direction. He had a very poor opinion of formal education. He said of the Vilna Cheder that not a word of truth was ever uttered in that place. He felt that a lot of the people who were professional educators were so far beneath the standard that he had very little patience for them. He did hire private tutors for his children, made sure that they achieved a significant level of learning. Many of them went on to write books of their own, but he had a very poor feeling about the formal education at the time. But as a whole, he was a complete autodidact, studying everything in Talmud entirely on his own, with some long-time study partners, but with no teachers whatsoever. And you see it reflected in a lot of his scholarship. It's clear that he had a certain self-image, which was affirmed by his contemporaries that he was really a one-in-a-millennium kind of scholar. Even his critics recognized that he was a kind of scholar that you only get once every 1,000 years or so. In fact, if you consider traditional Jewish theology, there's this idea of a concept called Yerida Hadorot, the decline of the generations, that the closer you go back in time to the giving of Torah at Sinai, the greater level of spiritual sensitivity you will find in the generations. And that with each successive generation, there is a slow deadening of that sensitivity that results in a weakening of morale, a weakening of discipline, a weakening of the ability to penetrate the mysteries of the Torah. And as a result, there are certain kind of boundaries, like geologic boundaries, like the the Mesozoic age or something like that, or the Mesopotamian age, or who knows. But I'm making it. Well, I should just edit this out, right, Mr. Rodriguez? Yeah, I think I should. Okay. At any rate, so we have this idea that the older generations overrule any later generations. And to illustrate this, the Vilna Gaon, who was an Acharon, who lived in the latest period, he was considered of a high enough level that he could dispute a Tana, which means 2,000 years earlier. That his authority was so great, he could overrule Rashi, Tosfot, and in fact, he could quite often simply disregarded them and stated his own opinion, even though it was in complete contradiction to medieval opinions. I know that's a little bit kind of detailed for those of you who might not study Talmud extensively, but within the yeshiva world, the audacity of it is incredible. No one else got away with anything like that. Okay. So he married at age 18 to a woman named Kana, who would later bear him 8 children, most of whom survived to adulthood. She would die several decades later, and he would remarry Gittel. But almost immediately after their marriage, he went on one of his many frequent exiles. This was a favored feature of many of the great rabbis of that era, where they would simply take themselves and wander Europe anonymously for various purposes. And the Gaon never left a lot of details about why he did this, but typically these kinds of things were motivations for personal repentance, self-reflection. When you go someplace where you're not famous, not well known, then people don't give you the same kind of respect as you have in your hometown. It breaks complacency, things like this. In some cases, he went to see old rabbinic manuscripts to try it, because one of his major scholarly activities was amending texts. He believed quite often that there were errors in the Talmud, errors in the Midrash, printed versions, so on, and he would quite regularly simply remove passages, amend them, change them, and so on. Usually on the basis of manuscripts, but quite often simply on the basis of logic, that he would say, I don't believe the text is correct here, it has to be changed to meet this needs. So he wandered and he left his wife for very long periods of time, and throughout, he maintained a very, very arm's length distance from his children. One of his sons, Abraham, recounts a story about, it was Shlomo, I believe, recounts that, he was ill, the child was ill at some point, and the Vilna Gaon nevertheless picked up and went on one of his many journeys. And then when he came back and they asked, no, you're back so soon, he says, yes, I went into a Beit HaMerchatz, into a bathhouse, where it's forbidden to think about Torah. It's a place where you're not supposed to think about. And so since I'm not allowed to think about Torah, I thought about my family. I said, oh yeah, the kid, he was sick. I wonder how he's doing. And therefore he came back home. When I read this in one of the kind of glowing hagiographic biographies of the Gaon, there was a little footnote that says, essentially, kids, don't try this at home. We don't understand this kind of behavior, but nevertheless, it's a story that's repeated by the child himself and by many of his biographers, and it gives you a sense of how divorced he was entirely from even the realities of his own family. He used to quote a passage in the Talmud that says, for the sake of Torah, one must be like a raven to one's own children, meaning cruel and like tear yourself from them in order to immerse yourself in Torah. Again, a very hard value to totally understand, but we see that he applied it definitely to his own life. Now, during this period, he had Vilna's Jewish population was declining and was having extreme financial difficulties. But with his return in 1748, after quite a bit of wandering, with some periodic visits back home, that marks a turnaround in Vilna, which coincided with his rise to extreme prominence. So let's see, what do we got here? It was during this time that he sat himself down in Vilna. He received tremendous financial support from much of his family, his extended family. Contrary to popular opinion, it was not until near the end of his life did he receive any communal funds for his studies. He was privately supported by several family members in particular. And he sat down in this closed environment and spent all of his time focused on writing texts. He was especially interested in the ancient texts, and there was not a single bit of the Jewish corpus of literature that escaped his pen. He regularly wrote marginal notations, which indicated emendations of the texts I mentioned earlier, and very highly concise, with tremendously economical use of language, criticisms of the text, questions on the text, and to give you a sense of the kind of things he would write, he often didn't even write in full sentences. He would just write the reference marks to other passages elsewhere in Jewish literature, and if you went and looked up all those passages, then you would figure out the question that he had in mind, followed by the answer that he provides. So he didn't even bother fleshing it out for the reader. He assumed that if you are strong enough to read his writings, then you must have had an extremely advanced background just to be privileged to understand the questions. He was definitely not a populist, definitely not someone who reached out to the common person. His writings are really focused on scholars at a very high level. I myself have great difficulty studying the works of the Gaon. I have studied several of them long before I did research for this talk, and I find them highly cryptic, and I'm maybe a little bit above average in terms of my background, and it's still incredibly hard for me. There are people who do understand them, though. Not surprisingly, during his lifetime and in the 50 years after his passing, his images, like wood blocks and lithographs of the Gaon, were far better sellers than his books. Everybody wanted a picture of the Gaon in their home. Hardly anyone bought his books because they were just too complicated to understand. But he nevertheless served as an ideal, an image of what a Torah scholar was like. Okay, let me pause for a moment for questions, and I'll take a drink of coffee. Yes, please. Julie. His language, he wrote in Hebrew, rabbinic Hebrew, spoke Yiddish. There's some evidence that he knew German as well, and he once commissioned a translation of Euclid into Hebrew. He liked people who studied the classics from other languages, and he promoted the study of, for example, mathematics in Hebrew, or whatever language is accessible. Please. We will have time to talk about his stance on the Chassidim, definitely. That was a defining aspect of the last years of his life. Yes, please. Oh, wait. Hang on a second. Hard question coming. Okay, I'm ready.
One of your slides said that there were only 1,000 Jews
In the early 18th century.
So what attracted many more Jews later on when
So
Rabbi Rothschild, the number 30,000?
there was some persecution going on in Kovno. Actually, it didn't get anywhere near 30,000. We're still talking about, 4 digits. This is the 1800s. It's still quite small populations. But there was some persecution in Kovno nearby, and so there were a lot of refugees that began to stream into Lithuania, the Vilna at this time. Yes, please.
Mine is a simple question.
Uh-oh.
Can you cite an example of how he corrected the text of the Torah?
Well, he never corrected the text of the 5 books of Moses. For the Gaon, for most traditional rabbinic scholars, maybe Ibn Ezra is a possible exception. The Chumash, Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy is absolutely sacrosanct. There is not to be any correction or alterations to that text whatsoever. So he never corrected that. But everything else was fair game. The Mishnah, the Midrash, Talmud. So examples would be, off the top of my head, he would remove extraneous words. Like if something made sense without a couple of words, he would just pull those words out. Sometimes he would reverse the words. Oh, I know one offhand. It's coming up to Pesach. So on Pesach, there's a reference in the Haggadah to offering 2 different kinds of sacrifices. But the Gaon wrote, if it falls on Saturday night, then you reverse the order. Because on Saturday night in the temple, they would reverse the order of the sacrifices. So he added a little note on the side saying that this only applies during the weekday. That's off the top of my head. I hope that's a reasonable one. Okay, Ms. Abramson? Like, how did he get so famous? That's really a tough question to answer. I think it's because people were looking for a hero, and he was absolutely a hero. When it comes to the Torah, he was a giant of Torah. There was no one to come close to him. Here is a child, 7 years old. No one can teach him because he knows more than the teachers. What does that mean? That's like a Mozart at 2. This was our Mozart. Actually, Mozart was their Vilna Gaon. This is okay. Last question, Rabbi.
You mentioned that this man asked a very simple question.
Yeah, those are scary.
Simple question. Now, we have shots. Right? We have Talmud. Can you cite anything that changed in Talmud? Then I want to make a point.
If you don't mind, I'm gonna ship both of those. First of all, I can't cite one from the Talmud off the top of my head because I usually don't study the Hagos Agra Talmud. And in terms of points, I only have time for questions, so I think I'm going to pass.
I think it's a very important point.
I still have half an hour, though. Ask me after half an hour. I'll take one last question. I know. Please make your point in 30 minutes. I'll appreciate it, please. 8. Okay. Let's go weiter. Okay, here we are. So moving up. Now, his major contribution is the one that really was the turnaround that gave the Gaon tremendous popularity and, just simply cemented his reputation was a commentary called the Biur, which simply means in English, the commentary. It is a commentary on the Code of Jewish Law, the Shulchan Aruch, but it had a very interesting kind of focus that without fanfare completely altered the trajectory of learning as it had been expressed up until the 18th century. Specifically, the Vilna Gaon completely rejected the modality of study known as pilpul. It was very popular from the 13th to the 15th century in Poland in particular, and it had gone into an archaic and kind of vestigial stage by the 18th century. What was pilpul? Basically, the term in English means pepper, and it is a form of mental gymnastics where you start with the assumption that everything
has to absolutely fit together perfectly. Whether it is a 3rd century Mishnaic text, a 5th century Talmudic text, a 10th century passage in Rashi, a 13th century passage in Tosfot, everything has to magically intertwine, despite the fact that these are written over 1,000 years in many different climates by hundreds of different people. There's this basic idea. Everything has to fit properly. It's a very difficult proposition. But in Pilpul, what you'll say is you'll pose a question that exposes a contradiction, and then you will provide an answer that resolves that contradiction. But then you pose another question that challenges your solution, and so you propose another solution, and this can go on for 10, 12, 15 different questions. And by the end of it, your head is spinning, and you could have just started with the proposition that, you know what, they have different opinions, and maybe Rashba and Ritva simply don't agree. Why do you have to say that they agree bites into pretzels? The Vilna Gaon fed Pilpul, while it demonstrated tremendous mental acuity to create these kind of harmonies where they did not necessarily exist, the Vilna Gaon felt that we have to just stop all of that, and we have to go back to the text itself. What does it say? What is the actual truth of the statement? So the way he countered Pilpul was by completely ignoring it, refusing to engage in any kind of casuistry like this, and simply going straight to the text itself. So he did this primarily on the code of Jewish law by privileging the Talmud as its source. And I'll explain to you how this relationship here. So if you look at the Talmud and the codes, basically let's look at the 3 documents. The first one here is the Talmud, which we have talked about in previous classes, but just to give you a quick refresher, this is essentially a massive commentary on the Mishnah. It was written in Babylon in probably the 5th or 6th century, and it was based on oral testimonies that were memorized and then later committed to writing. There is a second Talmud written earlier in Israel, but it's not considered quite as authoritative. The Talmud is non-linear. It is not organized according to the Greek formulation that we're accustomed to, with chapters and headings, subheadings, and so on, kind of a logical flow of ideas. It's a long stream of consciousness document that can follow from one tangent to another tangent. Tangents are the norm rather than the, what's the opposite of the norm? Exception. Thank you, Bab. I appreciate that. And it's an incredibly complicated document that requires a tremendous amount of training in Aramaic, and it's a coded document, very, very terse language. So you have to memorize all kinds of specific little code phrases and fill in large. It's a very hard book to study. There was a tradition of medieval commentators. The Rashba and the Ritva are 2 commentators from the 13th century who are especially important, that basically follow this approach of just trying to break it down and understand what is the text saying, but they were ultimately ignored as Pilpul developed in the Ashkenazic world. Pilpul was also heavily dependent on study of the codes, which had really displaced the Talmud as the principal source of learning at this time. Now, what are the codes? Since the Talmud is, by our Western sensibilities, very disorganized, there's no, it is highly organized, but just not in a way that we understand it.
Welcome.
The laws are.
Hey, you've got to be 18 to be in here.
And,
Take care. Bye. You're good.
There was an attempt to collect all this information.
That's cool, but you've got to be 18. Take care, buddy.
You can look up anything you want.
You're okay.
By following the index or the table of contents. The Talmud, of course, has no table of contents. That would be kind of absurd. And the index would be as big as the book itself, because everything is scattered about throughout the text. So these codes, the most famous of which was the code written by Rabbi Yosef Karo, the Shulchan Aruch, is an attempt to take all of this massive amount of information in the Talmud and then put it in a much more logical format. During the 15th century, in particular in Poland, Talmud was hardly studied at all, and the codes received vastly more attention. The Talmud was consulted only to kind of like support the whole Pilpulistic enterprise, and it simply was considered a secondary document altogether. Even though some of the most important commentaries, like the Beis Yosef on the
tour also focused on the Talmud really became kind of the stepchild of the entire process. The Gaon steps in. He writes this commentary called the Biur, which is on the code, the Shulchan Aruch, which has become the canonized text, but he clearly links it directly back to the Talmud. And he shows how every single word in the Shulchan Aruch is completely and totally dependent on a proper understanding of the Talmudic text. Without a proper understanding of the simple meaning of the Talmudic text, leave all that philpholistic argument aside, you will not understand the codes. And by connecting the codes so powerfully to their source document, he generated a tremendous amount of enthusiasm for going back to this source, the Talmud, and re-energized the study that had really lain dormant for about 500 years. This initiated a whole new movement towards going back to the sources, a critical attitude towards the text that in many ways, as Eliyahu Stern argues in his biography, created a more modernizing, rational element in traditional Orthodox Judaism. Rather than engaging in this kind of demonstration of your mental abilities by creating things that everybody knows are fictions, the Gaon said, let's get back and understand exactly what does it say in the text and why does it say it this way, and then we'll move on to the next topic. Much more modern attitude towards the text than any others. So this really was a revolution in learning, and it was when he began to accept students, when he emerged from his solitude, that the impact was really felt. Now, this was around 1758, when his father passed away. Up until this time, his relative Eliyahu Peseles was supporting him, and his father, who was also a Talmudic scholar. And when his father passed away, the son, Eliyahu, the Gaon, received his father's share, so suddenly he had more material wealth. And as the Mishnah says, "Im ein kemach, ein Torah," if there is no material support, there will be no for a study. The Gaon was able to leverage some of this additional material support to increase his study of Torah, and in fact, he began at this mature stage to take in students. One of the assets that he received at this time was a study hall or a klois, kind of like a small Beit Midrash that was situated in highly desirable downtown Jewish Vilna. Like they say, the Vilna Gaon always used to say location, location, location. I just made that up. He didn't actually say that, but right next to the synagogue of Vilna, he had his study hall. So he was clearly identified with the core of the Jewish population. And at this point, as we mentioned earlier, the population had grown threefold, partially as a result of the refugees coming in from Kovno. But finally, now that he has a real formal place to study, rather than a small room in his apartment, he began to accept students, and he had dozens of students who would come to him and be bewildered by what he had to say, but nevertheless absorbed fractional elements of his teachings. So, and this also coincided with the economic recovery of the Jewish community. So these two things, the prestige of the Gaon attracting more attention and more population and more support, and also the increased wealth of this large growing community created a circular effect, a kind of a ratchet effect where there was more Torah and more money circulating at the same time. Late in his life, because the community recognized him as the principal celebrity that was really bringing in a lot of attention to Vilnius, the Kehila, the official organized community, began to give a stipend to the Gaon, primarily to maintain his klois and his students, but he was bitterly criticized for receiving essentially a support from the community taxes, but we will perhaps get back to that shortly. Now, it's at this time in his life when he slowly begins to get involved a little bit more in the outside world. And I'm going to pick on two specific aspects of his interaction with the outside world. These are perhaps the most famous. The second is going to be his relationship to the Hasidic movement. But perhaps more telling of who the Gaon was is the relationship he had with the the Hirsch-Wolf affair. It basically went like this. You have to understand that the Gaon at this point, again, no official position whatsoever. He's not the rabbi of the synagogue. He's not the head of the yeshiva. He's just an independent scholar that is universally recognized as being brilliant beyond bounds. And so when he speaks, he's like considered untouchable in terms of he's incorruptible because he has no relationship with any power base whatsoever. He also was disdainful of the organized community when he felt that would be appropriate. So his voice was extremely influential. And it happened that the son of the newly elected head of the Kehillah walked into a Catholic church age 17, and he converted to Christianity. This was a bit of a shanda, the son of one of the wealthy members of the community, the president of the Kehillah, walks into a church and converts. We don't know exactly why. Stern says it could have been teenage ennui, it could have been all kinds of things, but at any rate, it was a shanda. So the head of the Kehillah sat down with the Gaon, and they worked out a plan in which several months later, they bribed another young Jewish man who had converted to Christianity, a guy named Piatowski, and they
You gotta go, buddy.
make friends with this young man Hirsch, and to then take him out of the monastery for a walk around town. As soon as they got him out of the monastery, they jumped him, they kidnapped him, and they spirited him away to kind of convince him of the error of his ways, which ultimately they were able to do. However, this was obviously not taken well by the church, who felt very badly about this idea of here is a Christian convert who has been kidnapped by Jews. What's going on? I should mention, by the way, in this context, that this is a very, very difficult period of time for the Jews, where
how are you?
Widespread kidnapping of children by Catholic priests or by zealous Catholic lay people. The most horrific story of which is that of Edgardo Mortara, shown here, who was a 6-year-old boy, 8-year-old perhaps at the time, and this is later, this is already in the 19th century. He was living in Bologna, Italy, and he was ill when he was a 2-year-old boy, and so a very well-meaning Catholic maid was worried that young Edgardo would die of his fever, and so therefore she performed an emergency baptism on the young child. And the child recovered. Now, an emergency baptism was considered acceptable to the church at that time, taking some holy water from the church and then sprinkling on his forehead and pronouncing a certain formula, and then the child recovered. Nothing happened, but a few years later, when the child was about 6 or 7 years old, she happened to mention to the grocer, oh, by the way, yeah, I performed an emergency baptism on little Edgardo. And word of this got to the Inquisition, and the Inquisition showed up at the door of the Mortara home, and they took the child away, and he was never returned to the family. At age 19, he was emancipated from the church, but he had elected to become a Catholic priest on his own accord at that point. But these kinds of stories were happening throughout Europe, where children were, on the flimsiest of pretexts, simply being removed from their families. And it was something that was great pain to the Jewish community. So returning to the Hirsch affair, they kidnapped him. They smuggled him away, and ultimately he decided not to, rescind his newfound Catholicism. But the Catholic Church was quite upset, and they rightly suspected the Gaon of being involved in this affair, because nothing could happen in the Jewish community without the Gaon, giving his stamp of approval to it by this point. So they interrogated him, and the interrogators report that he behaved with the arrogance of a head of state, meaning completely refusing to even acknowledge their presence, and being completely, like Malchus, like kingship, refusing to even discuss the affair with them. He and the father, the head of the community, were jailed as a result. It happened to be during the holiday of Sukkot, and the Gaon held the opinion that one should sleep in a sukkah at that time, and since he was, of course, in jail and unable to sleep in a sukkah, it said that he remained awake all night, pacing the pacing the walls of his cell to try and avoid sleeping outside of the sukkah. Of course, the holiday of Sukkot is 8 days. I don't know exactly how he managed it, but he was jailed for quite a while, and ultimately they released him for lack of evidence. A few months later, it happens that they found the other young man, the one that they had bribed, and they arrested him, and he was jailed for several months, and he had to suffer public flogging every Friday, 100 lashes for his crime. But anyway, this is one indication of how the Gaon got involved in a single issue, hatched the plan was successful, and he was willing to take the rap for it by going to jail. More seriously, however, in more lasting impact is his relationship with the early Hasidic movement. This is an image of a very famous, iconic image of Rabbi Zalman of Liadi, a younger contemporary of the Vilna Gaon, the founder of the Chabad movement. We spoke about him a couple of weeks ago, known as the Alter Rebbe. So the Vilna Gaon had, to put it mildly, a very critical attitude towards the Hasidic movement. Prior to my research for this class, I had always thought that the Gaon had kind of like an arm's length relationship to it, and he didn't approve, but he did not get very enthusiastic about describing the movement. That was something really that his students really got involved in, and I have to take that back. It seems that, he did engage in quite a bit of polemic against the Hasidic movement. Certainly not the worst offender by far, something that even his detractors recognized, but he had a very harsh and critical view towards the Hasidic movement that was, really a core element of his waning years. What was his problem with this highly popular movement? There are several issues, and we talked about them a little bit in the class in the Alter Rebbe, but I think the three that are most significant for us are the following, in ascending order. The one charge is that they were Sabbateans, meaning they were followers of Sabbatai Tzvi, the disgraced 17th century false Messiah. This is a charge that was widely believed that the early Hasidim were engaging in all kinds of antinomian behavior, very non-halachic, non-legal behavior in the Jewish law, and this was all aspects of the teachings of Sabbatai Tzvi. Later, it would be, of course, demonstrated without doubt that they were not followers of Sabbatai Tzvi, but in the 18th century, there was still quite a bit of confusion over this issue, and the Gaon was very concerned that they represented a resurgence of this movement. There were, to be sure, certain early Hasidim who had quite exuberant expressions of their understanding of the movement that were highly questionable. For example, now a lot of us we only read from the critics of the Hasidic movement, so it's hard to know whether or not this is really true. But for example, one early Hasidic leader is the student who has taught his students that one should feel the desire for. Wait a second. It's okay. Is that a ringtone? Oh, so it just went on. Okay, you have to be careful when you criticize the Hasidic movement. Anything can happen. But how did it go? So one of the main goals of the Hasidic movement is Dveikut, as Gershom Scholem has really emphasized, closeness with God, cleaving to God. And you have to invest yourself completely in your relationship, unio mystica with God. So one of the early Hasidic leaders, as is reported by the detractors, taught that when praying, Hasidim should imagine God as a naked woman. And that's wow, that's not exactly what my Bubby taught me to think about when I was davening, right? So these kinds of things, the Vilna Gaon was very concerned about and wanted to put his foot down. The antinomian behavior, the disregard for certain communal norms in areas such as time of prayer, method of kosher slaughter. We talked about them quite a bit in that other lecture, so I won't go over them now. But perhaps the most important philosophical challenge that the Gaon objected to was the relative neglect of Torah study. We have to recall that for the Gaon, Torah was everything. Torah was the world, even to the exclusion of what we consider normative affection for one's children. Torah was everything. And the Gaon, by the way, was was never one to mince words when it came to thinking about the prioritization of Torah. For example, at one point he attempted unsuccessfully to emigrate to Israel, or at least to visit Israel. It didn't work out. But on his way, he wrote his wife a will, an ethical will, saying, okay, these are what the things you've got to take care of. Essentially, if I die, if I don't make it back, make sure you raise the children this way and so on. And one of the things he says, for example, is don't go to shul. Because when you go to shul, people are just saying Lashon Hara and they're not concentrating on davening. He says it's better for you to sit at home alone than to go to shul. You know, so he has no problem telling people what he thinks, even if they're contrary to the norms. But he felt that the Hasidim were neglecting Torah, and that was not going to be, a good recipe for success. He refused repeatedly to meet with delegations from the Hasidim to consider their, apologies or to consider their explanations of their attitude. And in general, he completely shut off the Hasidic movement and did not see it as a valuable phenomenon whatsoever. Now, the irony of all of this is that his own social exclusion led him to misread Hasidism as a Sabbatean movement and perhaps to underestimate its much larger impact on the Jewish people, because after all, here we are 200 odd years later, and the Hasidic movement is huge and growing and very vibrant, and it's hard to say that they're not mainstream within the larger Orthodox camp. So his social isolation could, on the one hand, cause him to misread that, and at the same time, his opposition and his stature meant that the Hasidim got their own act together as well, because they said, look, if someone like the Gaon is opposing us, we had better meet those challenges. So ironically, the Alter Rebbe shown here, his movement, which later became Chabad, is perhaps the most Torah-centered of many of the Hasidic movements, less dependent on charismatic leaders, more emphasis on traditional Torah study. The Gaon, ironically, brought them closer to his own norms by his opposition. So what ended up happening? It devolved terribly shortly after the death of the Gaon in 1797 with the involvement of the Russian authorities. At this point, it's recognized by everyone, including Rabbi Shneur Zalman, who was jailed because of the anti-Hasidic movement that was spearheaded by the Gaon. It was recognized by everyone that the Gaon never wanted to involve non-Jewish authorities. He was of a very strong opinion that secular courts should never be consulted on internal Jewish affairs, but this is ultimately what happened. The region of Poland-Lithuania fell apart in the 18th century for reasons which are too complex for us to go into, but Poland was divided between its three neighbors in three successive partitions. Vilnius here was taken over by Russia, along with what would be White Russia or Lithuania and right bank Ukraine and a little bit more of the region of Belarus. These areas were taken over by Russia, and so at the end of the Vilna Gaon's life, the Jews of Lithuania found themselves under Russian authority. The Russians had no conception of any of these internal politics, especially because there were no Jews in Russia before 1772 at all. It was closed to Jews, and suddenly these Russian authorities were confronted with a really intense battle between the followers of the Gaon, who became known as Mitnagdim, or opponents, and the Hasidim. And it went to this man, Mikhail Kutuzov, who was more famous in world history by being the general that defeated Napoleon. Together with his colleague General Winter, they were able to take down Napoleon in his advance into Russia, made famous in Tolstoy's War and Peace. So anyways, this guy Kutuzov, he's the Russian governor of Lithuania, because he doesn't look Jewish exactly here. And in 1798, what happens is there's this man named Yehuda ben Eliyahu, who is a chassid, who complains that to the governor that the traditional Mitnagdim in Vilna are abusing the Hasidim in town, that they're not treating them properly. So he hears this complaint, and Kutuzov is trying to figure out, first of all, this is the first time we got Jews in the country, and second of all, I'm getting this complaint that one group is treating another group badly. Okay, so he didn't do too much about it. But then what happens is in 1800, 2 years later, Victor Ben Chaim, who was the Mitznagdik chief rabbi of Pinsk, he writes this long diatribe to the Tsar, Peter I, saying, and it's a long theological, economic polemic, saying that the whole thing that's wrong is those Hasidim, and they are representing a very corrosive element, and they are contrary to the Tsar's wishes. They're going to undermine the authority of the Tsar, and so on. So since the Tsar gets this treatise in the mail, he sends a note to Kutuzov and says, could you please look into it and straighten out what is going on with those Jewish people, and what do they call them? Hasidim? Yeah, Hasidim too, but who are they? Right, go find out. And so Kutuzov gets involved in this, and he arrests people left and right. And this is when the Alter Rebbe was arrested. Kutuzov can't figure out, like, what is this all about? Why, you know? And he says this: nobody ever paid attention to these fights before, and they have some really bizarre interrogations of these rabbis in prison. Ultimately, they end up releasing them because, what can you do? It's just an internal fight over religious doctrine, but it's certainly, cemented the fissure, or I shouldn't say that, it certainly widened the cleavage between the Hasidic and the Lithuanian movement, and that is still felt and even commemorated to this day. For example, the Chabad movement celebrates Yud Tet Kislev, the 19th of the month of Kislev, as the anniversary of the release of the Alter Rebbe from prison. Okay. One last detail, and then we're going to close. I'm sorry, I might be a couple minutes late tonight. The last major impact that the Gaon had was the establishment of the yeshiva in Volozhin. This was actually established by his principal student, Rabbi Chaim, who I'd like to speak about, God willing, maybe next year. And the Gaon said that basically the way we are institutionalizing our learning is not very effective. The students would come and they would have what they call Essentag, where they would not have any formal.
Yo, dog, I told you can't be here.
Be begging off different families for particular days of the week.
Dog, you're gonna get kicked out now if you don't leave.
It was very undignified and so on. They were highly dependent on funds from the Kehillah, from donors and so on. He said to his student, you have to set up a formal institution of learning, a school, which finds a way to collect tuition or donations to support the students, and it should be independent from everybody. It's a very modernizing kind of idea. It should not be dependent on the community. It should not be dependent on a particular rabbi. It should be an institution for Torah alone. And in fact, when it was at its heyday, it practiced 24-hour Torah study, 364 days of the year. Just Tisha B'Av was a little different, but they literally studied all night. They would make sure there was always shifts of students studying in this institution. And this is called the Avi HaYeshivot, the father of all the modern yeshivot that really take their cue from the Gaon's institutional thinking. Hang on a sec, Judith. I'm just going to finish up, and then I'll pause and take questions. I'd like to hear the rabbi's point. So the legacy of the Gaon, complicated. We see that his method of Torah study and his amazing singularity of focus created a sort of a bright spot in the sky that achieved really a kind of a northern star for modern Jewry. The Vilna Gaon is celebrated across the Jewish spectrum as a genius of incredible proportions, and really set the bar for young children like myself before my grandmother, saying Vilna Gaon. If you want to, you can be like the Vilna Gaons. A tremendous meritocracy of intellect that really became deeply embedded in Jewish culture. He also, founded the whole yeshiva movement, which we mentioned briefly at the end of the class, but not at the expense of his opposition to the Hasidic movement, which was quite intense and got even worse in the decade after he passed away. A complex figure, we may find it very difficult to relate to him on a human level, but certainly in the panoply of Jewish personalities over time, he dwarfs even Einstein in his greatness, and we have to be indebted to him for the impact he's had on Jewish culture. I thank you very much for your patience and attention. Mr. Rodriguez will cut this off, and I can take some questions because I know I've put some people on hold. Thank you. Well, thanks to the ingenuity of Mr. Rodriguez, it looks like we will have the presentation. Look at that. It is going to come up there. Hopefully we'll get it right. We're still fiddling a little bit with the image, but our topic tonight is a fascinating one. We're going to look at the life and works of Rabbi Shneur Zalman of Liadi, a very important individual who is the founder of the Chabad Hasidic movement. The only tricky thing is I don't have an image of it, so I'll have to turn around and look backwards as I do this. Okay, I have a feeling this one is not going to last. Yeah, but hopefully you'll enjoy it tonight. Oh, look at that, making progress. We got some color there, right? Okay, so now you're going to have to push the little arrow button to go to the first slide. Okay. The arrow button on the right-hand side that you don't see. Just touch the right-hand. No. Just touch the right-hand side of your screen. There we go. Okay, we're moving, and it's blank. Touch it again. Okay. There we go. Here he is. The Alter Rebbe. Touch it twice more, please, and then stop. Okay. So the figure we're looking at. This is the iconic image of him. I'm sure you've seen it. So many other representations. In fact, one of the fascinating aspects of the Chabad movement, which is fundamentally a modern movement, it's an 18th century movement, is that they were one of the earliest Jewish movements to really capitalize on the iconic value of imagery. And one of my colleagues at Sherrill College in New York wrote a brilliant thesis on the visual culture of Chabad, in which they really capitalized on the power of having a physical image of a particular Rebbe or a symbol, logos, and so on to carry their message across. This is a very famous image of our subject tonight, very ethereal kind of expression, looking upwards to the sky, very saintly kind of image, the long beard and so on. And what I find especially fascinating is we happen to have in this synagogue a direct descendant of the Alter Rebbe. Would you please show us a picture of him, Mr. Rodriguez? There he is, Rabbi Aryeh Citron, who is a phenomenal Talmud Chacham. He's one of the main Baalei Korah here who reads the Torah. And as you can see from this image, he looks a lot like his ancestor, the same kind of shape of face and beard, and the kind of the upraised eyebrows. I really enjoy seeing the two of them here. Just touch it one more time. There we go. Rabbi Aryeh Citron. So you can, and he's also, by the way, a very refined person with very, very gentle and sophisticated characteristics. His interpersonal relations are great. So you can really see the echoes of the Rebbe in this descendant. But that's our topic for tonight. His years are, of course, 1745 to 1812, a period of tremendous change in, you got to do both things, right? One hand on the camera, one hand there. By the way, shout out to Latvia. I was going to show everyone the statistics on Latvia lately, but the 19th century, the turn of the 19th century, when the Rebbe lived, was an extremely complex and difficult time politically for that period, for that part of the world. And Jews were caught up in some of the most significant geopolitical events of several hundred years. Give us a next slide, please. The most significant element to begin with were the partitions of Poland. Poland was an independent country at this time, but it was very weak. They had a remarkably democratic form of government with the rather absurd rerum veto that allowed the government to be kept at a standstill based on the will of a single individual in the large chamber called the Sejm. And they were paralyzed with indecision largely because of their commitment to respect the will of every single nobleman who had a position in the government. As a result, the three far more powerful neighbors of Poland, that is to the west, Germany, to the southwest, Austria, and to the east, Russia, so depicted here, you see Catherine the Great on the left and the Austrian and German officials, they simply decided to carve up the whole Poland between the three of them. Largely without much violence, they simply said Poland is too weak to exist. We will each take a chunk of Poland for our own countries. Next slide, please. So you can see that Poland here was successively divided in three partitions, which removed the Jews from Polish control, where they had lived with great peace and harmony from the 12th century until the 18th, and suddenly gave Russia the world's largest single concentration of Jews, which was great for the availability of Chinese food, but was a tremendous challenge to the Russian government because they had, since 1479, declared the entire country Judenrein, free of Jews, and so they had to come up with a lot of legislation to learn how to cope with this massive influx of Jews. Yes, Judith?
Sorry, but because of my short sight,
Yes.
Were they taking this large concentration of Jews? And the question is, why do they take that particular segment? If you're carving it up, why take this one?
So it's obvious. They took the part that was geographically closest to them. So they moved from Russia westward. That's why. So it would not make sense for Russia to take, the Congress Poland way over here at first.
I can see why they took it up.
Everybody takes as much as they can. Yeah.
Was it particularly fertile farmland?
To the south, yes. This is Ukraine, breadbasket of Europe. So the right bank of the Dnieper is also very heavily populated by Jews. They're running a Latifundia for the Polish noblemen and so on. So it's an interesting time, and in another context, I would talk more about the politics of it. Catherine II was an unusual Tsarina who decided to extend a tremendous amount of rights to Jews at the time. But for the Jews living there, and our specific topic, just understand that it's a tremendous political shift. Great political change at the time. One more big change. Go ahead. I'm pointing at you. That means, yeah, you've got to operate. Of course, this is the area of the Napoleonic invasion of Russia. This is a picture showing Napoleon in retreat. Russia eventually defeats the French invasion. They had a brilliant soldier known as General Winter. Russia, France overcommitted itself to the invasion of the massive territory, and were simply under the scorched earth policy that the Russians used. They trapped the French army, and they starved as they tried to retreat out of the country. And all this happened within the context of the Rebbe's life, and he's trying to articulate a revolution that is just as impressive within Judaism at the same time. I'm going to pause on the questions. I'm starting late, so I think I'm going to talk a little more first. So let's understand, first of all, place them in context. Rabbi Shneur Zalman of Liadi is one of the most prominent Hasidic leaders. He's in the crucial third generation leadership, which follows from the Baal Shem Tov. Let's zoom in on the Baal Shem Tov, please, for a second. So the Baal Shem Tov is an interesting figure. If you go on the website, you'll see I've got a lecture on him alone, but just to speak about him for a few moments to place it in context, he was an itinerant preacher from southwestern Ukraine, southern Poland, and he advocated a broadcasting of Kabbalistic doctrines to the relatively uneducated masses of Jews living in the intellectually impoverished regions of Ukraine and Poland. He was called the Baal Shem Tov. His real name was Israel ben Eliezer. He was called the Baal Shem Tov because there was a large movement of popular religious practitioners called Baalei Shem. That's a plural. Baal Shem is the singular. And what that essentially means in English is an amulet maker. A person would have a difficulty, and we're talking now about a region where there are not a lot of yeshivas, not a lot of the center of Talmudic scholarship is far away in Lithuania. You would have a problem with your business, with your marriage, trying to find a shidduch, trying to have a baby, all kinds of things. You would go to one of these itinerant preachers, and you would pay a certain amount of money, and they would write for you a handwritten amulet, usually invoking the names of various angels and Kabbalistic discussions. And you would take that amulet, you would put it under your bed, or put it in your hat band, or put it in different places, and it would be like a segula. It would be kind of like a good luck charm kind of thing. And it was like a very, very popular thing that Jews did, and still do to this day. If you go to any Judaica bookstore, you'll see that they'll have little laminated cards if they have 100 of them, then 90 of them are for Parnassa, and the other 10 are for everything else. But Jews do such things. And of course, the hand, with the eye in the middle, it's all in that same family of activity. However, as you can imagine, a lot of these Baalei Shem were not especially reputable. Snake oil salesmen who were making a living by cheating people through various devices. And these Sivulot were not considered worthwhile at all. By the way, the tradition goes all the way back into the Talmud of using such amulets. Kameot is the Hebrew or Aramaic term. And there's a distinction drawn really from the earliest sources between Kameot that are effective and may be used, and others that are just, garbage, and it's a waste of time and money and inappropriate. So, as they say in Yiddish, plus Tashalosh, plus Lemem shows in the 18th century, you have a lot of people who are selling these things, but one of them stood out above the rest. That was the Baal Shem Tov, right? The good Baal Shem, who was known to be highly intelligent, known to be highly learned, known to be deeply spiritual, and his amulets were considered far more efficacious. He eventually rose to a position of some prominence in the town of Medjugorje. Now let's go on one more. The Baal Shem Tov, or acronym is Besht, died approximately the year 1760. He had several disciples, the most significant of which, in terms of carrying on the tradition of leadership and inculcating future students, was the Maggid of Mezrich, who died in 1772. The Maggid left behind 5 principal students who, in their own way, set 5 distinct paths of Hasidic thought. We'll explain what Hasidic thought is briefly. But of those 5 students, the one who is our subject is the youngest of them, Rabbi Shneir Zalman of Liadi. So that's essentially placing him within the chain of Hasidic tradition. The Baal Shem Tov is considered the founder of this movement. The Maggid is his principal student. And then of the 5 principal students of the Maggid, we have Shneir Zalman. Okay. Now, this is placed within the context of the so-called misnagdim, or opponents. So-called because they opposed the innovations that Hasidism represented. The misnagdim, of course, did not have that name until the Hasidic movement existed, such that they could oppose it. Otherwise, they were known as Litvaks, or Lithuanians, who are also known, as I think I've told you in the past, for their cold rationality, their wry sense of humor, their superior fashion sense, and a few other elements which are specifically associated with the northern Lithuanian Jews. Their greatest leader was the Vilna Gaon, shown here. Zoom in. You can touch the. There we go. The Vilna Gaon, Rabbi Eliyahu Kramer of Lithuania, a genius who died in 1797. He was some 25 years older than our subject, Rabbi Shneir Zalman, and they had a significant amount of debate that was conducted primarily in the press and primarily by their students. Despite the wishes of the younger Rabbi Shneir Zalman for an open discussion with the Vilna Gaon, this never occurred. And in fact, if you look in Hasidic literature, you'll often find, for example, on the back of the books, when they chronicle the life of Rabbi Shneir Zalman, they'll say, another invitation rejected by the Vilna Gaon. When Rabbi Shneir Zalman tries to meet the Vilna Gaon, he says, no, it's a turning point. To be rejected by the Vilna Gaon is Oicha Greisazach, also a great thing. So when the Hasidic movement really got underway in the last couple of decades of the 18th century, the Lithuanians, the traditional Talmudic Jews, had several points of contention against the Hasidic movement. Very, very severe and nasty debates, which are, I think, really unparalleled for most of Jewish history. It's very rare that you have debates that are this hot for this long. And let's talk about the issues. So some of the issues were, first of all, a great fear that the Hasidic movement represented a resurgence of the the Sabbatean movement. You recall in the 17th century, Shabbatai Tzvi proclaimed himself the Messiah, also a brilliant Talmudist and Kabbalist, but mentally unstable. Believed that he could levitate, believed that he had supernatural powers, and he garnered a remarkably large following, perhaps in part because of the demoralizing factors of the Khmelnytsky rebellion that occurred about a dozen years earlier. But so many Jews were completely taken up with Shabbatai Tzvi's message, and they felt, this is it. The Geula has finally occurred. We are going to be redeemed. We're going back to Israel. And when he finally presented himself to the Ottoman Sultan and said, I'd like to have Israel back now because we're going to inhabit it and initiate the Messianic age, the Sultan offered that he should either have his head removed or he should convert to Islam, which Shabbatai Tzvi promptly did. And that was the end of the movement, except for a small portion of Jews who decided to follow him into Islam, constituting a separate sect known as the Dunmeh, who exist right up to the 20th century. At any rate, Shabbatai Tzvi's shadow extended far into the 18th century, as many Jews were worried that his doctrines of Kabbalah were quite noxious, corrosive, dangerous to the traditional status quo. Figures none lesser than, for example, none greater than the Ramchal, Rabbi Moshe Chaim Luzzatto, were influenced by Shabbatai Tzvi, but unfairly accused of seeking to promote Shabbatai Tzvi's agenda, and were pursued as a result of the fact that they read some of the books associated with the Sabbatean movement. So the Lithuanians felt that perhaps this Hasidic movement, its tremendously populist attitude, its reliance on magical aspects of Judaism, certainly the entire mystical tradition, which heretofore had been reserved only for the elite scholars, they felt that this represented a very dangerous breach in the wall of traditionalism and would ultimately bring a downfall of the Jewish people. But more specific elements of contention involve the antinomian attitudes of the Hasidic movement. The antinomian means against the law. Nomos is like law or norm. And there's so many ways in which the Hasidim deviated from standard norms. To give you a couple of examples, traditional Lithuanian Judaism, I'll ask a question to the group here. When you're studying Talmud, there's always one question that comes before anything else. Whatever subject you're studying in traditional Lithuanian Talmud, there's one question that comes up first. What is that question? Give you an example. It says you have to fast on Yom Kippur. What's the first question? No, the Talmud doesn't ask why. How long? Excellent. That's it. What is the shiur? What is the measurement? You say you have to fast on Yom Kippur. Okay, how long is Yom Kippur? When is Yom Kippur? What does fasting mean? Am I allowed to have a sip of water? Am I allowed to have like a pill? Does intravenous feeding? We want to know the shear, the measurement of it. That's the first question the Talmud asks, never why. It says, okay, we have this mitzvah to do. How long is it? How big is it? Who is required? Who's not required? Etc. That's really the Talmud is all about that question. So one of those big issues is we have to pray 3 times a day. And so we define those times of prayer, morning, afternoon, and evening prayers, Shachris, Mincha, Maariv. You recall the joke about the first 3 clergymen in outer space, right? Good. Okay, so I won't repeat it. Okay. I want to repeat it, but I won't. It's a joke therapy. Anyways, so one of the things is the traditional Lithuanians are very makbid, particular on times of prayer. So much so that, they used to take out their iPhones and they would open up their apps and they would say, for example, let's look at today's Zmanim. They got their little Siddur app, right? I remember when I was one of the first people to have a Siddur on my Trio, which is like a primitive iPhone from the 20th century, if you recall those. And I was once at a conference, and I was praying from my phone, and people thought that was weird. Then it started to ring. my Siddur ring. So here we go. The earliest time you can put on Talis and Tefillin now is 6:15 and 28 seconds in the morning. The latest time you can say the Shema prayer, according to the Magen Avraham, is 9 hours, 11 minutes, and 55 seconds into the day. The latest time you can put on tefillin is 10 o'clock and 19 minutes. Like, we're really big into these times. That's a really traditional Lithuanian way to be. You have to pray within these windows of opportunity. The Hasidim said, no, that's ridiculous. You know, you drag yourself out of bed in the morning. You're still hungry. You're still groggy. You schlep all the way to young Israel. You shuckle away, but no one's paying attention. All you're thinking about is breakfast and stuff like that. That's not the way to daven. The Hasidim said what you should do: get a good rest, have a little bit of a bite to eat. That's another thing. The Ashkenazim tradition don't eat before prayer. Just drinking like coffee or tea to wake you up, but otherwise no. But you know, you're so hungry, you're going to be thinking about food and daven. Better, you should go to synagogue, settle your mind, even if it's later. You think God cares if it's later? He wants you to pray properly. And so, on the one hand, this represented kind of like a much more emphasis on the spirituality of prayer. But on the other hand, it's antinomian. It's a new time. You're setting up some. These are not the rules, you know. You can't call it baseball if you shorten the distance between the bases. So there was a lot of argument about these things. The Hasidim will retort, if the point is to cut down the trees, give the woodsman a chance to sharpen his axe. Give him the opportunity to prepare his instrument so he can do the task properly. Two different points of view. Kosher slaughter. New technologies evolved that fed into this fight. For example, up until this point, slaughtering was done with cast iron knives, right? Remember cast iron, those big pans and stuff like that? And it was a big deal to sharpen a cast iron knife. So Shoftim used to basically put up with the fact that to get the knife sharp was a really, really hard thing. And so if it was a little duller, that was okay. Even though that might mean that when the animal's being slaughtered, it involves pressure on the neck, which normally would invalidate a slaughter. The fact is, it's very, very hard to get it so sharp. In the 19th century, steel knives became available, which were far easier to sharpen. You know, our knives today are stainless steel. They're far easier to sharpen, which is much better. You can make it really sharp. You don't have to press in the animal's neck. But the thing is, when they're that sharp, very easy for them to become damaged. And if the knife has the slightest nick in it, that tears the animal's neck and also renders the animal unkosher. So the Lithuanians want to stick with the old technology, the old knives. The Hasidim said, no, we're going to the new knives. And so all of a sudden you have a separate type of shechita called Hasidic shechita, Hasidic slaughter. An argument, we'll see it has economic aspects. Another example, the attitude to learning, very important. Again, remember that in Lithuania, there's a huge emphasis on the meritocracy of learning, on the idea that everyone has an opportunity to gain status through Torah. You'll recall, I think I've said this not too long ago, there are 3 ways to get status in the Jewish community, right? What's the first way to get status? Money, always, right? Money works. Kesef Yanes Akol, says Koheles. Money answers everything. The second way to get status, marry well, right? Or be born well, right? If you have lineage, yichus, if you have your important Bovi and important Zedi, so on, that's another. But the only way to get status, which is devoid of your own merits possibly, is through learning. Or I should say it like this, the other way around. If you don't have money and you are not well born, then the only way to get ahead is through learning, which is what Jews did tremendously in Lithuania, but in southern Poland and in Ukraine, it was not happening. So this movement, the Hasidic movement, which was very populist, had charismatic rabbis who reached out to the people, and so many Jews felt, I don't have to put the energy into learning. I should put my energy into attachment to my Rebbe. I'm going to be a very devoted follower of my Rebbe. He will do the learning for me. I will just do what he says. And that was one of, look at this, my computer might be starting up. No, it just shut down. No, it's coming back. Oh, well. Okay. So that, and the argument there was, the Lithuanians saying, no, you can't rely on the Rebbe. You have to be your own man in Torah. The Litvak said, as it were, what do I need a Rebbe for? I have a sefer. Why do I need a rabbi? I have a book. And the Hasidim said, what do I need a book for? I have a Rebbe. Now, the role of the Rebbe as a whole was also very complicated. Many of the Litvaks felt that the Rebbe acquired a kind of heretically inappropriate status for the average Chassid, and that the Hasidim regarded as Rebbe as almost angelic in nature, and that someone that you could pray to. This was definitely a perversion of Hasidic doctrine, but nevertheless, it was one of those issues that divided the two communities dramatically. So these are the kind of fights that are happening. There is an important, Mr. Rodriguez, economic aspect to it. There's always an economic aspect. We should recall that in the 18th century, most of Jews in this region lived within manor communities, manor towns that were owned by a Polish nobleman, and it was entirely possible for a person to buy the position of chief rabbi of the town. You could purchase it. You could actually simply put in a bid and say, if I get this job, then I will pay the nobleman X amount of dollars every month. Do you think it's worth it going over to the computer? No. Okay, so we'll stick with your, thank you for having your iPhone there, Mr. Rodriguez. And this meant that you would have, and now why would a rabbi want to do this? Why would a person who might not even be a rabbi, why would they want to do this? Influence, power, right? But even before that, money. Thank you, Estelle. It's always money, right? The Abramson rule of history. Because they would then get a revenue stream from the kosher meat tax, from synagogue dues, from a whole host of things where a rabbi could, he make an investment, get the position, then he's got the shtela, and he would collect all of these funds. What happens, however, if a rival, charismatic, populist rabbi comes into town, and all the people start saying, hey, you know what? I love you, Rabbi, but the truth is I've become Hasidic and I daven at a later time, and I can't go to your shul because, it interferes with my davening time. And, Rabbi, I love it that you've been producing kosher meat for us for so long, but I've decided I want to hold the Hasidic standards and use the steel knives. So what's going to happen to the synagogue dues? What's going to happen to the kosher meat tax and so on? It creates an alternate revenue stream that undercuts the traditional Lithuanian community. And so there's an economic element to the fight which contributes to its severity. Okay, we really have to go now to Rabbi Shneur Zalman now that we've given you some of the context. As a youth, he was a traditional Lithuanian. In fact, he was known in the Hasidic world as the Litvak because he came from the Lithuanian cultural region. And as a youth, he exemplified many of the values of the Lithuanian style of Judaism by spending his time in rabbinic scholarship, in which he excelled. As a young man, he made probably the best decision of his life by marrying a rich woman named Sterna, who turned out to be exceptionally devoted to her husband. And after his conversion to the Hasidic movement, she stood by him despite the opposition of her parents. And there's quite a number of stories about Rabbi Shneur Zalman as his parents tried to dissuade him from leaving the traditional Lithuanian fold. They would expose him to all kinds of privations to see if he would change his habits, and his wife nevertheless remained steadfast and supported him throughout, including some personal tragedies that they were endured in their own family. As a young man, he was exposed to the teachings of the Maggid of Mezrich, and he went to meet with the Maggid, and he spent some time in his court. And it was in this court of the Maggid of Mezrich that he was deeply impressed with the combination of two factors that are characteristic of Chabad Hasidut in particular. And that is, ironically, the combination of deep mysticism with a highly complex rationalism at the same time. Meaning, the Chabad system of Hasidic thought, which Rabbi Shneur Zalman of Liadi founded, combined the kind of Talmudic thinking that the Lithuanians were so strong on and a fairly rigorous halakhic background with the deep Kabbalah of the Arizal that suffused the movement. These combination of the rational and the mystical balance through his thought is really what exemplifies Chabad. As he said in those early years about the reason why he decided to become Hasidic was that in Vilna, right, that's the center of Talmudic Judaism, in Vilna you are taught how to master the Torah. In Mezrich, You are taught how to let the Torah master you. And in fact, a very beautiful statement, and it speaks to his emphasis on the concept of bitul, of self-nullification, the eradication of all arrogance by realizing how one is radically nothing. Complex and pervasive idea in Chabad thought. Mr. Rodriguez, thank you. Okay. Despite his youth, because again he was the youngest of the Maggid's disciples, he rapidly rose to prominence because he had a lot of the characteristics that the young Hasidic movement was seeking. Specifically, he did not have any of the failings of many of the more enthusiastic Hasidic teachers of his era, in that he had a very solid grounding in Talmud, and he could literally debate with the best of the Lithuanians. That's why he often was requesting to even debate some of Hasidic doctrines with the great Vilna Gaon himself. These requests were rebuffed, but nevertheless, he had those kinds of skills that allowed him to communicate in the vocabulary of the era. He had significant organizational abilities as well, and as he traveled from place to place and attracted followers, he was a very charismatic teacher. He was asked to take greater and greater leadership roles within this fledgling movement. He, however, had ambitions to move to Israel. And one Passover, in the year 1777, he decided that this is it. You know, he's now 32 years old. He decided he wants to make Aliyah to the Holy Land. And in fact, he left his town of Lyoshna at the time and prepared to leave for Israel permanently. It's a long trip, however, and many of his followers went with him, constantly imprecating him to remain in Lithuania. Ultimately, they were successful, and it's fascinating to see that the kinds of things that the community was willing to do to keep him in their Dalet Amos, in their region, was essentially they volunteered as a community. Lyoshna would house 100 students who were studying underneath them, meaning basically pay for their room and board, and now allowing 100 students to study under him absolutely gratis. This is before, we should recall, any of the modern yeshivot were set up. The first major yeshiva is Volozhin, which was established by the disciple of the Vilna Gaon, and that's the first time that you have any formal institutes of learning in modern Europe. Prior to that, you just had like kind of disciple circles where one rabbi would gather around him, 5, 10 students, to have a community commit to say, we will pay for 100 students, just bring them on. That's a rather amazing commitment. And ultimately, they convinced him that he should stay. He remained in Lithuania, and he took on a very high level of leadership. Okay, I think I've spoken really fast, so I could pause for a couple of questions. I'm sorry to keep you waiting for.
My question originally was with the map of where was settled.
Oh, that's a good question. Shall we go back to the map further? Well, actually, it's hard to do it's probably hard to go to the map. But basically, the Pale of Settlement, it had different boundaries. But just for those of you who may not be familiar with the term, when Catherine II took over all these Jews of Poland, she was faced with a lot of opposition within Russia. Especially the clergy said, we can't let these Jews in here. You took over this territory, very nice, we'll have lots of pierogies, but how are we possibly going to deal with all these Jews? And they were advocating some kind of crazy solution to get rid of them. But meanwhile, merchants, like in Riga, for example, said, great, Jews, we love them. They're excellent for business, international contacts. They have numeracy, literacy, let's get them. So she effected a compromise solution that said that, okay, we will not allow the Jews into the old boundaries of Russia, meaning before 1772 with the first partition. We will restrict them to the new areas that we've conquered. And she also conquered a few areas in the war with Turkey that she added to the Pale as well. And they call this region, in Russian, it's just the region of settlement. In English, you have this strange word, Pale of Settlement. So it basically extended from halfway through Latvia in the north cutting Latvia in half. So that's Latvia. It's so funny. They're like, yes, Latvia actually has a part in this lecture. The reason I mention this is because for some reason I'm very popular in Latvia. The internet. Okay, so cut Latvia in half. It included all of what we would call today Lithuania. Although Lithuania as a political concept is very different from what Jews consider Lithuania. For Jews, Lithuania is a cultural area, kind of like New York extends well into New Jersey for Jews as well. Florida stops dramatically after Palm Beach County, right? Those kinds of things. So Lithuania is rather large. It includes all of Congress Poland, traditional Poland, and then right bank Ukraine, which would be the right bank of the Dnipro River, all the way over to the boundary of Galicia. There were islands in the Pale of Settlement that were also barred to Jews. For example, the city of Kiev was not within the Pale of Settlement. Jews were not allowed to live there. Only 60,000 lived there illegally, but that's how, those kind of things. So that's where the Pale of Settlement was. Riga was just barely in the Pale of Settlement. It's at the very top corner. Yes, Solomon. Liadi is in Belarus. Yeah, Belarus is also within the boundaries of geographic cultural Lithuania. Like my grandfather, my namesake, Henry Hillel, he was from Russia, but he was a Litvak, because his place of birth was in cultural Lithuania, not in Russia. Okay, let's go by to then. Thank you. Now, what is Chabad, Hasidus? In a nutshell, the term Chabad is an acronym of the first three sfirot of the Kabbalistic Eitz Chaim, the Tree of Life. Let's just one more click and we'll zoom in on this. You'll recall this map. We talked about it a lot when we looked at Moshe Cordovero, and we looked at the thought of the Arizal as well. This is basically, in a nutshell, it is the way in which God influences the world according to mystical thought in Judaism. Just very quickly, these three sfirot, Chokhmah, which is kind of like wisdom or intelligence, Bina, understanding, and Da'at are the top three. Keter is a different thing, meaning crown. I don't want to go into it, but these are considered the three elevated sfirot, the first three ways in which God descends into the world, so to speak, and they influence the lower six over here, which have a different distinction associated with the emotions in particular. So the first three, though, are known as the intellectual sfirot. They're mainly epistemological in orientation. What is your brain doing? How does thought work? And so that's why this movement, which is very rational, called itself Chabad, Chokhmah, Bina, Da'at. It's also known as Lubavitch because he was very active in the town of Lubavitch. But that's just a place name. I want to mention also, while we're at it, the lowest here, we'll come back to it, is called Malchut. Can I get a translation of Malchut?
Where they made another show.
Kingship, majesty, right? Sovereignty. From the word melech, king. And the fact that Malchut occurs at the very bottom is going to be very significant in Shneur Zalman's life. Malchut, unlike the other sfirot, is considered to be radically empty. It is like its emptiness is its perfection. And it receives the influence from all the other sfirot. Kind of like if you want to get a mirror, you want a mirror that has no personality, no defects whatsoever. You want the mirror to be an accurate reflection of your face when you're looking in the mirror. So too, Malchut is totally devoid of any influence. It just has what the others bring into it, and that is its strength. So let's return to that momentarily. It has kind of an ironic connotation. So he named his movement Chabad after these three sfirot. Can we go further? Here we go, yes. And he engaged in some very powerful publications. Question from Ms. Abramson.
Their Patreons because they don't pay enough attention, So we had just gone away for a month and then coming back. But, Shav was just really upset about the entire thing. As he should be. He He's a guy.
As always, a brilliant question, Ms. Abramson. The question, to rephrase it, is, I characterized early Hasidism as being rather lax in the intellectual sphere, the traditional learning sphere. And that was not true of Chabad. That may have been true of the 18th century Hasidic movement as a whole, that placed more emphasis on, non-intellectual spirituality, like Farbrengen, right, like sitting around and singing songs and things like that. But the actual working through the meaning of the text is very much characteristic of Chabad Hasidut, and it's also very Lithuanian. Of the Hasidic movements, Chabad is definitely the one that's most committed to textual study. I'd also like to point out, since you reminded me, Chabad is an outlier of all Hasidic movements. It's very difficult to generalize about Hasidism and include Chabad at the same time, because Chabad tends to take its own stance on so many key issues that renders it often at odds, sometimes even at physical odds, with actual rioting and fighting with other Hasidic groups. Like issues about, how do we relate to the state of Israel? Chabad is very pro-Israel, very involved in promoting the military and things like that, which is not something you see with most Hasidic groups. Think about the contrast with Torah Cartel, which is way on the other extreme. Chabad, again, like we see here, very committed to text, even in the 18th century, very committed to traditional Talmudic study. Many of the other Hasidic movements not. That's changed over time, where Hasidic movements have adopted more Lithuanian standards as well, but Chabad stands out in that. Think about outreach or kiruv. Right? How often do you see, like, Satmar or Biala, putting up billboards on I-95, or standing on the street corner outside public school, married a Jewish, that's just not a thing that the other Hasidic movements do. They tend to be far more insular, far more inward directed, and Chabad is radically out there. So Chabad is always the outlier compared to other Hasidic groups. You can't generalize from that. Okay, Solomon, last question, and we'll get back.
It's hot right there, but sometimes people like, if that rapper had an album, it would be whack.
Chabad definitely was involved in Kira before, but the Rabbi Rothschild with his pronounced, for Rothschild campaign and onward, he definitely took it to a new level. The adaptation, everything we look at, the use of technology. How often have you seen an internet broadcast or a video broadcast from Satmar?
He's the main character in the Elf.
It just doesn't happen. Someone told me, I'm not sure it's true, but someone told me that there was a Satmar website
campaign's
that has a Jewish on the top. Why are you looking at this website? But I don't know if it's true.
Campaign's great.
Anyway, major publications. Each of these publications had a really pronounced impact on intellectual thought. First, he rewrote a siddur for his followers. There are several different traditions in the prayer book. There's the Yemenite, there's a Sephardi, and there's an Ashkenazi prayer book. And there are minor differences, even in key prayers like the Shemona Esrei, the 18 benedictions. And one of the innovations of the Chabad movement, which was really undertaken by the Shneur Zalman, was a shift from the traditional Ashkenazic Musaf, or rite, to a Musaf that was approved by the Arizal, the Kabbalist itself, that we spoke about several years ago, several weeks ago. So he edited a siddur, which we have copies of here, even though this is not a Chabad shul, many people prefer to use that Musaf. And so these are Ashkenazim who would normally use an Ashkenazi Musaf, who migrated as well to this new edited version of the Arizal. So this siddur probably has more of an impact than any other book, because it's used on a daily basis by so many Chabad Jews. But further to that, he wrote a code of Jewish law, which was strangely titled the Shulchan Aruch, which is the same title, of course, as Rabbi Yosef's Kairos Shulchan Aruch. And it was essentially it was the first major attempt to update the Shulchan Aruch to incorporate later opinions. The Shulchan Aruch, of course, is 16th century. Now we're 200 years later. Modern has been written, commentaries and so on. So this is an attempt to, in one big sect, kind of updated. Several important figures followed in it, including the Mishnah Berurah of the Chafetz Chaim. But this 7-volume, what's the word, condensation? Mr. Rodriguez, making it smaller. Contraction, compilation. It is essentially an abridged version of the Shulchan Aruch. It focuses, I'll show you the clip soon, but it focuses on the section known as Orach Chaim, which is all about daily life. Because it's designed for average Jews in their own homes to use. It has a very small section on kosher mikvah and very, very little on issues of like marriage and divorce and things like that. That's left up for experts. But daily life, blessings, prayers, Shabbat, holidays, that has a large discussion. And it's very modern in its outlook for 18th century. And finally, the most influential was a remarkable work called Tanya. It's a popular name for it. It comes from the first word, which means simply it was taught. That's a term used very frequently within the Talmud. But basically, this is an amazing work which distills a lot of the Kabbalah of the Arizal into a format that is accessible to people who are not well versed in Kabbalistic discussion. It is also known as the Sefer HaBeinonim, the book of the intermediate, in which he distinguishes early on that there are 3 basic classes of people, and 2 of them we're not going to talk about. There's a tzaddik, who righteous individual, a restaurant, a wicked person, not the subject of this book. We're talking about the people who are called Beinonim, intermediates, and what he meant by that are people who basically are tempted to do the wrong thing, yet nevertheless manage to do the right thing. It is a massive book for people who want to be mentioned. A person, if you want to be a mensch, this is the book to read, essentially. It talks about, the various factors that pull a person's inclinations toward doing the wrong things, strategies for overcoming those desires. It fits it within a much larger metaphysical format of why this happens within the world. There's a brilliant section on how to repent for prior mistakes. It's a very, very powerful work that includes both metaphysics, Jewish mysticism, and Mussar, personal ethical development, philosophy. It's an amazing work, an amalgam of many letters that he essentially wrote to his followers and then later worked up into a book format. It's a classic that is studied daily by Chabad Hasidim today, and they continue to find great depth and meaning in it. Let's go quickly through the next 3 pictures, please, Mr. Rodriguez. This is a quick close-up of the Siddur. The Tehillat Hashem is the English version as well. Let's go to the next one. There you go. Here's a picture of the Shulchan Aruch, and you can see here 7 volumes. The last volume is essentially an index of the 7. The first 4 deal with daily life, and the other 2 deal with other miscellany. Even though they should really be about the same size, if it wasn't a true condensation. And then finally, the Tanya. This is a very interesting, accessible version of the Tanya. It's called Lessons in Tanya, which has an interwoven commentary written in the 20th century that is available in several languages in 5 volumes. The original Tanya, of course, is a single volume. Yes. There were various editions of the same book, but there's only one book called Tanya that I know. The controversies were very significant around his life, and these controversies were periodic in nature between the Misnagdim and the Hasidim, and they tended to erupt around publication dates, which is fascinating because when Jews would publish a book, there would be a hoo-ha. Book publishing was still pretty new. It's true, it's a couple hundred years now since the Gutenberg Revolution has happened, but books are circulating, and books created like energy, and books created like people talking about ideas. The way people today talk about movies for like 15 minutes, back then a book could have years worth of discussion, as entire communities would be affected by a book. Their lives would be changed by these books. So the arguments that surfaced around the Tanya were very, very powerful, and added to that, there was a huge gray market of unauthorized editions of the Tanya. One of the things that developed in the early days of printing was the fact that once someone printed a book, it was really easy for other people to simply print it themselves and sell it themselves. There was no concept of intellectual property rights as we have today. And so one of the things that you'll read at the very beginning of the Tanya is a pretty strong curse on people who sell this book if it isn't an authorized edition, because people would like make they would plagiarize it, and they would like just rush through it, all kinds of mistakes and misleading things, and it got the Hasidim in a tremendous amount of difficulty. And there's a lot of problems from the perspective of traditional Talmudic Judaism around certain ideologies. For example, the problem of evil. Where does evil come from? What does evil represent? In the universe, Chabad has a rather dramatically novel approach to it that many Misnagdim felt was heretical even in the 18th century. It has now become much more well accepted and at least debatable to this day. I'm not going to because
we've been talking in our own group chat.
What ended up happening? In 1797,
it's like a curse.
Vilna Gaon
this place is cursed. So many
there was a couple of interesting misunderstandings that ensued immediately.
Hopefully it turns around soon, but as of right now, it's fucking been terrible.
There is a rumor that spreads throughout the Chabad community that the Vilna Gaon, on his deathbed, had recanted his opposition to the fledgling movement. And so that was cause for celebration. And at the same time, there was a traditional Beit HaShoeva celebration when Jews normally would celebrate the holiday of Sukkot. And so these two things together, the rumor that the Vilna Gaon had recanted, which ultimately did not, and the fact that Jews were allowed to celebrate on the Simchat Beit HaShoeva led to a rather raucous gathering in certain towns of Hasidim, which the Lithuanians felt was disrespectful to the memory of the Vilna Gaon. And in this kind of poisoned atmosphere between the Hasidim and the Misnagdim, which, by the way, rarely was expressed by the leaders themselves, but frequently by their more energetic disciples.
There's way more to it. But that's what I'll tell you for now.
Rabbi Shneir Zalman was denounced to the Russian authorities, who has just taken over this territory not too long ago. The charge, espionage, and treason.
Yeah, Texas is landlocked, right?
So where did you get this idea of espionage? The espionage was because Rabbi Shneir Zalman was long a supporter of the Jewish community in Israel, which was at the time under the Turks, the Ottoman Turks.
No, there is also.
So he was regularly collecting money and sending it to a foreign hostile power. And so those detractors of Rabbi Shneir Zalman portrayed this to the Russian authorities as an act of treason.
Yeah, you're not. I feel like they made some shit
that was espionage. Sorry. Treason was because if you recall the diagram of the Eitz Chaim, and at the bottom we had Malchut, which represents sovereignty. And what was the characteristic of sovereignty?
Isn't it cool to watch? Isn't it like therapeutic when you see them like slicing it and doing all that stuff? Like,
right, and they pointed a whole bunch of this. Look, he says the king is meaningless. The king is empty. The czar means nothing because Malchut is only what you put into it. And they portray this Kabbalistic doctrine as some kind of treason and kind of, an argument against the power of the king and the significance of the king. He was arrested with a lot of pomp and circumstance, and there was some really fascinating interrogations which involved arcane discussions of the Russian police with this rabbi on central Hasidic doctrine. Ultimately, after 53 days, they decided, not all these charges are baseless, they're wasting a lot of time, and they simply let him go on the 19th of Kislev, which is considered the birthday of the Chabad movement, and is celebrated to this day among Hasidim as a great holiday. All kinds of interesting things, including, for example, the yearly study of Tanya begins with the rabbis released from prison. Let's go to, let's bring ourselves to the Rabbi Rothschild. Solomon, I don't want to keep you too late. I'll take a question right after the end. I'm almost done. I apologize. I'm going to go a little late because we had trouble with the computers. It's not so terrible. Now, this fight between the Hasidim and Lithuanians and the Misnagdim, by the way, the Hasidim, you know what they call Misnagdim? I kind of like this. Snags. Yeah, I'm a snag.
It doesn't sound too bad.
That was kind of
That's definitely worth playing.
Anyways, I wear that badge proudly, I guess. The rapprochement occurred between the Hasidim and the Misnagdim by the second decade of the 19th century. The reasons for that are twofold. The first is, if you zip ahead, both groups realized that their fighting was so counterproductive, particularly in the face of a far greater threat coming from the West. Moses Mendelssohn, shown here, the father of the Haskalah, or Jewish Enlightenment, was advocating, well, not him personally, but his followers after him, were advocating all kinds of radical changes to Judaism that represented existential challenges to the things that Jews held dear. Like, for example, the Hasidim and the Misnagdim are arguing about whether or not to use steel knives to make animals kosher, and the Haskalah was saying, what's kosher? You know, let's have a cheeseburger. It was irrelevant to them, steel versus cast iron. Just go in there and have whatever you want because the kosher laws are irrelevant. The Hasidim and the Misnagdim are arguing about whether or not you can daven before 10:28 a.m. And the Misnagdim, the Maskilim in the West are saying, you know what, let's move Shabbos to Sunday. It'll be more convenient. So the challenges are so deep coming from the West that the Hasidim and the Misnagdim realized that their fairly petty differences were worth solving in the interest of what was going on in the West. And that was a far greater challenge that was beginning to make. What happened? What's that? I'll check it out when we edit this version. Okay, let's go to the next slide and check this out. The second thing is that now that the debate's really the first significant ban and counterban between the Hasidim and the Misnagdim already in the 1760s, I think. So they've been fighting for about 60 years now, and they finally realized, now this is like 2-3 generations of fighting, that we can actually learn from each other if there have been. The Hasidim, especially Chabad, learned a lot of the value of traditional study. The Misnagdim, for their part, realized that, maybe we have to give some Kabbalah to our students as well. And no less a figure than Rabbi Chaim of Volozhin, the principal student of the Vilna Gaon, published this amazing work, Nefesh HaChaim, the Soul of Life, which is essentially the same kind of book as Tanya. It achieves the same kind of goal of taking these esoteric, arcane, difficult Kabbalistic doctrines and saying, look, I can explain this much to you. Even if you're not 40, even if you're not married and have all the Talmud under your belt, you can learn this much Kabbalah. And this is widely studied in the yeshivot for youth, usually post-high school. But it is essentially an attempt to use the Hasidic strategy of offering Kabbalah to the masses in a format that was consistent with Lithuanian teachings. There's so many other elements of cross-cultural fertilization between the Hasidim and the Misnagdim that today is often very difficult to identify the origins of it. So I won't give you any examples. Let's go to the legacy slide and we'll take it home, Mr. Rodriguez. Today, Chabad is, of course, one of the most prominent of the Hasidic movements. It's certainly the most well-known outside of the Hasidic world, with over 4,000 branches of outreach throughout the world, something that dwarfs all of the other outreach movements like Asia Minor, North America, and so on. It's truly an amazing global phenomenon today, and so much so that for most of the population of the earth, if they're encountering Orthodox Judaism, far more likely that they will encounter Chabad than any other form of Orthodox Judaism, even though it is comparatively new as a movement. So I hope that this lecture gave you a little bit of insight into the origins of this movement, and I will tell you that even though I'm a snag, I happen to gain quite a bit of personal insight, and I benefit tremendously from the teachings of Chabad that I have to study myself, and I would encourage you to look into them as well. Thank you for your attention, and speak to you next time.
Cost a lot of money, and that's what we're going to get Carl DeMaio talk about here. Carl, how are you? Fine. Our partnership doesn't seem to be going very well. One quick question: what do you think of Kamala Harris?
Okay, great. So, here's the joke. It's not all that funny, but so there's three Jewish grandmothers sitting on a bench, and they're just quietly enjoying the weather. And one of them says, "Oi," and then the second one says, "Oy vey," and then the third one says, "Oy vey is mir," and then the first one said, "Ladies, I thought we agreed we were not going to speak about the children." Good. Thank you for laughing. Okay. There's actually, it's hard to tell there's laughter because I'm wearing one of these microphones, but actually inside they're laughing. They're really laughing. Okay. So tonight's class is something we actually spoke about 2 years ago, and it was before we started videotaping these classes. So I wanted to reintroduce it. I hope that you don't remember this class because it'll be ruined otherwise. And I have to apologize also because yesterday I had to do a very quick trip up to New York. I went up in the morning and came back at night. It was kind of a rigorous trip. And Oive Izmir. And I did not have, and I realized why I like Surfside so much. You know, it's like, it's clean. You know, people don't paint on walls here. You know, but anyway, I did not have a chance to make the movable Prezi that you enjoy normally, so we're going to do old tech. We're just going to do a PowerPoint for today that I used from a long time ago. One last word. We don't have a sponsor for this week, so the lecture is sponsored by Young Israel Bell Harbor. My daughter suggested that one of the first steps toward world domination is to sponsor one of these lectures, and I'm speaking to the internet audience as well. Please consider sponsoring a lecture because it's great for the synagogue to have a little support as they are building their new magnificent edifice just down the street. But today's topic is but being here, as I like to say, is a sponsorship that's tremendously valuable to me. I'm really glad that you come and enjoy the lectures. Okay, so today's topic is a very unusual one. Because we try to focus on biographies, I have chosen a name, King Bulan. However, it's quite possible that Bulan did not exist, or existed under a different name, and we know very, very little about him as a person. I'm using him as an excuse to speak about the nation that he represented, that is the nation of the Khazars, which represents one of the most bizarre chapters in the long history of the Jewish people. Basically, what we're going to be talking about is in the middle of the 8th century, a large and powerful empire with regional control throughout much of the northern Caspian region, which would be today Ukraine, the Caucasus region, and over into Kazakhstan, simply decided to convert to Judaism all at once. And they remain Jewish for several hundred years. We have a lot of corroborating evidence that this actually happened. For example, there was a huge shortage of matzah balls throughout the rest of Europe. It was a really long trip, but no, we have lots of corroborating evidence about these Khazars. And then suddenly, in the 13th century, they basically disappeared. Now, what happened to them? Where did they go? It's a topic of considerable controversy, and I'd like to kind of walk you through the sources and show you what little they know about the Khazars, and then we'll have to leave at the end of the hour with a lot more questions and answers, but nevertheless, it is a fascinating and unusual chapter in our long and storied history. So the story of the Khazars was made most famous some 400 years after their initial conversion. And it was made famous through a literary event, the publication of a book called the Sefer Kuzari. Kuzari, of course, means the Khazarite, so the person of Khazaria. And it was written by Rabbi Yehuda Halevi by means of some kind of complicated discussion with a mysterious Yitzhak Sangari. Basically, what the Sefer Kuzari purports to be is the extensive dialogue between the king of the Khazars and representatives of all of the world's great monotheistic faiths. After an extensive debate with a Jew, a Christian, and a Muslim, it sounds a little bit like an off-color joke. Ultimately, King Bulan decides that he will in fact convert to Judaism, and he takes his nation with him. Now, the book itself is not a history text. It's not purporting in any modern sense of the term to give an accurate and objective account of what happened in Khazaria in the 8th century. It is not, as the historian von Ranke put it, yes, I get the way it actually was. Not actually trying to say that. Really, the author, the famous poet and philosopher, Rabbi Yehuda Halevi, was using this as a literary conceit to expound upon a religious triangular dialogue. And he wanted essentially Judaism to have an excuse to compare itself with the other world faiths of Christianity and Islam. It's not coincidental, of course, that he wrote this in Spain, which is the world's great triangular culture for most of European history. Spain has very strong populations of Christians, Muslims, and Jews, and so this three-way debate was very au courant for the time. And he used this story of King Bulan as a device in order to allow the Muslims to have their say, and then the Christians their say, and the Jew, of course, would then do away with their arguments and demonstrate that Christianity was, or Judaism was clearly superior. To give you one example of a classic argument, one that I find actually rather convincing when I think about these sort of things. One of the arguments that's made in the Kuzari, if I remember correctly, is that all of the other great monotheistic faiths rely on the testimony, ultimately rely on the testimony of a single man. In the case of the Christians, it would be Jesus, and especially Paul, who never actually met Jesus in his lifetime, but had a vision of him, on the road to Damascus, as we discussed a few weeks ago. Or in the case of Islam, it's Muhammad, who has an encounter with the angel Gabriel, same angel as in the Jewish pantheon. And ultimately, the testimony of the veracity of the faith relies on one or a small group of people. The Kuzari argues that this is one of the big differences with Judaism, because you have the account of the Aseret HaDibrot, the Ten Commandments, where you have 6 million adult male Jews, and of course their wives, their families, all there at Mount Sinai receiving the Torah at once, all claiming, according to the Midrashic accounts, to have heard the first two commandments directly from God, and then afterwards, through a mediation. And so the Kuzari argues, it's one thing to have one person, so to speak, make up a story and have a lot of people believe it, but can you imagine 6 million people, 600,000 people, approximately 3 million if you include children and people of all genders, so to speak, 600,000, 3 million, about 3 million people hearing it and reporting it. And if that isn't enough, they're all Jews. And you have Jews all agreeing on one event like that, according to posterity. That's an interesting kind of argument that being produced. But that's really what the Kuzari is about. The Kuzari is not about the history of the Khazars. He just uses the story as an excuse to speak about the Khazars. So what we're going to do is we're going to go back in time and try to actually understand what happened in Khazaria, why did these Jews convert, or why did these people convert to Judaism, what kind of Judaism they practice, and so on. So here's a map that shows you exactly where the Khazarian Empire was at the time of conversion, about 740. Here is Kiev, way up here on the top, the Black Sea, the Caspian Sea, the Mediterranean is over here. If we extended this down, Israel would be, you'd have Israel be right about here, I think. So it's a big chunk of territory. It includes what would be called the Caucasus region here, countries like Georgia, maybe a little bit of Azerbaijan. All of the eastern side of the Ukraine, meaning the eastern of the Dnipro River, and well into what would be the Don River regions of Russia, the Russian Empire, and out here into Kazakhstan. Very, very large territory in the 8th century. And in fact, there is a very significant historian of the period, the late O'Malley Fitzak from Harvard, who argued that Kiev itself was founded by Kazakh, which is a great irony. You can imagine that this, Kiev is really the mother city of the entire Russian civilization. Ukraine, of course, Belarus, and the Russian Empire as well. And I think that it was originally a Jewish trading outpost is quite amazing. But of course, in Kiev, we have a lot of archaeological sites and long-standing traditions that certain places call the Khazar Gate. And this is a Jewish border, and it goes back hundreds and hundreds of years, long before we have Eastern European settlement moving into the region. It's very, very old Jewish community over there. So you can see it's not an insignificant little territory that became Jewish. It was a really large territory. I think that would probably be something like the size of, let's say, France. It's a very large area, maybe France and Germany combined, actually.
It's just
so, people have been fascinated with lost Jewish tribes as long as there have been lost
if you know the stories
tribes.
of like shoot the box,
that is basically from the 8th century before, the 8th century before the Common Era,
that's what
when
these boys
the
are doing.
10 northern tribes were dispersed throughout the ancient Near East. And ever since then, various cultures have all, many cultures have purported to be the inheritors, genetically, culturally, historically, of those 10 lost tribes. But none of them have really been, demonstrated as accurate. Although there is some fascinating new material coming out with DNA analysis, looking at various populations to try to determine how likely it is that they are in fact Jewish. And especially in Africa, there have been several populations that have been identified as having a very high statistical relationship to contemporary Jews. The Arab historians, who again, this is not a secret to historians, everyone's aware that there was this Khazar Empire, it was Jewish. They opine that the Khazars must have been the children of Keturah. In rabbinic teachings, Keturah was the name of Hagar, Abraham's second wife, that after he sent her away with her son Yishmael, and then she came back, and her name was changed to Keturah, which means kind of like pleasant smelling incense, and then she had a whole bunch of children with Abraham. It is mentioned in the Bible that he married Keturah, and then the children went east. So it makes sense they could land in the Khazarian region, but there's no way for us to really determine the truth of that. Other historians argue that it might be the children of Yaakov. Mr. Rodriguez, you have a hard question?
They're so serious.
Yes.
Don't get me wrong, like, the Americans are serious too. They also try to break the ice a little bit, and
that's really perceptive. Did you hear that? Yeah, this is why. This is a kind of graduate producer at Torah College South. He's now a graduate student at FIU. So I'll just mention this. By the way, I did get a request from a woman who does a really fascinating, just got it today on the internet. She wrote, really enjoys the lectures. I wish I could remember the name now that I'm speaking to her. But she says, could I please repeat the questions so that you can hear them when you watch them on the web. So it wasn't so much a question as an observation that if these are Arab historians, which they are, the Arabs believe that Keturah is not the same person as Hagar. That is a totally separate person. But still, it makes sense that these people would be the children of Abraham. Albeit not through fascinating. And by the way, this woman that wrote to me, again, I'm sorry I forgot her name, she writes these lectures because she makes, she has a dance company, and they do Jewish historical dances based on famous Jewish women. And so my lectures have been like really useful for her, you know, the one daughter Rashi and things like that. So that's kind of cool. I will now do. Okay. No. Okay. So other documents we have about the Khazars besides the Kuzari, we have an interesting piece of correspondence between Chastai ibn Shaprut, who was a very important Spanish Jewish politician, and one King Joseph in Khazaria, who gives another version of the story. In fact, this is probably the Ur text that Yehuda Halevi worked with when he wrote the Kuzari. He relied very much on the account that Chastai ibn Shaprut had fulfilled. Chastai ibn Shaprut is an excellent example of the kind of achievements that are associated very closely with the Golden Age of Spain, where Jews were, unlike any other time really in Jewish history, with maybe a possible exception in contemporary America, where you begin to see this bit by bit. You have people who are like of incredible stature as religious Jews, meaning they contributed literature in Hebrew about the religious texts and so on, and at the same time, very powerful, influential politicians in the secular realm. Chastai ibn Shaprut, Shmuel ibn Nagrela, to a certain degree Yehuda Halevi, Shlomo ibn Gabriel. There's a whole list of people who really achieved, greatness in both worlds. Here in America today, we have a little bit of that, let's say, with, Orthodox Jewish politicians reaching great heights, things like that, but it still pales in comparison to Spain. Anyways, Chastai ibn Shaprut was an extremely important diplomat. He had tremendous linguistic skills, and as a Jew, he had international connections with Jewish populations the world around. And he would conduct, on the behalf of the Spanish vizier, or political authorities, sometimes the Spanish, well, I'm not going to get into that detail because let's just get off the topic. Chastai ibn Shaprut sent out correspondence to many Jewish communities doing research on what's out there and what kind of possibilities that were portrayed and so on. And he got possibly 2 responses from the Jews of Khazaria, and this is already like in the 9th or 10th century, and the response he gets is apparently an internal Khazarian story about how they became Jewish. And the version that's received there is that King Bulan did in fact have this debate with the 3 representatives of the great monotheistic faiths, and then he decided to become Jewish, and his royal court followed him, and then slowly, bit by bit, the country as a whole became Jewish.
Yes, a fierce culture, a beautiful culture. Suffered a great deal of violence, a terrible civil war from 48 to 57.
Characteristically brilliant.
They've always had this communist insurgency that's been in the
dancers in
New
York. The question was, why did he only invite the monotheists to the debate? The polytheists were around a long time. There's lots of idol worshiping going on. Why are they not called to the party?
They are a very proud, fierce people who speak beautiful Spanish,
in terms of the lecture I was going to give.
And they're very classy, they're very class-conscious country, right?
But then there's also,
and then there are the
elite and then dirt poor, right?
There are the elite families. There are the families that run things. And then there's the military.
The answer is because it was clear that polytheism was rapidly going out of favor. Polytheism was clearly an ideology of the past. The great monotheistic movements, especially Christianity and Islam, were expanding the pace very dramatically. I'll show you in a few minutes. Oh, you know what? I have to show you that because I can't answer that question without showing that. The short answer is that the monotheistic faiths were expanding at such a dramatic rate that the polytheists were afraid that they would be simply swallowed up. Oh, here we go.
Now, you don't need plastic surgery when you're a Colombian woman because you're born already with the kind of weaponry that Americans and everybody else spend a lot of money on.
Yeah.
You understand?
So have a look at this map here.
The natural
we looked at
beauty
a version of
the
this
women that
earlier.
don't, that have nots.
If you consider where Khazaria was,
I mean, making your coffee.
right up over here,
The woman that is
in this region,
waiting
going up
on your
into
table.
Ukraine.
The woman that
So
is
Christianity, starting
not
out
so much
in Rome,
the-
basically, from Israel over here to Rome, has taken over all of Europe, except for Spain, and is pressing with great progress towards northern Baltic states like Lithuania, Latvia, and so on. And pagans are just converting left and right because the Christian faith with life after death and a just God and prayer and things like that was ultimately far more appealing, especially the idea of belonging to a global faith, with a very consistent, coherent ideology. You compare that to polytheism with its multiple gods and multiple narratives and really no real place for human beings in it. It was very weak. Islam at the same time is expanding incredibly rapidly. We're talking about 740, right? So this purple area, it starts in 622, and this purple area really measures what it's like in the 750. So Islam spreads, in a viral way, as it were, so popular as it conquers regions, and as people willingly give themselves up to become Muslims. So here's Khazaria, sandwiched between Christian Europe and Muslim Europe, and they have to decide, are we going to become absorbed in a larger Muslim reality, absorbed within a larger Christian reality, or shall we try to stake out our own kind of independent region by adopting Judaism? That was their strategy. According to most historians, that's probably the most reasonable motivation
when you have money,
and in fact, it seemed to have worked. We
that
should
money will
recall
buy you what's
that
called
both the Christians and the Muslims had special reserved status for Jews, that the Jews under Christianity were preserved under the doctrine of witness that was authored by St. Augustine, the idea that the Jews should be allowed to practice their religion until the second coming of the Messiah. And for the Muslims, they had the doctrine of the Sunni, the protected people, that Jews were allowed to practice their religion because they had once received an authentic communication from God. And so the Khazars evidently thought that this is probably the best compromise. We won't be absorbed in Christianity, we won't be absorbed in Islam, we'll be able to maintain our independence. And they did maintain it for about 500 years, which is huge. If you think that America is only about 300 years old as a country, Khazaria is 500 years old, Jewish. That's pretty impressive. That answer your question, is it? Excellent. Okay, so let's go back to where we were.
There is a class consciousness.
Another fascinating area where we get sources on the Khazars, this will take just a little bit of background information, is the amazing Cairo Geniza, which is one of the really most dramatic discoveries in modern times, not just for Jewish history, although it's especially good for Jewish history, but also for Mediterranean history as a whole. Just a little bit of background information. The halacha is, Jewish law requires that anything that is holy may not be discarded. It has to be treated in an appropriate manner when it is no longer usable. Specifically, holy books may not simply be thrown in the trash. They have to be buried in a Jewish cemetery. They have to be treated with respect and given, as it were, a proper burial. That's the only way you're allowed to get rid of them. You can't simply throw them away. So in most synagogues and observant Jewish homes, there will be a place where you store all of the old books until there is time to bury them, and then they're transferred to the funeral home and things like that, and they're buried. This storage place is called the Geniza, from the word lignos, or lignos. How would you say that, Stephen? Lignos, so which means to store away, to like keep as a treasure kind of thing, and that's what people do. They have these things called the Geniza, and then from time to time they have to go and bury them. So near Cairo, there was a synagogue that had a custom in this particular region that not only would they treat holy books like that, Torah scrolls or printed books at this time, but they would treat anything written with Hebrew letters. Anything written in Hebrew was considered holy, and therefore they saved it all. And they would put all of these documents, again, they're not producing paper like we do today with printers and so on. a manuscript was still a significant thing that required a lot of energy to produce and to care for and so on. But anything written in Hebrew, including shopping lists, marriage contracts, business arrangements, and of course a whole host of religious documents were simply stored away in the attic of a synagogue near Fostat. And there was some kind of legend that circulated that there was like some kind of serpent up there, that anyone who went up would be bitten and it would, be their end. But some English travelers, British English travelers made their way there and insisted on having a look. And this is actually the opening to the Geniza. It was kind of like an attic. And they went up and they found literally hundreds of thousands of documents covering several centuries of Mediterranean history, all written with Hebrew letters, but of course dealing with things both religious and secular. It was a find that astonished the scholarly world, and within a short order, by the turn of the 20th century, it was all carted away and it's stored in some of it's in, I believe, in New York, in Leningrad, and I believe London has some pieces of the Geniza. But amazing things, they're still going through these documents, trying to figure out what they mean. About 250,000 fragments, and by comparison, there are about 100,000 documents for all of Arabic history. So in this one Geniza, you have more than 2.5 times everything we know about Arabic history. So it gives you a sense of how the historical world relies on the Geniza to understand things. The texts are difficult to use. Well, here we go. Yes, there's some in Cambridge, in New York, and in St. Petersburg. They're fragmentary. They're often damaged. That's why they were stored away, because they could no longer be used. They're written in several languages, even though all in the Hebrew characters. You have, of course, Hebrew documents. You have Aramaic documents, and you even have Arabic documents. People writing using Hebrew letters to express statements in Arabic, which was not an uncommon thing. Many medieval documents written by Jews used the Hebrew alphabet even to write in English or in French. They'll just use Hebrew as it were. So,
one of the largest producers and exporters of generic drugs.
Yeah. Oh, that's very funny. So there's comments in Mexico. Well, it wouldn't work in her school, but in Mexico, if they need to write down the answers for a test, they'll write them in Hebrew, and then you can just look at it afterwards. Very good. Okay, the contents, as I mentioned, you have religious texts, you have manuscript copies of things by the son of the Rambam and the Rambam himself, if I'm not mistaken. Is that correct, Mr. Rodriguez? Not sure. I think they even found some pieces of the Mishnah Torah in there.
Yeah, I have actual writings from the Rambam.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Handwritten from the Rambam.
Maimonides' own handwritten documents. Astounding. Business papers, legal documents, lots of letters that were sent to Egypt, because a letter could come from England, let's say, written in Hebrew, would arrive at a home in Cairo, and they would send it away, put it up there. Personal Megillas, personal stories, biographies, autobiographies, things like that, and even some scrap paper with doodles on it, if you can believe it. And the scope of the coverage is the entire Mediterranean basin. We're talking about in the neighborhood of about 500 years of this entire region recorded in this treasure trove. So what does it have to say about the Chazars? Because it corresponds. So this is one find from the Geniza that's pretty interesting. It's known as the so-called Kievan letter because it seems to have the word Kiev written in it. Unfortunately, the word Kiev is written at a spot where it's smudged and a little bit damaged, so you can't tell for sure if they're really trying to say Kiev, but it is a letter from a Chazar going to the region of Fostat, and it's a letter of introduction. Actually, it is what we would call today a teuda or a petek, and we still use them in Jewish society today. It's essentially a letter attesting to the bona fides of the holder of this letter, saying that he is an upright individual who has fallen on hard times, and he deserves the support of the Jewish communities that he visits. In other words, this was a letter that belonged to a Meshulach, a charity collector, and he was schlepping around different parts of the Mediterranean basin, showing the letter to people, saying, listen, I'm from Khazaria, possibly from Kiev, and could you help out a guy? And they would ask for $1 or so, show up at the shul at 7:30 in the morning, then go to another shul, and and they collect money. So that indicates that it's probably authentic. It's it's a and it shows you how long Jews have been doing this. It's a well-worn Jewish tradition to have one of these documents of introduction and ask people for funding. Now, one of the most fascinating things about the letter, though, which tells us more about Khazarians, first the idea that it was from Khazaria is fascinating. But look at this fascinating thing at the bottom here. At the very bottom, it says in Turkic runes, not in Hebrew, but in Turkic, this phrase, which I'm not going to try to pronounce because I have no idea, but apparently the translation is, I have read it. So what could that possibly mean? Here's this document written in Hebrew, and at the very bottom, there is a signature that says, I have read it. What do you think, Steven? It's a receipt in Turkic. So who's receiving it? I forgot to mention, by the way, the names of the guys who are writing it. They're like weird Turkic names, like pagan names. And then it says HaKohen, like I don't know, Sviatoslav, HaKohen, things like that. So that combined with this strange phrase, I have read it. But when you look at it Tuadat today, what do they say on the Tuadot? Besides, they describe how this person, please. Yeah, Mishulakim. Exactly, that's precisely it. It's a bit of letterheads at the bottom, but it's like the rabbi, so to speak, or the head of the community, or someone wrote, yes, I approve this message. My name is Sviatoslav, and I approve this message. Right? And that's what it is. It's an endorsement by a prominent Khazar Jewish official. And yet, he writes it in Turkic and not in Hebrew. So how did this document get created? What did this document mean? How did it work? Okay, this is an undergraduate class. Nobody make eye contact, because that's the first thing to do around, right? Joseph, who do you think actually wrote this letter? Like, who actually penned it to paper? The guy probably, the holder of the document, probably does not know any Hebrew. So who wrote it? A scribe, right, or a rabbi. Some professional author who you would go to and you would speak in Turkic and you say, listen, I want to go to Fostat. I hear they have a lot of rich Jews there and I want to collect some money, so I need you to write down my story. So he goes to a scribe and the sofer writes it down in proper literary Hebrew, and then he has this document. Then what does he do with it? Because he wants to authenticate it. Yeah, he goes, he takes it to the head of the Jewish community, and he says, would you please, indicate that you approve of this message? And that's what this is. So this little phrase here is from the head of the Jewish community. Well, it has his signature afterwards, has his name afterwards, but it says in his own writing, I have read it in Turkic. What ultimately does that mean, the fact that it's in Turkic? Well, yeah, but they don't know Hebrew, exactly. It says that the head of the community is ignorant of even very basic Hebrew. And so this is something that many historians have concluded about Khazaria, that the conversion was very, very shallow, that they probably did not really engage in a deep, meaningful conversion. It probably was for political purposes only. It may have been just like a quick dunk in a Caspian Sea for a mikveh, and that's it. And there's certainly significant elements of Judaism. You have a scribe there who's writing these letters. They do know how to collect money. That's important. But the actual depth of the conversion is limited. Ms. Abramson. Good argument. So the argument, Ms. Abramson theorizes that it's catering to the readership, the fact that it's in Turkic. And so it doesn't say, it's like if the rabbi today were to write in English, I approve this message. That would be very true, except that we're talking about Fustat. It showed up in Egypt. And they don't speak Turkic there, they speak Arabic there. So if he had written in Arabic, then you have an argument. But this is probably the case. And I have to say, I cheated a little bit because I did some more reading. And there are lots of indications from, for example, the travelers, Pataki of Rechtenberg and Benjamin of Tudela, that we spoke about a while ago, that they come to Khazaria and they can't believe, as they put it back then, the Shvacham ISIS, how difficult the extent of Jewish life is there. But they have very few schools, they have very few mikvahot. It's really hard to find good kosher Chinese food anywhere. And they say, obviously, this is not a very advanced Jewish civilization at all. There's even some question from some of the travelers that did they even practice circumcision? And circumcision is one of the most basic rituals of Judaism. It, in fact, it's usually one of the last rituals to go as Jews become more and more assimilated. They will still practice circumcision till the bitter end, so to speak. It's one of the last things to go. Excuse that partial pun there. I didn't mean that. There's a lot of so it's quite possible that Khazaria was not really that deeply religious. In fact, most of the evidence, the preponderance of the evidence, indicates that that is the case. The Khazars also may have been fairly pluralistic in terms of Judaism, as we shall see later. There have been some confusing finds too, like, for example, this find of a coin in the region of Itil, the capital of Khazaria. Wow, isn't that like, that sells it all, right? You see the coin, you see the symbol on it? It's all over, right? They're totally Jewish. Problem is, the Star of David was not a traditional Jewish symbol for about another 800 years. We didn't use the Star of David to represent Jews. You see the menorah, you see like the hands of the Kohen, but you don't see the Star of David. So this is quite likely simply a pagan symbol of the time, six-pointed star. It happens to look very Jewish. It makes us feel warm and sort of like ethnically connected, but it's probably not historically accurate. Yes.
Could this be like its origins?
Could this be its origins?
Of becoming a Jewish symbol?
It's a brilliant theory. You could probably get at least one graduate paper out of it, but I think it would be a stretch to say this is the origins. I mean, a six-pointed star is not that complex an icon. I'm sure many cultures have it. To look at another example, the swastika, that has such, dire negative connotations to us in the regions of India. The swastika is considered a symbol of progress, right? Like a walking wheel. And they don't have any of the negative connotations. There are even some synagogues that have been discovered with swastikas in the tile inlay. Obviously built before the 20th century, but it was considered not necessarily a negative thing. Okay, now one of the big questions is, maybe the Khazars were Karaites, because ironically, this all happened at the time when the Talmud was being written, not so far away, right? This is happening in the northern Caucasus region, and the Talmud is being written, I don't know how many miles, but maybe 2,000 miles away in the Mesopotamian region. It's not so far. The Jews are corresponding between Spain and Babylon. Can't they correspond with Khazaria? Why do we not have more Gaonic correspondence with the Khazars? How come nobody seems to be really interested in the fact there's a whole Jewish kingdom in the northern region? Why don't they write about it? So one of the theories is that perhaps they wrote about them, they ignored them because the Khazars were attracted to Karaism rather than to Rabbinic Judaism. Karaism is a movement that garnered strength just about this time under Anan ben David in particular. We spoke about him a long time ago. And this was a movement that sought to delegitimize the oral Torah and to argue that the written Torah was the sole authentic source of Jewish religious information. And the Karaites, we spoke about them also a little bit last week with Sadia Gaon, where there was a lot of polemic between Karaites and so-called rabbinic or rabbinite Jews. So it could be that the Khazars adopted a more sparse form of Judaism known as Karaism. This was especially the the argument postulated by Abraham Ferkowitz here, who is somewhat of a controversial historian because although he was a specialist in Khazaria, he also flirted with the Greek Orthodox Church, and so that to a certain degree that kind of delegitimizes him for many historians. But it's a fascinating story about him, but I think we're going to pass on it. So there is a possibility that they may have been originally Karaites and then later became Rabbinites, because there's an ongoing flux between these two movements. The Karaites grow and sometimes shrink and other times, and it could be that they were you had a very thin, superficial conversion in the 8th century, and by the time you get to the 9th century, there's more information about what's going on, and some of the Khazars eventually converted to a rabbinic Judaism, as it were. We don't have a lot of details about this. We do have some Christian texts that indicate that when they visited the region, the Jews were practicing a whole host of, or the Khazarian Jews were practicing a whole host of habits that were associated with rabbinites. So that's also part of it as well. This is another archaeological find. It's a belt buckle. It has nothing especially Jewish about it, but I kind of liked it, so I stuck it in the lecture like that. Okay, the decline of the Khazarian Empire. I forgot to mention one other kind of interesting thing. Maybe I'll mention it right now. Actually, it makes sense here. The whole story of the conversion of the Khazars to Judaism finds itself in a very important document called in Russian the Povest Vremeniya Let, the Chronicle of Bygone Years, which is the main source for medieval Russian history. It's a 13th century document that describes the history of the world with special emphasis on the conversion of King Volodymyr of Kiev to Christianity in the year 988. And in the Povest Vremeniya Let, there's a discussion of how King Volodymyr was a pagan, and he was wondering about, what should he do? And so he invited 4 representatives of world religions to debate with each other in Kiev. The 4 were Khazarian Jews, which is, of course, our interest, Muslims, and then 2 different kinds of Christians, the Roman Catholics and the Eastern Orthodox. And they have, this long ongoing debate. And the story is almost identical to what we have of King Joseph, and similar to what we see with Yehuda Halevi's account. However, as you can imagine, the Eastern Orthodox Christians win the debate. The Roman Catholics don't have a chance. In fact, they get some of the worst treatment. The Muslims are treated just horribly by the church author of this document. And the Khazarian Jews almost make it. Meaning King Volodymyr, after he hears what the Khazarian Jews have to say, he basically says, well, that's it. You guys are the best. I think we should become Jewish. And he says, but listen, before I become Jewish, can you tell me a little bit about your homeland? And the Khazarian Jews say, unfortunately, we have been exiled from our homeland for almost 1,000 years now. We've been punished for our many sins, and that's why we don't have the land of Israel. And Volodymyr at that point demurs, and he says, oh, wait a minute, are you serious? If you guys don't have a kingdom, I should convert to your religion? He says it like that too. He says, I should convert to your religion? I thought that was funny. Okay. Anyways, I also think it's funny that, so that's how, can you imagine what Russia would be like if they had converted to Judaism in 1988? It would be a totally different story, but that's how close they came. He also came somewhat close to Islam, but you know what eventually turned him off Islam? It came very close. What was it that made the Russians not choose Islam according to the Povest? Any famous drinking? Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. Absolutely. Right? He says, basically, that's it. This is it. Let's make a l'chaim. I think I'm going to become a Muslim. And they say, sorry. We don't make l'chaim in Islam because we don't drink alcohol. And he says, what? That's not for us. He says, we Russians have to have our little cups, by which he means shot glasses. And so that's how close he comes to Islam as well. And then the church author of the text adds a few other salient details. Again, besides, he says, it's such a scary throwaway phrase. And besides, the Muslims tend to rub their beards with excrement anyways, which he just made that up on the spot, I guess, just to try and add a little color to it. Anyways, you do have Khazars appearing in lots of documents like this one. So there's like no surprise that there are all these Jews living in Kiev. It's just one of those weird things that Jews themselves tend to basically ignore them. Only travelers will report on this exotic Jewish community, but otherwise it doesn't garner much attention. The decline of the Khazar Empire was probably mostly because of their ongoing warfare with the Kiev and the Rus people, which will be regarded by the Russians as their cultural progenitors, but also by the Ukrainians and by the Belarusians. So they have these ongoing wars, and ultimately, especially when the Tatars come in from the east, the Khazarian Empire is overrun and it disappears about the year 1240, and then it never reappears. Now, what happens to all these Jews? This, by the way, is a picture of Khazar burial mounds. They have these. They look kind of like just mounds. So what happened to them? These are now pure suppositions. We don't actually know, but what seems to be reasonable is they probably simply assimilated into the surrounding peoples. They probably simply, saw the end of their political identity and the coherence of Jewish ideology with the state, and they simply stopped being Jewish and picked up being pagan like they were 500 years earlier. If this is true, it's indicative of the relative weakness of the conversion, that they did not really, held on to it very strong and fast, and they simply disappeared as a result. Some theorists opine that they are the progenitors of various groups of Jews, such as, let's say, the mountain Jews that trace their origins to this region. And these things are possible, but in the absence of more verifiable data, it's impossible to say whether or not it is true. There is a theory, Arthur Kessler is associated with it, and some people who have a very, a biased agenda in particular, that in fact the Khazars are the progenitors of Ashkenazi Jewry. Meaning, if you have just a look at Jews today, at least in terms of superficial racial characteristics, you've got a wide range from, dark-skinned Africans, small number of Asian Jews, Oriental Jews, and North Africans with a kind of a Mediterranean complexion. And then you've got all these light-skinned, sometimes blue-eyed, blonde-haired Ashkenazi Jews who clearly trace their origins to the Rhineland. Yes?
I lived in Hungary for a few years, and the Hungarians claim that the Khazars are the origins of the ancient Jews, the original Jews in Hungary are Khazars.
That's interesting. The observation is that in Hungary, the argument was that the ancient Hungarian Jews were the Khazarians to begin with.
Khazarians emigrated, came with the Khazars and stayed there.
Well, that's definitely, everything about Hungary is exceptional. The language is completely different. And there's a theory actually that supports that because the Jewish community in Hungary was rather unique in that they're the only population of all of the Jewries of Europe who feel it's absolutely obligated to cover every piece of furniture with plastic as soon as you get it. And so that could be they have Khazar origins, but so there is this theory that the Khazars are the origins of the Ashkenazim. It doesn't have much weight to it. There's no linguistic evidence of the Khazar penetration in Ashkenazi culture, although there are some words that the great Yiddish scholar Max Weinreich argued were Turkic in origin, like, for example, the word daven. Daven has no Hebrew root and it has no Germanic root, so it doesn't come from Yiddish either. He argued it came from a Turkic root. It's not really related to Slavic either, so there may be some little bits of Turkic in there, but there's no evidence otherwise to indicate that the Jews of Eastern Europe, not so much maybe Hungary, but certainly Ukraine, Poland, and so on, are from the Khazars. What is motivating a lot of people who propound this theory is that they hope that by displacing the origins of Ashkenazi Jewry, which were probably the most prominent Jewish population in Europe and in America, about 3/4 of American Jews are of Ashkenazi origin, they could somehow delegitimize the biblical ancestry of the Jews. In other words, by saying, you think you're descended from the forefathers in the Bible, forget about it. You're actually a Khazar. You're actually descended from the conversions of the Khazars to Judaism. And that's, in many cases, that's really what's motivating this particular argument, and not necessarily the scholarly data behind it. If you happen to wander around like some of the white supremacist websites on the web, which I don't recommend you do, or at least you should definitely have a shower afterwards, but the websites will frequently talk about, today's Jews are not the real, don't think they're like the descendants of Moses and all those guys in the Bible. It's a completely different people that has overtaken their name and their heritage. The true Jews today are, of course, the Christians and us guys. And those Jews who claim to be Jews don't come from Jews at all. That's the argument. It's fairly specious, but nevertheless, it exists. So the legacy of the Khazars. As I mentioned, the trilateral debate, it appears in several cultures. Yeah, I put Chinese food up there. But the trilateral debate appears in several cultures, so the story of the conversion of King Bulan may actually have origins in reality, and have clearly had an iconic sort of stickiness that was absorbed by many other cultures, including the Russians. However, their demographic impact on later Jewish civilizations, and certainly their cultural impact, is highly attenuated. We have really no significant evidence of the Khazars ever passing through Jewish history, except through, these scattered little bits of data in the Cairo Geniza or travelers' accounts. We have no great Khazar authors, we have no great Khazar traditions that we can identify, and they simply appeared like a bright flash on the horizon, and then they simply disappeared shortly thereafter. Okay, so that's about it for tonight. I hope you enjoyed the lecture. Next week is going to be a really big one. We're going to talk about a colossal figure in Jewish history, the great Moses ben Maimonides, the Rambam. Was a fascinating life story and a tremendous contribution to Jewish culture. So I look forward to speaking with you then. Thank you very much.
Office, the former Democratic presidential nominee says she's looking forward to helping elect Democrats across the country. Harris says she will share more details about her own plans in the coming months. The news is brought to you by Visit LAUSD.org. Beaches in LA County are open now.
I know with the rain, it's a difficult one. And the topic for tonight is not necessarily a large draw. Shavira Gowan. I mean, many people are familiar with his twin brother, Vilna. Thank you. At least I got a little bit of a laugh, right? Vilna Gowan? No? Right? Okay, the joke is satisfied. Thank you. It's not a topic that I know a lot about, but I'm trying to sort of cover a broad swath of chronological periods in this course, so I thought we should definitely look at it, and we'll take a little bit more broad approach than I would normally for this. But let's start. First of all, we're very grateful to have an anonymous donor for this sponsorship for this lecture. Your presence here, as I really want to emphasize, is sponsorship in itself, but it's really great to be able to help out the shul for heat and light, and to eventually be able to move into our new facility. So every sponsorship helps. The shul likes to get $200 for a full sponsorship, and that just takes care of promoting these things overall. And we're grateful for all of your efforts in this. I have something very special and good and welfare. I'm not going to take very long to do it today, but this is a really significant thing. Many of you have come to appreciate the fine work of Mr. Rodriguez, who is here filming for us. Let's give him a big hand. Okay. Mr. Rodriguez is a graduate school at Florida International University, where he is studying in the Department of Religious Studies, hoping to become a chaplain for the U.S. Armed Forces. He's actually a veteran of the forces, and in fact, he is our first student at Touro College South who attended on the GI Bill. So we're really pleased to have him. He graduated in June, and cap and gown, full convocation, and so on. But it always takes a while to print out the diplomas. So I know it's a little unofficial, but Mr. Rodriguez, would you come up here and accept your diploma, please? There it is. This is his bachelor's diploma. There you go, Mr. Rodriguez. Okay, smile for the internet. Okay, very good. Okay, all right, great. Thank you. Well done. Okay, so that was kind of a fun, good and welfare thing. Let's go directly to our material. Okay, so Sharira Gaon, his years are 906 to 1006. He lived a century. Obviously, the dates are not exactly precise, but it appears he had a very long and productive life. And interestingly enough, the last 3 decades of his life were by far the most productive. I mean, what he did before he was 70 years old was significant, but nothing like what he did after he was 70. I was looking for pictures to stick up here to illustrate things, so I put in this is a shameless self-promotion here. This is